Chapter 1. Old Wounds. When the tribe's village was slaughtered, Xiangxiang hid in the grass. The men picked up their weapons to fight, while the clan leader took the old, young, and women to another place. She was not taken away, she had been sold here and still did not understand the Hu language. The war was simple and brutal. Men were skinned and impaled on wooden stakes. She covered her mouth with her hands, trembling. The grass around her also shook. A long spear suddenly pushed through the grass. She screamed and tried to run. The soldier seemed stunned, and only after she had taken a few steps did he pounce. "Woman! Woman!" he shouted excitedly, and Xiangxiang was knocked to the ground. The soldier sniffed around her and groped her with his hands. She struggled and cried, and the soldier became even more excited. As they were wrestling, the soldier on top of her was kicked aside like a rag sack. Xiangxiang, in terror, gathered her clothes and saw another face. The owner of the face looked down at her, his eyes glimmering with an ambiguous light. She scooted backwards, trying to distance herself from him. The man swallowed hard and scolded the little soldier. "You idiot, finding a good thing and not showing respect to your superior, trying to keep it for yourself?" The little soldier scrambled to his feet and said ingratiatingly, "Captain, I didn't really mean to catch her for myself." The man threw down his spear and, under Xiangxiang's terrified gaze, advanced step by step. Suddenly, someone pressed down on his shoulder. He was about to curse when he turned to see who it was and fell silent. General Zhou, a tall man in white clothing and black armor, had arrived. He glanced at the woman in the grass and displayed a similar expression. Xiangxiang was so frightened that she forgot to cry. General Zhou approached, grabbed Xiangxiang by the shoulder, and hoisted her over his shoulder, leaving the village. As he rode back to camp, he attracted countless gazes. After fighting for several months, women were indeed a rare commodity. Unless one experienced such circumstances, one could not understand what it meant for even a sow to become a beauty. Just last night, his deputy had hesitantly asked the general if it was true that his horse was female. Xiangxiang was dragged off the horse by General Zhou and taken directly back to the barracks. The bed was simple, and she curled up in the corner while General Zhou was taking off his armor. Someone burst in from outside. "Zhou, I heard you brought back a woman?" Zhou was instantly furious. "How does everyone know I brought back a woman? Han Su, get the hell out of here." The person who entered was another general, fair-skinned and somewhat cultured. He only smiled at Zhou's words. "Who told you to bring her back in broad daylight without covering her up?" Zhou was furious. "You go out first, I found her first, so she's mine." Han Su pressed down on his shoulder, and Zhou roared. "Can't you see him half undressed?" Han Su glanced at the woman on the bed. Her snow-white skin, large watery eyes, and small mouth, though she had been frightened quite a bit, still showed 7 or 8 parts. "Beauty," he whispered. "Let's ask the prince first." Zhou looked somewhat dazed, then laughed. "The prince? Don't joke around. Give her to the prince? Is he going to cook her? There are so many beauties in Xiangxiang City. Has he ever looked for a woman?" He patted his friend's shoulder. "Say that he has no need for women." Han Su looked at him deeply. "Do you know why the prince is like this?" Zhou was baffled. "Why? Hasn't he always been like this?" Han Su fell silent, then said, "No, he wasn't like this before." "What?" Zhou was confused. He had a normal time. Han Su replied, 8 years ago, the prince had a beloved concubine named Lanyu. The prince liked her very much and brought her with him in battles. Once, we were besieged by the West Jing army in Murong City, and reinforcements were delayed. The West Jing had 5 times our military strength, and the lone city was hard to defend. Everyone was on the brink of collapse. The prince rewarded the troops with his concubine. Zhou was stunned, then slowly widened his eyes, stuttering, I've never heard anyone mention this." "What happened to the prince's concubine?" Han Su said. "In the counterattack battle, the soldiers fought bravely and finally held out until reinforcements arrived. Just as we were about to encircle and crush the West Jing enemy, Lanyu threw herself into the White Wolf River, and her body was never found in the cold winter. The prince personally searched the river for 2 months, not seeing a person or a corpse. After that, the prince never touched a woman again." Zhou fell silent. Han Su almost pleaded, "Keep her for now, maybe. He will take a liking to her." Zhou started putting on his clothes. "Now that you've said it like this, what else can I do?" He glanced at the trembling woman in the corner of the bed and muttered, "He probably won't fancy her." Then thought for a while, "I hope you have this fortune." Murong returned to the camp only at night, his expression as cold and hard as steel. Battle report. Zhou immediately reported the casualties and enemy kills. Murong entered the big tent, bringing with him a gust of wind. Immediately send someone to draft an edict. Urgently report to the emperor. The officer responded and hurried to prepare the writing materials. Zhou glanced at Han Su, signaling him to speak quickly. Han Su was somewhat intimidated, sincerely responding with his eyes that he didn't dare to speak. Zhou glared at him. "You coward." Han Su immediately shot back. "If you're so brave, then you say it." Zhou deflated. "I don't dare to say it either." The two exchanged looks like children passing notes, and Murong sneered. "If I gouge out your eyes, will you see more clearly?" They both broke into a cold sweat, and Han Su hurriedly said, "Prince, today the brothers captured a woman. I wanted to ask if you'd like to try something new." He grinned as he spoke, thinking he was getting more and more clever. Sure enough, before he finished speaking, Murong kicked over. "Get lost." The two exited the big tent, and Zhou was both anxious and pleased, poking Han Su. "Now she's mine." Han Su snorted, thought for a long time, and said, "Leave a piece for me." Zhou chuckled, unable to wait to enter his own tent. Dong Hu, Tu He, and Gu Zhu were all hard to track down, like foxes hiding and dodging. After months in the deep mountains and wilderness, everyone was quite unrefined. Xiangxiang had already been scared silly they skinned people, and the skinned people were thrown on the ground, bleeding and convulsing. Zhou approached and touched her chin. She trembled like a little rabbit. He smiled. "Don't be afraid. I don't want to break you. We'll send you to my brother later." Xiangxiang's big eyes were filled with tears, and she said softly, "Sir, please let me go. I'm not from the Tuhi tribe. I was taken by them. I'm also a Yin person." Zhou threw his robe on the ground, revealing his strong upper body. "I know, normally it wouldn't be like this. But in this wild mountain, I have to taste the meat. Just be obedient, and when we go back, they'll send you home." Xiangxiang shook her head vigorously. He lunged at her, carrying a slight scent of sweat. She screamed, cried, and struggled. Zhou's tent was not far from Murong, who was reading the memorial drafted by the officer, and the sounds penetrated right into his ears. He felt irritated, stood up, and walked to Zhou's tent, lifting the curtain. Zhou vaguely felt a breeze behind his ears and was instantly filled with rage, about to curse when he saw who it was, almost kneeling. "Prince, Prince, what is this hobby of yours?" Murong was looking at the woman in the corner of the bed who was protecting her chest with both hands, a soft, white, and small bundle. Her eyes were indeed beautiful, large and round, looking at people as if they were about to overflow with water. Murong stared at her years ago. Was that person also as frightened and trembling? The past that he had been reluctant to touch for many years suddenly tore open. The wound had festered. He met that sorrowful gaze and said, "Take her to my tent." In one day, she had changed places many times. Xiangxiang curled up under a table in the tent, a terrified child only knowing how to tremble. Next to her were Murong's weapons, but she had never thought of taking them in her hands. She didn't even dare to run away. Murong slowly walked up to her and asked, "Are you very scared?" Her forehead was drenched in sweat, and her tear-streaked face glimmered. She dared not nod or shake her head. The tears were as abundant as the floodwaters of Xiangxiang Lake. Murong waved his sleeve, extinguished the candlelight, and stepped forward to embrace her. Her body was soft, completely devoid of strength. As he touched the scars on her delicate skin, his breath gradually grew heated, and he whispered, "How scared are you?" She remained silent, her throat choked with sobs. Murong had tormented himself for an entire night, and when he woke the next day, he felt that he hadn't touched a woman in far too long. The woman beside him was still asleep, crying even in her dreams. Her long hair sprawled over the pillow, dark and shiny. He reached out, gently touching her hair. Blue glaze. Suddenly, that name came to mind, stabbing at his heart. He clenched his teeth slowly, suppressing the heartache. For so many years, day and night, month after month, that name had always been a wound on his heart. At the White Wolf River that year, he promised her the title of princess, and she smiled and agreed, only to leap into the White Wolf River after his great victory. From then on, the wound never healed, and the pain persisted eternally. Murong dressed himself and glanced at the woman on the bed. She was not as Blue Glaze. Blue Glaze loved to laugh. She was lively. Blue Glaze never cried, even when hurt or in pain. She always smiled. Blue Glaze was also brave. She would pick up a weapon to protect herself. She was certainly not blue glaze. There would never be another blue glaze in this world. He lifted the curtain and stepped outside. The sun had risen high, and Joshua had already led soldiers to continue searching for the remnants of the butcher he. Han Su was counting the spoils of war. As soon as Murong stepped out, a soldier presented him with clean water. The water source was very close, but he did not like to approach the White Wolf River. That was his forbidden ground. The soldiers understood. This was the border of Dian, intersecting with the Donghu. At some point, a wave of foreign tribesmen had gathered, harassing the people of Dian day in and day out. This year, it had gotten worse. They even slaughtered border villages, burning, killing, and plundering. The king of Yen was furious and sent Murong Li, a demon that even the worst of men would tremble at the mention of, to deal with them. He ordered that they must be driven away completely. Murong Li was seething. This band of brigands was elusive and difficult to capture. After much effort, he located their tribal villages and trampled through like iron hooves, leaving not a single survivor. In over 40 tribal villages, all the men had been killed, and the young and old had long since fled from Ilu Mountain. He was still not satisfied and continued to search. When Xiangxiang woke up, there was no one beside her. The clothes from last night had long been torn into rags, and she had lost one shoe while escaping Zhou. Zhou had lost the other when he carried her back. She could not get out of bed. She curled up in the quilt, completely ignored. Sunlight filtered in from outside, bringing a hint of freedom and anxiety. She saw a black robe hanging on a rack and took it to wrap around herself. It was clearly not meant for her. It was too big and too long. The tent was eerily quiet. She secretly lifted the curtain and discovered that the sun had already shifted westward. Her stomach grumbled. She hadn't eaten much yesterday, and now her stomach was pressed against her back. She wanted to go outside and tentatively stepped to the door. A fair-skinned man stood in front of her. She recognized him. Han Su. He was the man who spoke with Zhou Zhui yesterday. Han Su handed her a plate with 2 pieces of flatbread and a piece of roasted meat. Xiangxiang took it, but the robe was too long, dragging on the ground. She quickly used one hand to lift the hem. Han Su sat beside her, watching her eat. She was terrified, taking a bite and glancing at him, as if he might pounce on her at any moment. Han Su asked, "Do they often hit you?" She hesitated, but eventually nodded. Han Su poured her some water. "From now on, just follow the prince while no one here will hit you." Her big eyes flickered, and she looked ready to cry again. "Zhou said he would send me home." Han Su was taken aback, then smiled. "Do you understand what I'm saying? He is Prince Murong Li of the Dian Kingdom. No matter which young lady you are, following him will not make you suffer." She bit her lips slightly, trembling as she insisted, I want to go home." Han Su was about to say more when he suddenly saw her gaze trembling as she stared behind him, and his hair stood on end. Without a word, he turned and knelt. "Your Highness." Murong Li had just dismounted and returned to the camp, holding a whip in his hand. Without a word, he lashed it across Han Su's back. Han Su let out a muffled grunt, swayed, and knelt properly again. Murong Li asked, "Is this where you should be?" Han Su felt a fiery pain in his back and lowered his head. "This subordinate is guilty. I accept my punishment." Murong Li shouted, "Get out." He stood up and went outside. Hearing Murong Li coldly say, "No one here will keep you once you leave Ilu Mountain. You will be sent home." Xiangxiang had already shaken into a bundle, staring at the bloodied whip, unable to utter a word. Murong Li always approached her in the dark, his hands calloused from years of archery and martial training. Whenever the candlelight extinguished, those hands would wander over every inch of her skin. At first, he tormented her mercilessly, and she would scream. When he grew impatient, he would reach out to pull her tongue. His nails would draw blood from her mouth, and she would dare not cry out again. She could only endure. Murong Li always cried out a name, Blue Glaze. The person beneath him would sob and tremble, and he would grip her shoulders tightly, softly calling Blue Glaze. Only at that moment would he show a hint of tenderness, kissing her lips or forehead. Chapter 2. Annulment. Han Su did not expect Xiangxiang to come looking for him. She stood outside his tent, stopping at a distance, timidly saying, "I want to wash my hair." Han Su understood why she did not dare to mention it to Murong Li. He said, "If you serve the prince well, I will take you to wash your hair." She bit her lips slightly, and Han Su reassured her. "He is a prince of the Dian Kingdom, with high authority. Following him, you and your family will benefit." Xiangxiang clutched the sleeve of the black robe, like a child being bullied by older kids. "Said he would send me back. I don't want to." Han Su's expression darkened, and seeing her eyes filled with fear, he said, "Don't be ungrateful. You are someone who has been with him even if he lets you go back. Would you dare marry someone else?" Xiangxiang retreated repeatedly, no longer daring to say more, and turned to run back to Murong Li's tent. At night, thunder and lightning roared over Ilu Mountain. Xiangxiang had not been able to sleep. Murong Li beside her did not touch her, but his right hand was always gripping a knife. She dared not move as thunder rolled in from afar, exploding in her ears. She curled up, always watching the knife beneath his pillow. By midnight, a bolt of lightning pierced through the tent. Murong Li threw the knife, and a distant scream was heard. Outside, the sounds of battle erupted. He got up and went out through the breach to retrieve his knife and fight. Xiangxiang tightened the black robe around her wind, and rain poured in through the breach, and she peeked outside to see the men fighting in a chaotic melee. Rainwater fell to the ground, pooling into winding streams of red. She did not know what to do. A bold thought suddenly crossed her mind. Run? Go home. The rainwater stuck her hair together. She was barefoot, turned around, and, after a few steps, slipped and fell to the ground. A butcher rushed over, raising his knife to strike. The blood splattered from the blade had already splashed onto her face, but the force of the swing suddenly stopped. She stared blankly at the man, who also stared directly at her. After a long while, he nodded at her, and something fell. She instinctively reached out to catch it, and it was the man's head. His eyes were still fixed on her. The blood beneath his neck was still warm, and his muscles were still twitching. She held the head, and just then, she saw Murong Li standing in front of her. His black robe was soaked, clinging tightly to his strong body. He stood there with a knife, half covered in blood, like the Grim Reaper. Xiangxiang had no strength left. She could not hold the head. It fell against her and then rolled away, far from her. Her lips parted slightly, wanting to scream, but no sound came out. Would he kill me? However, he did not. After a long time, when she opened her eyes again, the Yin army had already scattered the assailants. Murong Li's voice cut through the wind and rain, very clear. "It's dark and the road is dangerous. Cease the pursuit." Zhou and Feng Ping both brought their men back, and Murong Li changed tense. He said to the still-lying Xiangxiang, "If I break your legs, will you be able to walk in by yourself?" Xiangxiang struggled to stand up, her robes completely soaked, revealing the delicate curves beneath. A passing soldier stole a glance, but dared not look again. Murong Li was wiping his sword. He took great care of his weapons. Xiangxiang stood there, drenched, for a while before finally whispering. I'd up before she could finish. Murong Li snapped, "Shut up. I feel cold." She huddled in her wet robe in a corner of the tent, no longer daring to speak. When Murong Li finished wiping his sword, he found her curled up in the corner, fast asleep. He dragged her up and threw her onto the bed. When he touched her wet hair, he felt irritated. He had brought along Lan Yu in previous battles, and it had never been this troublesome. After dawn, a soldier came in to search Murong Li's clothes to prepare for washing. Xiangxiang changed into another robe, which should also belong to Murong Li. But since he hadn't said anything last time, she boldly wore it. Watching the soldier collecting clothes, she whispered, I can wash clothes too. Can I go wash them?" The soldier was relatively polite to her. "Not really, these are ours." Just as he was about to refuse, Han Su came over and said, "Let her." Xiangxiang carried Murong Li's and her own clothes out, and Han Su walked ahead, leading her to the White Wolf River. She found a suitable spot to start washing, with Han Su standing behind her. The sight of a woman washing clothes was indeed pleasing to the eye, so he turned his face away. "Where is your home?" She paused slightly and answered hopefully, "Lingji, Liaoshi Lingji." Han Su nodded, finally remembering. "What's your name?" Xiangxiang hesitated and said, "Xiangxiang." Han Su stood up. "Don't try to run. Lingji is hundreds of miles away from here. Can you walk back? If you can't get down the mountain, you'll have to feed the wolves." As she pounded the clothes, a long time passed before she quietly asked, "You will send me back, right?" Han Su sighed. "If he really doesn't want you, then yes, we'll send you back." Murong Li's clothes had a few torn spots, and there was a sewing kid in the camp. However, these warriors, as long as their clothes were wearable, who would be willing to sew? Murong Li wasn't particular, but it was mainly because they were at Ilu Mountain, and it was inconvenient to buy things. Xiangxiang found the sewing kit, threaded the needle, and repaired the torn spots on his clothes. The soldiers outside were counting the days until their return to the capital, and she was counting too. The army would pass through Lingji on their way back to Jinyang, right? On the day of their return, she couldn't ride a horse. No one dared to take her. Murong placed her on his horse. The horse ran swiftly, and she clutched his clothes tightly, glancing at his expression, and then changed to grabbing the horse's mane. The army did indeed pass through Lingji. When entering the city, Xiangxiang's face was filled with undisguised joy. Murong asked, "Which street?" "The north side, south alley," was Tofu shop. Her voice was like a mosquito, and Murong directly urged his horse towards south alley. She suddenly realized, almost pleadingly tugging at his sleeve, "Can you help me buy a piece of clothing?" Her ankles felt slightly cold. Oh dear, she wasn't even wearing shoes. Murong urged the horse, dust flying, and stopped directly at Gua's tofu shop. The army's entry into the city was already a spectacle, let alone the Duke of Sun coming alone. South Alley was crowded with people. Murong raised his hand and threw her off the horse. The crowd fell silent. He pulled out a pouch of silver from his chest and tossed it in front of her. Then he turned the horse around, flicked the reins, and left. Xiangxiang's hands and legs were scraped, and beneath her long robe, she wore nothing. After the fall, her delicate feet and smooth calves were exposed in the dust. She got up, standing in the midst of various gazes. That's old Gua's daughter. Someone said, "How did she come back like this?" "Don't you understand? She must have encountered bandits." In such chaotic times, what it meant for a girl to encounter bandits was understood by all. Someone approached with ill intentions to help her. "Oh, it's Sister Xiangxiang." His hand brushed against her arm, reaching to lift the hem of her robe. "Come on, let me see if you're hurt." Xiangxiang pushed him away, covering her face as if she had been stripped and thrown in front of everyone. Tears streamed down her face, but there was no sound. The Gua family came out of the tofu shop. First her mother, Gua Chanshi, who ran over in a few steps. "Xiangxiang." Xiangxiang embraced her, heart-wrenchingly crying, "Mother." Gua Chanshi hugged her tightly. "It's really Xiangxiang, my child." Her father, Gua Tian, followed behind, reaching out to embrace Xiangxiang and Gua Chanshi, tears streaming down his face. "Don't cry, don't cry. It's good that you're back. Let's go home first." The family prepared to go home, and someone joked loudly, "Tofu Gua, there's still a big bag of silver from wild men for your daughter on the ground." Xiangxiang turned pale, and Gua Tian glanced at it and said, "We don't want other people's silver," as he took his daughter and wife by the hand. "It's all right. Let's go home." Xiangxiang nodded vigorously, tears streaming down her sleeves. Gua Chanshi used a handkerchief to wipe her tears. "My child, don't cry. Your father and I have been worried sick these days while you were gone. No matter what happened, as long as you come back safe, your father and mother will be happy." Gua Tian went to close the shop door, not even changing his clothes, turning around to take his wife with one hand and his daughter with the other as they walked home. It's all right," he muttered as he walked. Xiangxiang also tightly held her parents' hands. "Yes, it's all right. Everything is over. I'm back home." Xiangxiang was a well-known beauty in Lingji County, referred to as the tofu shisha in the area. Since she was young, she had been betrothed to a young man named Xiangxiang, who was handsome and upright. The Yu family was initially well off and, after careful consideration, thought that the old Gua family was honest, and Gua Chanshi was both beautiful and virtuous, so their daughter would surely be good. Thus, after several discussions, they settled this marriage with the Gua family. Xiangxiang blossomed into an even more beautiful young woman, making the Yu family happy. Unfortunately, on this very day, horse bandits invaded. The Yu family and the surrounding wealthy families were robbed clean, and they even set fire on their way out. Old Master Yu fell ill from anger, and the Yu family fell into decline. Many matchmakers came to advise Gua Tian to find a good family for Xiangxiang again. Gua Tian was righteous and thought, how could a promise that had been made change so easily? Besides, Xiangxiang had been good to Xiangxiang, often coming over to help. Thus, he refused all along. 2.5 months ago, the horse bandits returned after tasting success. Gua Tian thought there was no money in his home, so he didn't flee. Who knew the bandits would take away his flower-like daughter? Gua Tian reported to the authorities and searched everywhere. He almost ran his legs off in and out of the city. Finally, his daughter returned, but her reputation in front of the public. She was sent back by a man like that. He was, of course, heartbroken. But no matter what, as long as Xiangxiang returned, nothing else mattered. He comforted Xiangxiang for a while, asked his wife to take good care of her, and sent Xiangxiang's brother, Guiyang, to find a doctor to check on his sister. Xiangxiang's sister had already married, and she had been helping to search these days, with her brother-in-law occasionally coming to check on her. However, at the moment, no one was free to send messages. He himself went to the Yu family. As soon as he entered the door, old Madame Yu came out to greet him. "Oh, it's old Master Gua. Come in and sit." Guitian was taken aback, thinking that old Madame Yu usually addressed him as in-law, but today she suddenly changed her tone. Did she have some other meaning? He sat down in the main room. Although the Yu family had fallen on hard times, they had once been wealthy. The main room, though worn, was still quite impressive. After Guitian settled down, he asked, "Is Xiangxiang not here?" Old Madame Yu attentively served tea, saying, "Qingren out." "Old Master Gua, is there something you need today?" Guitian tentatively opened his mouth. "Today, Xiangxiang has been found." Madame Yu suddenly smiled very forcefully. "Ah, congratulations, old Master Gu. This person has been missing for quite a while, and finally he's been found. Everyone can rest assured now." Seeing her fake smile, Guitian understood what was going on. He pondered and said, "Originally, my son had an engagement with the Yu family. Madame Yu, being a very shrewd person, was afraid he would continue, so she quickly interrupted. Old Master Gu, we are all from the same village. We know each other well. I know Xiangxiang is a good child, but my Yu family has been honest for generations." Guitian's expression darkened, and he stood up, saying loudly, "Enough. I came today to break off this engagement. A gentleman does not sever ties with harsh words. In the past, it was my fault for not recognizing people, but this sin should not fall on my Xiangxiang." Upon hearing this, Madame Yu let out a sigh of relief. Smiling, she said, "Old Master Gu, please don't be angry. Come, have a cup of tea. I also like this child Xiangxiang very much. It's just, what can we do?" She ordered someone to bring paper and pen, and on the spot, wrote a letter to cancel the engagement. Guitian signed it without hesitation. As he was leaving the Yu family, he suddenly strode towards the screen, just in time to catch Xiangxiang, who was eavesdropping behind it. Why Xiangxiang turned red in the face, feeling extremely awkward. Guitian sighed and finally softened his tone. "Nephew, matters of the Gu family, whether fortune or misfortune, we will face them together. I won't make it difficult for you. But since Xiangxiang has just returned, could you wait a few days before telling her about the broken engagement? She has always treated you well, hasn't she? Could you go to the tofu shop and say a few words to comfort her? After a few days, when she feels better, I will tell her myself." Xiangxiang was speechless, unable to refuse the future master he had always tried to please. Madame Yu spoke up, "Brother Gu, it's better to have short pain than long pain. Since the engagement has been broken, my son going to the tofu shop again might attract gossip." Guitian nodded, glanced at the mother and son, and then left with a flick of his sleeve. Chapter 3. Proposal. Xiangxiang did not rest at home for long. These days, Guochun was always accompanying her to sleep, while her younger brother Guiyang helped out in the tofu shop. Every day, Guiyang would come back at noon and bring her the freshest tofu pudding. The tofu pudding was fragrant and tender, topped with a spoonful of sauce made with sesame, peanuts, melon seeds, minced meat, and various spices. Then sprinkled with chopped green onions and a bit of finely chopped pickled vegetables, making it fresh and delicate. Guiyang remembered that his sister loved this the most. After finishing a bowl of tofu pudding, Xiangxiang wanted to go to the shop to take a look. Guochun had been accompanying her these days, fearing the shop would be too busy. Xiangxiang was skilled. The sauce made by Guitian was a family secret, and she could make it taste even better. She was better at making the sweet tofu pudding syrup and the savory sauce than Guitian himself. Guitian was grinding soybeans when he saw her come over and hurriedly asked, "Why don't you rest a few more days? The shop has me and your brother. We can manage." Xiangxiang knew that her parents had been worried these days, so she smiled at him. "Dad, I'm fine now. I can't just stay idle. Helping you out is good too." Guitian nodded, thinking it was good for his daughter to have something to do. He said, "Go check the sauce. Everyone has been saying the sauce lacks flavor these days. I don't know what the problem is. If you're tired, just rest. The shop is filled with neighbors and villagers. If it's a bit slow, they can wait. I'm not old yet. I can handle it." Xiangxiang nodded, thought for a moment, and finally asked, "What about Brother Xiangxiang? Why hasn't he come? She had been back for 2 or 3 days. He should have heard the news by now, right?" Guitian's smile faded, and after a long pause, he said, "He's been a bit busy lately. I heard from the old lady that he went out and isn't in the county." Seeing the troubled expression on his face, Xiangxiang understood. She held Guitian's hand, which was covered in soy pulp, and said, "Dad, he doesn't want me anymore, does he?" Guitian took a deep breath, knowing this matter would eventually be revealed. He patted his daughter's hand and said, "Child, someone like that isn't worth our sadness. Once you're better, I will find you a better family." Xiangxiang nodded, holding back tears. Her father was already in a difficult situation. She went to check the sauce and then smiled, saying, "Actually, not getting married is pretty good too. I can just stay with you and Mom and live with my brother. I just want to be with you." Guitian, a tall and strong man, couldn't he help but feel his eyes redden. Nonsense. First, check the sauce. There are customers waiting outside. Xiangxiang hurried to the stove, lifted the lid of the big pot, dipped her chopsticks into the sauce, blew on it to cool it down, and licked it with her small tongue to taste. Suddenly, she remembered the year before last when a Yu family was robbed and caught fire. Xiangxiang was separated from his family and came to the tofu shop in a daze. Guitian let him stay at the tofu shop while looking for old Master Yu and old Lady Yu everywhere. At that time, Xiangxiang was making the sauce, and he was adding firewood. When it was almost ready, Xiangxiang dipped her chopsticks in the sauce and offered it to him. She forgot to cool it down, and it burned him, making him stick out his tongue. The news of the Yu family breaking off the engagement spread quickly. The old lady of the Yu family was looking for a matchmaker everywhere to find a wife for her son. Xiangxiang helped out at the tofu shop every day, and with her around, the taste of the tofu pudding returned. The neighbors loved to come by in the morning for a bowl, and sometimes they would ask for sauce. The Guo family was generous and never minded these things. One morning, there were too many customers. Guitian scooped tofu pudding while Guochun prepared the sauce. Xiangxiang and Guiyang ran around delivering it to the customers' tables. Just as they were busy, someone stood hesitantly at the door, not coming in. Xiangxiang looked over and recognized it was Xiangxiang. Guiyang immediately stepped forward, coldly asking, "What are you doing here?" Xiangxiang pulled her brother behind her. "Go do your work." Guiyang glared at Xiangxiang in frustration. Xiangxiang had been a frequent visitor to the tofu shop since he was betrothed to Xiangxiang since childhood. Guiyang had always treated him like an older brother, but now he hated him deeply. Xiangxiang looked awkward, lowering his head and not looking at Xiangxiang. Many customers had turned to look by now, and Xiangxiang asked, "What is it?" Xiangxiang handed her a big red wedding invitation. "I'm getting married on the 5th of next month. My mother said to invite Uncle Guo and Aunt Guo over for a drink at that time." Xiangxiang took the invitation, nodded, "Congratulations, they will go." Xiangxiang hesitated, struggling to say, "Xiangxiang, I really..." Xiangxiang placed the invitation on the counter. "Don't say any more, I understand." Xiangxiang glanced at her, wanting to say something, but stopping short. She asked, "Is there anything else? Do you want to come in for a bowl of tofu pudding?" As customers urged her on, Xiangxiang quickly wiped her hands and went to help. Xiangxiang thought for a moment and came in to find seat. Xiangxiang also brought him a bowl of tofu pudding, but it was a small bowl. He was taken aback. In the past, whenever he came to the tofu shop, Guitian or Guochun would always serve him a large bowl filled with abundant sauce that he couldn't finish. Now, for the first time, he realized that a proper serving of tofu pudding came in this kind of bowl. He took a few bites, and when Xiangxiang was less busy, she approached him. "Brother Xiangxiang, do you have anything else?" Xiangxiang stammered, "Xiangxiang, I want to ask, would you be willing to marry into my family?" Xiangxiang looked at the wedding invitation on the counter. "Aren't you getting married next month?" Xiangxiang's face turned red. I told my mother that after the Su family girl comes in, I will marry you as a concubine. Is that okay?" Before Xiangxiang could respond, Guotian's cold voice interrupted. "Thank you for your kindness, but your Yu family is of a higher status. Our Guo family cannot afford it." Xiangxiang's face turned bright red, and after hesitating for a long time, he felt he should try harder. "Uncle, Xiangxiang is already like this. Do you still find it meaningful?" Many customers were watching. Guotian's face flushed, and he angrily shouted, "Get out. If you dare to step in here again, I'll break your legs." Xiangxiang was also angry. "Uncle Guo, Xiangxiang's matter isn't something I can hide. So many people have seen it. Do you think you can still keep it a secret? I like her, and after this happened, I still want to take her as a concubine. This is also because all these years you have treated me well. Xiangxiang has treated me well. I want to repay your kindness." Guotian pulled Xiangxiang behind him and slapped Xiangxiang, causing blood to drip from the corner of his mouth. "You scoundrel! All these years we have treated you well, because we were blind. Now get out. He was tall and strong, and when he truly got angry, Xiangxiang was somewhat scared and hurriedly tried to leave. Suddenly, Xiangxiang called out, "Brother Xiangxiang." He quickly covered his face and turned back, "Xiangxiang, if you really mean it, just say yes, and I'll talk to my mother." Guotian shouted angrily, "Xiangxiang." Xiangxiang walked up to him and extended her hand. Tofu pudding is 2 in a bowl. Thank you. Xiangxiang was stunned, slowly pulling out 2 from his waist, which Xiangxiang took, saying goodbye. She turned and placed the money in the money box on the counter, then went to help Guotian scoop tofu pudding. Guotian had heard the commotion outside, and, knowing her husband was there, did not come out. When she heard her daughter come in, she quickly wiped her eyes, finally turning around to hug Xiangxiang tightly. The steam from the tofu pudding enveloped them as she held her daughter close. Xiangxiang returned the hug and took a deep breath. "Mom, I'm fine." Guotian nodded, her eyes red, but smiling. "First, let us get these served. Once the morning market is over, we need to make tofu." Xiangxiang agreed and hurriedly took the remaining tofu pudding out. In the evening, the tofu shop closed. Guiyang helped Xiangxiang wipe the floor and clean the kitchen. Guotian and Guotian were soaking soybeans. Guiyang said, "Sister, when I grow up, I'll give you Dada's tofu shop. I'll go find a piece of land to plant soybeans. You can take soybeans from me to make tofu, and I'll feed the tofu dregs to the pigs. Then I'll use the pig manure to plant soybeans. Sister, the Guo family has men. We one to rely on others." Xiangxiang smiled and nodded, stuffing some marinated meat from making the sauce into his mouth. Watching him eat happily, she turned her head and tears streamed down her face. The scars on her body gradually faded, and sometimes she still dreamed of Murong Li. She dreamed of the lightning and rain on Ilu Mountain that night. Murong Li swung his sword down, and the head of the butcher stared straight at her, rolling into her hands. Murong Li stood before her, dressed in black, half of his face covered in blood. Where she dreamed of Xiangxiang buying her a hairpin, a very beautiful gilded hairpin, and she joyfully went to accept it, only for him to bypass her and gently place it on another woman's head. Where she dreamed of walking down the street, suddenly realizing she had forgotten to wear clothes. Everyone surrounded her, pointing and whispering, and she had nowhere to go. But when she woke up, she quickly calmed down. It was just a dream, merely a dream. Some of those people were already dead, some had already left. It was all in the past. Just like the scars on her body, no matter how hideous, they would eventually disperse the bruises and return to their original state. Murong Li returned to Jinyang City, and his mother again brought up the matter of marrying a consort for him. She babbled on for a long time, and he didn't want to hear it, so he turned and returned to his own residence. Before long, the king of Yin summoned him to the palace again, still talking about this matter. Murong Li finally did not dare to turn and leave. He stood and listened for a while, feeling drowsy. After finally leaving the palace, he collapsed in a bed and slept deeply. When he woke up, he suddenly found that a piece of embroidery had appeared on his clothing, the stitches fine and dense. Unlike the grand and elaborate stitching of the palace embroiderers, it exuded a gentle delicacy, reminiscent of a refined woman from a humble background. He quickly figured out where it came from. Who else would dare to sew on his clothes except that woman from Ilu Mountain? Thinking of that woman, he couldn't help but recall those few nights on Ilu Mountain. Her skin was truly beautiful, so white and tender, like a juicy, thin-skinned peach, as if a gentle squeeze would release sweet juice. Suddenly, he felt a surge of impulse. He sat up, somewhat irritably got out of bed, and decided not to sleep anymore. He went out to find Zhou Zhua and Han Su to go drink. Chapter 4. Surprising news: the incident involving Xiangxiang caused quite a stir, and the business at the Guo family's tofu shop was booming. However, the matchmakers no longer came to their door. Instead, some local ruffians often surrounded Xiangxiang, making lewd remarks. Guotian was anxious and chased him with a knife for several streets. Yet, everyone continued to speak ill of him behind his back. Guotian and his wife were secretly worried. This situation could not continue. Guotian took some gold ingots to find a matchmaker, but the matchmakers who used to flock to her were now hesitant. Given what had happened, they didn't want to take on a concubine and wondered what kind of family they could find. On that day, a matchmaker indeed came to the door and whispered to Guotian, "The Ma family in the west of the city has a 32-year-old male head of the household who wishes to marry a secondary wife." Upon hearing this, Guo Chun hesitated, and the matchmaker quickly added, "The Ma family is not bad. They are a well-to-do family. The male head of the family, Ma Xiangxiang, is fairly good-looking and a decent person. If it were earlier, a girl like Xiangxiang would not have been within his reach. But now, he has heard about the incident, and he doesn't mind at all." Guo Chen pulled Guo Tian aside to discuss it. Guo Tian thought for a moment. Ma Jingshan has 2 children in the West. If Xiangxiang marries over, they exchanged glances and ultimately decided to consult Xiangxiang. Xiangxiang lowered her head and softly said, "Let my parents decide." Guo Tian didn't want to put his daughter in a difficult position. "How about this? In a couple of days, I will invite Ma Jingshan to our shop for drinks, and you can take a look behind the curtain. If you think he is acceptable, then your mother and I will arrange the matter. If not, we'll just pretend this never happened." Xiangxiang had nothing more to say and nodded in agreement. Ma Jingshan, being quite eager, came to the Guo family tofu shop the next day. A 32-year-old man in his prime, he was a sturdy-looking fellow with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He drank with Guo Tian and was straightforward in his speech. "Boss Guo, let me be honest with you. I have 2 small children at home. We may not have much land, but at least my wife won't go hungry. I really like Xiangxiang. Previously, I wouldn't have dared to think about a girl like her. Now, whatever has happened, it's not Xiangxiang's fault at all. If you agree to this, I promise to treat her well and won't let her suffer the slightest grievance." He placed a gold bracelet on the table. "If you agree, I will leave this bracelet as a token." Guo Tian stood up, found an excuse to go to the kitchen, and asked Xiangxiang, "What do you think of him?" Xiangxiang blushed, tears welling up, and said, "Whatever my parents decide is fine. I have no objections." Guo Tian sighed, then came out and told Ma Jingshan, "I cannot accept the bracelet. Please have a matchmaker come to formally propose." Ma Jingshan knew this meant the deal was almost done and was visibly pleased. Yes, I was presumptuous. I will invite a matchmaker to propose tomorrow." Seeing him hurry away, Guo Tian and Guo Chan exchanged glances, both feeling helpless in the situation. The next day, Ma Jingshan indeed came to propose. The betrothal gifts included several pieces of gold jewelry and many leather goods, which were quite generous. Due to the fear of rumors, Guo Tian was worried about delays and quickly set a wedding date with Ma Jingshan. The more Ma Jingshan saw Xiangxiang, the more satisfied he became, frequently visiting to bring clothes and food. Sometimes he even helped out in the shop, selling tofu. Xiangxiang, instinctively frightened of the tall man, often avoided him, and they hardly exchanged a few words. Ma Jingshan didn't mind and visited the Guo family tofu shop whenever he could. Murong could not stay in Jinyang City. He hated attending court every day and listening to a bunch of civil officials talk nonsense about politics. He frequently claimed to be ill and skipped court, and the Yin Wang knew his temperament, so he didn't bother with him. He only felt excited when it came to fighting. However, one moment of inattention led him to beat up his elder brother, Murong Bo. When his 6th brother, Murong Su, tried to pull him back, he received a kick as well. If it weren't for his 3rd brother, Murong Qian, intervening, Murong Bo might have been in serious trouble. The Yin Wang was furious and ordered a punishment of 100 military strikes. After receiving 100 strikes, he instantly felt invigorated. Changing into a different outfit, he wandered outside his elder brother Murong Bo's residence, scaring the family into not daring to return. The eldest son was like a frightened bird all day. The Yin Wang, feeling helpless, decided to let him lead 5,000 troops from the right camp to Liaoxi to suppress the bandits. As the Shanrong people were causing disturbances in Liaoxi, Murong Li accepted the order and entered the palace to bid farewell to the Yin Wang. His father waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Fearing he would bring disaster to the people of Liaoxi, he ordered Han Su, Zhou and Yin Qing to accompany him. All 3 were warriors who had long been restless in Jinyang. Upon hearing this, they were overjoyed and entered the palace to express their gratitude. The Yin Wang was quite amiable. "No matter how useless he is still my son. You 3 will go together. If he makes a mistake and kills someone, I can't bear to execute him, but at least I can send you 3 to take the blame." They exchanged glances and thought, "Why don't we rebel instead?" The next day, Murong Li assembled his troops and led 5,000 men to Liaoxi to suppress the bandits. The local officials drove dozens of miles to welcome him. But Murong didn't even glance at them and didn't stop at the military encampment. Zhou nudged Han Su and asked, "Does the prince dislike staying at the encampment?" Han Su took a few steps forward and asked Murong, "Your Highness, I heard that Lingji County is famous for its hay-donking. Why don't we stay there and check out the bird market?" Murong didn't respond, but grunted in acknowledgement. Zhou nudged Han Su, and they exchanged knowing looks. Xiangxiang was puzzled. "What are you two doing? Shouldn't we keep a close watch on the prince? Our heads are all at his mercy." Zhou flicked his whip. "Can I choose a better place for my head to be?" Hangsu Fuk lid, Xiangxiang. "The tofu pudding in Lingji County is quite good. Shall we go try it?" Xiangxiang looked confused. As they spoke, the three arrived at the southern alley of Lingji County. After dismounting, they saw Guo Chun packing up her stall. Seeing the three in armor, she was a bit frightened and forced a smile. "Gentlemen, is there something you need?" Han Su asked. "Do you have a daughter named Xiangxiang?" Guo Chun's heart raced, and her complexion changed. "I wonder what my daughter has done to offend you, gentlemen." Seeing her expression, Han Su understood and said, "It's nothing. Just asking casually." Just then, a tall man came out of the kitchen, wiping his hands with a cloth, and asked, "Mother-in-law, do you see anything else that needs to be tidied up?" Guo Chun trembled and said, "No, nothing else. Xiangxiang, you can go back now." The man was, of course, Ma Xiangxiang, who was about to close the shop and was helping to move some tea jars, tables, and stools back inside. Han Su glanced at him and casually asked, "Who is he?" Guo Chun thought to herself that it didn't matter who he was. As long as he knew Xiangxiang was getting married, it should be fine. She replied, in response to the gentleman, "He is Xiangxiang's husband." Han Su knew it, then realized what? Guo Chun was even more startled, and Han Su thought to himself that this mother and daughter truly resembled each other. However, he was angry that she dared to get married. But since the marriage had already happened, could he kill the man or burn down the shop? Forget it. It's better not to tell the prince. If he really has some feelings, I might end up regretting it. The three mounted their horses, and Zhou was furious. Damn it, just a few days? And she is already married? Han Su was also displeased and said in a low voice, "What can we do? She is already married." Xiangxiang was baffled, and Zhou, unwilling to accept it. "If I had known earlier, I would have made my move. That girl in coarse clothes is a beauty. Her skin. No wonder she sells tofu." Han Su stopped talking, and they all returned to their lodging. Murong was impatient with the local officials welcoming and sending off rituals and directly dismissed them. At this time, he had already bathed and changed into a casual outfit. Han Su accompanied him to visit the bird market, where there were indeed many hay-donking, but few exceptional ones. After all, the Yin Wang's palace lacked nothing. Murong wandered around disinterestedly for a while before returning in disappointment. Han Su followed behind, knowing he and pleased the prince. He turned his head and instructed the servant to find the local official to discuss the hay-donking, then rubbed his nose. "Alas, you might as well forget about this." "My lord." Early the next morning, Murong finished studying the map and arranged the anti-bandit route. The servant brought breakfast, but Murong only took a couple of bites. Xiangxiang looked at Han Su, who was signaling him with his eyes to eat well and not to speak. Xiangxiang, nicknamed Ling Taoking, was someone who specialized in meddling in others' affairs. He suddenly had an epiphany. "Han Su, didn't you say that the tofu pudding in Lingji County was good yesterday? I see the prince hasn't eaten much for breakfast. Why not?" Han Su sighed inwardly. "Xiangxiang, has your head grown tired of sitting on your neck?" Murong glanced at him. "Do you want to eat tofu pudding?" Xiangxiang was stunned. I. Didn't I hear Han Su say that? Why can't I mention this?" Murong looked frightening when he wasn't smiling. He panicked. I actually don't really want to eat." But Murong stood up. "Lead the way." Xiangxiang looked at Han Su helplessly. Han Su hesitated and fumbled, finally finding a breakfast stall. "How about this place?" Murong stared at him, feeling anxious. Why must you go there? He lowered his head and silently walked toward the south alley. Guo Family Tofu Shop was the busiest in the morning. A bowl of tofu pudding was fresh, fragrant, and cheap. Many neighbors liked to come here for breakfast. Xiangxiang wore a grass-green cloth skirt with a white apron tied around her waist. The ties cinched her waist, making it look delicate. Her hair was styled in a very ordinary bun, but she had tied a small flower with a light yellow ribbon at her temple, which made her whole face lively. Occasionally, when a customer left, she wiped the table with a cloth and guided the new customers to their seats. Xiangxiang ordered 4 bowls of tofu pudding, and Xiangxiang brought them over on a tray. When she reached the table, she placed the 4 bowls down and was about to say enjoy your meal when she suddenly saw Murong's face. With a loud crash, the remaining tofu pudding on the tray, along with the condiments and garlic water, fell to the ground. Chapter 5. Coercion. This is a dream. It must be a dream. Xiangxiang took 2 steps back, staring at the face that only appeared in nightmares. Then she turned and ran. There was, of course, a back door in the shop. With a pale face, she said to Xiangxiang, "Mother, I'm tired. I'm going home to rest for a while." Xiangxiang didn't know what had happened and simply said, "Go ahead. There are people here to look after things." Just as Xiangxiang stepped out of the shop, she suddenly stopped again. No, that was a devil who wouldn't blink an eye while killing. Father, mother, and younger brother were still in shop. She couldn't leave. Gritting her teeth, she turned back. Xiangxiang was about to ask, but she had already rushed out of the kitchen. At Murong's table, Guiyang was busy cleaning up the spilled tofu pudding, repeatedly apologizing to them. Xiangxiang was trembling all over. Her legs felt like they were stepping on cotton, but she still walked over. After dismissing Guiyang, she quietly asked, "Sun, Prince Sun." Murong stared coldly at her and asked, "Why are you running?" Tears filled Xiangxiang's eyes as she bit her lip and softly said, I. After stuttering for a long time without finishing, Murong slowly finished his bowl of tofu pudding. Xiangxiang felt like crying again. The people around began to sense something was wrong, and Guitian also noticed and came over, asking this guest, "It was my daughter's mistake. We will cover the cost of your tofu pudding. Sorry for the trouble." He pulled Xiangxiang behind him and cleaned up the mess on the floor. Murong remained silent, just staring at Xiangxiang. This woman was truly pale, her skin delicate like water. Hansu lowered his head, eating in a daze, then wiped his mouth and stood up. "Master, shall we leave?" Joshua glanced at him. "Are you crazy?" Hansu shook his head in despair and whispered to Murong, "Master, she's already married." Murong was taken aback and then slammed the table, standing up. Hansu nearly trembled along with Xiangxiang, but Murong kicked him aside and swept out of the shop. Hansu, Xiangxiang, and Joshua hurriedly followed. Xiangxiang felt the most innocent, wondering what had happened. Suddenly, Murong turned his head and asked in a deep voice, "Who married her?" Hansu's sweat poured down his face. Meeting Murong's eyes, he timidly answered the boldest answer of his life. "I don't know." Murong glared at him, and he immediately said, "I'll go ask." Murong instructed, "Find out clearly so as not to kill the wrong person." Hansu was nearly in tears, went inside, and quickly came back out, sighing in relief. "Master, it turns out I was misinformed. She isn't married yet." Murong turned and left. Joshua pulled Hansu's sleeve. "Are you insane? How dare you lie to the master?" Hansu whispered, "Listen, it seems the master really wants this woman. If we tell the truth, he will definitely kill someone. At that time, the Prince of Yin will chop off our heads." Joshua glared. "Of course I know that. But if the master wants someone, are you really going to offer him a married woman?" Hansu thought for a moment. "Anyway, if we don't say anything, the master won't know." Joshua was stunned. "What?" Hansu said, "Isn't the master just wanting that woman? Just give her to him. You don't know his temperament. He feels resentful that this woman refuses to be with him, and he wants to save face but can't say it. Now that we're here, he will definitely want to play with her again. He won't marry her. He probably just wants to have some fun for a few days." Joshua thought about it and shook his head repeatedly. "Isn't that lacking in morals? She's already married." Hansu got angry. "Lacking in morals or lacking a brain? You choose." Joshua refused. "I can't do this. You go deal with it. I want to go to hell. Whoever wants to, go ahead." Beside them, Xiangxiang stared wide-eyed. "Can someone please tell me what on earth is happening?" No one told him. In the afternoon, Xiangxiang found an opportunity to sneak out and met Hansu waiting for her at the street corner. Hansu got straight to the point. "The prince is coming to hunt down bandits. You need to go with him for a few days." Xiangxiang's face changed drastically, and she shook her head while backing away. Hansu stepped closer, his expression serious. "I don't want to threaten you, but even if you refuse now, He will find someone else to do this. But the people who come then might not be as reasonable as I am. Tears streamed down Xiangxiang's face as Han Su continued. He is the son of the Prince of Yin, a renowned general of the Great Yin. If he kills and sets fire, even if the Prince of Yin knows, do you think he would spare his own son to save your parents? Xiangxiang's face turned pale. Her lips trembled. Han Su asked, "Think carefully. He won't blink when he strikes. And you are his woman. Daring to marry someone else is a grave crime worthy of extermination of your family. If he doesn't pursue it, then nothing will happen, but if he does, even if he doesn't act himself, the government will investigate according to the law." Xiangxiang's legs weakened, and Han Su reached out to support her. "Think it over. Come to the post station. I want to see you tonight." Xiangxiang thought for a long time and returned to the shop in a daze, where there were already few customers left. Guochensher asked, "Xiangxiang, where have you been?" Xiangxiang forced back her tears and put on a smile. "Mother, someone from Prince Sun's side came to find me, saying they want me to accompany them to identify the bandits that entered the city last time." Guochensher was taken aback. "Xiangxiang, you are about to get married. What? Running off with a bunch of soldiers, what kind of nonsense is that?" Guotian also heard and hurried over. "Xiangxiang, this is not a joke. Those bandits are ruthless, and you can't ride a horse. Can these soldiers protect you? Don't go. Good child. Let us just pretend this didn't happen." Xiangxiang bit her lip and smiled. "Father, these soldiers brought me back from Ilu Mountain. It's only right for me to identify the bandits." Guotian was anxious. "Xiangxiang, over at Jingmount." Xiangxiang held back her tears. "Father, can I back out of this engagement? I don't like him. I'm sorry. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have come back." Guotian held her hand, heartbroken. "Xiangxiang, is it that you don't want to marry him, so you insist on going out to identify the bandits?" Xiangxiang lowered her head, a tear rolling down. "No, father, I just don't want those bandits to go unpunished. I have to go." Guotian sighed. "Child, if you go, when you come back, others won't look at you the same way." Xiangxiang nodded. "I know. Father, I must go." Guotian sighed again, finally asking, "When are you leaving?" Xiangxiang lowered her head. "I will leave soon." Guotian was suspicious. What bandits need to be identified at night? Xiangxiang said, "I need to go to discuss tomorrow's itinerary." Guotian took her hand. "I'll go with you, at least to ask when you'll be back." Xiangxiang had to bite her teeth tightly to avoid crying. "No need, father, I can go by myself." Then she said no more and went straight to the post station. Han Su was indeed waiting for her. When he saw her arrive, he let out a sigh of relief. Xiangxiang stood a few steps away from him, her head down, looking like a frightened quail. Han Su turned sideways. "The prince's bedroom is upstairs, the innermost room on the left." Xiangxiang's legs felt heavy, as if she couldn't move. Han Su said, "You'd better look a little more willing. I can guarantee you haven't seen his bad side yet." Xiangxiang slowly walked upstairs, getting closer to that room. She stood at the door, but never had the courage to push it open. She squatted on the ground, holding her head, and, after a long time, finally dried her tears, stood up, and slowly pushed the door open. Murong was not there, and she breathed a sigh of relief, knowing she couldn't leave, and sat down at the table. The post station was clearly well maintained, and the room's furnishings were exquisite. Yet, she didn't dare move. After waiting for more than half an hour, Murong pushed the door open and walked in. Xiangxiang hurriedly stood up, and when Murong saw her, he was taken aback. Then he took off his cloak and casually tossed it onto the coat rack. Xiangxiang stood frozen in place, and, after a long time, she finally whispered, "Your Highness." Murong sat down with a heavy thud and took a sip of water before asking, "Why are you here?" Xiangxiang's face turned bright red. I, General Han said. She was incoherent, and Murong grew impatient. Standing before her like a towering mountain, he said, "I'll ask you just once, do you want to serve this king?" Xiangxiang trembled uncontrollably. Her small demeanor was too enticing. Murong lifted her onto the bed and pressed down on her fiercely. She pushed him away, but his tongue forcefully invaded, entangling her until she couldn't catch her breath. After a passionate kiss, the time had come. It was too late to refuse. Clothes fell to the floor. Chapter 6. Suicide. The next day, Xiangxiang was still asleep when she was awakened by voices coming from downstairs. Upon hearing the voice, She recognized it as her father. Guotian. Startled, she hurriedly got dressed. There was, of course, no dressing table in the room. Even though Prince Sun was of high status, such things were unnecessary. She quickly tied up her hair and felt it looked somewhat neat before pushing the door open. In the inn, Murong sat at the head of the table while Guotian knelt before him. Xiangxiang, disregarding her fear of him, instinctively rushed forward and supported Guotian, exclaiming, "Dad, what are you doing here?" Seeing his daughter, Guotian sighed in relief but still pleaded, "Your Highness, I am but a common man, unaware of etiquette. If I have offended you, I ask for your forgiveness. However, every parent loves their child, and Xiangxiang is just a girl who will soon be married. No matter what, I cannot let her leave the city with you, Your Highness. Please understand." He had discussed this with Guo Chen's family all night and still felt that he could not allow Xiangxiang to leave with the army. Murong remained silent. It was not his style to argue with others. Han Su and Zhou Zhuo had already stepped forward, their swords half drawn. "Is it up to you to say whether the prince's orders can be ignored?" Guotian held Xiangxiang tightly, equally resolute. "General, my daughter is still young and does not understand. How can I watch her ruin her reputation? As a father, it pains me deeply that I cannot protect and love her. I cannot stand by and watch her make mistakes and take risks. Even if you kill me, I—" Before he could finish, Xiangxiang covered his mouth. "Dad, don't say such things. I'm fine, I'm okay." Guotian looked determined, while Han Su and Zhou Zhuo seemed troubled. This old man dared to chatter on in front of the prince for so long. He was indeed a man, but they could not really stab him, could they? Murong stood up and walked in front of Guotian. Xiangxiang's face turned pale as she opened her arms to shield Guotian. Growing up, her father had always regarded her and her siblings as treasures. No matter what mistakes they made, as long as he was there, everything could be resolved. But now, she knew her father could no longer protect her. Murong grasped her wrist and forcibly pulled her up. Before Xiangxiang could speak, he suddenly leaned down and kissed her. Xiangxiang's mind went blank, her vision filled with sparks. Guotian's eyes widened in shock, even forgetting how to speak. After a long moment, Murong released Xiangxiang and stared into her eyes, asking, "Do you understand now?" Guotian opened his mouth, hesitated, and then turned his head, softly calling, "Xiangxiang?" Xiangxiang sat on the ground, tears filling her eyes. After a long time, she raised her head and smiled through her tears. "Dad, I am with the prince. I am willing." Guotian's expression was one of pain. "Xiangxiang, he is Prince Sun. How can he marry you if you follow him?" Xiangxiang raised her face, tears pooling in her eyes. "Dad, I am willing." Guotian closed his eyes and, after a long pause, gently asked, "Your Highness, generals, if that is the case, I have nothing more to say. But please tell me, when will the army return to the city? Will you send someone to bring her back? Or should I come here to fetch her?" Han Su and the others looked to Murong, who replied indifferently, "Since she is my person, I will take care of her. You need not worry." Guotian wanted to ask more, but Murong's expression had grown impatient. Xiangxiang gently pushed Guotian. "Dad, I will go home by myself. You go back first. Tell Mom not to worry about me." Guotian didn't know what to say. This kind of blow left him in despair. No matter how heartbroken he was, such a person was beyond his reach. Even if he risked his life, he could not shake this man even a little. The morning light shone on him, casting a slightly sad aura. Watching the figure that had always sheltered her from the storm, Xiangxiang couldn't help but weep. Murong turned and said, "We leave the city." The army was stationed outside Lingji County, and Xiangxiang couldn't ride a horse. Murong still shared a horse with her, and the sunlight was just right. The sound of hooves echoed rhythmically. Murong's arms controlled the horse, keeping her close to him. She could feel her back occasionally brushing against his chest. She didn't dare look back at him. There were no other people around, and his subordinates had fanned out away from him, embraced by warm, soft jade. Murong didn't think of anything else. While he should have been alert, his mind was very clear. The bandit stronghold was built into the mountains. Yanxing and Zhou Zhuo had scouted the terrain and came to report, "Your Highness, the mountain is filled with traps. If we attack from below, we will inevitably suffer heavy losses. If we surround them, the spring on the mountain has a small stream, which won't yield results anytime soon." Murong dismounted and pulled Xiangxiang down as well. Give them a message. Within 3 hours, everyone must lay down their weapons and come down to surrender. Han Su asked, what if they don't? Murong Li waved his hand, signaling the troops to set up camp. Then we will set fire to the mountain. Han Su and the others were taken aback. Your Highness, mountain fires are easy to start but hard to extinguish. Murong Li asked, and what does that have to do with me? Indeed, it had nothing to do with him. Han Su hesitated, and after a while, said, this subordinate will obey your orders. The soldiers set up camp at the foot of the mountain, and some began shouting to the bandits above. There was no immediate response. The bandits also needed time to observe and discuss. Murong Li was not in a hurry. Some soldiers started digging a pit to cook. Murong Li took a group of scouts to survey the terrain. Xiangxiang saw the cooks preparing food, and naturally, Murong Li and the 3 generals were served separately. After watching for a while, Xiangxiang softly said, can I help? One of the cooks recognized her as someone close to the prince and didn't dare say much, simply handing over their utensils. The soldiers' meals on the march were designed to be easy to carry and not easily spoiled. Taste was not a consideration. Murong Li and his men were a different case. Xiangxiang looked around and saw freshly selected vegetables, fresh chicken, and duck. She noticed a chestnut tree nearby, ripe for the season. She tugged at the cook beside her, pointed at the tree, and before she could speak, the cook understood and helped her pick a good amount. She peeled the chestnuts, washed the chicken, and made chestnut chicken. She found a radish and stewed the duck. The remaining chestnuts were boiled, and she picked some osmanthus flowers to extract juice, making osmanthus chestnut cake. She quickly stir-fried a plate of garlic greens and finally shredded potatoes for a cold dish. When Murong Li entered the tent, he saw Xiangxiang was making the bed. Whatever she could do by herself, she did. Murong Li frowned. These tasks should be done by servants. Xiangxiang jumped as if startled. I. Can't I do it myself? Seeing her tremble like a piece of soft tofu, Murong Li coldly dropped 2 words. Do as you wish. Xiangxiang quickly brought out the dishes she had been warming. Murong Li was not picky about what he ate. He had been in the army since he was 15, sometimes enjoying delicacies, sometimes starving, and his taste buds had long since dulled. After tasting the food this time, he found it refreshing and delicious, especially compared to the previous cooks, who should have been executed. He ate for a while, then noticed Xiangxiang standing aside and said, sit down and eat. Xiangxiang quickly sat down, only taking some shredded potatoes, trembling as she ate. Murong Li finished his meal quickly and went out to patrol the camp, fearing the bandits might attempt a surprise attack. Xiangxiang packed away the bowls and chopsticks into the food box, and the cook came over to collect them. At night, when Murong Li returned, Xiangxiang was already asleep. The tent was filled with a faint, fragrant aroma. He turned to look and saw a handful of osmanthus flowers soaking in water in the corner of the tent, waiting to be used. He undressed and got into bed. Xiangxiang was in a deep sleep. Her stamina had been exhausted after riding from Lingji County and working all day. Murong Li pulled her over and pressed her down to unfasten her clothes. She recognized him, but held back, not daring to make a sound. Right next to them were the tents of Zhou Zhuo, Xiangxiang, and Han Su. Any slight noise would be heard by them. Murong Li's actions could hardly be described as gentle. They were even quite rough. In a murmured voice, she still called out for Lan Yu. Closing her eyes and thinking of her parents, sister, and brother back home, tears streaming down her face. When he had had enough of his torment, she got up, her body sticky and drenched in sweat. Murong Li ignored her as she straightened her clothes and left the tent. Outside, the moon shone brightly, and there were soldiers on night watch, speaking softly. Their voices were particularly clear in the darkness. A group of rascals, with their foul mouths, gathered together to exchange lewd comments. One soldier said, that girl next to the prince, I heard she was captured from Donghu last time. She's so tender you could almost squeeze water out of her. Another lewdly commented, she's the tofu girl from Lingji County. I wonder if the prince gets tired of her. Will he let us have a taste? A third laughed, get lost. General Zhou and the others might still have a chance. But you and I can forget about it. A fourth whispered, it's not impossible. I heard one of the prince's former concubines was properly betrothed, and she was also given to the generals. Xiangxiang walked over, and their conversation fell silent. Their eyes inevitably glanced her way. The lake was right beside them, and the army drew water from there. Xiangxiang found a secluded spot, filled a copper basin with water, and gently wiped her body with a damp cloth. Her whole body ached as if her bones were shattered. She wondered if she would ever return to her own home in the county town. Even if he allowed her to go back, what would the others say or think? Her parents had shed countless tears in secret for her sake, and now, how should she live? Her father had lived a life of integrity and purity. Yet in his old age, he had a daughter like her. No, I can't go back. I can never go home again. Would he really give himself to these men? He had never been very patient with her. What would happen if it really came to that? She sat by the lake, staring at the dark water that looked like ink in the night. Under some strange compulsion, she suddenly thought, why not jump in and end it all? If he saw me, he would think I slipped and fell into the water, and it wouldn't implicate my family. She took off her shoes and slowly slid into the water. The lake water in September was already cold. She gently submerged herself, the icy water enveloping her body. Her hair floated and swayed on the surface. As the water covered her head, panic surged within her, her mind went blank. Suddenly, her hair was grabbed by someone, and Xiangxiang instinctively clutched at something. A hand pulled her out of the water, air rushed into her lungs, and she gasped for breath, taking a long time to realize that Han Su was standing in front of her. Han Su's gaze was dark. Xiangxiang kept retreating. Han Su said, you just slipped and fell into the lake. Xiangxiang bit her silver teeth slightly. The wind blew, and her wet clothes clung tightly to her body, making her shiver. Han Su asked, is it really so painful that you don't want to live anymore? Before Xiangxiang could answer, a voice emerged from the dark reeds, saying in a low voice, so you shouldn't have saved her. Xiangxiang's face turned pale as frost, and Han Su was also startled, kneeling down. Your Highness. Murong ignored him, staring at Xiangxiang. Go down. Xiangxiang trembled even in her breathing. Murong was as cold and hard as stone. Go down. She hesitated, walked to the lake's edge, trembled, and looked back at him before sliding back into the water. The lake water covered her head again, and Han Su shouted anxiously, Your Highness. She is still young. Please don't hold it against her. Murong shouted, Shut up. Han Su dared not speak again. After a while, Murong entered the water and pulled her up. Just as Xiangxiang took a breath, he pressed her down again. She struggled desperately, splashing water everywhere. Murong ignored her, and after a while, he pulled her up once more. Xiangxiang was terrified and began to cry loudly. Just after a couple of cries, he pressed her down again. After several times, Xiangxiang had no strength left and did not struggle when pressed into the water again. Murong threw her onto the shore, wringing out the wet hem of his clothes while saying to Han Su, who was still kneeling on the ground, since you care about her so much, just reward her to you. Chapter 7. Enduring pain, Xiangxiang collapsed on the ground, and he turned to return to the camp. Han Su stepped forward to help her up. As his fingers touched her body, Xiangxiang suddenly screamed and pushed him away with all her strength, turning to run. Han Su chased her through the reeds. She didn't even know where she found the strength to run so fast. Han Su leaped forward and tackled her to the ground. She struggled fiercely, their wet bodies entwined, and the scent of osmanthus lingered on the woman. With such friction, Han Su surprisingly felt a reaction. Xiangxiang noticed and began to sob, biting his hand hard. Han Su winced in pain, holding her jaw with his left hand. Don't do this. I won't touch you. I won't touch you. Tears streamed down Xiangxiang's face as he withdrew his bitten hand. Let's go back to the camp first. Xiangxiang shook her head, crying out, just kill me. I can't go home anyway, just kill me. Han Su covered his injured hand. Kill you and send your corpse back to your father? Xiangxiang froze, and he crouched down in front of her. Xiangxiang, he does have some feelings for you. He just can't express it. If you obediently follow him and marry someone else, won't you still have to serve others? Is that worse than serving Yu-Qing? Xiangxiang remained silent, and he gently persuaded her. In a couple of days, when his anger subsides, just go along with it, and everything will be fine. He is not hard to please as long as you smooth out the rough edges. If you say a few soft words, life will naturally be easier. If you live well by his side, your father and mother will finally be taken care of. And your younger brother. Xiangxiang, women live like this with anyone. It's not a bad thing. Xiangxiang broke down, covering her face and crying. But But I'm scared. Han Su fell silent. We are also scared. Han Su reached out to help her. Get up. Xiangxiang fearfully pushed his hand away. And he sighed. Let's just go back to the camp. Han Su had someone set up a small tent for her to stay in, and Xiangxiang didn't sleep all night. She hadn't brought any clothes, and her wet clothes couldn't be changed. Han Su still found clothes belonging to Murong for her. She was dazed and finally fell asleep with great difficulty, but outside, the sounds of battle faintly echoed. She huddled in the tent as the noise continued for about half an hour before it quickly subsided. Xiangxiang peeked outside and saw Murong striding into the camp, quickly retracting her head. The next day, the camp was busy counting casualties, and she didn't understand much about the fighting. However, she went over to help the military doctor with bandaging the injured soldiers. The more gruesome injuries were too frightening to look at, but minor wounds could still be handled. Fortunately, they were only dealing with some mountain bandits, and the casualties weren't heavy, just a few wounded soldiers. The disparity of power between people is so strange. Previously, when the townsfolk encountered bandits, they felt that every one of them was immensely powerful and invincible. But in the eyes of these elite troops, they were merely weaklings who could be easily dealt with. Han Su's hand was bitten quite badly, and he came to find a military doctor to change the bandages. Human teeth can be very damaging, and by now, the wound had turned a deep purple. The military doctor asked Xiangxiang to help clean it. Xiangxiang felt both sad and scared, while Han Su said, "It's fine, just get it done quickly. Don't let the prince see and think I actually did something. It was really unfair. That scum slept with you, and you didn't bite him, but showed your sharp teeth to me." He pursed his lips and saw Xiangxiang squatting in front of him like a frightened little bunny, anxiously cleaning his wound. He found it somewhat amusing. But when he turned to see Murong Li's gaze, it was no longer funny at all. Those cold eyes clearly conveyed a message. How affectionate, huh? Han Su suddenly withdrew his hand and said, "I'll do it myself. Damn it. Don't let it be a source of amusement for you to get beaten with 100 military sticks because of her." Many bandits had died in the attack on the camp, and several had been captured alive. Xiangxiang was interrogating the other bandits about their whereabouts. The captured bandit was tight-lipped, still refusing to talk after a long while, even spitting in Xiangxiang's face. Murong approached and asked coldly, "Where is your lair?" The bandit spat, and Murong casually picked up a hot iron rod and thrust it directly into his mouth. With a sizzling sound, white smoke rose. The bandit's eyes widened, and he didn't even scream before his head tilted and he passed out. At that moment, Xiangxiang was beside him bandaging a wounded soldier and gasped, collapsing onto the ground. Murong glanced at her, and she trembled so much she seemed about to faint. Fortunately, Murong ignored her and turned to heat the iron rod again, asking the second bandit in the same indifferent tone, "Where is your lair?" The second bandit trembled, and soon a stream of water flowed down his legs, dripping onto the ground. Murong frowned slightly, not intending to ask further, and raised the iron rod. The bandit screamed, "I know, they're way up the mountain. I'll take you there. They were gone for quite a while," leaving some soldiers to guard the camp. Sometimes, Xiangxiang helped the military doctor care for the wounded soldiers. She felt much more relaxed when Murong was not around. The first to return was Han Su, who had captured many bandits and brought back a lot of gold, silver, and jewels from their lairs. Several women claimed they had been kidnapped, but Han Su did not make things difficult for them, giving them some money and letting them go. Xiangxiang wanted to say she had also been kidnapped, but didn't dare. After Han Su finished recording the spoils, Murong returned as well. Everyone counted the casualties, and during the night, they took out wine and meat to celebrate, which served as a consolation for their hard work. Murong frowned at the food, which had turned into the cook's creation. "Oh right, that woman," he rewarded Han Su. "Damn it, what is Han Su eating?" He went to Han Su's tent, and Han Su was so scared his hair stood on end. "Your Highness, the person is in the tent to your right. Quickly step aside." So he sees my tent is empty. "Look, really not here. I didn't touch her." Murong Li's face turned ashen, looking like he wanted to bite someone. Han Su guessed that he was too embarrassed to just walk in, so he hurriedly said, "I just saw her making porridge. Your Highness didn't eat well for dinner. Would you like to go over and have some?" Cooking is something women excel at. Those cooks should be spanked. Without waiting for Murong Li's reaction, he led the way. Xiangxiang had indeed made porridge, slowly simmering rice and adding some mung beans. The porridge was thick from being cooked for a long time. She also pickled some radish shreds, which were oil-free and fresh. When Murong Li and Han Su entered, she was just about to eat. Seeing Murong Li's expressionless face, she almost dropped her chopsticks. Han Su said, "Serve a bowl of your porridge for the prince." Xiangxiang hurriedly took a bowl to serve him, while Murong Li sat down at the table, seemingly at ease. Han Su saw this, and didn't he go in, quickly slipping out of the tent. Murong Li took the porridge and asked, "Is this all?" The table only had a plate of pickled radish shreds. Xiangxiang panicked. "I also have salted garlic eggplant. I'll make some more." She turned to leave the tent, but Murong Li said, "Forget it." She had to stop again, and when Murong Li glared at her, she realized and hurriedly sat down to eat. The two of them didn't talk much. Seeing her trembling, Murong Li probably thought if he spoke again, she would faint. The radish shreds were marinated with sugar and salt, making them very crunchy, and drizzled with vinegar, making them quite refreshing. Xiangxiang took some salted garlic eggplant, which was a bit salty, just right for rice. Murong Li thought, while eating, that he must kill the cook when he gets back. After finishing his meal, Xiangxiang lowered her head to collect the bowls. Murong Li sat still, showing no intention of leaving. Xiangxiang collected the bowls into the food box, lowering her head obediently, looking like a wronged little wife. Murong Li found it curious. How had such a woman lived to this age? He pulled Xiangxiang over and let her sit in his lap. Xiangxiang trembled, even in her breathing. Murong Li thought it was quite nice to hold her. Her skin was soft and fair, her body was not small, but in his arms, she felt petite and delicate. Her body was not thin. It felt rounded and had a good texture. He knew he was not a good person and never intended to pretend to be one. The king of Yin had 6 sons in total, and he was the most unruly. When he was with Lan Yu, there were also other women around him. The Blue Glaze is very understanding, knowing that Prince Sun will not be with anyone for a lifetime and does not push for it too much. Sometimes, when he breaks through enemy fortresses and encounters women with good looks, he will bring them back to taste. He knows his subordinates are mostly ruffians, but he doesn't really care. As the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam is crooked. His troops are all elite soldiers who charge at the front lines. It's not easy for veterans who have survived countless battles. No one knows when they might die on the battlefield. Others can count the days they live, but they cannot. So usually he just turns a blind eye. Over time, when his subordinates charge into battle, they are fearless, but when they are idle, they become a bit rogue. The people of Dian have complicated feelings towards them. One moment, they risk their lives to save your family. The next, they may violate your daughter. It's hard to tell whether to be grateful or to hate them. The people from the supervisory court have no idea how many times they have intervened. But Murong Li, at the age of 25, has repelled the Western Jing army 3 times, driven the Eastern Hu out of Yin territory, chased them beyond Mount Ilu, and conquered the mountain tribes, winning 16 battles of varying scales with no defeats. He has over 20 wounds from knives and guns on his body. Are you going to drag him out and execute him? When the Western Jing invaded, which of his subordinates did not use their bodies as a wall? Those who have survived from piles of corpses, are you going to execute them too? So people say that merits do not outweigh faults, hoping that heroes are like beautiful jade, pure and unblemished. But in reality, they are not heroes. They are gods. During the Battle of Moya City, the king of Yin promised to send troops for support within 3 days. He requested Murong Li to defend Moya City with 20,000 men for 3 days. Murong Bo led the reinforcements, but he was 5 days late. Murong Li had to defend against the Western Jing's attack with just 20,000 troops against their 110,000. The defending general of the West City colluded with the enemy and agreed to light a fire at midnight, opening the city gates to let the Western Jing troops in. Murong Li could not spare troops to deal with the internal enemy. But if the city fell, the Western Jing would surely march straight into Pingda Pass. At that time, the entire northwest of Dian would be lost. Murong Li sent his beloved concubine, Lan Yu, to the West City to feast and drink with the 4 generals guarding the city under the pretense of rewarding the troops. Lan Yu spent an entire night using her body to delay time until the enemy's attack weakened, allowing him to deal with the traitorous general. They held out until the 8th day, with more than half of the defending troops dead, leaving only 6,000. Only then did Murong Bo finally arrive with the reinforcements. He promised he would marry Lan Yu as Princess Sun, but after his great victory over Western Jing, Lan Yu jumped into the White Wolf River. He searched for her in the White Wolf River for 2 months without any results. The reason for Murong Bo's delay was that a village along the way had an outbreak of plague, causing many deaths. He sympathized with the suffering civilians, sending military doctors to treat them and ordering soldiers to gather medicine. Despite his best efforts, he still delayed his arrival. Murong caught him and beat him up on the spot. Of course, Murong wouldn't cry out in pain or scream. He just silently searched the White Wolf River for 2 months. Then he left from that day on, avoiding women and never approaching the White Wolf River again. Pain, of course, hurts. However, when one cannot roll on the ground in agony, one can only grit their teeth and endure, just as they have with every injury. Chapter 8. Submission. Xiangxiang trembled violently in Murong Li's arms as he lifted her chin, forcing her to face him. After all this time, why was she still so afraid? He was puzzled. He had never hit her. Oh, right, she had almost drowned last time. But wasn't that her own doing? His expression suddenly turned cold again, and Xiangxiang noticed it, instinctively wanting to shrink back. He wrapped his left arm around her waist, pressing her against himself, intending to taste her again, but caught a faint smell of garlic instead. Assuming his mouth smelled similar, he let her go and went outside to rinse his mouth. Xiangxiang breathed a sigh of relief and began to wash up again. She hadn't brought any clothes, so Han Su found some for her from Murong Li's wardrobe. They were originally too long, but she altered them a bit, and they fit well enough. Just as she was tidying up, a soldier outside called out, "Misqua, the prince wants you to finish up and return to his tent." Xiangxiang responded with an "oh," her movements slowing down. He could give her away to someone else. This time was just talk, but next time, he could send his woman to reward the troops, as Han Su had said before. Panic and fear surged in her heart, and she stood there dazed for a long time until someone lifted the tent flap. Outside stood Han Su. Xiangxiang took a step back, noticing the bandage on his hand where she had bitten him, feeling a bit lost. Han Su said, "Go on, what are you hesitating for? Just go along with him. This time he gave you to me because he knows I won't touch his possessions. If there's another time, it might not be so easy." Xiangxiang bit her lips slightly, and Han Su raised an eyebrow. She finally replied softly, "I'll go now." Han Su sighed and said gently, "Xiangxiang, don't you understand? It's already come to this. You have no better place to go. As long as he accepts you as a concubine, your parents will be at ease, and you'll have face. Your brother and sister will be taken care of. He has everything you couldn't even imagine before. Your life is worthless in his eyes. You can only follow him in joy and sorrow, in life and death, and share in his glory and disgrace." Xiangxiang lowered her head and remained silent. Murong sat at a desk with an oil lamp beside him, engrossed in writing. When he saw Xiangxiang enter, he put down his pen and rolled up the paper. Xiangxiang tightly gripped the corner of her clothes with her right hand as Murong said, "Come here, serve this prince in changing clothes." Xiangxiang walked over with her head down, clumsily untying his robe. He looked down at her. She was still wearing his robe, which fit her well after the alteration. There was a fragrance of osmanthus in her hair, delicate and refreshing, surpassing any cosmetic scent. Her face was tender, like tofu, making one want to take a bite. He said, "Lift your head." Upon hearing this, Xiangxiang raised her head, and Murong kissed her. Her lips were soft and full. He savored them for a while, and Xiangxiang hesitated, gently parting her red lips. His tongue slipped in, touching her warm and slightly sweet little tongue. Murong was taken aback. Was she responding to him? He noticed her expression. Her little face was slightly frowning, her gaze still lowered, a bit fearful but very submissive. He released her, allowing her to slowly change into a loose cotton robe. It was also Xiangxiang's first time seeing his body. It was that of an adult man, tall and strong, with bulging muscles and prominent veins, yet marred with intersecting scars. Her small hands were both soft and white, gently helping him into the nightgown. Finally, Murong asked, "Why did you want to drown yourself?" Xiangxiang's face turned pale again. For the first time, Murong did not interrupt her and patiently waited to hear. She stammered, They said, you would." Murong Li understood. His subordinates must have said something inappropriate that she overheard. He said, "I won't." Xiangxiang froze, and Murong Li raised an eyebrow, looking at her. "I've said I won't. Do you have any more questions?" Xiangxiang felt a bit more at ease. Murong Li lowered his head and kissed her again. She slightly opened her hands and finally, cautiously touched his solid waist, hesitatingly grasping the fabric of his robe. His body was burning hot. That night, the sounds in the tent kept Zhou, Zhua, Han Su, and Xiangxiang awake all night, and they ended up lining up to bathe by the lake. The next day, Murong Li woke up half an hour late. No one dared to enter the tent to ask for him. Outside, the sky was bright, and fortunately, the mountain bandits had been eliminated, and the army had no urgent matters. Murong Li was in a good mood and had someone take out a box of seized gold, silver, and jewels, calling for soldiers to compete in archery. The winners would receive heavy rewards. The mountains outside Lingji County became a ready-made training ground, where soldiers rode horses and drew bows, their long spears clashing, having a great time. The complex terrain of the mountains made the competition even more exciting. Murong Li sat at the center, watching his men clad in armor and wielding fine swords, engaging fiercely, brave and unmatched. He nodded, his expression somewhat satisfied. When Xiangxiang came out, she saw the group of warriors fighting madly, still treating their comrades as if it were a life-and-death struggle. She felt her heart race with fear and dared not look too long. She picked some osmanthus flowers, added honey, and made osmanthus honey tea for Murong Li. It wasn't to curry favor. She just had a restless nature and needed something to do to pass the time. Murong Li sipped the osmanthus honey tea and ate chestnut cake, secretly sighing that women were born to embellish this world. If men were the soil, they were the flowers blooming in it, possessing a power that could transform decay into the miraculous. Of course, Lan Yu wouldn't do such things. If Lan Yu were here, she would have rushed over excitedly to join Han, Su, and the others in the fray. On such a sunny day, it was a pity she wasn't around. Beside him, Zhou picked up a weapon, rolling up his sleeves and saying, "Your Highness, shall we stretch our muscles?" This wave of bandits was captured before they even had a chance to warm up. It was not satisfying enough. Murong Li reached out, someone handed him a weapon, and he called out loudly, "Come." The soldiers' cheers shook the heavens, turning the mountains into a battlefield for men. Xiangxiang was helping the wounded change their dressings when she turned to see him, a dignified prince, wrestling with the soldiers, drawing bows, fighting barehanded, grass flying, stones splashing, dust rising everywhere. There was no distinction between rich and poor, noble and lowly. She couldn't help but slightly curve her lips, revealing a smile. They played in the mountains for most of the day until they had distributed all the jewels. Only then did Murong Li order return to the city. He continued to ride, while Xiangxiang, of course, shared the horse with him. He held her waist with both hands and gently lifted her onto the horse. The captured bandits were put in cages and placed on carts, pulled by horses into the city. The bandits of Lingji County had caused trouble for a long time, and when the people heard they had been eradicated, they gathered along the streets to watch. Murong Li's horse led the way, and the streets of Lingji County were filled with people. As soon as Xiangxiang saw this, she turned her head and buried herself in Murong Li's embrace. The people could see her on the horse, but not her face, and they all began to speculate. Xiangxiang resolutely refused to raise her head, and Murong Li felt her warm and soft form in his arms, enjoying the closeness and ignoring her. When they reached the center of the street, the local officials came to greet them. Only then did Murong Li furrow his brow, too lazy to say much, signaling his diplomatic spokesperson, Han Su, to step forward and negotiate. Han Su knew his master's temperament well and hurriedly stepped forward a hand over the captured bandits to the local officials. The official wanted Murong Li to say a few words, but Han Su smiled, thinking, the prince wouldn't even speak a few words if it were the king of Yin asking him to. You think he'll just say whatever you ask? Are you his father? Murong Li took Xiangxiang back to the inn, needing to go out to check on the army's encampment. Although 5,000 men weren't many, 5,000 ruffians could still cause enough trouble. Xiangxiang really wanted to go home and take a look, but on one hand, she didn't dare to tell him. And on the other hand, how would others see her if she went home at this time? Just as she was thinking, a voice came from outside. I am Guotian, seeking an audience with the prince or several generals. Please inform the military officer. The guard outside was one of Xiangxiang's subordinates, who replied, the prince has gone out, and the generals haven't returned yet. Moreover, who are you? Our prince and generals are not people you can just see whenever you want. Xiangxiang almost flew out, shouting, Father. Guotian saw her and was also somewhat excited. Xiangxiang. Pushing the soldier in front of her aside, she wanted to enter. The soldier glanced at Xiangxiang and hesitated, saying, you can only stand here and say a few words, you can't go in, and you can't take anyone out. Xiangxiang held Guotian's hand, tears welling up again. Dad. She sniffed, seeing the worry in Guotian's eyes, and couldn't help but smile. I'm fine, I'm doing well. Guotian noticed that although her clothes were those of a soldier, they were very clean and neat, and he nodded. After a long while, he asked, has the prince said how he will arrange for you? Xiangxiang lowered her head and after a long time said, Dad, you don't have to worry about me. The prince will take care of me. Maybe Hansu was right. She saw a strand of white hair mixed in Guotian's temples and reached out gently to touch it. Dad, don't worry about me. Guotian held her hand and sighed deeply. You are my daughter. How can I not worry? Xiangxiang, there are other things I don't want to ask. I just want to tell you, a family like his is not something we common people can aspire to. No matter how big the Sun Wangfu is, there is no place for you there. If he is just impulsive, promise me, no matter what, you will come back home. Xiangxiang's tears burst forth as she hugged Guotian and cried out, Dad. Guotian's eyes also became wet, but he still said, your mother also wants to come. But I'm afraid she won't see you and will worry even more, so I told her to wait for news at home. Child, listen to your father. No matter what happens in the future, we are not living for others. No matter what happens, you come back home. You are the flesh that fell from your parents. We have raised you tenderly for over 10 years. Do we still fear raising you for a lifetime? Xiangxiang rested her head on his shoulder, nodding repeatedly. Guotian said, when the prince comes back, you must ask clearly. If you can't send someone with a message, I will come again tomorrow. Xiangxiang's tears flowed like a fountain. Okay, Dad, don't come tomorrow. I will send someone to deliver the message. Guotian nodded and took out a silver ingot and 2 banknotes from his pocket. Here is some money. You take it first. I originally planned to give it to you when you left the city. At that time, I was startled and forgot in a daze. Xiangxiang shook her head, knowing it was not easy for her parents to save some money, and they still had a younger brother at home. Guotian urged her, you take it first, spend it when you need to, and if you really don't need it, come home and give it back to your mother. Can your parents go hungry? Xiangxiang had no choice but to accept the money. Guotian sighed, I will go back first. No matter what. You must send a message tomorrow. Otherwise, I will come to see you in the afternoon. Xiangxiang nodded, tears streaming down her face. Guotian sighed, looking back 3 times as he walked away, but in the end he still left. Chapter 8. Brother-in-law Murong returned to the city only at night, and Hansu followed closely behind. The soldier guarding the gate quietly reported to him about Guotian's visit in the afternoon. Hansu nodded, knowing that Guotian was concerned about his daughter, and approached Murong, asking indirectly, Your Highness, we will be returning to Xiangxiang in a couple of days. Murong looked at him, clearly indicating with his expression, What do you think? Hansu forced a smile and said, as for Xiangxiang, do you think we should take her with us, or leave her behind? Murong reaction was one of surprise. Who was Xiangxiang? Then he suddenly realized and asked, is this something you should be concerned about? Hansu fell silent. Murong said, since you have so much free time, go out of the city and take those guys in the camp for a training exercise of 80 li han. Su was in tears. When Murong returned to his room, Xiangxiang was in a daze. Upon hearing his footsteps, she stood up. As he entered, Xiangxiang thought for a moment, slightly pursed her lips, and went up to help him change. A servant brought in water, and upon seeing the two in the room, didn't he dare to look too much, hurriedly pouring it into the bathtub and exiting, closing the door behind. Murong seemed to be waiting for her to speak, but seeing her remain silent for a long time, he finally turned and went to take a bath. Xiangxiang hesitated for a moment, and hearing the sound of water behind the screen, she slowly walked in, feeling as though her feet were heavy as lead. Murong was wiping his back and was taken aback when he saw her. What is the matter? Xiangxiang stepped forward, her delicate hand mixing the powder bath beads and gently applying it to him. Murong felt completely relaxed, allowing her small hands to rub and knead his body. After a long while, Xiangxiang softly said, "Today, my father came by." Murong waited for her to continue, and when he saw she had no intention of being upset, he finally asked, "He wants to know if I will return home?" Murong asked, "He wants to know? Don't you want to know?" Xiangxiang lowered her head and fell silent again. Murong asked, "Do you still want to go home?" Xiangxiang slightly furrowed her brows. Amidst the rising steam, his broad and solid back made her blush, and she dared not look too much. After a long while, she softly said, I will listen to your highness. But what would happen after going back? Her parents would still have to endure the gazes of others. She would still have to listen to the filthy words of those ruffians, living forever under the pointing fingers of others. Murong was fairly satisfied with her answer, and said after a while, "Since your father came, you should go home and have a look tomorrow." Xiangxiang's hands that were rubbing his back paused slightly. What does that mean? But Murong didn't elaborate further, allowing her to continue rubbing his back. His body felt very comfortable under her small hands, and before long, he leaned against the edge of the bathtub, slightly closing his eyes, seemingly asleep. The next day, Han Su, Zhou and Xiangxiang arrived early with their subordinates at the post station. After Murong finished washing up, the servants at the post station were preparing breakfast. He said, "Let us go." A group of soldiers, accustomed to following orders, quickly followed him out. Murong turned back to see Xiangxiang still in a daze. She understood and followed behind him. The place was not far, and they did not ride horses. However, with 50 or 60 soldiers armed with knives and arrows, looking fierce, it was indeed very eye-catching. Xiangxiang lowered her head, silently following behind Murong, who walked briskly, forcing her to jog to keep up. Before long, they arrived at the Guo family tofu shop, and Xiangxiang felt a bit shy returning home. But Murong walked straight in. The shop was at its busiest, and there were many people. As soon as Guotian saw the visitors, he froze, then noticed Xiangxiang following behind Murong. He quickly approached, ready to pay his respects. "Prince Sun." Murong did not let him kneel, seeing him about to bow. He said, "No need." Then he lifted his chin, signaling him to find a place for him to sit. At this time, the shop was crowded, and there were no other seats available. Guotian thought for a moment, leading a few people to the kitchen, which had tables and chairs. Although it was a bit cluttered, it was very clean. Murong sat down at the table, and Guochun and Guiyang were stunned. Guotian instructed them to go out and attend to the customers. And once everyone left, he quietly said, "Your Highness, your esteemed presence." Murong interrupta. "No need for pleasantries. I want to take your daughter as a concubine. What are your conditions?" "Huh?" Guotian was stunned. Xiangxiang was also taken aback, and Zhou glanced at Han Su, who returned him a mysterious look. Xiangxiang looked around with a puzzled expression. It took Guotian a long time to react, and he suddenly knelt down. "Your Highness, Xiangxiang is the daughter of a humble family. She is not worthy of entering the Sun Wangfu. Please, Your Highness, rescind your order." Murong's gaze was fixed on his face, and both Zhou and Han Su took a slight step forward. Zhou shouted angrily, "Impudence! Guo, Your Highness is being reasonable with you, yet you dare to be so arrogant. Are you looking for death?" Guotian lowered his body and bowed his head. Murong remained expressionless, and after a long time asked, "What is the reason?" Guotian replied, "Your Highness, high-status homes are not suitable for wildflowers and weeds. I humbly request Your Highness to leave Xiangxiang here. She is also not suitable for marriage now. My wife and I are willing to serve as her servants for life. If Your Highness, if you ever want to take her to live with you for a few days, no matter how far, I will certainly send her over. Just set a date to bring her back." Murong laughed. "Is there a tiger or a wolf in my Sun Wangfu that makes you so fearful?" Guotian kept bowing his head. "Your Highness." Murong did not wait for him to continue, and stood up, saying, "Since you do not appreciate my kindness, then that's it. I will take her with me. Consider her a servant girl. It saves trouble." Guotian's expression changed slightly, and Murong turned and walked out first. Guotian wanted to chase after him, but Xiangxiang stopped him. "Father, I willingly want to go with him. In fact, She bit her lip and smiled. He treats me well. He just has a bad temper. I want to follow him. She held back tears and said firmly, we are compatible. Father, you don't need to worry. Guotian held her hand, tears streaming down the face of the resolute man. Xiangxiang, he will eventually marry a legitimate wife. What will you do then? Xiangxiang raised her hand to wipe away the tears on his face, her heart aching. Father, I have to go now. If I'm late, he will be unhappy. I will be fine. Guotian was left speechless as she turned and ran out, only to see Han, Su, and Zhou was still at the door. The people in the shop had already noticed something was off and were all looking over. Han Su gave Xiangxiang a look, and she bit her lower lip, finally chasing after Murong Li. Taking a deep breath, she grabbed his hand. Murong Li was slightly startled, and she whispered, almost pleading, my father. He didn't mean it. He doesn't know what kind of person your highness is. Luckily, he doesn't know. If he did, he would definitely object even more. Murong Li felt her delicate hand holding him, slowing his pace. Upon hearing this, he stopped. Xiangxiang gathered her courage and softly pleaded with him. Your highness has come all this way. Please have breakfast before leaving, okay? Murong Li snurta kuldli, dismisivedi. Xiangxiang was so anxious that tears were about to fall. By following him, it definitely meant returning to Yendu Jinyang. She didn't know when she could return to Lingji. She hadn't even said a word to her mother and younger siblings or her sisters. With tears shimmering in her eyes, she said, Your Highness, you are magnanimous. Please don't hold it against my father. Finally, Murong Li did not shake off her hand, and she tentatively led him back. He did not refuse. Zhou and Han Su exchanged glances and raised their eyebrows at each other. Xiangxiang looked dumbfounded, thinking, wow, this woman is something. Murong Li turned back, his expression not very pleasant, looking as if he was ready to bite someone at any moment. Zhou, Han Su, and Xiangxiang all glanced at Old Gua, clearly indicating, Old Gua, is your head hard enough? Murong Li sat down again, with Zhou and the three standing behind him. Xiangxiang gave her father a look, then personally went over, scooping some tofu pudding and preparing the sauce, using Gua family's own large bowl. Murong Li looked at the tofu pudding in front of him and was somewhat satisfied. It was much larger than the bowl he used the first time he came. A little bit like that. How can these martial people fill their stomachs? Xiangxiang handed him the chopsticks and also gave him a spoon. He took a bite and found the taste acceptable, so he ignored the old Gua on the side. Xiangxiang couldn't let Zhou and the others just watch. So she served them all a bowl, and several people buried their heads in breakfast. She finally had time to look for Guotian and Guiyang. The family no longer greeted the guests and gathered together. Xiangxiang knew time was limited, and Murong Lixing was used to eating quickly. She hurriedly said, Dad, Mom, I'm going to Jinyang with him. As soon as I settle down, I will send you a message. Don't provoke him, don't oppose him. Guotian wanted to say something, but Xiangxiang said, Dad, I understand everything. Guotian sighed and finally stopped talking. Guotian pulled Xiangxiang and wiped her eyes, saying, Mom will pack things for you. You can't go empty-handed. Xiangxiang nodded, not sure if there would be enough time. It should be impossible. Guotian turned around and went home, and Guiyang pulled Xiangxiang. Sister, who is he? Xiangxiang said, He is Prince Sun, Murong Li. Guiyang's eyes sparkled. Wow, he is really Murong Li. I heard he is super powerful. Xiangxiang's sadness eased a little, saying, Don't talk nonsense. Guiyang couldn't hold back. Sister, is he going to be my brother-in-law in the future? Xiangxiang's face turned red instantly, and then she shouted, Don't talk nonsense. Guiyang bounced back to the kitchen, where Murong Li was still having breakfast. He stood beside him, sneaking glances, and then asked, Are you really Prince Sun? Murong Li raised his eyes and saw it was a child. Han Su, worried he might bite, quickly said, He is Miss Gui's younger brother, named Guiyang. Murong Li nodded, Yum. Guiyang's eyes seemed to be shining with stars. It's really you. I can actually see the real you. Murong Li snorted coldly. The ones you saw before were all made of paper? But Guiyang joyfully circled around Murong Li, asking, I heard that people from Xijing retreat 30 miles when they hear your name. Is it true? Murong Li didn't like people talking to him while he was eating. Frowning slightly, Hansu already said, Kid, shut up. Guiyang, like a dog, kept circling around him, and after a long time said, Are you going to be my brother-in-law? Brother-in-law? Murong seemed to hear something interesting, and surprisingly didn't he get angry, saying, I guess so. Guiyang's eyes sparkled even brighter. Brother-in-law, can I follow you to fight? Murong simply put down his chopsticks and asked, Do you want to join the army? Guiyang's eyes were filled with anticipation. Yes. I want to follow you to kill the people of Xijing. Murong looked at him for a few moments and said, You're too young. Wait until you grow up a bit. Guiyang's face lit up with joy. How old? Brother-in-law, how old do I have to be? Murong raised his right hand, about this high. Guiyang wished he could grow immediately. Brother-in-law, when I grow this tall, where can I find you? Murong said, Xiangxiang. Guiyang knelt down and bowed ceremoniously, excitedly, his face unable to hide his joy. Then it's a deal. I've already bowed to you. You are my brother-in-law. You can't lie to me. Murong found it interesting and said, It's a deal. Kid, do you find it fun? The people of Xijing retreat 30 miles when they hear my name because I used fire to attack Jiaming City, resulting in the deaths of 120,000 people in the fire. Do you think it's fun? I hope that many years later, when you really stand at the city gate and see the city burning with fire, with old and young crying and fleeing, you still find it joyful. Chapter 10. Breaking the cocoon. Guiyang was currently kneeling and flattering when Guitian came over and pushed him away. Without a word, he knelt in front of Murong. Since the matter was settled, he was determined to take Xiangxiang away. And of course it was better to be a concubine than a mere maid. Guitian was a sensible man. If lowering his head in front of Murong could earn his daughter a better life, begging a few words was nothing. Murong was also watching him. He bowed his head and said, Your Highness, I want to ask if what you said about marrying Xiangxiang as a concubine still counts. After thinking for a long time, he still found it hard to speak up. Xiangxiang entered, and seeing her father kneeling like this, she immediately became teary-eyed. Murong didn't find it inappropriate for his father-in-law to kneel before him. He said, Can we discuss the betrothal now? Guitian breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he was still willing to give his daughter a name. He immediately said respectfully, Your Highness, the rules for taking a concubine are not many. Although our family is not wealthy, we are not worried about food and clothing. We just hope. Before he finished, Murong became impatient. This king taking a concubine has nothing to do with your family's wealth. Guitian wanted to say more, but Xiangxiang softly said, There are no fixed rituals for taking a concubine. Your Highness can casually issue the betrothal and then come to pick her up in a small sedan. After saying this, she also blushed. Murong nodded. This king came to order the troops to eliminate bandits, and the soldiers are all present, so I cannot stay long. Tomorrow, this king will send someone to issue the betrothal, and the day after tomorrow, I will come to welcome her. Guitian, hearing this, was still somewhat grateful, and bowed his head, saying, Thank you, Your Highness, for your great kindness. Murong stood up and was about to leave when Xiangxiang was unsure whether she should follow. He glanced at her and said, This king will come to pick you up the day after tomorrow. Xiangxiang knew this meant she was allowed to stay home for 2 days, and her expression immediately brightened. Thank you, Your Highness. Prince Sun personally went to Gui's tofu shop, and Guitian was indeed well known. All the customers in the shop began to discuss this matter privately, their eyes glued to Xiangxiang like flies to sugar. Guiyang was still pestering Xiangxiang with questions. Sister, now that you're marrying brother-in-law, are you going to live in Prince Sun's mansion? He was just a child and didn't know to speak softly. He simply asked excitedly. As soon as this was said, the surrounding customers erupted in laughter. A familiar neighbor shouted, Old Gua, is Prince Sun going to marry your Xiangxiang? Suddenly, all sorts of voices emerged. Someone joked, No wonder you first went out of the city with the army, then canceled the marriage with the Ma family. It turns out you've picked a high branch. Good job. Old Gua, our little Lingji County actually has a golden phoenix flying out. Guitian's face turned red. What nonsense. Canceling the marriage with the Ma family was out of necessity. The other party, however, had no malice, smiling and saying, Yes at that time. Xiangxiang was also sent back by this Prince Sun. TSK, it's truly a heavenly match. For a moment, congratulations were everywhere. The news spread quickly, and soon officials from the state and the prefecture came to the door, all bringing gifts directly for Xiangxiang. Although Guitian had lived a straightforward life, being a commoner, When had he ever been treated with such importance by these officials? Suddenly, this straightforward man was somewhat at a loss. Just as he was busy welcoming these officials into the shop for tea, Han Su and Joshua came with 2 soldiers, carrying a wooden chest. Everyone immediately quieted down. Han Su and Joshua had not issued a betrothal, and these 2 martial men knew nothing about it. They simply said, "Mr. Gua, this is the betrothal gift from the prince from Miss Xiangxiang." Gua Tian hurried to welcome them, and everyone came over to watch the excitement. Seeing this, they were somewhat disappointed. According to reason, the prince wouldn't be too stingy with the betrothal gift, but they didn't expect only a chest to be sent. However, he was out and about, so everything was probably kept simple. Gua Tian hesitated for a moment. Gui Yang was still young and very curious, so he reached out to open the chest. To everyone's surprise, the chest was not locked, and it opened as soon as the lid was lifted. Then everyone saw that it was filled to the brim with gold, silver, and jewels, pearls, emeralds, beautiful jades, red agates, and a dazzling array that dazzled the eyes. If this were exchanged for silver, it would surely amount to 30 to 50,000 taels. Gua Tian's heart trembled a bit. This prince really. Xiangxiang, however, knew that he must have taken a chest of the spoils from eliminating bandits. The state and prefecture officials surrounded the chest, exclaiming in admiration. And then someone whispered, "This prince, why doesn't he look at my daughter?" Gua Tian dealt with everyone, and after the state officials left, the county magistrate of Lingji County came over. Guo Chun prepared Xiangxiang's clothes and brought them to the shop, only to find the place crowded with people. She was startled, thinking something had happened, and hurried in to see many strangers surrounding Gua Tian, all very polite, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Guo Chun sighed in relief and found Xiangxiang, who was with Yang. Xiangxiang explained the situation about the marriage, and she also showed some joy, hugging her daughter and repeatedly saying, "This is good, this is good. At least there is a name, although it is as a concubine, but with such a family background, what more can we expect?" Xiangxiang felt much more at ease being hugged by her mother. Gua Tian, surrounded by everyone, finally relaxed his brows that had been furrowed for days due to his daughter's situation. His mother also had a smile on her face, and the clouds that had been hanging over the Gua family suddenly dispersed, revealing brilliant sunshine. Xiangxiang lowered her head. It turned out Han Su was indeed right. He had everything she had never even dreamed of. As long as he showed a little kindness, he could solve all her and her parents' problems. This chest of jewels was probably something the Gua family could never earn even if they didn't eat or drink for a lifetime. Yet he could casually point and bring it out just to take a concubine. Others would naturally think he cherished and valued her. But did he really love her? Once the congratulatory guests had dispersed, the Gua family tofu shop finally quieted down. Of course, no tofu was made today. Gua Tian and Gua Chun sat Xiangxiang down at the table, and after a long time, Gua Chun finally said, "You are getting married the day after tomorrow. From now on, you will belong to Prince Sun. Regardless of how things were before, as a wife, you must fulfill your responsibilities." Xiangxiang nodded, and Gua Chun started to instruct her on how to support her husband and educate children. Xiangxiang listened with her head down. Outside, firecrackers were going off, and officers were loudly announcing that Prince Sun would take a concubine the day after tomorrow, with a banquet laid out on the long street, and all who came would be welcomed. Everyone cheered again. By the afternoon, someone knocked on the door again. Gua Tian opened it to find it was Yiqing. Behind him was old lady Yu, and both had smiles on their faces upon seeing Gua Tian. "Brother Gua, we heard Xiangxiang is getting married, so we brought some things over." Old lady Yu, being particularly eloquent, appeared kind and said, "Xiangxiang has grown up under my watch since she was a child. She is no different from my own daughter. Now that she is getting married, this is our Yu family's little token of goodwill." Gua Tian's face darkened at the sight of them. Hearing this, he didn't give them a good expression. "Thank you, but there is no need. Everything needed for my Xiangxiang's marriage is prepared by the prince. You could take it back." Old lady Yu paused with the package, still held in midair. Feeling somewhat awkward, Gua Tian wanted to let go of past grievances, but he could not forgive those who had harmed his daughter. If it weren't for Xiangxiang marrying into such a family, would they have come over, fearing she would hold a grudge? Old lady Yu realized Gua Tian was still angry and could only smile at Xiangxiang, saying, "Xiangxiang, regarding past matters, it was my fault. You are a good child. Don't hate me." Qing Air actually didn't want to do this, but Besides, if Qing Air hadn't let go in time, you wouldn't have landed such a good match. Upon hearing this, Guitian became furious. So you mean Xiangxiang should thank you? Old lady, you realized she had misspoken, but still forced a smile. I meant that a person's marriage is destined. People like you, noble ones, are naturally not meant to enter the doors of common families. Our you family is just unfortunate. Guitian snorted, and Xiangxiang could only say, Aunt you, we appreciate your kindness, but please take the things back. Seeing that there was really no way to enter, old lady, you had to turn around awkwardly. Yuqing glanced at Xiangxiang, wanting to say something, but hesitating. In the end, he still followed his mother. After they left for a while, old lady, you became angry. What a thing. Do they really think that just because they've flown up to the branches, they are now a phoenix? Haven't they seen the noble ladies and daughters of prominent families? Marrying her is just for fun. Does she really think of herself as a treasure? Yuqing felt a bit embarrassed and called out, Mother. Old lady, you remained sulky. What are you calling for? Like a wooden block, not saying a few words. Didn't you see how those officials praise their family? If she really whispers a few words in the prince's ear, do you still want a head? Yuqing lowered his head and looked back again. She should have been his wife, the woman he grew up with since childhood. Now she was suddenly marrying into the prince's residence. Even if she became a concubine, she would be the prince's concubine, not just any idle prince. That was the Sun Wang, who held significant military power in the Great Yin. Even if he stood on tiptoe, he wouldn't see a speck of dust on her. No matter how he thought about it, it felt uncomfortable. The two of them left with their own thoughts, and Guitian and Guo Chun glanced at each other. Their expressions complex. There was worry, helplessness, and also joy. Who wouldn't want their daughter to have a good home, especially after going through all these events? How important is a woman's reputation? Who, besides this powerful man, can save her, provide her with a lifetime of glory, and spare her from gossip? They say fortune and misfortune depend on each other. This world is truly too unpredictable. In the evening, Guo Chun slept with Xiangxiang. Just as they were falling asleep, someone knocked on the door. It was Xiangxiang's sister and brother-in-law, who had returned, bringing along their 2-year-old son. Guitian and the others quickly got up. In fact, Xiangxiang's sister, Murong, hadn't come back in all the days since Xiangxiang returned. It wasn't that she didn't care, but her sister's reputation was like this. As a married woman, she couldn't be influenced by her sister anymore. She wanted to come back, but her in-laws certainly wouldn't allow it. She could only have her husband bring some things to visit. Now hearing that her sister was about to marry into the Sun Wang's residence, her in-laws initially didn't believe it. Later, when they heard that the officials from the provincial government had come to congratulate, they were immediately overjoyed and quickly let their son bring his wife back home overnight. When Xiangxiang saw her sister, she was naturally very affectionate. The two of them went to the inner room to talk, holding hands, and Guorong's tears fell. Xiangxiang, do you blame your sister? I haven't been able to come see you all these days. As the eldest sister, I can't provide timely help. I can only add some embellishment. If you weren't going to marry into the prince's residence, I really don't know when I could see my sister again. Xiangxiang's heart ached. When they were young, their parents had to take care of the tofu shop, and it was mostly her sister who took care of her and her brother. An elder sister is like a mother. She understood her sister's heart very well. She hurriedly wiped her sister's tears. Sister, I'm fine now. Look, I'm doing well. Guorong nodded repeatedly. My sister is fortunate. Actually, hearing that you found such a home, I feel that whether I come back or not is okay. At least I can rest assured. Xiangxiang hugged her, and she smiled. Look at me. It's not easy to come back once, and I've made you cry. She took out a few pieces of clothing from her bundle. Sister, I made you a few outfits. I started making them when I heard you were coming back a few days ago. Try them on? Xiangxiang took the clothes, saw that the fabric was much better than what her sister was wearing, and knew that she must have saved good materials for herself, tears welling up. Guorong helped her change into the new clothes, smiling. Indeed, you look the best in these. But once you get to the prince's residence, you might not be able to wear these clothes anymore. Xiangxiang felt a wave of sadness. I will wear them. I will. The two sisters embraced, laughing and crying together. The three of them slept on one bed, talking all night. As dawn broke and the morning light entered through the window, Xiangxiang and her sister were combing each other's hair, when they heard a commotion outside. Zhou and Han Su sent a soldier to bring the phoenix crown and bridal gown. This was indeed decided by Han Su, with Murong Li's temperament. Who would think of such things? He simply waved his hand. Prepare whatever you need. You all figure out. The three of them were left to figure out. After all, it was his money, and he didn't feel heartache spending it, so they went all out. The bright red bridal gown and dazzling pearl crown were delivered to the Guo family. Even Guotian felt it was enough. This prince had been quite generous to his daughter. He sighed and said to Guochun, "Teach our daughter some virtues and propriety. Once she enters the prince's residence, she must live up to the prince's good intentions today." Guochun nodded, allowing Murong to help Xiangxiang try on the clothes. Looking at her two daughters and one son, she exchanged glances with Guotian, feeling a sense of comfort in her heart. On the day of the wedding, Xiangxiang wore a gorgeous bridal gown, a pearl crown on her head, with pearls hanging down in front of her eyes. A flowing feast lined the long street, with 5,000 soldiers entering the city to help, and all the townspeople shared in the festivities. Each table was set for 2 taels of silver, hiring the most famous chefs in the city, starting to prepare from the day before. The banquet lasted a full day, and a small sedan chair carried Xiangxiang from the Guo family, amidst the deafening sound of firecrackers, to the Lingji County post station. The entire Lingji County knew that Guotian's daughter from the tofu shop was marrying the Sun Wang, causing everyone to envy her. Sitting in the sedan chair, Xiangxiang clasped her hands together. The pearl curtains swayed with the rhythm of the sedan chair, and she thought of everything that had happened before, feeling as if it were a grand dream. Although she was no longer a new bride, she still couldn't help but feel nervous and shy. From now on, he would be her husband. She lowered her head, thinking of that person's face, feeling a mix of fear and gratitude. Dimly, there was also a hint of longing. Chapter 11. Eccentricity. That night at the inn, there were no other decorations, just the big red characters of happiness pasted on the doors and windows. When Xiangxiang entered, Murong Li merely lifted the veil to take a glance, confirmed it was indeed her, and waved his hand to have her sent into the bridal chamber. Hangsu, Zhou, Xiangxiang, and others saw that their wives were already brought in and did not dare to disturb him further, so they went out to drink. Once inside the room, Murong Li lifted the veil. Xiangxiang's face was flushed, like it was dyed by the morning glow. He simply reached out to help her remove the intricate hair ornaments, noticing she had applied rouge on her face, and said, "Wash it off. Why do women have to dress up like this when getting married? It's so troublesome when unwrapping." Xiangxiang hurriedly fetched water to wash away the oil, rouge, and so on. After taking off the wedding gown, Murong Li found it much more convenient. He held Xiangxiang in his arms and waved his sleeve to extinguish the candle. In the darkness, only faint whispers and heavy breathing could be heard. On the wedding night, they naturally did what they were supposed to do. The next day, the army packed up and returned to Jinyang. Xiangxiang got up very early, bringing warm water into the room to serve Murong Li for his grooming. Murong Li allowed her to serve him. She helped him change clothes and tidied up their belongings, which would be taken away by soldiers. Guotian also arrived early, accompanying the army, and sent them all the way to the city gate of Lingji County. At that time, the red sun was just rising, and the autumn sun was shining brightly. He opened his mouth several times before finally saying, "Your Highness, Xiangxiang, I leave her in your care." Murong Li, sitting high on his horse, nodded slightly. Guotian, worried, turned back to look at Xiangxiang. She dared not speak, fearing that if she did, she would burst into tears. Guotian stood at the city gate, watching the army depart towards Jinyang. Xiangxiang quietly clenched her hands. The parting sorrow gradually grew distant and boundless. Not knowing how long had passed, Xiangxiang finally turned back, and the city gate was no longer in sight. Her lips brushed against Murong Li's chin, and he looked down at her, noticing her slightly flushed face as she turned away again. Jinyang, the legendary capital of the Great Yan. What kind of place would it be? What kind of place was the Sun Wangfu that her father viewed as a den of tigers and wolves? Would this man beside her truly be her lifelong support? Uncertain, the road ahead twisted and turned endlessly. Even though the future could bring countless changes, she only had him now. She could only rely on him, follow him. She turned her head, just in time to meet Murong Li's gaze. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, attempting to smile. It was too forced, failing to conceal the melancholy in her eyes. Murong asked, "Do you miss your parents?" Xiangxiang bit her lip, thinking of her younger brother and sister. Murong couldn't quite understand this feeling, only saying, "Just follow me well from now on." Xiangxiang nodded. "I will. Be a good wife to you." No, not just a wife. They traveled by day and rested by night. And when the city gate of Jinyang finally came into view, Xiangxiang couldn't help but stretch her neck to look. Murong ordered Zhou Zhua and the military officials waiting to greet him to take the soldiers back to the right camp. He himself returned to the Wangfu first. Jinyang was much livelier than Lingji County, with people coming and going, sweating profusely. Xiangxiang felt half nervous and half uneasy, and did not look around much. Murong rode through the main street without any reservations, displaying the demeanor of the powerful. An official ahead was about to shout, "Who dares to gallop on this street? Are you blind?" When he saw Murong, he quickly stepped aside. Sun Wang is back in the city. All irrelevant persons quickly retreat. He wanted to shout for everyone to run, fearing that stepping on them would be in vain. The Yan Wang would still punish him for neglecting his duties. At most, he could kill his horse to compensate, but he didn't dare to shout due to the official authority. However, on this occasion, Murong's horse encountered the sedan of Master Gon. Master Gon was the current chief inspector, and his servants were quite arrogant. Seeing someone riding towards him, he directly shouted, "Impudent! Don't you see Master Gon is here? Get off your horse." Murong coldly replied, "Get out of the way." The servants exploded with anger at this. "Who is this? How dare you let Master Gon's sedan move aside?" The leading servant pointed, "Are your eyes blind?" Before he finished, Murong didn't even pull on the reins. The horse reared up and charged straight towards the sedan. As the horse was about to collide with the sedan, Xiangxiang let out a scream and buried herself in Murong's embrace. The servants were taken aback, shouting in disarray. Inside the sedan, Master Gon only heard voices outside. At that moment, he had just lifted the curtain and saw a black horse charging directly at him. Master Gon's heart shattered, and he yelled, "Damn it, my grandmother!" The horse nimbly leaped, its front hooves tapping on the top of his sedan, vaulting over. Just as it happened, Master Gon, usually slow and methodical, hurriedly rolled out of the sedan, hands over his head, and tumbled to the ground. On the street, he rolled for a bit before being helped up by his servants. The bearers looked at him in admiration. "Master, such skill. You're still as sharp as ever." Master Gon, still shaken, didn't even have time to brush off the dust, and turned to see the backside of Murong's horse. He was furious, trembling all over. "Murong, you galloped and caused injury. I will definitely report you." Murong didn't even turn back, thinking, "Report me? How many times have you done that before?" TCH. He took Xiangxiang down from the horse, this time knowing to be gentle. Xiangxiang didn't end up falling on the ground. The Sun Wangfu was grand and imposing, with a pair of stone lions holding balls at the entrance. The copper doors gilded, and a golden plaque hanging above with the words Sun Wangfu flamboyantly displayed. Two armored warriors stood guard with long halberds. Upon seeing Murong, they simply saluted and then immediately stood straight, expressionless, eyes straight ahead. The steward led a row of servants waiting at the door. As soon as Xiangxiang dismounted, she was stunned. Over 200 servants in the mansion were neatly dressed, all waiting at the gate. Everyone lowered their heads and stood with their hands at their sides, standing orderly. This was the Sun Wang, feared by all in Jinyang. Being his servant was not an easy task. Murong didn't delay, dropping off Xiangxiang before turning to enter the palace. The Yan Wang, Murong Xian, was fuming. "You bastard!" Galloping on the street, injuring the imperial inspector. "What punishment should you face?" Murong knelt straight, with Xiangxiang, Zhou Zhua, and Han Su kneeling in a row behind him. Over there, Master Gon was still lamenting. "Your Majesty, not only that, on the busy street, he not only rode at full speed, but also ordered the patrolling officials to drive away merchants and commoners, truly showing no regard for the law. In his eyes, our great Yan's laws are just a piece of waste paper." The Yan Wang slammed the table, angrily shouting, "Bring him out and give him 100 military lashes." Murong shot a glare at Master Gon and turned away with a snort. 100 lashes were nothing to him. The Yin Wang then turned to Han Su, Zhou Zhua, and Yin Qing behind him, angrily shouting, "You three? I ordered you to follow Sun Wang, yet you dared to abandon your posts. You will also receive 100 lashes." The three exchanged glances, gritting their teeth. "We are guilty." The Yin Wang nodded. "Since you are all guilty, you shall be punished together. Divide the 100 lashes. You three each get 30, and Sun Wang gets 10. You may leave." Han Su and the others had expressions of disbelief. "Your Majesty, is your math taught by a dog?" They glared fiercely at Master Gon. Master Gon turned pale. "Your Majesty." The Yin Wang raised an eyebrow. "What else do you have to say? Didn't you see my son getting punished?" "Oh dear, son. Is your injury from last time better?" "Damn it, I ordered you to be punished with 10 lashes, and you actually dared to hit him so hard." Murong Li's mother had passed away early. When he was a child, he was pushed into the water and almost drowned. Fortunately, his elder brother Murong Bo rescued him. After that, the Yin Wang ordered Murong Bo's biological mother, Consort Shu, to raise him. Consort Shu truly cared for him, providing him with everything he needed, without any less than what Murong Bo received. Murong Li was stubborn and unyielding, like a wild bull, refusing to be led or beaten down. His elder brother, Murong Bo, was cultured and refined, always polite and tolerant to everyone. Only he could remain silent and directly punch Murong Bo in the face. Concubine Shu felt heartbroken for her biological son, but couldn't blame her adopted son, living in constant anxiety. She initially thought he was just a delinquent who would grow up to live a life of a wealthy and idle prince. Unexpectedly, he left the palace at 12 to establish his residence, and by 15, he volunteered to join the army, wanting to leave the bustling imperial capital for the harsh lands of Pingdu Pass and Yuho Pass. Upon hearing this, the king of Yin thought, "Damn it, although he would be a troublemaker anywhere, it's better for him to cause trouble from afar than stay close by. If he stayed nearby, I would have to pretend to uphold justice against my kin. From a distance, who would dare to touch him? As long as I'm still the king of Yin, who dares to move against him?" So he kicked him straight into the military camp. When handing him over to the generals, he also reminded them that although he really wanted to love the people as if they were his own children, after all, he was still his biological son. They all tightened their tails. "If you really got into a fight with him, could I still favor you?" Although the Sun King was a rogue, he was at least skilled in battle. He was truly a sharp blade, invincible in war and unstoppable in offense. Achievements and blame went hand in hand. The king of Yin felt greatly relieved and favored him even more. "If you're dissatisfied, just rebel. If you really did rebel, I could only send him to quell the rebellion, right? What is there to be dissatisfied about?" Now he had been causing trouble in the military camp for a full 10 years. Those who had been beaten by him would feel embarrassed to say they had served as generals of the great Yin kingdom. The king of Yin looked at his defiant son and angrily asked, "Do you dare to misbehave again next time?" Murong Li snorted and turned his head away. The king of Yin helped him up and asked Lord Gon to step back first. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Forget it. Anyway, you have learned your lesson. Son, how many times do you ride a horse when you go out in a month? Since they are all here, why not beat him for the whole month?" Behind him, Han Su, Yin Qing, and Zhou Zhua instantly felt like they wanted to rebel. "Damn it, can we still live like this? You, a dignified emperor, could you not be so biased? If you really want to be biased, at least be more subtle about it. Xiangxiang, if we surrender the city, can you spare us from death?" Chapter 12. Washing flowers, Murong Li returned to the residence, and receiving 10 military sticks felt no different to him than a mere tickle. The steward quickly stepped forward. "Your Highness." Murong Li asked, "Where is the lady arranged?" The steward, named Guanju, saw that Murong Li had personally brought a woman back and knew to handle her gently, rather than just grabbing her and throwing her to the ground, and could roughly guess the woman's identity. The reason Murong Li didn't throw her down was that the first time he sent Xiangxiang back, when he picked her up and tossed her down, she fell and landed hard. At that time, Murong Li was also surprised, wondering how a woman could fall off a horse. Of course, he had never taken anyone riding before. Lan Yu could ride by herself. Who else would have such bad luck to ride with him? Therefore, this time he learned from his lesson, knowing to let go once her toes touched the ground after lifting her up. Guanju immediately bowed and said, replying to your highness. The lady is arranged in the washing sword pavilion. Murong didn't say anything further and walked towards the washing sword pavilion. The washing sword pavilion was a 2-story small building with a pool outside. It was said that the famous generals of the Great Yin had washed their swords here. Hence the water in the pool appeared a faint pink color. When Murong left the palace to establish his residence, he chose this place without hesitation. He often practiced swordsmanship by the washing pool. Guanju arranging her here was indeed to Murong's liking. Upon entering, Murong saw that the washing sword pavilion had already been tidied up very neatly. Wutong stood quietly in a corner of the courtyard, and the water in the washing pavilion rippled with a pink hue. A few yellow leaves scattered across the pebble path made the small courtyard look even cleaner. Inside, 2 maids were busy tidying up. He often went in and out of the military and didn't return home much. Previously, there had been no mistress in the residence, so the lower servants were inevitably not very meticulous. Moreover, with a bad temper, his belongings were generally not touched by the lower servants. Thus, not many people in the Wangfu knew his preferences. Guanju only dared to arrange things according to Xiangxiang's likes. When Murong entered, he saw Xiangxiang helping the maid shake out a quilt. The two were laughing as they shook the quilt, filling the room with feathers. Murong coughed from the sudden influx of feathers, scaring the maid so much that her face turned pale. Her legs gave way as she knelt down. "Your Highness, please forgive me." Xiangxiang was startled by Murong and then by the maid, leaving her at a loss for words. Staring blankly at him while still holding the quilt, Murong waved his hand. "Get out. What are you shaking for? I'm not going to eat you." He indeed wouldn't eat anyone, but he had once beaten the previous steward to death in front of the household servants. That steward had been sent by the queen. Feeling sorry for him, since he had no one to manage the household. After coming, he relied on the queen's support and acted arrogantly. Murong had established his residence at the age of 12. The steward took advantage of his youth and the fact that he wasn't often home to assert control over the household. He thought he had mastered all the affairs and accounts of the household, believing that if the master wanted to take power back, it would take quite some effort. On one occasion, when Murong entered, the steward stood without kneeling, merely slightly bowing. Murong directly ordered for him to be dragged to the courtyard, where 10 soldiers beat him with sticks, both fast and slow, for over an hour until he was completely dead. Blood splattered all over the surrounding flowers and grass. The queen secretly sent someone to check the corpse, and even the Yin Wang didn't dare to tell anyone. The maid almost crawled away in fright. Xiangxiang hurried forward, first helping him take off his cloak, then said, "It's not tidy here yet. Your Highness, please go to the hall first." Murong finally responded with a grunt, and the two went to the small hall, which was indeed neatly arranged, with servants presenting fragrant tea. Murong took only a sip. He hardly drank tea, having gotten used to the military life. A bit of wine was more invigorating. Xiangxiang noticed this and softly said, "Your Highness, can I set up a small kitchen in the courtyard?" Murong turned to look at her, asking why the big kitchen couldn't be used for cooking. Xiangxiang smiled slightly and gently said, I want to have some things prepared here. It would be more convenient for me to serve you when you come." Murong replied, "Do as you wish." It was a big deal, so why bother asking him? Seeing that it was getting late, Murong ordered for dinner to be sent to the washing sword pavilion. Xiangxiang really liked the washing pool, although she didn't possess the grandeur of the famous generals washing their swords. She had the thoughts of a girl who loved to wash flowers and cleanse the mundane. She had the servants set the table by the washing pool, with a gentle autumn breeze blowing, and heated a pot of wine. Murong had not been fond of dining at home before. Being alone was rather dull. The lower servants only catered to his preferences, and no one dared to interfere with anything. Now that someone was keeping him company, he casually ate a few bites, though his spirits were still not very high. After clearing the dishes, Xiangxiang was just about to help him wash up when he said, "You should sleep first." Xiangxiang thought he still had matters to attend to, agreed, and went to tidy up the bedroom again. Murong saw this and said, "Tell the servants to do it." Xiangxiang exclaimed softly. Her heart felt a bit warmer. This was her home now, and it was indeed best arranged by her own hands. What joy would there be in leaving everything to others? Murong did not return that night. and 2 young maids were assigned to attend to Xiangxiang. The maids were young and lively. Xiangxiang felt that their laughter added a bit of life to the room. The older maid was named Ning Chui, somewhat plump and steadier in temperament. The younger one was named Bai Zhu, slightly thinner and more talkative. The 3 of them were spreading the bedding while sorting through the daily necessities sent by Guanju. Xiangxiang asked, "Has the prince left the residence?" Ning Chui replied, "No, the prince isn't a residence. He should be resting in the Listening Wind Pavilion at this time." Xiangxiang couldn't help but wonder, are there other concubines in the Listening Wind Pavilion? Bai Zhu chimed in like a firecracker. "No, there hasn't been a mistress in the entire Sun Wangfu for 8 years. There used to be Lady Lanyu. She lived in the Listening Wind Pavilion. After Lady Lanyu passed, the prince mostly stayed in the Listening Wind Pavilion." She spoke all at once, ignoring Ning Chui, who kept tugging at her sleeve, signaling her to stop. Xiangxiang responded with an "oh," knowing of Lanyu from what Han Su had said before. And later Murong Li had mentioned her several times. It had been 8 years since she had passed, yet he still chose to rest in her courtyard. That night, Xiangxiang lay alone in her room. After the maids retreated, only a single candle was lit in the room. The night crept in through the window, and after the sudden silence, an overwhelming sense of loneliness settled in. This was the night in the Great Yin Kingdom, her first night in the Sun Wangfu. Her hometown was 1,000 miles away. The feeling of having no relatives was probably just like this. She turned over but couldn't suppress her melancholy. She missed home, her parents, her sister, and her brother. Winter was approaching, and she wondered if her parents and brother had prepared winter clothes. Unable to sleep, she opened her eyes. The curtains before her looked like silk and satin, thicker than silk with a draping quality, yet softer and smoother than satin. The quilt was a delicate silk one, embroidered with patterns of cranes flapping their wings. The pillow was a tricolored double-lion seat pillow with fish and bird patterns. An extremely subtle fragrance lingered at her nose. Everything felt unreal, like stepping into a painting, which made her uneasy. It turned out that the nights in the Wangfu were this quiet, with no voices or barking dogs, and even the sound of dew falling could be heard. Xiangxiang dozed off for a while, and by the time she awoke, the sky had already turned gray-white. She climbed up, realizing it was too early. The maids had not yet come to serve her. With nothing much to do, she started tidying up the items in her bedroom once again. When she opened the door, the water in the washing pool had transformed into another color in the morning light. Outside, the white mist enveloped everything, and in the courtyard stood only a sycamore tree, its fallen leaves sweeping across the pebble path, creating a gentle scene. She didn't know why she sighed. Fortunately, not long after, Guanju had already brought people over to tidy up the side room on the right, turning it into a small kitchen. Xiangxiang watched from the side, intending to tell them what to prepare, but the people who came were much more thoughtful than she had anticipated. After all, having money made things easier. In just half a day, the small stove had been built, and the chimney was also nearly finished. Of course, it couldn't be used just yet. After finishing these, Xiangxiang bought some fabric and silk thread. Initially, she intended to pass the time by embroidering patterns, but the fabric was something she had never seen before. Xiangxiang felt dizzy looking at it, so she decided to make some small items like a pouch and a belt to practice. Xiangxiang was skilled in needlework. Guichun had taught her in Guorongrong since they were young. She was clever and learned quickly. Back home, many of her family members' clothes were made by her own hands. As she embroidered the belt, Bichu teased her, "Madam, are you making this for the prince?" Xiangxiang lowered her eyes and smiled shyly, just to pass the time. Ning Sui then remarked, "If you add white jade and separate it with East pearls, it would match the prince's attire." Xiangxiang laughed, "Yes, but where I get white jade and pearls?" Ning Sui seemed to see through her thoughts and immediately laughed. "It's no big deal. If you're missing anything, you can ask the steward to get it from the storeroom." Xiangxiang smiled gratefully. Both girls could tell she was a generous person, so they felt much more at ease around her. By the afternoon, perhaps due to the change of environment, Xiangxiang realized that her monthly visitor had arrived. When Murong Li came in the evening, she blushed and stammered, "Prince, I might not be able to serve you tonight." She hesitated, and Murong Li frowned, asking why. Xiangxiang's face turned crimson, fearing he would get angry. She whispered, "My monthly visitor has come. Murong Li was taken aback and simply said, "Hmm." He turned and left her room, having not come for a few days. Chapter 13. The process. Murong Li was summoned to the palace, and this time it was not due to any trouble. The king of Yin spoke earnestly. "My son, I heard you took a concubine." Murong Li responded with a grunt, acknowledging his father. The king continued, "You should consider taking a proper wife as well. At your age, your brother's children can recite the Analects." Murong Li remained silent, and the king sighed again. "Go see your mother. She has been thinking of you." Only then did Murong Li go to the rear palace. His biological mother had passed away, and the mother the king referred to was the Shufei who had raised him. When Shufei saw him return, she was delighted and quickly ordered people to bring fruits and snacks, still treating him as the child who never grew up. Murong Li ate a couple of snacks, and then his elder brother, Murong Bo, walked in. The two brothers exchanged glances, somewhat like a staring contest. After a long while, it was Murong Bo who stepped forward. "Fifth brother, you're back?" In front of Shufei, Murong Li merely grunted in response. Seeing both her sons present, Shufei's expression was full of warmth. "Lear, I heard you took a concubine? Why didn't you bring her to the palace for me to see?" Murong Li snorted. "What is so good about a woman?" Shufei was taken aback by his bluntness, but having grown used to it since childhood, she brushed it off. "Your mother has been waiting for years. It's not easy for you to finally consider starting a family. Of course she wants to see." Murong Li swallowed the snacks quickly, thinking that the snacks in Shufei's palace were not well made and too sweet. He still replied, "If mother wants to see her, I can bring her over one day." Shufei nodded. In this palace, only she and the king could have such exchanges with him. Beside them, Murong Bo said, "Father has mentioned the matter of marrying a proper wife to you?" Murong Li ignored him, too lazy to respond. Shufei added, "Your elder brother, the crown prince, also mentioned that the daughter of Inspector Fu is quite good. I happened to see her when she came to the palace last time. She is pretty and has a gentle character." Murong Li swallowed another piece of snack, feeling he had completed his duty, and said, "There are many trivial matters in the residence. I'll come to visit mother another day." He stood up to leave, and Murong Bo chased after him. Shufei watched the backs of her two sons, shaking her head. Now that the king of Yin had aged, the crown prince Murong Shun was starting to take on the responsibilities of governance with the backing of the queen. As the eldest son, Murong Bo's situation had become increasingly difficult. Meanwhile, her other son held significant military power and was also a target of jealousy. He stubbornly refused to settle down and was at odds with his elder brother. These two children were like two stones weighing heavily on her chest. As the two walked to the entrance of Zhonghua Hall, Murong Bo said, "Fifth brother, mother also hopes you can settle down. She has been very concerned about you all these years." Before he could finish, Murong Li coldly replied, "I already had a family." Murong Bo fell silent and after a long pause said, "Fifth brother, I'm sorry." Murong Li stepped forward. An apology wouldn't bring her back, nor would it ease his pain. Apologies were useless. At the Shijin Pavilion, Guanju brought a lot of ingredients. Xiangxiang couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Many of the items were unfamiliar to her. Fortunately, Guanju had sent 2 kitchen maids to help. Xiangxiang cooked a melon and snail meat chicken soup, which was perfect for the dry autumn to nourish the body. When Murong Li entered, the soup had just finished cooking. Xiangxiang served him a bowl, and it was just right for him. Seeing that he liked it, Xiangxiang couldn't help but feel a bit more joyful. After the soup was finished, she served several dishes. She didn't know how to make overly extravagant ingredients, but her tofu was particularly well made. She prepared fish-flavored tofu with a special sweet and sour sauce. The golden tofu cubes, orange carrot shreds, and blackwood ear mushrooms were beautifully arranged, and the sauce was rich and flavorful. Murong Li had a big appetite. This was just an appetizer. For someone like him, a meal without meat wouldn't do. So the main dishes were candied pork knuckles, crispy chicken bites, braised pork, and a special 5-color fried rice. Finally, a refreshing red bean cake was served. They were all simple, home-cooked dishes, without any rare delicacies. Yet Murong Li enjoyed the meal, feeling that the autumn heat was still lingering. The sweet and sour flavors were very appetizing. Murong Li was not picky with food and could eat a lot here. After he was full, Xiangxiang would brew him a pot of lemon honey tea to help with digestion and reduce greasiness. Murong Li himself felt he had eaten too much here. Even if he was not picky, he was willing to return to eat. In the evening, he would practice martial arts for a while Xiangxiang sat at the entrance of the corridor, lighting the lamps. She prepared water and a sweat towel for him, and took out the waistband she hadn't finished embroidering during the day to continue her work. When Murong turned his head, he could see the warm light beside her. Sometimes when he paused, she would glance over. In the orange-red light, she would stand up to pour him a glass of water, bringing it over while helping him wipe his sweat. When Murong took a sip, he frowned. No wine? Xiangxiang's voice was soft. Just drink some water. You've already had plenty outside. Murong inexplicably didn't want to argue. Fine, water is fine. He usually practiced martial arts for an hour, and by then, the maids had prepared hot water. Xiangxiang helped him bathe, and he playfully splashed her in the tub. The two maids outside were waiting, and Xiangxiang turned pale with fright. He didn't care, and after satisfying himself, he playfully washed both of them before pulling her onto the bed. Outside, Ning Shui and Baizhu both lowered their heads, their faces red, not daring to look at them. Murong changed his clothes and came to the couch, causing another round of commotion. Xiangxiang frowned slightly, but still obediently catered to him. His energy seemed endless, and Xiangxiang experienced several ups and downs throughout the night. In the end, too exhausted to move, she finally fell asleep until dawn. In the morning, when Murong got up, Xiangxiang was still fast asleep. On the clothes rack by the bed hung the clean clothes prepared for him. Murong dressed himself and went out. When Xiangxiang woke up, Ning Shui had already come in to check on her several times. Seeing her get up, she hurried over to help. Xiangxiang's clothes were disheveled, and the marks on her skin were hard to hide. Ning Shui covered her mouth, her face flushed as she laughed. Xiangxiang weakly allowed her to assist her to the bathing tub, washed up, and let her long hair dry. Murong had a big appetite and would stock up on food after being hungry for a few days. She lay in the warm water, dozed off again, and then asked, "Is the master coming back today?" Baizhu replied, "I heard from the steward that the king of Yin sent him to the right camp to train soldiers, so he probably wants to be back during the day." Xiangxiang nodded. "Let us make some food at noon, and you can take it to him." Baizhu smiled knowingly. "It's still the madam who is thinking of our lord." Xiangxiang's face turned slightly red, feeling a bit wistful. "I have no one in this Xiangxiang city. Besides him, who else can I think of?" Ning Shui noticed her mood was a bit low and, fearing Baizhu would bring her more sadness, quickly said, "It won't be long. Once the madam is pregnant, she can also help our lord have more children." Xiangxiang's face immediately turned as red as a tomato, and Baizhu teased, "Exactly. I see our lord's enthusiasm. It should be soon." Xiangxiang was so embarrassed that she could only change the subject. "I want to send a letter back to Lingji. Can you help me deliver it to the post station?" Ning Shui replied, "Madam just needs to write it, and I'll send it to the post station this afternoon." After several considerations, Xiangxiang finally wrote a letter to report her safety. Ning Shui really took it and sent it out immediately. She personally went to the small kitchen to cook 4 dishes and a soup for Baizhu to take to the right camp. At that time, Murong was struggling to eat the food at the right camp when Baizhu brought the food box over. When Murong opened it, he saw sweet and glutinous pineapple rice, simple dishes of stir-fried bacon with garlic sprouts, home-style braised fish, home-style tofu, and a plate of shredded radish pancakes. The soup was sweet corn and white gourd rib soup. It was a simple meal, yet it was cooked with a different flavor. This taste cannot be replicated even in the most expensive restaurants. In the evening, Murong returned, and Guanju reported the accounts of the residents to him. He flipped through a few pages. The Sunwang mansion had many estates, houses, fertile fields, pastures, and horse farms, which he had acquired on a whim and never managed since. Guanju had found dedicated personnel to manage them, and over the years, they had been operating quite well. Murong didn't care how much money he had. He just ate and wore what he wanted. He never concerned himself with where the money was spent. Fortunately, Guanju was capable and rarely troubled him with the affairs of the mansion. After just a few pages of the account book, he went to the fragrant courtyard. There, in the Shijin pavilion, Xiangxiang was drying many red plums and was currently using a small silver knife to make small cuts on each plum. Murong was quite surprised. "What are you doing?" Xiangxiang had beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, but she wore a smile. "I'm making wine, plum wine." It It will be ready to drink in a few months. My mother used to like to ferment any leftover fruits from each season and bury them. Our family has always had fruit wine to drink. Murong frowned. Can't we buy it? Xiangxiang immediately lost her smile. Did I say something wrong? She cautiously said, it can be bought too. Murong said nothing more, only feeling it was a hassle. Just to drink a sip of wine? Was it really necessary to go through all this trouble? Xiangxiang put down the plums and served him a bowl of milk pudding made from fruits. After chilling it slightly, Murong sat on the side eating, watching her patiently make cuts on all the plums. Time seemed to slow down. Xiangxiang said, I feel the courtyard is too empty. Can I ask Wanju to buy some flower seeds to plant? Murong replied, do as you wish. Just have him transplant some chrysanthemums over. Isn't it the season for autumn chrysanthemums to compete in beauty? Xiangxiang softly said, I want to plant some myself. In fact, the joy of gardening isn't just about watching them bloom densely. Murong asked, isn't planting flowers for the sake of seeing them bloom? What is the difference? Xiangxiang smiled. It's not just about liking them to bloom. I enjoy the process of their growth even more. I prefer to see a seed sprout from the soil, slowly grow leaves, climb vines, or grow taller. This process, this joy, is something someone like Murong will never understand, right? Chapter 14. Pregnant Xiangxiang really planted some flower seeds in the garden. Murong was rarely at home during the day and didn't pay much attention to her. If she knew the place, she would have Ningxue or Buju deliver lunch. Murong mostly came back for dinner. Xiangxiang carefully prepared his breakfast and dinner. No matter how early he got up or how late he returned home, as long as he was with her, there was always warm food ready. If he had drunk alcohol, no matter the time, Xiangxiang could bring out tea to sober him up. He didn't like tea, but if Xiangxiang served it, he would still drink a few sips, frowning. Over time, he became indifferent to what she brought him. He figured it was fine to drink whatever it was, since she wouldn't poison him. Xiangxiang was very happy to receive a letter from her father, Guitian. He wrote that life at home was good now, and the tofu shop was doing exceptionally well. The family was so busy that they not only expanded the shop, but also hired several helpers. Her younger brother had started school and was eager to learn martial arts. A trainer from the county office had approached Guitian, expressing his willingness to teach Guiyang martial arts, and other captains also came to offer help. Guitian allowed him to learn alongside them while still attending school. The government treated the Guo family's tofu shop particularly well, even exempting them from taxes. Officials often came to eat there, and all the tofu needed by the station troops was purchased from Guo's tofu shop. At the end of the letter, Guitian sighed, saying it was a case of one person attaining success and the whole family benefiting. He then added that it was a pity she wasn't there, as the flavor of the sauce could never be matched to what it used to be. Xiangxiang felt both happy and a bit melancholic upon reading the letter. At least someone at home was looking after things, which put her at ease. When Murong came over, he saw her smiling and tearing up while holding the letter. He didn't understand why this woman had so many emotions. Xiangxiang quickly put down the letter and brought out the stewed turtle soup. Recently, she had been trying to adapt to using more expensive ingredients. After all, it wasn't appropriate to always serve the prince dishes like stir-fried garlic chives with cured meat. However, she was still practicing with bird's nest and didn't dare to present it yet. Murong didn't mind. He drank whatever she brought. He thought it tasted pretty good, regardless of whether it was expensive or cheap. Xiangxiang had the maids set the dinner by the sword washing pool. Murong had a good appetite and said while eating, the soldiers at Pingdu Pass will be changing shifts. I need to go there soon. Xiangxiang softly responded, just as she was lost in thought about her parents. Murong didn't repeat himself and continued eating. Xiangxiang helped him clean the crab and placed it in a small dish. Will you be gone for a long time? Murong thought for a moment and replied, a few months. The round trip will take about a month. Xiangxiang quietly asked, will there be danger? Murong said, what danger? It's not a battle. Xiangxiang felt a bit more reassured and helped him peel another crab. Just as Murong was eating, the steward came to summon him, saying that Prince Murong Shun had arrived. He acknowledged and threw down his chopsticks to leave. Xiangxiang didn't expect that his words meant he was leaving immediately. Murong really did enter the palace overnight and left Jinyang City for Pingdu Pass the next morning. Xiangxiang was still contemplating whether to prepare something for him when she received news from Guanju that the prince had already set off. Xiangxiang really didn't know what to say. Guanju smiled and said, "The prince is just like that, madam. You should be more understanding. At least he told you before leaving. When Lady Lanyu was around, it was much more." After thinking for a moment, he suddenly felt it inappropriate to bring up Lanyu in front of Xiangxiang and stopped talking. Xiangxiang, however, felt indifferent and smiled faintly at him, saying, "I understand, thank you, Mr. Guan." Though she said that, she still felt a bit reluctant. After all, in the whole of Jinyang City, she only had this one close person. When Murong left, it felt like a heavy piece was suddenly missing from her days, and time passed slower and slower. Xiangxiang continued to plant flowers, brew wine, and do embroidery every day, occasionally dreaming of him. The 16-year-old girl, somewhat vaguely, began to understand the feeling of missing someone. She often wrote letters home. One day, Guanju suddenly came to her. "Madam, there is a brother outside who says he is from your hometown. He has brought some things for you at your father's request." Upon hearing this, Xiangxiang immediately asked, "Where is he?" Guanju bowed slightly and said, "He is waiting in the main hall." Xiangxiang followed him over, and he added, "Madam, although he is from your hometown, you are now married into the prince's palace. With the prince not here, it's better to meet these people less often." Xiangxiang hesitated for a moment and asked, "Can I meet him?" Guanju replied, "It's not that you can't meet him, but it's better to meet less. It's always good for you, madam. Let the maids and servants meet him instead." Xiangxiang insisted, "I just want to see him, Mr. Guan. Will you accompany me?" Guanju said, "Keep it brief and avoid too much conversation. They don't understand etiquette, and even an unintentional mistake can lead to gossip." When they reached the main hall, Xiangxiang found that the visitor was Ma Jingshan. This seemed not too appropriate to meet. Ma Jingshan, however, was indifferent. He was an open-minded person, and the Guo family's broken engagement didn't hinder the two families' interaction. Upon seeing Xiangxiang, he didn't bow, as he was a commoner and didn't know any court etiquette. He immediately came over and called out, "Sister Xiangxiang." Guanju quickly stopped him, saying, "Brother Ma, please greet Madame Xiang." Ma Jingshan was taken aback, and after a moment, he understood, kneeling to salute. "Commoner Ma Jingshan, greetings to Madame Xiang." Xiangxiang was surprised and was about to step forward, but seeing Guanju's expression, she could only call out from a distance, "Brother Ma, please rise." Ma Jingshan smiled and said, "Your father asked me to bring you some things." How have you been?" Xiangxiang replied, "Quite well, but it's a trouble for Brother Ma to make this trip." Ma Jingshan said, "I happened to be in Jinyang for business, so I came by." Xiangxiang asked a few questions about the family situation, but Guanju was already signaling her to stop talking. She had no choice but to rise and let Guanju see him out. Their conversation stirred up feelings of homesickness. Remembering that things were not as they used to be made her even more melancholic. Guanju instructed Ningcue and Buju to take her back to the sword-washing pavilion, and then carefully inspected the items Ma Jingshan had brought before returning them to Xiangxiang's courtyard. Guitian sent a lot of jewelry for his daughter, saying that the family was poor before and hadn't prepared much for her dowry. The jewelry given by the prince last time was too expensive, and keeping it made him uneasy, so he preferred to send her some that she could actually use. There were also some pieces made by her mother and sister for her, which held sentimental value. Xiangxiang carefully stored the jewelry made by her mother and sister. Thinking about home, and suddenly remembering Murong, she wondered what he was doing now. Days went by, and by November, Guanju came to find her. "Madam, do you have any letters to send to the prince?" Xiangxiang was surprised. "Can we send letters?" Guanju smiled. "Of course, there are couriers in the army, much faster than regular post stations, and the letters won't get lost." Xiangxiang thought for a moment. "Besides letters, can I send other things?" Guanju replied, "Of course, madam. You can see what you need to send. A servant will come to collect them in the afternoon." Time was tight, and Xiangxiang had no time to prepare much. So she packed the clothes, belts, and pouches she had made for him in recent days. When it came time to write a letter, she didn't know how to start. After a long while, she only wrote about trivial matters of the residence and asked if he was well. Then she folded the letter, and indeed a servant came to collect it, handing it to the courier to take back to Pingdu Pass. The items arrived quickly along with the military dispatch. Murong took the military dispatch and waved his hand to have the packages collected, without asking further. Xiangxiang knew that being able to send items made her put in some thought. First, she sliced the venison, marinated it with carefully crafted sauce, and dried it to make jerky. She also dried some small fish. When the next courier came back, she entrusted someone to take it all along. She wrote another letter home, but since Murong didn't reply, she didn't mind. Murong is someone who doesn't have a sense of home. Ever since his mother passed away, he no longer considers himself to have a family. In the past, when Lanyu was at home, she never wrote to him. If she missed him, she would just tidy herself up, whip her horse, and come to the camp. No one could drive her away. Lanyu also didn't know how to take care of others. She would throw away her clothes as soon as they got dirty, let alone if they were torn. Now that he is in the military camp, he can't help but think, what kind of food is this? It's simply pig feed. But when there's no other food available, he has to make do with it. Then he receives some dried meat and small fish sent by Xiangxiang through a messenger. After tasting one, he found it quite good. Well, thankfully he can still rely on them to survive. By the end of November, Xiangxiang became very sleepy, and her appetite was poor, especially finding greasy and fishy foods particularly unappetizing. She was just a 16-year-old girl, and Ning Chui and Baizhu were not much better off. What do those three girls know? They didn't care much. One day, Xiangxiang suddenly vomited from smelling the delicious food from the big kitchen, and the two of them felt something was wrong, hurriedly rushing to call the doctor. When the doctor came and took her pulse, he was delighted. "Congratulations, madam. You were expecting." Xiangxiang was stunned, and it took her a while to react. The servants all looked overjoyed. Guanju was also happy after so many years. The prince finally had an heir. Murong was far away at Pingdu Pass, and the good news could only be reported back to the palace. When King Yin learned of it, he was very pleased and rewarded many things. The queen and consort Shu's gifts soon arrived as well. The queen's gifts were more valuable, while consort Shu considered practicality and sent items useful for pregnant women for this month. The palace also sent a royal physician to check her pulse. After a lot of fuss, Guanju told Xiangxiang, "Madam, you should write a letter to the prince to share the good news. He will surely be happy to know." Xiangxiang touched her still flat belly. 2 months into her pregnancy, it wasn't noticeable yet. She blushed slightly and nodded. After thinking for a long time, she wrote a shy letter to report the good news. Consort Shu still cared for her son and thought about Xiangxiang being alone in the residence, with just the little girl. There were no experienced wet nurses to attend to her, so she asked King Yin to bring Xiangxiang to the palace for care. King Yin immediately agreed, and in the afternoon, the palace sent someone to issue a decree, asking Xiangxiang to pack her things, as in 3 days. The palace would send a carriage to pick her up. Xiangxiang was nervous receiving the royal decree for the first time. After the decree was announced, a palace matron came to teach her the palace rules. Being pregnant, Xiangxiang already had a poor appetite, and learning such complicated palace rules every day made her even less inclined to eat. The matron did not impose overly strict requirements on her, but if she was to enter the palace, she couldn't possibly not know how to greet the queen, right? So she spent all day in the Wang residence learning how to bow to King Yin, the queen, and the various consorts. She practiced how to respond to questions from King Yin and the queen, and so on. Xiangxiang wrote to Murong, cautiously mentioning whether she could stay in the residence and not enter the palace. Each time the messenger went back and forth, besides military correspondence, King Yin, consort Shu, the queen, and Murong Bo and his brothers occasionally sent letters as well. The military officer delivered the letters to Murong, who flipped through them, only extracting the urgent reply from King Yin and tossing the rest into the drawer without looking at them again. Chapter 15. Warm and cold 3 days later. A carriage arrived at the palace to take Xiangxiang in. Ning Cui and Bijou tidied her up a bit and sent her off in the carriage. Guanju led the servants to stand at the door and sent her off with the proper etiquette, knowing that this lady was timid. He reassured her, "Shu Fei is our prince's adoptive mother and has always been close to him, so you can rest assured." Xiangxiang nodded, lowered the carriage curtain, but felt a wave of discomfort. The carriage entered the palace and arrived at the Zhongwen Hall where Shu Fei lived. Shu Fei had already prepared a clean room and was waiting at the palace gate. Xiangxiang was helped down from the carriage by the matron and, according to the rules, performed her greetings. Shu Fei smiled and reached out to support her, saying, "All right, You are pregnant, so why bother with these formalities? Xiangxiang was still nervous, not knowing what to say to such a person. Xu Fei led her into the inner chamber. This place has been tidied up. See if anything is still lacking, and I will have someone at it. Xiangxiang quickly gathered her skirts and performed a slight bow, saying according to etiquette, replying to Xu Fei, "This place is already very good. There is no need to trouble the lady." Xu Fei took her inside to sit down. She had heard earlier that Murong had taken a daughter from a tofu shop as a concubine. Now she understood that she was from small family. However, she looked quite good, with delicate skin and gentle features, and her temperament was very gentle as well. In comparison to the previous Lanyu, they were completely different types of people. Xu Fei actually preferred this girl more. Lanyu's temperament, which could push the crown prince down a stool, really undermined royal dignity. Having one stubborn bull in the family was already enough trouble, adding another one. The more she looked, the more she liked her. After all, she was a concubine, and family background was not too important, as long as she came from a respectable family. Murong had not mentioned anything about chaotic armies. Who else would dare to speak out? Looking at this girl's appearance, her future child would surely not be lacking. Xiangxiang was always tense in front of her, her whole body rigid, responding to every question with replying to the lady. Very restrained. Xu Fei noticed this and only instructed two older matrons to take good care of her before resting herself. Not long after Xu Fei left, the queen arrived at Zhongwen Hall. Xu Fei had no choice but to accompany the queen to visit Xiangxiang. Xiangxiang had just settled down and had to get up immediately to tidy her clothes and kneel to welcome the queen. The queen took her seat at the top and then said, "Get up. A pregnant woman should be careful. All these formalities can be waived." Xu Fei sat beside her, and Xiangxiang had to stand according to etiquette. Fortunately, the queen still had someone grant her a seat. When Murong brought her in, there were only a few warriors messing around, and they didn't know any etiquette. Therefore, he did not specify whether she was a side concubine or a maid. However, since he did not report to the Xiangxiang, it was obviously a maid. The servants in the residence did not care. After all, there was only this one master. Who cares if she's a lady or a side concubine? But in the palace, this distinction was very clear. In principle, a maid who was pregnant should not be visited by the queen in person. However, Murong had been in the military for 10 years, commanding troops since he was 17, and now he had a growing reputation in the military. The queen, as the biological mother of Crown Prince Murong, had to make connections with this person regardless. The queen felt a bit wronged. Murong Li's mother had passed away early, and a child was left alone in the palace. She had originally wanted to take care of him. After all, it wouldn't hurt to have an extra mouth to feed. When he grew up, he would still be a support. Who knew that the Yin Wang would not allow it, and she was somewhat displeased. Later, when it was rumored that Yin Wang intended to take care of Xu Fei, she became even more unhappy. Xu Fei's son, Murong Bo, was the eldest son, talented and intelligent, and well known for his kindness in court. If he were not born a concubine's son, he would probably have a much greater chance of becoming the crown prince than Murong. Now, if Xu Fei were to have Murong Li's child, wouldn't that be adding wings to a tiger? She had not thought of it at the time, but took advantage of the situation and found a eunuch to push Murong Li into the Xiangxiang pool. Murong Li was only 4 years old at the time and nearly drowned in the pool. Fortunately, Murong Bo discovered in time and, regardless of the cold winter, jumped into the pool to rescue Murong Li, saving his life. Yin Wang stayed beside Murong Li for several days. When he woke up, he ordered the 5th prince to live in Zhongwen Hall from now on, to be raised and taken care of by Xu Fei. Although this matter had never uncovered who the mastermind was, how could the queen not be aware? Now that Murong Li held military power, he had become a significant figure. If Murong wanted to ascend smoothly, whether this significant figure would act as a ladder or a barrier was extremely important. Fortunately, he and Murong Bo did not get along. The queen felt that Murong Bo was too foolish and did not cherish having such a brother. In the Battle of Muyang City 8 years ago, Yin Wang ordered him to lead reinforcements to Muyang, and he was delayed for 5 days because of the villagers of a single village. Murong Li held the fort and nearly died in Muyang, losing his beloved concubine, Lanyu. From then on, the two brothers were like water and fire. The queen then felt that she saw a glimmer of hope and began to pull together with Sun Wang. After all, an adopted son is still an adopted son. It shouldn't be too difficult to win him over. However, Murong Li's stubborn personality left even the wisest person at a loss. Now that his concubine was pregnant, the queen naturally wanted to show her goodwill. Supplements were sent over like flowing water, and how could Xu Fei not know her intentions? However, after all, she was the master of the harem, so what could she dare to say? She could only take good care of her. Xiangxiang settled in the side hall of Zhongwen Hall, but there was someone who was very unhappy. Her name was Yingji, the daughter of an old palace maid beside Xu Fei. After the old palace maid died, Xu Fei, out of gratitude, kept her by her side. Although she was a maid, she was treated as her own. Yingji often followed Murong Bo and Murong Li when she was young, and she had a particular affection for Murong Li. Xu Fei even said that if Lier was interested, he could marry her as a side concubine. When Murong Li established his residence outside the palace, Xu Fei even sent her to manage affairs there. She once regarded herself as the hostess of Sun Wang's residence. Who knew that after Murong Li took Lan Yu, he became indifferent to other women? She found Lan Yu displeasing and couldn't help but seize the opportunity to mock her, saying Lan Yu was a hen that couldn't lay eggs, only cackling and pretending to crow. Could Lan Yu stand for this? She immediately slapped Yingji and kicked her. Yingji covered half her face and cried angrily, seeking out Murong Li to complain. After hearing her, Murong Li said, "If you think the Wang Fu is not good, you can return to your mother." After saying this, he ignored her cries and pleas, eventually sending her back to Zhongwen Hall. After Lan Yu's death, Yingji had once approached Xu Fei, expressing her desire to return to Sun Wang's residence to care for Murong Li. Xu Fei spoke to Murong Li about it, and Murong Li said, "Last time, for the sake of mother, I sent you back alive. Next time, it may not be the same." Xu Fei did not dare to say anything further. Now she was still serving Xu Fei, already 19 and yet to be betrothed. But Murong Li had taken a small concubine, and she was pregnant. How could she accept this? Xiangxiang stayed in the side hall of Zhongwen Hall, exhausted from dealing with the various palace ladies all day. She only ate a few bites for dinner, and the matrons, seeing her poor appetite, had to bring her tea made with pickled plums. Xiangxiang had been learning palace rules for the past few days and had hardly rested well. At this moment, she lay down on her pillow. The two matrons came out and encountered Yingji. Everyone in the palace knew that Xu Fei favored her, and they hurriedly greeted her. "Miss Yingji." Yingji glanced inside and snorted, "You all are serving quite attentively." The two matrons looked at each other, unsure of what they had done wrong, and hesitantly said, "This is the concubine of Sun Wang. The lady ordered us to take good care of her." A trace of malice flashed in Yingji's eyes. "She's just a concubine. Does she deserve your careful attention?" The two old women wanted to say more, but she had already turned and walked away. The next day, Yingji specifically asked Xu Fei, saying she wanted to go to the side hall to accompany Xiangxiang. Xu Fei knew that she still had feelings for Murong Li, so she had to say, "Go ahead, it's good for you to talk to her. I see that every time I go over, she is always anxious and uneasy. Being the firstborn, it's not good for her to be like this all the time. Please take care of her for me." She thought to herself, if Yingji could get along well with Xiangxiang, and if Xiangxiang could say a few words in front of Murong Li, there might still be a chance to enter the Wang Fu. She felt she knew Murong Li's personality somewhat. If he were not satisfied, he wouldn't bring her to his residence. When Xiangxiang got up, the sun was already high in the sky. The kitchen had not sent breakfast, so the two old women went to urge them a bit. The people over there were also in a difficult position, secretly saying that Miss Yingji had instructed that in the future, the meals here would be delivered by her personally. The two old women did not dare to press her, and Yingji only brought breakfast close to noon. It had already gone cold, and there was no place in the hall to heat it up. Xiangxiang did not want to eat in the first place, and now she could not eat at all. By the time lunch and dinner were also served late, she finally felt that life was becoming difficult. Those cold meals were sometimes even stirred into a mess. Whenever the old women had any objections, Yingji would glare and scold them. Xiangxiang did not understand why. She did not have anyone familiar in Zhongwen Hall, and no one would tell her these things. Xu Fei stopped coming over to let her rest well. The queen sometimes sent the head maid to come and check, but it was just a polite inquiry. After all, she was just a concubine of low status, and the head maid was just going through the motions. Who would have thought that someone as kind-hearted as Xu Fei would treat the pregnant concubine of Murong harshly? For 2 months, Xiangxiang sent 3 letters to Murong through messengers, but received no reply whatsoever. As the number of letters increased, the soldiers knew he did not read family letters, so they became too lazy to deliver these letters to him, which would only annoy him. Each time, they directly placed them in the letterbox. Chapter 16. Poisoning the king of Yin intended to build the Yin Great Wall, starting from Yuho Pass and surrounding Ilu Mountain, connecting to the eastern Liao Yin Great Wall in order to isolate the sporadic harassment from the eastern Hu. Just at that time, Murong was in the army, and once the troop replacement was completed, he planned to send him to Yuho Pass to survey the terrain and determine the direction of the Great Wall. Xiangxiang's belly was growing day by day, but her overall condition was becoming weaker. The 2 old maids saw that it was not looking good and were filled with daily anxiety. With Murong's temperament, if he really got angry, who could persuade him? They had no choice but to carefully select the food. Fortunately, it was getting colder, and there was a stove in the side hall. The 2 of them secretly heated the food over the stove, finally managing to have some warm meals. However, Silver Branch discovered this and flew into a rage, even refusing to light the charcoal fire. In such a harsh winter, the side hall was as cold as an ice cellar. The 2 old maids were afraid of taking responsibility and decided to let Xiangxiang request to see Consort Xu. Now, only she could say something to Silver Branch that would leave her with no choice. Silver Branch realized what was happening and simply sent her maid to guard the side hall, not allowing Xiangxiang to go out. The 2 old maids were both angry and scared, and they didn't dare to provoke her. After all, Consort Xu treated her exceptionally well. They had to endure and patiently persuade Silver Branch. Madame Xiang's body is becoming heavier, and this is her first pregnancy. This cannot go on. If something were to happen, the Duke of Sun would blame us, and we cannot bear this responsibility. Silver Branch snorted coldly. If she can't have a child, it's her own fault. What crime do you have? The old maids swallowed their anger and continued to advise. Miss Silver Branch, you know the Duke of Sun's temper. If something were to happen, wouldn't he just vent his anger on us, the servants? At that time, we would all be in trouble. Why go through this? The phrase we, the servants, completely enraged Silver Branch. She had been raised by Consort Xu since childhood and hated it when others mentioned her background. Consort Xu treated her very well, and she had thought countless times that if she were not the daughter of a palace servant, but rather Consort Xu's daughter, what would be the difference from a princess? The king of Yin had no princess. If he did, given his temperament, who knew how spoiled she would be? But why did fate arrange it this way? Her looks, figure, and talents in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, how were they worse than those of young ladies from noble families? Why was she the daughter of a palace servant? She intentionally ignored her background, staying beside Consort Xu, where everyone in Zhonglihal had to look at her face. Occasionally throwing a tantrum, Consort Xu would just smile and let her be. Over time, she nearly forgot her identity, being suddenly reminded of it at this moment. How could she not be enraged? With a slap, she struck out. The old maid named Lingxiu, who was about the same age as her mother, was startled and furious at suddenly receiving this slap. Silver Branch shouted angrily. The lady said that from now on, this lowly woman's pregnancy is my responsibility. If anything happens, I will bear the blame. What are you 2? How dare you gossip in front of me? While a group of people were speaking inside the room, someone outside overheard. It was the queen's maid, Hongli, who upon hearing the voices inside, quietly slipped out of the hall. Returning to the queen's palace, she reported the matter to the queen. The queen seemed to have heard something amusing and said after a while, "Interesting." After thinking for a moment, she asked, "What do you think Murong's reaction will be if he comes back and hears that his beloved concubine has met with a fatal incident in Consort Xu's palace?" Hongli lowered her head and replied, "Last time, the incident with the blue glaze caused quite a stir between him and the crown prince. If this happens again, I'm afraid it will lead to bloodshed." The queen lightly stroked the jade ring on her wrist. "Since that Miss Silver Branch is so considerate of my feelings, you should think of a way to help her." Hongli slightly bowed yes. The next day, the queen sent someone to deliver a plate of plum blossom pastries. The palace maid delivered it very quickly, and the pastries were still warm. Xiangxiang had not seen warm food for a long time. As the weather grew colder, cold food became even harder to eat. Now that the pastries were sent over, she took one, but her appetite was poor. After a couple of bites, she set aside. By nightfall, she began to feel abdominal pain and nausea. At first, Silver Branch did not allow the two old maids to call for the imperial physician, but later, as Xiangxiang struggled to breathe and her complexion changed, Silver Branch finally got scared and let the two old maids go out. Once they called for the physician, it alarmed Consort Shu. Upon hearing that something had happened to Madame Xiang in the side hall, she could not care about her appearance, quickly throwing on a garment and rushing over. The two old maids knelt in the hall, and Silver Branch knelt beside them. Seeing the physician's grave expression, Consort Shu was frightened and had no one to consult, so she immediately sent someone out of the palace to find Murong. The physician took a long time to check Xiangxiang's pulse and reported that her breathing was very weak, her face covered in cold sweat, and her body was indeed frail. The physician came out to report, and a single sentence made Consort Shu's face turn pale. Consort Shu, Madame Xiang has been poisoned. Moreover, it is a highly toxic poison. Consort Shu felt her body go weak. How could this happen? How is this possible? Silver Branch's face also changed dramatically upon hearing this. The physician hurriedly began to prepare a prescription, and Zhongwen Hall was thrown into chaos. Consort Shu forced herself to calm down and said, "Treat her immediately, but do not tell Madame Xiang." The physician complied and rushed to prepare the medicine. Consort Shu took the two old maids and Silver Branch outside the hall and said, "I will only ask once what happened. Think carefully before you speak." The two old maids hesitated and glanced at Silver Branch, who said, "Your Highness, I—" Consort Shu interrupted. "Shut up. Xiangxiang, you speak." The two old maids trembled for a long time without speaking, still glancing at Silver Branch. Consort Shu was furious. When did my Zhongwen Hall come to be ruled by the daughter of a palace servant? Silver Branch's face turned pale. She had never been spoken to like this by Consort Shu before. Finally, Xiangxiang spoke. "Your Highness, ever since Miss Silver Branch was ordered to take care of Madame Xiang, the food has often been delayed. By the time it was delivered, it was already cold. Sometimes it was even dropped on the ground and picked up again to put on the plate. In such cold weather, it would sometimes freeze into ice." Madame Xiang already had a weak appetite, and seeing her belly grow heavier, she could eat even less. Yuru quickly added, "I and Xiangxiang have tried to advise her. Madame Xiang is still young, and this is her first pregnancy. How could she withstand this?" The old servant and Xiangxiang used the charcoal fire in the hall to slightly warm up the food for Madame Xiang. But Miss Silver Branch saw it, and instead refused to light the charcoal fire. In this weather, how can Madame Xiang endure? The two of them hurriedly recounted Silver Branch's actions over these days, and Consort Shu clenched her right hand tightly, the armor pressing into her flesh. Who poisoned her? Both old maids shook their heads in confusion, and Silver Branch quickly tugged at her skirt, crying, "Your Highness, I did not poison her. I did not poison her. It wasn't me." Consort Shu stood up and kicked her hand away. "Lear was right to look down on you. How could a woman's heart be so malicious?" She turned and entered the hall. Xiangxiang had already taken the medicine and was now asleep. Consort Shu felt her heart race and hesitated for a long time before daring to ask, "How is she?" One physician remained by Xiangxiang's bedside while another knelt down and answered, "Your Highness, Madame Xiang did not eat much and is not deeply poisoned. There is no danger to her life." Consort Shu breathed a sigh of relief and quietly asked, "What about the child?" The physician bowed his head. "The child is safe for now, but Madame's body is weak and has been poisoned, so in the future, it may not be good. Moreover, the fetus in the womb may be somewhat affected by the poison. I'm afraid that even after birth, it will be weak and sickly, difficult to nurture." Consort Shu's hands trembled slightly, and after a long while, she said, "No matter what, the child must be born safely." Beside her, her head maid, Suru, said, "Your Highness, in my opinion, it would be better to send her back to the Duke's residence. The Duke's steward, Guanjue, is very meticulous, and the Duke relies on him greatly. If he sends someone to take care of her, we can also send old maids to assist. It might be better than in the palace." Consort Shu was still sweating profusely, and beside her, Iwa also advised, "Your Highness, Madame Xiang's body is already this weak. I just want to see, and she hardly has any flesh left on her legs. The servant humbly stated, Your Highness, there's always been a rift between you and the Crown Prince, and we really cannot afford to have another incident. If something were to happen, it would be an incident that occurred in the Sun Wangfu. It has little to do with you and the Crown Prince, after all. Concubine Shu was on the verge of tears. I treat Lier as my own son. The child in Xiangxiang's belly is also my grandson. Did I bring them here just to curry favor with Lier? I am just worried that there is no one in the Wangfu to take care of them. Su Ru merely advised, Your Highness, we all understand your feelings. You are pure-hearted, but this matter happened in our Zhongwen Hall. When the Wang Ye returns, he will likely hold you accountable. Moreover, someone has poisoned them, and you probably have some idea about it. It's indeed not safe for Madame Xiang to stay in the palace. After thinking for a while, Concubine Shu finally said, Let them recover for a few more days. Once they can be moved, we will send them back to the residence. You send someone to inform Guanju to prepare. Only then did the others leave. Yingji and the two old maids were still kneeling. Yingji, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, heard that both the mother and child were safe and felt a glimmer of hope. Your Highness, I was wrong. The child is still here, isn't it? Please forgive me. I will never dare again. Concubine Shu did not look at her and said to Ling Xiao and Yu Rue, in a few days, You two will accompany Madame Xiang back to the Sun Wangfu. Take good care of them. Once the child is born, if both mother and child are safe, consider it that you have made up for your faults. If anything goes wrong, I will kill you to apologize to Madame Xiang. The two trembled and repeatedly agreed. Concubine Shu glanced at the tear-streaked Yingji and lightly said to Su Ru, Find a boy to sell out of the palace. Just match her with a servant or something and let her marry. Su Ru responded, while Yingji let out a mournful cry. Your Highness, for all these years, you said you treated me like a daughter. Was it all a lie? For the sake of my deceased mother, please forgive me this time, just this once. Concubine Shu looked at her coldly and said, I treated you as my daughter, yet you almost harmed my grandson. Have you ever considered for me? If something really happened in my hall, how would I explain it to Lier? How would Lier view me? Since you care for Lier, he has not married in 8 years, and now that he finally has a child, how can you bear to treat his unborn child this way? The thought that I once considered marrying you to Lier chills me. You still have the face to mention your mother. If she were alive, she would be ashamed to acknowledge you as her daughter. In this world, no amount of gold can heal a corrupted heart. Go. I do not wish to look at you any longer. Yingji continued to cry out, and a palace maid came over to drag her out. The side hall fell silent for a moment, and Concubine Shu stood at the door for a while, listening to Xiangxiang sleeping soundly, before slowly leaving. Chapter 17. Giving Birth. Chapter 17. Giving birth. Xiangxiang stayed in Zhongwen Hall for several days, being treated like a medicine jar with various soups and medicines every day. Ling Xiao and Yuru were still serving in the hall. Concubine Shu came almost every day, accompanying her for a long time. In fact, she didn't like Concubine Shu's visits. She felt at a loss for words and was tense and restrained around this mother-in-law, making it hard for her to rest well. Concubine Shu knew this but dared not stop visiting. The last incident had truly frightened her as well, and even now, thinking back, she broke out in a cold sweat. Xiangxiang spent most of her time lying in bed, as the royal physician advised her to move as little as possible. Sometimes when Concubine Shu came over, she found Xiangxiang sleeping, so she wouldn't disturb her, quietly sitting in the room, embroidering or making a net to pass the time. Xiangxiang felt guilty and often said, I am fine, Your Highness, you need not worry. According to the rules in the Yan Wang Palace, as a concubine of the Sun Wang, she could only refer to herself as a servant in front of Concubine Shu. Concubine Shu sighed, How can I not worry? Ultimately, it is my own negligence. I couldn't control the people in my palace and let you suffer such grievances. Xiangxiang lowered her head as Concubine Shu held her hand, saying, Child, I'm sorry for you, but you also know it was an unintentional mistake. As for Lier, Xiangxiang understood and said, in front of the prince, I will not mention things that should not be mentioned. After all, she meant well. Concubine Shu patted the back of her hand. You have such a good temperament. Lier has someone taking care of him. I am relieved. Half a month passed like this, and the royal physician felt she could be moved. Concubine Shu finally took her back to the Wangfu. She had Yue come over to remind Guanjue about everything. The royal physician personally made a list of all the medicines and habits, sending back the usual physician who served Xiangxiang to take care of her. Xiangxiang finally returned to Shijin Pavilion, feeling much more relaxed. Ningxue and Bijou came forward to support her, and seeing how thin she had become, they couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Xiangxiang didn't want to say much and just wanted to sleep. A few of them helped her back to her room to rest, and Guanjue sent an elderly maid over to attend to her. All of them had experience raising children. At night, just as Xiangxiang woke up, Ningxue came in first and helped her sit up. "Madam, you have slept for quite a while. You should take your medicine first." When Xiangxiang heard about the medicine, she felt apprehensive. She had taken more medicine in the past 2 months than in her entire life. She shook her head, and Lingxiu and Yuru came in, coaxing and persuading her until she finally drank the medicine. Then dinner was served. After drinking a belly full of medicine, Xiangxiang had no appetite for dinner and hastily picked at a dish before refusing to eat anymore. Guanjue saw her cat-like appetite and felt a bit alarmed. Concubine Shu had hurriedly sent her back, which made him feel something was off. Being such a perceptive person, he wondered if something had happened. Now, seeing her condition, it was indeed tricky. He was considerate and quickly sent someone to Lingji County. The Guo family in Lingji County was now a completely different story. The tofu shop had expanded half a street, and someone offered 20,000 taels of silver to buy the ancestral home. Guotian, of course, refused to sell. Firstly, they had enough money to spend, and there was no reason to sell the ancestral home. Secondly, he felt a bit uneasy. The Guo family had been selling tofu for generations, and suddenly becoming the new rich of Lingji County made him feel a bit unsteady. Now everyone saw him with a smile on their faces, and he was polite, never holding grudges against anyone. But did he bully others with his status? Not long ago, news from Jinyang City said that Xiangxiang had gone to the palace to nourish her pregnancy, and the Guo family became quite famous. In the entire Lingji County, who among the officials' daughters had such honors? Only the old Guo family had it. Upon hearing this, Guotian felt a bit proud. After all, his daughter was now a true noblewoman. Not long after, the Sun Wangfu sent someone to say that Lady Xiang was not used to the palace's food and had been brought back to the Wangfu. They also invited Madame Guo to the Wangfu to take care of her. When Guotian and Guo Chenshi heard this, they were overjoyed. Guo Chenshi quickly packed her things and returned to Jinyang with the messenger. A few days later, Xiangxiang was sunbathing by the Zijianshi when she saw a familiar figure gradually becoming clearer at the courtyard gate. Xiangxiang could hardly believe her eyes and finally whispered, "Mother, is it you? Am I not seeing things?" Guo Chenshi's tears streamed down immediately. Xiangxiang. Xiangxiang nearly ran over, but Ningxue and Yuru quickly held her back. Madam, you mustn't run." Guo Chenshi stepped forward and, seeing her daughter looking so frail, cried out, "My child, how did you become so thin?" Xiangxiang didn't even bother wiping her tears and hugged her mother, crying loudly, "Mother." Lingxiu and Yuru exchanged glances, fearing Xiangxiang might mention things from the palace. However, Xiangxiang wouldn't speak of such matters. Her parents were already worried about her, and discussing those things would only cause them more pain and concern. She knew that. Wiping her tears, she smiled and said, "I am just so happy." "Mother, I didn't expect you to come." Guo Chenshi repeatedly nodded. Seeing her daughter's belly had grown, and it was inconvenient for her to walk. She helped Xiangxiang sit down, and, having seen the grandeur of the Wangfu, was already mentally chanting Amitabha Buddha. In this lifetime, the Guo family must have burned countless incense to allow their daughter to enter such a wealthy nest. Now, seeing Xiangxiang in tears, she only thought it was because they were meeting after a long time and hurriedly said, "You must take care of yourself while pregnant. Your chief steward specifically came to bring me here to take care of you, yet it made you so sad." Xiangxiang held her hand, and the mother and daughter talked for a long while. Guo Chenshi noticed the maids and elderly women standing by to serve and felt a bit unaccustomed. After all, they were from a humble family and had never seen such grandeur. But the servants trained by Guanjue in the Sun Wangfu were all very respectful, not to mention Lingxiu and Yuru, who were experienced palace servants. In one courtyard alone, there were more than 10 maids, and the number of rough servants was uncountable. Guo Chunshi was astonished, but even more delighted for her daughter. Guanjue had the royal physician come daily to check her pulse, and all sorts of ingredients and tonics flowed into Xijian Pavilion like a river. After all, there was only one master in the house now, and she was pregnant. Who dared not to serve her wholeheartedly? Murong Li had killed a steward right in front of him. Guo Chunshi was dazzled by the precious ingredients she couldn't name, and looking at the courtyard's decorations, everything was tailored to her daughter's tastes. What more was there to say? She thought Xiangxiang was like a mouse that fell into a rice jar, destined to enjoy endless blessings in this lifetime. Xiangxiang never spoke of her misfortunes in front of her mother, and with her mother by her side, her mood indeed improved a lot. Usually, she had no appetite, but to avoid worrying her mother, even when she had no appetite, she forced herself to eat a little. After all, with someone to talk to, her health gradually improved. As her pregnancy progressed, she sent a letter to Murong Li with many clothes. At that time, Murong Li was leading the craftsmen of the workshop of construction. Surveying the terrain everywhere, building the Great Wall was not something to be said lightly. If the foundation were unstable and needed to be redirected, it would be a major project. He didn't even know where he was in the afternoon, let alone receive the messenger's letter, so he put it aside at Yuho Pass. Fortunately, Guo Chunshi took care of everything meticulously, often accompanying Xiangxiang as they walked around the Wangfu, making the days not feel difficult. Guo Chunshi had also gained insight into the grandeur of the Wangfu. Pavilions and towers, carved beams and painted rafters, with willow trees leaning over the green waves. Under the willow tree, there were stone benches with embroidered cushions for the maids to set up. Guo Chunshi helped her sit down. As the sun slanted over the willow branches, Guo Chunshi sighed with emotion. How could I have imagined that my daughter would have such good fortune? She touched Xiangxiang's belly. My grandson will be even more fortunate. He'll be a noble from birth. Xiangxiang also stroked her belly, feeling the baby move gently, and the mother and daughter were suddenly overjoyed and playful. By early July, Xiangxiang began to feel pain in her belly. Guanju was well prepared, and the midwife had already settled in the residence. The entire household was bustling with activity, and upon hearing the news, the palace sent people over as well. Murong also had his principal wife come to keep watch. Guo Chunshi heard one moment that this was the principal wife of the crown prince, the next moment that she was a royal maidservant of the queen, and then again that she was a personal maid of consort Shu. For a moment, she felt surrounded by nobility, not knowing that her daughter was merely a concubine, and wondered why so many distinguished people had come. Unfortunately, Xiangxiang was having a bit of a difficult labor. The baby had not been born after a day and night. Guanju was extremely frightened, and the imperial physician was called to the courtyard outside to discuss with the midwife how to use medicine. Xiangxiang cried out in agony, and Guo Chunshi could no longer hold back. She rushed into the delivery room, took her hand, and kept talking to her. Child, hold on, just a bit longer. You must endure. Well, I gave birth to you three. It was painful too. Didn't I manage to pull through? Look at you three. How well you are now. Xiangxiang bit down on a wooden stick, fainting twice. The physician used medicine to forcibly wake her up, and after more than an hour, finally, a baby's cry echoed throughout the Wangfu. Everyone in the residence let out a sigh of relief. It was a baby girl, and Guo Chunshi held the child and went to the outer hall, where a crowd surged to see. It was a wrinkled little baby, wailing loudly. Everyone surrounded her to congratulate, saying how much she resembled Murong Li. Guo Chunshi thought to herself that if this were indeed the case, her daughter would surely cry to death. She smiled again, looking at her granddaughter, and the more she looked, the more she loved her, gently kissing that little red face. The baby was born safely, and both mother and child were well. The palace maids returned to report the good news. Xiangxiang slept until evening, and when she opened her eyes, she saw Guo Chunshi sitting by her bed holding the baby. She had no strength at all, but weakly smiled. It was so good to have her mother and the baby by her side. Guo Chunshi carefully handed the baby to her. Come, hold her. Xiangxiang stretched out her hands to take the child. Such a soft, warm bundle, sleeping so peacefully, occasionally smacking her lips, making one's heart melt. Guo Qinshu said, "Now my daughter is also a mother, and I am so happy." She extended her arms, embracing both Xiangxiang and the baby. "I am truly happy. You have such a home, and your father and I can rest easy." Xiangxiang's eyes turned slightly warm. "You didn't have to worry about me." "Mother, I'm doing well. I just miss you both." Guo Qinshu nodded repeatedly, saying, "As long as you're doing well, that's enough. The family is fine. We've come through those days before. Now that everyone knows you are the prince's person, who would still make things difficult for our family?" Xiangxiang nodded, and Guo Qinshu said, "Now that you have given birth, I must go back. After all, it's not good for me to stay in the Wangfu too long. I am just a concubine. Having my mother accompany me through childbirth is already a great blessing. If I stay longer, it would inevitably be somewhat improper." Xiangxiang held the baby and nodded. As people grow up, they will have their own homes, leaving behind the family that once accompanied them day and night, sharing hardships and joys. It's not that they don't return home, but they have gone to another home that belongs to them. The next day, dawn broke, and Xiangxiang opened her eyes. In front of her were only Ning Chui and Baizhu. Guo Qinshu had left as soon as it was light, without saying goodbye to Xiangxiang. She returned to her own home, where her son and husband awaited her. Her elder sister also returned to her own home, where she too had her husband and son. How cruel it is that those who helped us grow strong never told us that growing up is merely a process of separation. Chapter 18. A good show. Xiangxiang was not yet 17 when she had her first child, a daughter. The daughter had not been named yet, as Shufei suggested, waiting for Murong Li to return to name the child himself. The child was frail, and Xiangxiang's health was not very good either. After all, she had suffered during the first few months of pregnancy and had not been able to recover fully. However, children were indeed strange beings. Xiangxiang felt that the loneliness after Murong Li's departure had been filled to the brim. The two wet nurses from the washing sword pavilion and 4 maidservants constantly surrounded the child, and countless clothes had been made for her. When Murong Li returned, it was already midsummer, and the daughter was just 2 months old. It was the king of Yin who thought Murong Li should come back to see the child, at least to name her, so he sent the 6th prince, Murong Su, to take his place. Upon returning to the residence, Murong Li asked Guanju, "Where's the lady?" Guanju, seeing him back, was full of joy. "The lady is in the washing sword pavilion, taking care of the child." "Taking care of the child?" Murong Li was taken aback. "What child?" Guanju cautiously replied, "Lady Xiang has given birth." Murong Li was rarely confused. "When did she get pregnant?" Guanju was also stunned. "Last year, the lady sent a letter to report the good news." "Did you not receive it?" As they spoke, they had already arrived at the washing sword pavilion. Murong Li mumbled, "I received it, of course I did." Then he walked in and asked, "Where's the young master?" Inside, Xiangxiang was playing with the child, enticing her to grab the tassels on her sleeve. When she heard his voice and froze. Next to her, Ning Chui and Baizhu had already knelt down, with Ning Chui whispering, "Your Highness." The lady gave birth to a little princess. The room fell silent for a moment, and Xiangxiang suddenly understood that he was not too lazy to reply to her letters. He had never even looked at the letters she sent. Perhaps to him, a concubine was just a concubine, not considered family. What was the significance of the letters she sent? If she had known it would be like this, why had she bothered to send letters every month? It only seemed ridiculous. She took a slight breath, raised a smile, and handed the child over, wanting him to hold her. Murong Li leaned over, looked a few times, and felt only confusion. "Is this my child? I don't feel anything. Is she really my child?" After looking a couple more times, he said, "I need to enter the palace first." He had come back in a hurry and had not had the chance to meet the king of Yin. After saying this, he turned and left the washing sword pavilion, hurrying directly into the palace. Xiangxiang slowly withdrew her outstretched hands, still holding the child close to her. Her expression had not been well concealed, and Ning Chui softly said, "Your Highness has this kind of temperament. The lady need not take it to heart." Xiangxiang nodded. Of course. She need not take it to heart. Even if she did, what could she do? The child was cooing, and it was time for feeding, so the wet nurse came over to take her away. Murong Li entered the palace and first met with the king of Yin, who asked, "Have you seen your daughter?" Murong Li nodded, glancing at the child. Is that really my daughter? Why does it feel so sudden?" The king of Yin said, "She hasn't been named yet. You think of a name yourself. The child's name should be chosen carefully." He sighed. "I always felt the name I gave you wasn't good enough." "What was it?" "Li." "It was hard to think of a good name when you were granted a title, and I couldn't get it changed." "Murong li raplia." "How about naming her Murong Jia?" The king of Yin clarified which character he meant and felt a throbbing pain at his temples. "You're not afraid she'll jump into the White Wolf River with the child?" Sighing, he suggested, "Son, don't you think Murong Xian sounds better? After all, she is a girl." Murong Li said, "Then let us name her Murong Xian." "You've named her. Why are you asking me?" The king of Yin nodded. Among his 6 sons, he was most worried about this one. Murong Li had made great military contributions and was the first among the 6 princes to be granted a title. Yet, he was also the most likely to get into trouble. He said, "Bring the child to the palace when you have time. Your mother misses her every day." Murong Li grew impatient and did not respond. "My daughter, I will take care of myself. What is the point of passing her around?" The king of Yin felt that being a king was truly undignified. He waved his hand like swatting away a fly. Go on, go on. I called you here just to make sure you wouldn't name my granddaughter carelessly." As Murong Li was about to leave, he noticed a strand of gray-white hair peeking out from under the king's crown. He was taken aback, feeling a wave of irritation rising in his chest, and turned to exit the Dijing Hall. He then went to the Zhongwen Hall, where Xu Fei was very happy to see him back. The mother and son chatted in the hall. "You've lost weight after being away at the border for several months." Xu Fei was very concerned, while Murong Li appeared indifferent. He had spent far more time outside than in Xiangxiang City. Xu Fei took out a plate of peach blossom cakes, beautifully sealed but already moldy. Murong Li didn't understand. "What does this mean?" Xu Fei explained, "After you left, that child Xiangxiang became pregnant. Your mother brought her to the palace with the intention of having more people to take care of her." Murong Li raised an eyebrow and asked, "And then?" Xu Fei placed a box of peach cakes in front of him. "The queen sent these peach cakes, which almost cost the lives of Xiangxiang and her child. Your mother did not take good care of them." Tears streamed down her face as Murong Li glanced at the box of cakes. Xu Fei, filled with trepidation, continued, "The palace has been peaceful for many years, and the crown prince has started to manage state affairs. Your mother did not want to cause any more trouble. Besides, Xiangxiang and the child were both safe, so she concealed this matter and did not inform His Majesty." Murong Li stood up and said, "She is just a concubine. Is it worth the queen's effort to worry like this?" He scoffed and left the Zhongwen Hall. Xu Fei got up and chased after him for a few steps, stopping at the palace gate. "What do you think? If Lear knows about this matter, will he still side with the crown prince?" Yu hesitated and then said, "Your Highness, after all, the prince was raised by you. You have treated him well over the years. He is not an ungrateful person." Xu Fei shook her head. "People are like this. If no one treats him badly, he wants to know who treats him well. I regard Lear as my own son, but it can only be regarded as such. After all, he is not." She had sent Yingji to serve Xiangxiang, of course, with a purpose. If Yingji could get close to Xiangxiang and then enter the Sun Wangfu, even if it was as a concubine or even a servant, at least she could keep track of Murong Li's movements. Moreover, having someone she could trust whispering in his ear would still be somewhat reassuring. However, Yingji was too foolish. She realized this girl was simply not useful, so she had to be discarded. After thinking it over, it would be better to take advantage of the situation and give the queen an opportunity. The peach blossom cakes sent by the queen were handed to Ling Qiu. Was the queen really that foolish to poison the cakes directly? It was just to test the waters and see if the Zhongwen Hall truly did not care about Xiangxiang's diet. But if Ling Qiu steamed the aconitum poison in water, allowing the toxin to slowly seep into the pastries. Afterward, Xu Fei punished Yingji, whom she had raised since childhood, outside Xiangxiang's bedroom. Yingji screamed so loudly that Xiangxiang could not possibly not hear. She would surely feel grateful to Xu Fei and believe that she had no intention to harm her. Of course, it was best to keep the child safe. After all these years, Lear finally had this bit of blood. If she really didn't survive, it would be a great regret. Back at the Sun Wangfu, Murong Li summoned Guanju. He dismissed everyone else and without a word slapped him hard across the face. Guanju stood there, not daring to move. He asked, "I left, and you were in charge. Is this how you manage things?" Anyone can take away people from my residence. Guanju lowered his head. This subordinate knows his fault. But His Majesty's decree, this subordinate. Murong slapped him again, saying, if he wants to take my people, let him send the imperial edict directly to Pingdu Pass and hand it over to me. Guanju knelt down. This subordinate has failed in his duties and is willing to accept punishment. Murong did not allow him to rise and directly went to the washing sword pavilion. At this moment, he remembered the child and said to the wet nurse, bring the child over. The wet nurse, Wang, hurriedly brought the child over. Murong looked around for a while and was still very satisfied. It was only then that he realized, I really have a daughter. The little one was so tiny. It seemed like she could break with just a pinch of his fingers. He didn't hold her, but just stretched out his hand to gently press her cheek. The child opened her dark eyes, babbling, not knowing what she was saying. Xiangxiang handed the clothes she had changed out to the maid, and then brought him a bowl of milk porridge. After teasing his daughter for a while, Murong remembered, from now on, she will be called Murong Xian. Xiangxiang hummed in agreement, seeing that he still refused to hold the child. She lowered her head and fell silent. The wet nurse noticed that with her presence, it was not convenient for the two of them to talk. So she quickly performed a bow and took the child away. Once the wet nurse left, the room was immediately left with only Murong and Xiangxiang. Murong waved his hand, signaling Xiangxiang to come over. She walked to him. After several months apart, he had tanned a bit, but his physique was even more robust. Xiangxiang actually wanted to say a few words to him, but after being away for these months, she knew nothing about him. However, upon reflection, she realized she didn't know much about Murong to begin with. She didn't know how to start a casual conversation with him. He had been gone for 8 months, and it felt quite estranged. Murong pulled her into his arms, lifted her chin, and leaned down to kiss her. Xiangxiang closed her eyes, no longer thinking about what to say. Perhaps he didn't need anyone to inquire about his well-being at all. He brought back a woman merely to satisfy his physical needs. And this is the purpose of a concubine's existence. His tongue moved aggressively between her lips and teeth, and Xiangxiang found it hard to bear the weight of his body, slightly leaning back. He reached out to lift her up and pressed her against the rosewood table. The tall, strong adult male body pressed down like that, making it hard for Xiangxiang to breathe. Murong only thought, how did this woman suddenly lose so much weight? Holding her felt like he was grasping at something fragile. He had been away for 8 months, and of course, it was a tumultuous time. Xiangxiang furrowed her brows, knowing his temperament, and tried her best to endure. Once he was done, she attended to him for a bath and changing clothes. Murong lay on the bed, but when he saw her preparing to leave, he finally asked, where are you going? Xiangxiang hurriedly replied, the child hasn't been sleeping well at night. I want to go check on her. Murong said, isn't there a wet nurse? If you think they can't take care of her, just replace them with someone suitable. Xiangxiang hesitated and quietly said, no, they're already very good. It's just, as a mother, I still want to see her to feel at ease. Murong waved his hand, indicating she could go. Xiangxiang went to her daughter's room, and little Xiangxiang was still awake. The wet nurse had already been holding and comforting her for a while, but the child, after not being nurtured well during pregnancy, was weak and prone to night crying. At this moment, she wasn't crying. She just opened her eyes, not knowing what she was looking at. Xiangxiang took her in her arms and walked back and forth on the ground. Once the child was in her embrace, she seemed to feel more at ease, closing her eyes and soon fell into a deep sleep. The wet nurse softly said, the prince has been away for months. It's rare for him to be back today. Madame Xiang should go accompany him. There are servants here, so there's no need to worry. Xiangxiang nodded and placed the child on the bed. The wet nurse took a small fan and gently fanned her. The two talked for a while, and seeing that the child was sound asleep, Xiangxiang finally returned to the room. Murong was already asleep on the bed. Xiangxiang lay down quietly beside him. Murong did not open his eyes. Xiangxiang leaned in to look at him. She saw his broad brow and high nose, even when he was silent and still. He exuded the unique arrogance and nobility of the Murong family. Although she was not his wife, he was still her husband. She couldn't help but think of his nearly greedy desire moments ago, her face reddening as she slightly leaned her head against his shoulder, closing her eyes. Feeling fatigue wash over her. when her breathing gradually deepened and she truly fell into a dream. Murong finally opened his eyes. He was originally from a martial background. If he didn't even notice her coming in, that would be too dangerous. The woman beside him had a fragrance reminiscent of gardenias. She must have used some kind of fragrant lotion again. He raised his hand to gently smooth down the stray hairs by her temple, marveling at how this woman had given him a daughter. The next morning, as soon as Murong got out of bed, Xiangxiang was there to assist him with washing up when a servant came to report that his third brother, Murong, had arrived. Murong adjusted his clothes and went out. Upon seeing him, Murong was somewhat affectionate. "Fifth brother, you've really made something of yourself. After going out for a while, you've come back with a daughter." As he spoke, he reached out to pat Murong's shoulder, but Murong sidestepped to avoid it. Murong was used to it and didn't feel awkward. "Where's my niece? Hurry and bring her out for me to see." Murong waved his hand, and the wet nurse brought out little Xiangxiang. Murong held her in his arms, playing with her for a while, looking quite enamored. Murong grew impatient. "Is there something important? You came here early in the morning, surely not just to see my daughter." Only then did Murong say, "Zhou Taiwei wants us to go to the Taiwei's residence. Xiangxiang has been frequently mobilizing troops recently. There may be some unusual movements. The Taiwei's intention is to transfer 2 trusted generals there. We should discuss this first. Tomorrow in court, Father may ask about the candidates. It's good for everyone to have some understanding." Murong furrowed his brows slightly and immediately walked out with him. After the Battle of Jiaming City, Xiangxiang has shown no unusual movements for nearly a year. He reported back about frequently mobilizing troops. How are they mobilizing? Are there any signs of stockpiling food and supplies? The two talked as they walked, and when they arrived at the Taiwei's residence, Murong realized he was still holding the child and hurriedly returned little Xiangxiang to Murong, holding her in his arms. Murong felt she was such a tiny bundle, as if she could dissolve at any moment. Fortunately, there was a wet nurse at Zhou Taiwei's residence who took her down herself. Zhou Taiwei, whose full name was Zhou Yi, was the father of Zhou Zhua. Therefore, he was very polite to Murong, considering that an old man like him was so humble toward him. If there were any dangers on the battlefield, wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to send my son? He quickly invited everyone into the study, and they discussed matters all day long. At night, when Murong returned to the Sun Wang residence, he saw Xiangxiang waiting at the gate, which struck him as somewhat strange. Usually, Xiangxiang rarely came out of the Xiangxiang. He approached and asked, "What is the matter?" Xiangxiang looked him up and down, her face slightly pale. "Your Highness." Murong raised an eyebrow. Her voice was trembling. "Where's Xiangxiang?" Murong seemed to suddenly remember something and turned to head towards the Taiwei's residence. "Damn it, I forgot the child over there." Chapter 19. Turmoil, prepare the horses. Murong shouted, and the servants quickly led the horses to the gate of the residence. Xiangxiang chased after him, but Murong had already ridden away. Xiangxiang leaned against the stone lion at the gate, and the maid Buju hurriedly came forward to support her. "Madam, it's fine. Please don't worry." Xiangxiang allowed her to assist her back to the residence. After all, she was a concubine of the Wang family. Standing at the gate and exposing herself like this was quite inappropriate. However, she refused to return to the sword-washing pavilion and waited by the ear room instead. When Murong arrived at the Grand Commander's residence, old Madame Zhou was coaxing little Xiangxiang. With the wet nurse and her mother absent, the child was crying vigorously. The wet nurse from the household had tried to soothe her for quite a while, and fearing something might happen, Madame Zhou came personally. Murong stepped forward, saw that the child had already been changed, and reached out to take her into his arms. He was even less skilled at holding children, and the child cried even louder, her voice hoarse. Murong regretted not bringing Xiangxiang along. At this moment, he couldn't care less. He held the child and hurried back to the Sun Wang residence. From a distance, Xiangxiang could hear the child's cries and rushed out of the gate without thinking of anything else. Murong dismounted and handed the child to her. Xiangxiang took the child without looking at him and turned to enter the Wang residence. He didn't love her, nor did he love the child. Indeed, she should have given up that little bit of delusional fantasy long ago. She was just a concubine, and it was enough to behave herself. Love was such a luxurious thing. For someone of his noble status, the only one he cared for was that little bit of white moonlight. Who was she? What was her background, her talents? She had nothing. Meeting in the chaos of war, she was merely a servant by his side. The child cried terribly, and the wet nurse came to feed her, but after a little while, she threw it all up again. Xiangxiang carried her around the sword-washing pond, coaxing her, and after much effort, she finally fell asleep. However, as soon as she stopped moving, she woke up and continued to cry. Xiangxiang had no choice but to keep walking around the lake. The cool night breeze blew gently, and she softly hummed a tune from the Lingji region. Murong stood at the courtyard entrance, watching for a while, but did not enter. As night deepened, the wet nurse finally came back and took the child. Buju hesitated and said, "Madam, the prince has already rested at the Listening Wind Pavilion." Xiangxiang nodded, didn't he ask anything, and ordered people to prepare water for bathing and grooming. By midnight, little Xiangxiang had a fever, and the wet nurse sent someone to call a doctor while also reporting back. Xiangxiang put on her clothes and got up, while the maids were busy preparing medicine. The medicine shop was closed late at night, but since it was the Wang residence, they could still call for medicine from anywhere. Guanju went to the pharmacy across the street, and soon the owner personally delivered the medicine. Once the medicine was prepared, little Xiangxiang refused to drink it. Xiangxiang dipped a little with a small silver spoon and gently smeared it on her lips, letting the medicine seep in bit by bit. Xiangxiang just cried, tossing and turning for most of the night, exhausted but finally quieted down. Since Murong didn't come, Xiangxiang let the child sleep with her. The whole night, she fanned herself as dawn approached. When Murong woke up, he instinctively reached out, finding the bed empty, and then remembered he was in the Listening Wind Pavilion. The furnishings here hadn't changed in 9 years. As he got up, servants came in to assist him with dressing. Murong rinsed his mouth with strong tea and asked, "How is the princess?" The servant bowed respectfully and said, "Last night, she had a high fever that didn't subside. The doctor has already seen her, and she has taken medicine." Murong was slightly taken aback. How could she fall ill so easily? He got up and went to the sword-washing pavilion, where Xiangxiang was already awake, feeding little Xiangxiang medicine. It was still going in very slowly. As Murong entered, everyone quickly knelt to pay their respects. He waved his hand, signaling them to rise. He walked over to Xiangxiang, intending to hold the child, but Xiangxiang did not let go. He was taken aback. It wasn't appropriate to compete with a woman for the child, so he just patted the little one in the swaddling blanket and asked, "What did the doctor say?" Xiangxiang replied softly, "The fever has subsided, and she is not throwing up anymore." Murong nodded, said nothing further, and turned to leave. During the morning court session, the king of Yin indeed asked about the garrison commander at the Yuho Pass. Murong Li, Murong Qian, and Zhou Yi spoke in unison, putting forward their candidate. After the court session, Murong Bo hurried a few steps to follow Murong Li and quietly asked, "Does father not want to send you to battle in the West Jing?" Murong Li fell silent for a long while before asking, "Who is most useful to you?" Murong Bo was taken aback, and Murong Li's tone was harsh. "Don't make me ask a second time. Stop being so indecisive, you woman." Murong Bo said, "Old Fifth, I don't need you to sacrifice yourself for anything. We are blood brothers." Murong Li replied, "Do you want me to ask mother?" The king of Yin intended to strip him of his military power, although Murong Qian, who was close to the crown prince, was also weakened. The crown prince controlled the imperial guard of the left and right camps, while the silly colonel was the queen's cousin and the Xiangxiang colonel was her brother. Almost the entire Jinyang city was in the hands of the crown prince and the queen. Murong Bo was silent for a long time before finally saying, "The Bai family." The Bai family had served as prime ministers for 3 generations, with their students and former officials scattered throughout Dian. Though not particularly prominent, they were deeply rooted. When Murong returned to the Wang residence, he directly told Guanju, "Go to Bai Xiaoqing's residence and see which of his daughters is of marriageable age and still unmarried." Although Guanju knew him best, he was also confused about what he meant. Murong threw out a sentence, "This king wants to marry a princess." Guanju was stunned for a moment and then knelt down for a long time. "Congratulations, Your Highness. I will prepare right away." Murong showed no sign of being congratulated. He simply said, Hurry. When Guan Ju arrived at the Bai residence, he found that Bai Xiaoqing's daughters were all old enough to be Murong Li's mother. Guan Ju was drenched in sweat, but in the end, he asked about the eldest granddaughter, who was just the right age of 16 and still waiting in the boudoir. When he returned and told Murong Li didn't even ask the girl's name, only said, "Report to the Xiangxiang, see what needs to be prepared, and you take care of it." Guan Ju bowed yes. That day, Xiangxiang took little Xiangxiang to bask in the sun in the courtyard and saw Guan Ju hanging red silk and red lanterns. She asked Buju beside her, "Is there some good news in the residence? Is it the prince's birthday?" Buju hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Xiangxiang was somewhat curious. After a long while, Buju quietly said, "The prince is going to marry a legitimate wife. I heard it's the granddaughter of Lord Bai Xiaoqing." Xiangxiang was taken aback, and after a long time, she smiled slightly. Oh, she hadn't heard anyone mention it before. Buju glanced at her, but said nothing. Who had mentioned these things in front of her? Xiangxiang noticed the look in her eyes, which carried some sympathy and more helplessness. She lowered her head to play with Xiangxiang. On such a hot day, only under the rockery, with the trickling water, was the heat somewhat alleviated. In fact, was there any need to tell her? She didn't need to understand anything about the Wang residence. All she needed to do was serve Murong Li well until he no longer wanted her to serve him. The concept of status had nothing to do with her, and perhaps it had nothing to do with her and her daughter as well. In the evening, Murong Li was still resting in the sword-washing pavilion. Xiangxiang carefully dug a small jar of plum wine with a small hoe. She made a pot for Murong Li, who took a sip and found it lacking in flavor. Of course, it was lacking. She wasn't brewing strong liquor. After tasting it again, he thought it was similar to sweet soup. In the blink of an eye, he finished a pot as if he hadn't drunk anything. He said, "Give me another pot." Xiangxiang took out a few plates of dried fruit to accompany the wine. The dried fruit was fried, very fragrant. Murong Li didn't think it was beneath him to eat dried fruit while drinking wine. In fact, whether or not it had flavor, it was genuinely delightful. Elegance was indeed a form of suffering. Wearing formal court attire versus a comfortable cotton bathrobe. Who was more comfortable? The days of picking his teeth with one hand and scratching his feet with the other would never return. So why not enjoy a little wine and some fried dried fruit? Xiangxiang sat at the table, stitching little Xuanxuan's clothes with needle and thread. The child was growing quickly, and her clothes needed to be changed often. Although it was still summer, autumn and winter clothes needed to be prepared early. Murong Li. Finding this woman truly quiet, it was suitable for thinking when beside her. But Murong Li didn't have much to think about. Whoever blocked his way, he would kick aside. If they didn't work, he would beat them down and step over them. What was there to think about? The one who needed to use his brain was his elder brother. Murong Bo was indeed deep in thought. The crown prince was gaining strength, and given the queen's character, once the crown prince ascended the throne, he and Murong Li would not be able to have a good outcome. The king's reaction was a bit strange. He suddenly proposed to swap the border generals. Han Su, Zhou Zhua, and Yan Qing were all Murong Li's trusted subordinates. What did it mean to replace them? Was it to ensure the crown prince's smooth ascension and facilitate the transfer of imperial power? The king was a very loving father and would never abandon his own sons and the fifth prince for the crown prince. What exactly prompted him to make this hasty decision? Was he deliberately trying to remove obstacles for the crown prince? Or was there something that warranted a warning to himself and the fifth prince? Murong Bo was heavy-hearted and couldn't sleep all night. The next day, King Yin did not attend the court. When Murong Li returned to the Wangfu from the palace, he found many unfamiliar faces around the Wangfu. He glanced around, and those people immediately resumed their stalls and shouts as if nothing had happened. Murong Li dismounted and walked up to a sneaky-looking person, kicking him. That person didn't react at all and was sent flying like a kite, spitting blood onto the ground. The others were startled and immediately surrounded him. But no one dared to act. They hesitated, but Murong Li showed no hesitation. He grabbed the person on the ground, threw him down, and then kneed him. With a cracking sound, the person spat out a mouthful of blood, his head tilted, and he died on the spot. Then he moved on without pausing, immediately grabbing another, who was pretending to sell noodle soup and had a knife for cutting noodles on him. As soon as Murong approached, he seized the knife. With one stroke, he directly disemboweled that person. It all happened in the blink of an eye. The real common people and vendors around were dumbfounded. Murong, with blood dripping from the tip of his knife, said in a deep voice, "Everyone unrelated, get lost." In an instant, unrelated people cleared out. With a few more swings of his knife, 3 more heads rolled. These people were originally sent by the crown prince to monitor the Wangfu's movements, and they were not novices. But who would have expected that he would kill without asking for any justification? They were momentarily stunned. Just that moment of distraction. 5 people had already lost their lives. A few of them finally wanted to fight back, but they were ultimately at a disadvantage. People like Murong could achieve overwhelming victory as soon as they caught a slight advantage. Just as they were about to move, 2 more people fell down. The remaining 5 shouted angrily and all pounced. Murong took a hit but swung his knife horizontally, instantly slitting the throats of 4. One was so shocked by seeing his companion spouting 4 jets of blood that he nearly wet his pants and turned to run. Murong threw his knife, hitting him squarely in the back. The whole fight lasted only 2 exchanges. By the time the guards in the mansion rushed out, there were already more than 10 corpses on the ground. Their hair stood on end. "My lord, this isn't wartime. This is during peacetime. You killed 10 people in the street." The head guard, Zhao Wu, was almost in tears. "Wang Yi, what did they do wrong?" Murong felt something strange in his shoulder. That hit wasn't light. He frowned and said, "What do I care what they did? They dared to poke their heads around in front of my mansion. They deserve to die. Do I have to wait for them to stab me in the neck to be considered crime?" He snorted coldly. "Ask them yourself." Zhao Wu was truly crying now. Even if I asked, would they answer? When he turned around again, Murong had already entered the mansion. He didn't care about anything. It was his business to settle it. Zhao Wu reported to the authorities, claiming that about 10 bandits had come to rob the house and were killed by our lord in one go. Lord Qin, the magistrate of Xiangxiang, was silent as he looked at the case file and the corpses. "They came to your house to rob. Are you really not feeling guilty saying this?" After thinking for a moment, he concluded, "No, we can't make up such nonsense. We'll be scolded as incompetent officials. How about we rule it as a suicide instead?" Chapter 20. Escape. The crown prince was still waiting for news in the palace, anxiously pacing back and forth, but there was still no news from the Sun Wangfu. The crown prince remained uneasy and sent someone to inquire again. When the family servant returned, he brought fresh news. 10 people had committed suicide in front of the Sun Wangfu. The crown prince. At the Xijian pavilion, Xiangxiang had prepared dinner for Murong. Just as they were eating, someone suddenly entered. The newcomer was dressed like a servant, but stood tall and had a gentle demeanor. Clearly not a servant from the Sun Wangfu. Xiangxiang was startled and stood up. It was uncommon for strange male servants to enter the Xijian pavilion. Murong took one look and said, "Add another set of chopsticks." Xiangxiang didn't recognize Murong and exclaimed, but Baiju had already brought over the utensils. Murong sat down next to Murong. Seeing the surprised look on Xiangxiang's face, he quickly said warmly, "I'm the elder brother of the 5th prince, Murong." Only then did Xiangxiang stand up. Fortunately, she had learned etiquette during her last visit to the palace and knew how to greet him. "King Kong." Murong nodded. "We're all family. No need for excessive formalities." Murong, however, showed no such formalities, continuing to eat his meal without moving. Murong was used to it by now. He sat beside him and gazed at the dishes on the table, somewhat stunned. There was sweet and sour carp, spicy pork tenderloin, mushroom boxes, and stuffed tofu. All were farm-style dishes, and he couldn't help but smile, thinking about how his little brother. He picked up a piece of tofu, finding it fresh and tender. Seeing the faint smile on his face, Xiangxiang felt her face heat up. Perhaps preparing such food for the Lord was indeed quite humble. For dessert, there was an apple bowl where large, round apples were hollowed out, the dried fruits soaked and chopped, glutinous rice steamed, and then filled back into the apples and steamed again. Before serving, a bit of sweet and sour sauce was drizzled on top, and a shiny, red hawthorn was placed on it. The apple bowls were carved with exquisite patterns, quite creative. Murong nearly laughed out loud, thinking of how his little brother was eating this. What was the difference from a real-life version of the cow chewing peonies? He picked one up and took a bite with a small spoon, finding the taste quite good. In the hot summer, it was only in front of such food that one could eat something. Xiangxiang served him a bowl of soup, thick and white. Murong took a few sips and realized it was actually rice soup. The broth strained from cooking the rice was served directly, even without any flavor, just the rich aroma of rice. Murong had drunk half the bowl, still eating, when Murong asked, "You dressed like this just to come to my house for dinner?" Murong was momentarily taken aback, his face turning slightly red as he replied, "Father has encountered trouble. You must have sensed it, right?" Murong paused slightly with his chopsticks, but said nothing. Murong continued, "I think Father's recall of Han Su, Zhou Zhua, and the others is not to diminish your military power. He is giving us a signal, hoping these three can return to Xiangxiang to assist you." Murong's thick brows furrowed slightly as Murong said, "Little brother, Father's life and death are uncertain. The Crown Prince is likely to take action soon. I may need to leave the city to avoid it." Murong stared at him and asked, "What do you mean by needing to leave the city to avoid it?" Murong's expression revealed a hint of urgency. "Little brother, although the Crown Prince is suspicious of you, he has no evidence. Do not act. If I leave Xiangxiang and something happens to Father, the Xiangxiang garrison is in the hands of the Crown Prince and the Queen. You should rely on him. Wealth and honor will always come your way." Murong's expression grew colder, and he remained silent. Murong reached out and gently pressed his shoulder. "Little brother, you have a wife and children now. I came here because I am worried about you acting impulsively." Xiangxiang turned pale. Even without understanding the current situation, she knew how dangerous it was for them. Murong sneered. "With just you alone, can you escape from Xiangxiang City?" Murong stood up. "Little brother, I will do my best. You must stay in Xiangxiang, mother." His eyes were almost pleading. "I beg you." Murong said softly, "Your residence must have been monitored, right?" Murong smiled bitterly. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have come out in this outfit. But you don't need to worry. I have my own way to leave the city." Murong asked, "What about sister-in-law? What about my nephew and niece?" Murong remained silent. Murong asked, "If I am in danger and come to find you to say this, would you just stand by?" Murong was silent. He couldn't, of course he couldn't. Ever since he rescued Murong from Qingliang Pool that year, he had been his big brother. Even though he knew that Xu Fei treated him differently compared to Murong Xu Fei Zhongwen Hall was still the only place in the entire Yin Wang Palace he could return to. He said, "The Crown Prince hasn't taken action against you, which means the king is still alive. But he might be seriously ill and unable to govern. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so bold as to send people to monitor even Sun Wang's residence." Murong nodded, and the two brothers exchanged glances. Murong said, "Han Su and the others are just outside Xiangxiang City. As long as we get out of the city, someone will be there to support us." Murong was taken aback. "They brought troops back?" Murong replied, "Not many, but it should be enough for us to escape to Pingdu Pass." Murong's lips moved slightly. "Old Fifth, this escape is treason. If the king passes away, you and I will have no way out except to rebel. The Crown Prince definitely won't tolerate me, but you are different." Murong said, "If he can't tolerate you, he won't tolerate me either." Murong couldn't continue. This was his brother. Murong hastened to eat, telling Xiangxiang, "Pack up and take the children." Xiangxiang was drenched in cold sweat, responding with a sound, and Murong added, "Don't bring too many things." As night fell, Xiangxiang didn't bring much, only packing a small bundle. Murong asked Guanju to prepare the carriage, and when it was the fourth watch, he led Xiangxiang out, saying to Guanju and Zhao Wu, "Distribute all the silver from the accounts to the servants, and disperse everyone before dawn. You two should find a place to hide." Guanju and Zhao Wu didn't ask much and immediately replied, "Understood." Murong had Xiangxiang hold the child and get into the carriage while he drove. Just as they were about to leave, both Guanju and Zhao Wu knelt down. "Sir, if you return to Xiangxiang and lack a housekeeper and servants, please be sure." Murong glanced at them, nodded slightly, urged the horse, and left through the back alley of Sun Wang's residence. At that moment, everything around was pitch black. Xiangxiang held Xiangxiang and lifted the curtain to take a look. It wasn't that she wasn't afraid. It felt like she had returned to the time she escaped from the butcher's department, hiding in the bushes. The darkness and the completely unfamiliar environment were terrifying. Murong Li and Murong Bo met at the Chanting Scriptures Pavilion, taking their wives and children out of Lu Alley, heading straight for Xihua Gate. It was still early, and the city gate at Xihua Gate was not open yet. As Murong Li and the others approached the gate, the soldiers guarding the city shouted angrily, "Who goes there?" Murong Li said in a deep voice, "Open the gate." Upon seeing him, the guarding soldiers were momentarily stunned and hesitated. Suddenly, a torch flared up, and a person walked out from the flickering light, saying, "So, it's Lord Sun Wang, rushing out of the city at night. Do you have an imperial decree?" Murong Li turned his head and saw someone slowly walking out from the dim torchlight. His gaze sharpened. "It's you?" It was the crown prince's confidant, the commander of the right camp, Wei Chi-chong. When Wei Chi-chong saw that it was him at the gate, he retreated behind the soldiers. With 2 rows of archers in front, he still didn't feel secure. Facing such a violent and cruel person, a sense of security was a luxury. "Don't move, or I'll think someone." Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a dark shadow in front of him, and he could no longer care about his words. Crying out in despair, "Shoot! Shoot!" At that moment, there was no time to shoot arrows. He only felt a sharp pain in his throat. "Damn it! Am I dead? I must be dead." Murong Bo had already captured him, saying, "Open the city." The 2 brothers coordinated perfectly. Murong Li appeared to attract all attention, while Murong Bo launched a sneak attack. The soldiers looked around, and finally, a hesitant vice commander stepped forward and opened the city gate. When Wei Chi-chong saw that the person who captured him was Murong Bo, he immediately felt a glimmer of hope that Murong Bo might find a way to spare him. He lowered his posture, disregarding his dignity. "Lord Kong, spare me. I am just a minor official serving the king, doing loyal deeds. I was wrong. If you spare me, I won't die." Before he could finish, Murong Li drove the carriage out of the city. As the carriage passed by him, Murong Bo jumped in. Wei Chi-chong was about to let out a long breath when Murong Li swiftly stabbed him with a knife. Blood splattered all over Murong Bo, who frowned slightly. "Old fifth." Murong Li also frowned. "My fault." Murong Bo sighed, just about to speak when Murong Li added, "I didn't expect blood to splatter on you." Murong Bo was angry. "I mean, you can't kill indiscriminately. This is the imperial capital of our great yin, not a battlefield." Murong Li focused on driving the carriage. Too lazy to reply. Xiangxiang held Xiangxiang, and beside her was Murong Bo's primary wife, Su Jing. She also had 2 boys with her. The older one about 6 or 7 years old, and the younger one around 4. The men were talking outside, so the women naturally couldn't sleep. Seeing that she was the only one, Xiangxiang quietly asked Lord Kong, "Did you only bring the princess and the 2 little princes?" Things happened suddenly, and there was no time to take much. Murong Bo was the eldest son of the Yin Wang, so there certainly wouldn't be only one princess in the residence. But now, it was no longer a time to go out with the whole family for leisure. The primary wife should naturally be taken along, but the concubines couldn't be taken, let alone the maids. Su Jing smiled gently. "They stay in the residence. It's safer that way. The important thing is that the children must be brought out." Xiangxiang nodded and said no more. In fact, if it were really based on status, she wouldn't have a right to say anything to the princess. She held Xiangxiang tightly in her arms as the carriage jolted and swayed, the child sleeping soundly. Xiangxiang thought that perhaps this was much better than her escape from the butcher's department. After all, this time, she had companions and a husband. Without a wet nurse, she had to nurse the child herself. Su Jing had little to say to her. The difference in status was as vast as heaven and earth. If it weren't for Murong Li, even if it were any other prince, her status would probably not even allow her to see Su Jing. Not long after the carriage left the city, Murong Li signaled for Murong Bo to take over driving. After the vehicle passed, he lifted Murong Bo's 2 children down from the carriage. Xiangxiang and Su Jing didn't know what was happening and also got off the horse. Murong Bo moved 2 stone slabs from the roadside onto the carriage, making the tracks unrecognizable. He deliberately drove the carriage far away, leaving no trace of a long stop. Murong carried the children into a small courtyard, where 3 peasant women were already waiting. Murong Li gestured for them to come take the children. Xiangxiang was taken aback, softly saying, "My lord." Murong Li snapped, "Shut up." Xiangxiang bit her lip. "The child is so small, can't." Murong Li directly snatched Xiangxiang from her hands and handed her to a peasant woman. The woman carefully took her, seeing her eyes glistening with tears, and hurriedly said softly, "Your Highness, don't worry. Our 3 families have been taken care of by Lord Kong for generations. If the Lord entrusts us, we wouldn't dare to let you down. The child will be well fed with us." Xiangxiang wanted to take out the things she had packed for the child, but Murong Li pulled her onto the carriage with one arm and continued on their way. The stars rushed by, and as dawn approached, Murong Bo came to take over from Murong Li, saying, "Go inside and rest." Murong Li didn't stand on ceremony with him. On such a journey, both of them needed to maintain their strength. He entered the carriage, and neither Su Jing nor Xiangxiang had slept. Murong Li sat down beside Xiangxiang, said nothing, and closed his eyes to rest. The carriage swayed, and he occasionally bumped lightly against her. Xiangxiang noticed a bloodstain on his shoulder and immediately leaned over, gently unbuttoning his clothes. Murong Li glanced at her, raising an eyebrow slightly. "What are you doing to me? Didn't you see the Empress Dowager beside us?" Xiangxiang pulled his shirt down to his waist, and Su Jing was also puzzled as to why this woman was stripping her 5th brother's clothes. It was already embarrassing enough for a brother and sister-in-law to be in the same carriage, and this was just. However, as the clothes came off, she also saw the scars on Murong Li's body and couldn't help but exclaim. Murong Li didn't think much of the superficial injuries. They were nothing. Su Jing was worried. "What should we do without any medicine?" Murong Li frowned. "It's fine." Xiangxiang opened her bundle, took out some ointment, and used a clean piece of cotton soaked in alcohol to gently clean his wounds. Last time, when Murong Li went to fight bandits outside Lingji County, she had followed him and had bandaged lightly injured soldiers before. At this moment, she was quite deft. She half squatted on the ground, carefully applying medicine to his wounds, her full chest swaying in front of Murong Li. She carried a scent that was a mix of milk and flowers, extremely enticing. Murong Li felt a bit dry in his throat, and the part of his robe that was pulled down made him feel even more embarrassed. When Xiangxiang finished applying the medicine and helped him put on his robe, that part became even more noticeable. Just as she was about to sit beside Murong Li, he hooked his toes, causing Xiangxiang to gasp and lose her balance, directly falling forward into his embrace. Murong Li simply held her like that, resting her against his neck. Pretending to doze off, Su Jing watched, her heart racing. Someone as composed as Murong Bo would never be this intimate with her in front of others. She didn't dare to speak, but Xiangxiang's face turned red. Taking advantage of the carriage's bumps, Murong Li slightly raised his waist and rubbed against her gently. She felt his inappropriate intentions and wanted to get up. Murong Li's right hand gripped her tightly like a vice. In front of Su Jing, he couldn't do anything too reckless, but this was just a way to satisfy his urges a little. Then he got angry, wishing he could throw Murong Bo off the carriage. Damn it, what's the point of resting? It will be better to stay outside and drive the carriage. Chapter 21. Trade-offs. They continued their journey, and by noon, Murong Bo stopped the carriage at a farmhouse. He had already planned an escape route and was well prepared along the way. Once inside, the farmers hardly asked any questions and prepared hot water for them to bathe. After Xiangxiang finished bathing and changing clothes, she was still worried about the children, but had no one to ask. The farmer's wife was busy preparing lunch. Although Murong Bo had arranged the escape route in advance, the timing of their arrival was still uncertain. While the farmer's wife was cooking, Xiangxiang entered the kitchen and softly said, "Let me help you." The farmer's wife was taken aback and replied, "Your Highness, that won't do. You are a noble person and cannot come into such a place. I can handle it myself. Please wait a moment." Xiangxiang felt indifferent. After all, whether before or after marrying Murong Li, she never felt like a noble or a servant. She stepped forward, took some vegetables, and quickly prepared and washed them. Seeing her agile hands, the farmer's wife no longer stopped her and said, "Your Highness must often cook in the palace." Xiangxiang smiled. "I often help my mother cook in my family home, so I'm quite familiar with it." The farmer's wife felt her warmth and chatted a bit more. "Do you know what dishes the princess like? I'm not sure if these will suit their taste." Although she knew Murong Bo and the others would escape from here, They couldn't buy too many ingredients. If the crown prince pursued closely, it would be easy to expose them. Xiangxiang laughed, admitting that she actually didn't know what Murong Li and the others liked to eat. Murong Li was quite indifferent in terms of taste. He could enjoy delicacies just as easily as he could eat grass if necessary. The two of them busied themselves in the kitchen while Murong Li and Murong Bo, along with Princess Su Jing, rested a bit after their baths. Su Jing was truly exhausted. As a noble lady from a prominent family, she had lived a life of luxury after marrying Lord Kong. She had never experienced such a hectic journey. Leaning against a low couch, her eyelids grew heavy. Fortunately, the farmhouse had a clean room prepared, and they quickly took her inside to rest. Murong Li and Murong Bo sat at the table, looking at the map while marking the positions of Han Su and Xiangxiang. Just as they were talking, the food was ready. The first dish was watermelon pork tenderloin, which involved cleaning and cutting the pork tenderloin into pieces and marinating it in watermelon juice. Garlic was mashed, heated in oil until fragrant, and then the tenderloin was drained. An egg yolk was separated, and the egg white was used to coat the meat pieces evenly. The meat was then placed in the pan and slowly fried until cooked. A few eggs were beaten and cooked into egg skins. The tender green skin between the watermelon rind and flesh was salted to marinate. When plating, the watermelon rind was cut into pieces the size of the pork, placed underneath, with the meat in the center and the egg skin on top. A bit of watermelon juice was thickened in the pan and poured over the surface. Xiangxiang's knife skills were impressive. She even carved a chubby doll out of the watermelon flesh as a garnish. Murong Bo glanced over and laughed. "Old Five, you really didn't marry the wrong woman." Murong Li snorted, and Murong Bo got up to call Su Jing over for the meal. Murong Li picked up a piece and ate it directly. It was indeed quite good. As the group gathered at the table for the meal, Su Jing was surprised and exclaimed, "This farmer's wife may live in the mountains, but she is very skilled." Murong Bo laughed. "She's Old Five's woman." Su Jing was taken aback, but then covered her mouth and laughed. Fifth brother has a keen eye for people. Murong Li, meanwhile, was focused on eating and ignored their conversation. Were they really thinking they were just out for a leisurely outing while fleeing? The second dish was beef sesame cakes, golden and crisp, coated with sesame seeds and filled with fragrant minced beef. They were delicious, and since they were on the run, they needed to eat more meat to maintain their strength. The beef sesame cakes not only tasted good, but those that couldn't be finished could also be taken along. The third dish was potato stew with chicken, which was simple to prepare and quite rich. The men would surely like it. A bowl of rice soup was also served, but the farmer's wife dared not bring it out directly. Xiangxiang took a basin and served the rice soup straight to the table. Su Jing thought this was rather unrefined. However, the meal was truly satisfying. She had never experienced such a warm and full feeling from food in the palace or at her family home. When the rice soup was brought out, Xiangxiang sat next to Murong Li and had just taken 2 bites when Murong Li set down his chopsticks. He then wiped his hands and face with a wet towel and said, "Let's go." The male farmer came forward to help them change the water and brought some wine. Murong Li was already on the carriage. Murong Bo whispered, "Old Five, your woman hasn't eaten much yet." Murong Li frowned, but Xiangxiang had already come out. She didn't dare make him wait long. Once on the carriage, Su Jing felt a bit guilty and handed some dry food to Xiangxiang. "Eat a bit more." Xiangxiang nodded and took 2 sesame cakes, forcing them down with water. By evening, they were about to leave the Jingxi region. There was a checkpoint on the Jingji ancient road, and it was undoubtedly guarded by the crown prince's men. Murong Li arranged for Han Su to wait outside the checkpoint in case they were discovered. As they crossed a ridge, Murong Li suddenly said, "There's an ambush." Murong Bo responded, and at that moment, the sun was setting in the west. The forest, which should have been filled with birds returning to their nests, was eerily silent, with not a single bird in sight. Fallen leaves lay on the ground, suggesting an intentional cover-up. Murong Bo said, "The crown prince's main target is me. We should split up. You take your woman and Xiangxiang, and I'll ride separately. They will surely send the main force after me, which will divert them from the traps they have set up and also disperse their troops." Murong Li had no objections. "Be careful." Murong Bo smiled. "Don't worry. Your big brother is not that weak." Naturally, Murong Li was still worried. "This is a good place for an ambush. You have made arrangements in advance, right?" Murong nodded. There are two paths leading to Xiangxiang. One is a main road, flat and easy to travel. The other is a small road, winding and rugged. The Crown Prince's men didn't know we would take this route. Now that they know we are traveling by carriage, they likely set up an ambush on the main road. I'll take the small road to draw them away, and you continue driving forward. The two brothers exchanged glances for a long time before Murong nodded. Murong turned back to the carriage and said a word. Xiangxiang just responded with a good. Murong got off the carriage, unhitched one of the two fine horses, mounted it, and called to Murong, "Big brother, take the lead. Let us meet under Xiangxiang. Don't be late." Murong waved his hand impatiently. "Get going." Murong laughed. "Your etiquette. How did the Grand Tutor not get angry to death back then?" While speaking, he galloped westward. The archers hidden in the forest were immediately stunned. The main target of Crown Prince Murong Shun was Murong, and they certainly couldn't let him escape. The men in the forest immediately rushed out to pursue him. Murong drove the carriage along the original path. Murong's horsemanship was impeccable, and the archers could not catch up. The leading officer was not incompetent. After chasing for a while, he ordered Li Lin, "Take a team and go after the carriage." The speed of the carriage was much slower than that of horses. Moreover, there was only one horse pulling the carriage now. The sound of hooves grew closer behind them. Murong instructed his men to run ahead, drawing their bows and shooting down the approaching soldiers on the spot. Li Lin urgently ordered his men to draw their bows. But Murong's carriage was reinforced with black iron plates, making it difficult to penetrate. Xiangxiang and Xiangxiang inside the carriage listened to the rain of arrows outside, hearing occasional cries of soldiers falling off their horses. Both of them were already pale with fear. At this moment, Xiangxiang didn't care about her status and tightly grasped Xiangxiang's hand. The carriage was moving too fast and inevitably became unstable. They occasionally bumped against the carriage walls. Murong constantly paid attention to the situation behind him. Armed with a bow, no pursuers could get close. He shot down over a dozen men in a row, and the pursuers grew somewhat intimidated, not daring to approach. Murong urged the horse with all his might, and the horse was already galloping at full speed. However, it wasn't long before the carriage crashed against a rock, tilting the carriage and wedging the axle in a crevice, with cracks already forming. This wouldn't do. If it continued like this, they would definitely be caught. The pursuers were just a small group of enemies, and he might still have a chance to survive alone. But if he had to protect two women, there was no time to hesitate. He had to make a choice immediately. He turned back into the carriage, grabbed Xiangxiang with one hand, and then swung his knife to cut the harness from the horse. Before the carriage even came to a stop, he was already holding Xiangxiang and mounted the horse. Xiangxiang struggled to climb down from the carriage. Murong turned his face away, not even looking at her, and coldly dropped a sentence. "If you don't want to die, run into the depths of the woods." Xiangxiang was stunned, took a couple of steps forward, and then understood, standing there in a daze. Murong cracked the whip, and the horse charged out like an arrow released from a bow, kicking up dust like fog. The sunset was blood red like woven brocade, and Xiangxiang stood panicked in the middle of the mountain path. Xiangxiang was still in shock, and at this moment, it seemed she finally understood, tightly clutching the hem of his clothes and crying out, "Fifth brother." Murong didn't look back. From the corner of his eye, he saw her standing still for a moment before she lifted her skirt with both hands and stumbled off into the dense forest. Pain pierced like a thorn, suddenly stabbing into the skin and deep into the flesh when least expected. Xiangxiang ran desperately into the dense forest, the long, sharp grass, leaving scars on her delicate skin. But she didn't feel the pain. The sound of hooves behind her gradually drew closer, and her mind went blank, only knowing to flee forward. She thought perhaps she shouldn't be sad. Who mattered more than the princess? It was a choice that didn't need to be made at all. Yet as she ran, tears flowed uncontrollably. For a powerful man, a concubine was merely a pastime during leisure. There should be no grievances. Once there was a sheep that desperately ate grass and grew up. It gave birth to lambs, allowing its owner to milk it and shear its wool. It didn't feel this was giving. It felt this was growth, a kind of happiness. But if one day it learned that a pound of mutton was only worth 14 copper coins, even the strongest would feel heartbroken. Chapter 22. Rescue the entire dense forest is so vast. Where could it possibly be safe? Xiangxiang didn't know. She changed one hiding place after another. Li Lin didn't have extra manpower to pursue her, only sending 2 soldiers into the woods to take a look. This wasn't a person worth searching for. Murong Li casually discarded a concubine like her. Even if she were caught, what would it matter? The 2 soldiers entered the forest, and searching such a dense area was nearly an impossible task. However, chasing after a woman, one with no experience in fleeing, was a much simpler matter. After giving birth, Xiangxiang's health was already poor. Continuous travel was exhausting for her. How far could she run? Moreover, she didn't have time to cover her tracks along the way. The 2 soldiers quickly closed in on her. Xiangxiang trembled all over, and the days spent at Ilu Mountain that she had already forgotten suddenly resurfaced in her mind. No, she couldn't be too afraid. She forced herself to calm down, thinking about why they were pursuing her so directly. Yes, it must have been because she was too careless while moving, leaving traces behind. She began to slow her pace, carefully making her way through the dense forest, deliberately hiding the footprints she left behind. The pursuit speed of the 2 soldiers indeed slowed down. Xiangxiang bit her hand to stifle any cries. Tears streamed down her hand and dripped onto the dry leaves. She hid in a hollow in the mountain, hearing the faint sounds of the 2 men approaching, then slowly fading away. She didn't dare to come out. What if someone was hiding in the shadows, waiting for her to walk right into their trap? She didn't allow herself to tremble, afraid of shaking the surrounding leaves. Her teeth bit deeply into her hand. The sunset light pierced through the leaves of the forest, scattering in tiny fragments over her body. She sat there, hugging her knees and sobbing softly, her long hair already loose and cascading over one shoulder. How she wished to go home, but she no longer had a home. Lingji County was no longer her home. When one day everyone thought you were living happily, you could only show happiness, only happiness. You couldn't tell them about your pain, nor could you let them see your wounds. Because the wounds on your body would only make those who love you sad and those who hate you gloat. Venting was useless. The Sun Wang mansion was not her home either. She had already resigned to her fate, thinking she would live as a concubine in this life, not fighting or envying, raising children and serving her husband. She thought if life could be like this, it couldn't be considered unhappy. But it turned out she actually didn't have a husband. He was not a sturdy tree she could rely on. Being a concubine was destined to be neglected and looked down upon, her beauty fading while she remained lonely. The sky gradually darkened, twilight entered the forest, and thick fog rose among the fallen leaves. A cool breeze passed through her clothes, and she felt a bit cold. She tightly wrapped her arms around her shoulders, the overwhelming fear exhausting all her strength. She closed her eyes and slowly fell asleep. Murong Li rushed out from the ridge and immediately changed horses, taking Su Jing with him as they fled. It wasn't until late at night that they arrived at the place agreed upon with Han Su. This time Su returned, not daring to bring too many people with him. He only had about 100 old soldiers by his side, all brothers who had fought alongside him in Murong Li. Originally, they stood scattered like a pile of loose sand, but as soon as Murong Li arrived, they all stood up straight, each with a poised posture and fierce expressions. Murong Li dismounted, and everyone immediately knelt in greeting. "Your Highness." Murong Li waved his hand, signaling Han Su to take Su Jing to rest in a room. Then asked, "Is there any news from King Kong?" Han Su replied, "I've already sent someone to meet him, agreeing to signal with fireworks. There is no news now, so it should be safe." Murong Li nodded. "Change horses and contact trustworthy generals. If any bad news comes from Jinyang City, prepare to act immediately." Han Su responded, and Murong Li paused for a moment before suddenly saying, "Send a reliable brother who is unfamiliar to her back to the dense forest 200 miles east of Jinyang City to find that woman. If she is still alive, bring her out." Han Su was taken aback. "What woman? Isn't the princess here?" He suddenly came to his senses. "Xiangxiang." Murong Li slowly turned his face away, saying, "Yes." Han Su was shocked and then softly said, "Your Highness, with her temperament, she won't trust the brothers we send." Murong Li was stunned, suddenly recalling the terrified eyes he had seen when they first met. If it were the crown prince's men who found her, she would have certainly died by now. Murong Li's hands slowly clenched into fists. Han Su gently said, "If your highness is at ease, I will personally go. She knows me and knows I am your highness's man. She will surely follow." Murong Li fell silent. It shouldn't be done this way. There were too many people in Xiangxiang City who knew Han Su. If he went personally, it would be very dangerous. Moreover, once the crown prince learned that he had sent Han Su to rescue that woman, he would conclude that she was very important to him. The chances of survival for both of them would be slim. He turned his head and said, "No need." He turned and walked into the room. After dinner, he needed to head to Pingdu Pass. Murong Bo couldn't mobilize the military leaders alone. He had to arrive simultaneously. Yet for some reason, he thought of her standing helplessly on the ancient road of Jinji as the sun set, like a little white rabbit released into the lair of a fierce tiger, not knowing where to go. While Murong was tidying up, Han Su called over his deputy, Chun Zhao, and instructed, "I will rush back. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to join you in Daji City in a day. Be careful in serving His Highness." Chun Zhao was speechless. "Why you want me to serve His Highness?" "I can't handle that, General." Han Su kicked him. "Shut up." He turned and led his horse out, heading straight for the ancient road of Jinji. The sky was almost bright. Han Su lit a torch and searched in the forest for a long time. However, the light was poor, and after finding the place where Xiangxiang had fled in a panic, there were no more traces to follow. Seeing that the forest was indeed empty, he softly called, "Lady Xiang, are you here?" There was no response. He continued to push aside the grass while calling, "Lady Xiang? Guo Xiangxiang." Xiangxiang thought she was dreaming and woke up to someone calling her. She sat up but couldn't tell whose voice it was. No, she couldn't fall into someone else's hands again. She gripped the hairpin in her hand, determined not to fall into someone else's hands again. But heaven help her. Let it be someone from Murong Li or Murong Bo. But with even a glimmer of hope, she didn't want to die here. If she really died, she would never see her parents again. Xiangxiang was still so young, without a mother, who knew how pitiful she would be in the future. She sobbed softly, hiding among the grass and trees as she looked outside. Almost simultaneously, Han Su saw her. Thank heaven, she was still alive. Just as Han Su was about to approach, he noticed she was holding a hairpin and quickly said, "Lady Xiang, it's me. I'm from Sun Wang's household. Do you still remember me? My name is Han Su." Xiangxiang's entire body seemed to lose strength, and she slid down softly into the hollow. Han Su stepped forward to help her up. "There are all Crown Prince's men near the checkpoint. We must leave immediately." Xiangxiang suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck. It was late July, during the sweltering summer, and she was dressed in thin clothes. After hiding in the forest all night, she was soaked from the dew. Han Su was slightly taken aback, feeling the soft and fragrant body that had collapsed into his embrace. He wanted to push her away, but her tears fell on his shoulder, each droplet hot against the fabric like fire. He prepared to push her away, but gently patted her back. "It's okay. It's all right now." Xiangxiang didn't cry for long. After experiencing being abducted and sold to another tribe, she couldn't cry for long. She wiped her tears and felt it was inappropriate to hold on to Han Su like this, softly saying, "I'm sorry. Thank you." Han Su smiled. "Let's go." Xiangxiang walked slowly. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and the trees in the forest cast shadows of varying depths. She walked with great difficulty, her feet sinking into the ground. Her clothes damp, and the wind made her feel even colder. She slightly shrugged her shoulders. Han Su sighed, apologized, and turned around to lift her up, carrying her on his shoulder as he went out. By the time they reached the edge of the forest, the sky was already bright. Since Murong Bo and Murong Li escaped yesterday, the checkpoints here had been put on high alert, and the inspections were very thorough. Someone like Han Su, who often showed his face in the military, definitely couldn't get past unnoticed. He took Xiangxiang to a winery, and when the owner saw him, he remained expressionless and led him to the inner room. The inner room was clearly the owner's private quarters. Han Su didn't mind and handed Xiangxiang 2 clean clothes, saying, "Change first." Xiangxiang's face turned red. Han Su thought she was just shy and didn't pay much attention. He turned his back, and Xiangxiang began to change clothes. The winery owner was outside serving wine, and after finishing his work, he hurried inside. Han Su asked anxiously, "What is the situation?" The owner replied. The inspections outside are tight. The shooting officer has sent more troops here, and there are guards everywhere. The general probably can't get out for a while. Han Su frowned. Indeed, Murong Li's considerations were correct. However, Xiangxiang was after all the biological mother of his daughter. And if she were truly left in the mountains to be eaten by wild beasts, what would that man do? This time he returned. He would undoubtedly get beaten up. Sigh. He had to accept it. After they finished talking, Han Su returned to the room and found Xiangxiang had fallen asleep on the couch. Her long hair spilled over her shoulders, and she wore a dark blue cloth dress, which only accentuated her delicate and fair skin. Her red lips were bright, and her cheeks had a lovely rosy hue. This complexion! Han Su hurried forward to check her forehead, and his brows immediately furrowed. He said to the winery owner, "Find a doctor." Xiangxiang was ill, and when the doctor arrived, she was still asleep. It wasn't a serious illness. After a night in the forest, frightened and cold, she had caught a bit of wind chill. The doctor prescribed some medicine and said a few words about being careful and taking care. Han Su saw the doctor out and asked the winery owner to go fetch the medicine. The winery owner listened to him, well, since his son served under Han Su. He couldn't afford to disobey. Chapter 23. Dream. When Xiangxiang woke up, there was no one in the room. She came out and saw Han Su stoking the fire in the small courtyard. Han Su was wearing a light gray scholar's robe, with a blue cloth tying his hair in a scholarly bun. He already had a bit of a scholarly air, and this outfit made him look like a refined scholar. However, his method of stoking the fire was surprisingly skilled, and before long, the charcoal was already burning. Xiangxiang walked over, and Han Su saw her and said, "I was just about to brew some medicine. You can take a break first." Xiangxiang squatted down. "Let me do it." Han Su simply put the medicine pot on the fire, poured in the medicine, and added 3 bowls of water. Xiangxiang was quite surprised. "I didn't expect you to be good at this too." Han Su smiled. "My family was poor when I was young, so I inevitably learned a bit of everything." Xiangxiang actually didn't like him. Previously, he had used both soft and hard tactics to force her to follow Murong Li. He didn't seem like a good person compared to Zhou Zhua, who was much more straightforward. Since she was free at the moment, she chatted with him casually. "Is it poorer than my hometown?" Han Su laughed. "Although Lingji is remote and has bandit troubles, there are no harsh policies, so it's not too bad. In the bustling capital, there are also families without food and clothing. If it were back then, a family like yours, I wouldn't have dared to aspire to." The thin smoke rose, brushing over his features, and Xiangxiang thought he was actually quite good-looking. She even showed a hint of a smile. Now in Jinyang City, you could choose among the young ladies of noble families. Han Su chuckled, saying actually back then. He glanced at Xiangxiang, but didn't continue. Back then, he had hoped to marry a quiet and delicate woman who could sew and wash, and also add fragrance to his sleeves. How could he fear a lack of heroism for the sake of love? Even now, he didn't want to marry any noble lady. What was the point of living respectfully like guests for a lifetime? But these words should not be spoken to her. So Han Su only said, "Now, I'm just a rebel general. If King Kong ascends the throne, I suppose I could choose then." Xiangxiang took the fan from his hand and gently fanned the fire. Han Su asked, "Do you still hate me?" Xiangxiang was taken aback and didn't say anything. Han Su smiled again. "Hate is of no use. If I had a background like Zhou Zhua, I wouldn't have done such things. With a lowly background, one had to understand people's expressions and guess the thoughts of their superiors. Military achievements couldn't be earned just by hard work." He suddenly laughed again. "If he really looks down on me, I was thinking of bringing him over myself." Xiangxiang's face flushed, recalling Zhou Zhua's demeanor at that time, and she felt annoyed. Han Su, perceptive as he was, naturally noticed and said, "If Zhou Zhua wants her, I can't protect her. I can't fall out with my own brother over a woman." "Can I?" Xiangxiang asked. "To you, women are just playthings, right? Zhou Zhua, you, Murong Li, and even Murong Bo are all like that, aren't you?" Han Su thought for a moment and said, "I don't know about others, but for me, even if it's a plaything, it's still a very luxurious and extravagant plaything." The fragrance of the medicine slowly wafted out of the pot. The water began to boil, and Xiangxiang reached for a cloth to lift the lid. Han Su took the cloth from her, waved her away, and said softly, "Be careful, it's hot." His voice was close, brushing past her ear. Xiangxiang instinctively recoiled as if she had really been burned. She stood up, intending to cook something to eat. However, The place was unfamiliar, and the owner of the tavern seemed to have disappeared, so she couldn't find anything and felt helpless. Han Su said, "If you're sick, just rest and don't run around. If you die here, my trip will have been for nothing." Xiangxiang replied, "You can't go out either, can you?" Han Su hummed and comforted her, "Don't worry. The Crown Prince knows that the two princes have left the Jinjiga path, so there won't be a strict investigation here for long. It'll be fine once the wind passes." Xiangxiang lowered her head and said, "It's not that he allowed you to come, right?" Han Su was taken aback, and she continued, "Thank you." Han Su found it amusing. "Thank you?" Xiangxiang nodded. "Thank you for letting me still be alive, for giving me a chance to see my daughter." Han Su smiled. "Just doing my duty as a subordinate. I can still flatter him later." Xiangxiang didn't say anything more, and Han Su poured the medicine out and set it aside to cool. The tavern owner came in, carrying braised beef and roasted chicken. Knowing Han Su liked strong alcohol, he specially brought out a jar of Xiangxiang liquor that had been stored in his shop for many years. "Old Su," Han Su said, "clean the medicine pot first, then call him. My wife caught a bit of a chill. You should make some porridge, a little thicker." Old Su, the tavern owner, agreed and hurried to the kitchen. Xiangxiang wanted to help him, but Han Su said, "Just rest. Taking care of yourself is already a big help to me." Xiangxiang had no choice but to return. The medicine was still not cool. Han Su lightly touched the edge of the bowl and added half a basin of cool water to stabilize it. He asked Xiangxiang, "Is it too greasy?" "Huh?" Xiangxiang didn't quite understand, and then she saw him grab a watermelon, quickly peeling off the outer skin, cutting the inner skin, and slicing it into shreds. Xiangxiang laughed and leaned closer. Han Su salted the watermelon rind shreds, rolling up the sleeves of his long robe slightly, revealing his strong, bronze-colored arms. When Old Su finished cooking the porridge, Xiangxiang set the bowls and chopsticks, ready to eat, but Han Su said, "Drink the medicine first." Xiangxiang took the medicine bowl, but the medicine was terribly bitter. She took a sip, and her little face scrunched up. Han Su sat at the same table as Old Su, without any distinction in rank. The two of them drank wine and ate meat, and Old Su asked, "How's the barbarian doing lately?" Naturally, barbarian referred to his son. Han Su replied, "He's doing well. When the wind passes, I'll give him a leave and let him come back to see you." Old Su waved his hand. "What visit?" "I'm doing fine. There's no need for him to come back." Han Su smiled, and when he looked up, he saw Xiangxiang still drinking the medicine, almost making him laugh out loud. He asked, "Old Su, no sugar?" Old Su responded, "There's honey." Saying this, he got up and brought over half a jar of honey. Han Su took a spoon, scooped a big spoonful of honey, and mixed it into Xiangxiang's medicine bowl. Xiangxiang thought he was deliberately teasing her and was somewhat annoyed. But when she raised her eyes, she saw his casual demeanor as if it were completely natural. At that moment, his sleeves had fallen back down, and his long fingers gently stirred the medicine in her bowl with a white porcelain spoon. The spoon swirled, and his sleeves fluttered slightly, looking both elegant and handsome. Xiangxiang was somewhat distracted, and she didn't even say a word of thanks. After drinking the medicine, Xiangxiang scooped a bowl of porridge and indeed felt that the meat was too greasy, so she ate it with the salted watermelon rind on the table. Han Su mixed some oil into the rind and sprinkled sesame and crushed peanuts, which tasted quite nice. As she ate, Han Su chatted with Old Su over drinks. Old Su didn't drink the Xiangxiang liquor. It had been stored since the year his son was born. It was too strong after being aged for over 10 years. At his age, he couldn't handle such strong liquor. He scooped some yellow wine for himself and clinked glasses with Han Su. Han Su found the liquor quite good and turned to Xiangxiang. "Want some?" "Huh." Xiangxiang didn't drink much, and Han Su poured her a little. "Warm yourself up." Xiangxiang drank it and found the taste spicy and choking, almost bringing her to tears. Old Su quickly said, drink less, it's strong." In fact, Han Su hadn't poured much, just the bottom of a bowl. He didn't mind and continued chatting with Old Su casually. "Tomorrow, you should go to the checkpoint and see if there's any way to sneak out. It would be best to see Chunjiao. I hope to return soon. If I delay too long, it won't be good for me." Old Su agreed. He had been running a tavern in this area for many years, so it shouldn't be difficult to get out. As the two talked, suddenly there was a noise, and Xiangxiang slid under the table. Han Su was startled and nearly jumped up, quickly rushing to help. He saw Xiangxiang's cheeks flushed, her eyes closed. and she had lost consciousness. Han Su glanced at old Su, who was also looking at him. Their eyes met, and they were silent. Han Su did not dare to say who Xiangxiang was, and of course, Lao Su would not ask. The less they knew about the group of soldier bullies, the better. Han Su also stopped drinking, carrying Xiangxiang into the room. The beauty in his arms was soft, as if boneless, her body slightly warm. He felt the alcohol he had consumed boiling in his veins, almost burning along with his blood. The room was unlit, and using the dim moonlight, he placed Xiangxiang on the bed. In the milky white glow, he could see her hair slightly disheveled, a few strands sticking to her porcelain-like delicate skin. Such a woman was truly an expensive and luxurious plaything. He pulled over a thin quilt to cover her. Xiangxiang was drunk and slept soundly, feeling light and warm all over. In her dream, she was in the dense forest of the Jinji ancient road, being chased with chaotic footsteps around her. Someone came to her side, reaching out to unbutton her clothes. She couldn't make a sound and pushed the person away with all her strength. But he leaned in and kissed her lips with his tongue. Her consciousness was hazy, and for a moment, she thought the person was Murong Li. But when he raised his head, she suddenly realized it was Han Su's face. Xiangxiang screamed and sat up, only to realize it was just a dream. But, oh my God, she actually dreamed about being with Han Su. Oh my God. She covered her eyes, but the door was suddenly pushed open. Han Su's face showed a hint of urgency. What's wrong? How could Xiangxiang tell him what was wrong? She just vaguely said, I had a nightmare. It was indeed a nightmare, a terrifying dream. Han Su seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. It's still early. You can sleep a bit longer. Only then did Xiangxiang realize something was off and asked, You slept at my door? Are you a dog? Han Su turned back to close the door for her. I'm not at ease elsewhere. Just sleep. Xiangxiang closed her eyes, and after a long while, opened them again, seeing his shadow faintly visible through the carved paper on the door. Outside, the sky was still dark, and she closed her eyes, finally falling back into a deep sleep. At 17, Xiangxiang, through the business of alcohol, had her first spring dream, dreaming of being with her husband's subordinate XXX. Chapter 24. Adversity the next day. Xiangxiang woke up very early. When she pushed open the door, she saw Han Su had moved a table over, placing it right at her doorstep. He was sleeping on the table, not minding the hard wooden surface at all. Xiangxiang felt a bit guilty. People like him couldn't easily be classified as either good or bad. When Han Su saw she was awake, he jumped down, moved the table aside, and said, Don't go out. Don't let anyone see you. Afraid she wouldn't understand, he added, You must not do anything that could cause trouble or danger to the owner of this place. Xiangxiang understood. Got it. She went to the yard to wash her face, and when she turned around, Han Su had already poured her some tea for rinsing her mouth. She felt a bit embarrassed, and after rinsing, he brought her medicine. The medicine had cooled down, but was warmed with hot water. Xiangxiang thought this man was really considerate, and recalling the dream from last night, she felt utterly ashamed, seeing her face still flushed, like the tender skin of an apple. Han Su suspiciously asked, Is the alcohol still affecting you? Xiangxiang responded absent-mindedly, and quickly returned to her room with the medicine. After taking another sip, she found that sugar had already been added. The bitterness was tinged with sweetness. When she went out again, Lao Su had already prepared breakfast. A pot of wild vegetable porridge, reheated the leftover meat from last night, and bought some buns from outside. Noticing that Xiangxiang liked pickled melon skin last night, he thoughtfully pickled some more. Xiangxiang served the porridge, and the three of them sat down to eat together. Lao Su said, Today the guards are familiar with me. I should be able to sneak out. Han Su asked, What excuse will you use to get out? Lao Su replied, To sell a batch of wine dregs. I usually go out around this time of the month. Only then did Han Su feel relieved, but didn't dare to let him deliver a message. He simply said, At the Yang family horse farm outside the checkpoint, find the owner and deliver him 9 pounds and 9 taels of wine. Lao Su agreed, tidied up, closed the winery, and headed out with the wine dregs and a jar of wine. Murong Li quickly learned that Han Su had returned to the Jinji ancient road. His face was ashen, revealing no emotion, yet he didn't express any anger. It seemed he knew Han Su wouldn't be able to get out and didn't wait for him. Instead, heading directly to Pingdu Pass to meet Murong Bo. Once outside the capital, the prince's influence became somewhat limited. After 10 years in the military, Murong Li's influence in the army was unparalleled. Although the troops along the route received orders to search for Murong Bo and Murong Li, who would dare to take action, they simply turned a blind eye and let them pass. No matter how ruthless the prince was, he couldn't possibly send all the troops out to kill everyone, right? But the nobleman in front of them was ready to eat people. The prince was particularly kind to them either, and his military prestige was no match for Murong Li, who would be willing to risk their lives for loyalty. However, someone in the army reported that Han Su had gone missing around the Xiangxiang ancient road. Upon hearing this, the prince suspected he had secretly returned to Xiangxiang and secretly ordered searches for various departments. Murong Li took Su Jing and fled back to Pingdu Pass, where Murong Bo was already waiting. Upon seeing Su Jing, Murong Bo couldn't hide his joy, lifted her off the horse, and gently asked, "Did you have a good journey?" Su Jing hesitated to speak. Murong Bo glanced over and then noticed someone was missing. He looked at Murong Li, and Su Jing softly said, "The prince's people were chasing too closely. Fifth brother took Xiangxiang." She didn't finish her sentence, but her eyes had already turned red. Murong Bo stepped forward, grabbed Murong Li's wrist, and called out, "Old Five." Unable to continue, Murong Li pushed his hand away, called for Xiangxiang, and ordered him to contact the old members of the army to convene a meeting. Murong Bo formulated a marching plan, but since there had been no news from the king of Yin, he also worried that pushing too hard might provoke the prince into committing patricide, so he dared not act recklessly. The two were at a standoff between Pingdu Pass and Xiangxiang City, with smoke quietly spreading as everyone prepared their troops. When night fell, Murong Li lay on the couch, hands behind his head, unable to sleep at all. He didn't want to dream, nor did he want to be sleepless. He got up and practiced martial arts for an hour, and when he returned, he finally fell asleep. In the winery along the Xiangxiang ancient road, Han Su was cooking porridge. Lao Su had left behind all the wine and meat when he left, just worrying they might starve. Han Su added some mung beans to the porridge, while Xiangxiang went to start fire. He hadn't intended for her to help, but seeing her restless, he didn't stop her. Xiangxiang asked, "I can't go back to find the child, can I?" Han Su replied, "Prince Kong is a careful person. If he arranges for the child's whereabouts, it will definitely be the safest. Although you don't often go out, it's possible someone in Xiangxiang City might recognize you. If you are recognized, you could be in danger, and it could also endanger the child of Prince Kong, which is no joke." Xiangxiang responded, What if Prince Kong fails?" Han Su paused, and Xiangxiang asked, "What about the child? Will it implicate my family?" Han Su said, "It won't. You are merely a concubine of Prince Sun. The prince can't possibly punish the 9 clans of his own brothers." Xiangxiang sighed in relief and softly said, "That's good. I'm really glad I'm just his concubine." Seeing her look of relief, Han Su couldn't help but smile. "What are you happy about? If Prince Sun really gets into trouble, can your family be okay?" Xiangxiang replied, "In the past, my family had no support, but we could still live well. As long as the court doesn't drag us down, my father and mother will live peacefully." Han Su was momentarily taken aback, and then smiled. Who could say this wasn't another form of being indifferent to honor or disgrace? He said, "You have very good parents." Xiangxiang nodded, and when she spoke of her parents, her expression became lively. While they were talking, a sudden noise came from outside. Han Su tensed up and quickly went to the door, peeking through the crack to look outside. He saw rows of officials and soldiers knocking on doors. Open up, searching for the wanted criminals. Han Su immediately turned back and told Xiangxiang, "Pack your things. We have to leave here immediately." Xiangxiang really didn't have much to pack, so she just bundled up the clothes she had worn when she arrived. Han Su swiftly poured the uncooked porridge into the well in the backyard and tossed 2 chickens into the pot. He added several pieces of firewood to the stove. Luckily, Lao Su hadn't been gone long. If someone came in, they would mostly think he was just stewing chicken. Once Xiangxiang was ready, someone was already knocking on the door. Han Su looked around again, sweeping away any traces of their presence, and pulled Xiangxiang over the wall from the backyard. Xiangxiang couldn't jump over, so Han Su lifted her up to the top of the wall, and after he got over, he helped her down. It seemed the door of the winery had already been smashed open. Han Su didn't have time to think. Holding Xiangxiang in his arms and heading for a secluded alley, He seemed familiar with the area and always managed to successfully evade the officials whenever they were in danger. Xiangxiang was afraid of dragging him down, so she cooperated and stayed in his arms. The weather was hot, and his sweat dripped down on her forehead. Xiangxiang took out a handkerchief and gently wiped it for him. He seemed a bit apologetic, although the winery's cellar might be able to hide us. If it gets searched, it would definitely implicate Lao Su. I can only trouble you. Please forgive me. It turned out he was not unaware of the winery cellar. But if there was even a hint of danger, he absolutely couldn't let it implicate those who helped him. This was Murong's army, carrying out his will from beginning to end. When the homeland is engulfed in war, I will save it with blood and head. When you are in danger, I will reach out. If I fall into misfortune one day, I will flee far away, and you only need to remain silent. There are no unbreakable military rules, but there is ironclad morality. Some commoners saw the two pass by, but when they learned who the officials were chasing, without exception, they remained silent. The officials conducted a thorough search along the Jingji ancient road, but found nothing. Lao Su hurried home and saw his house turn upside down. He was taken aback, rushed inside, and saw the kitchen was stewing chicken, but the people were gone. He anxiously inquired with the neighbors, who only said the officials had come to search, but found nothing. Old Su opened the wine cellar, and no one had been inside. He sighed and said nothing. Han Su was hiding with Xiangxiang, and a long time had passed, long enough that she could smell the faint scent of his sweat. Around noon, Han Su sneaked into a farmhouse. There was no one home, and the kitchen had 2 large dumplings left. He took them out and handed one to Xiangxiang, saying, "Eat something first." Xiangxiang took it and looked up at him. He smiled. "It probably doesn't taste good, but just make do with it for now. We'll be fine once we're out." Xiangxiang handed one back to him. "You eat too." Han Su didn't take it. "I'll look for more." Xiangxiang took a bite, and the dumpling was indeed not tasty, thick skin and bland filling. But to someone who was hungry, what else could they complain about? Han Su was rummaging through the house when suddenly the homeowner returned. Xiangxiang felt so embarrassed that she didn't know what to do. The homeowner stared wide-eyed, ready to yell. But upon seeing Han Su, he froze. Han Su continued rummaging, looking like a rogue. "Don't you have anything else to eat in your house?" The farmer was both amused and exasperated, turning to his young wife behind him. "Go buy some scallion pancakes." Han Su showed no shame. "Hurry back. Just enough for you and your husband." The young wife quickly went out, and Han Su, feeling at home, found some tea leaves and made tea for Xiangxiang. The homeowner saw this and said, "There are lambs giving birth in the backyard." Xiangxiang didn't understand what he meant, but he turned to get a bowl and soon returned with a bowl of sheep's milk. Xiangxiang's face turned red, wanted to say a few polite words. Han Su slightly raised his chin, signaling her to eat her fill. At that moment, extending a hand was a favor akin to sending coal in snowy weather. Would a simple thank you be enough? The homeowner squeezed out a large bowl of milk, and Xiangxiang took a few sips before handing it to Han Su. Han Su was eating the dumplings, and he surprisingly drank straight from her hand. The scorching sun made the sweat on his clothes crystallize into salt. At this moment, he was indeed thirsty. Xiangxiang's face was slightly red as she firmly held the bowl for him to drink. They didn't rest long before the scallion pancakes were brought back. Han Su finished the leftover dumplings and gave the pancakes to Xiangxiang. After they were full, he wiped his mouth and left with her. Chapter 25. Execution by Rod. Han Su took Xiangxiang with him, and because they were too recognizable, they didn't dare to buy a horse. They continued their stealthy journey towards the checkpoint. Along the way, fearing that Xiangxiang would suffer from the heat, he stole a few watermelons. His battle knife was used to cut the watermelon, and it seemed to fit right in. Xiangxiang laughed uncontrollably. What if General Han doesn't fight one day? He can sell watermelons instead. Han Su laughed too, cutting her the reddest and sweetest parts, and saying, "I was born in the marketplace and can manage trivial matters. If one day I hang up my armor and return to the fields, I wouldn't have to worry about making a living." Xiangxiang quietly ate the melon, suddenly feeling a bit envious of him. He didn't have to be a general. He could still mingle in the marketplace and find his place. And she, lost in thought, Han Su, noticing her silence, looked down and saw red juice spilling from her lips, the half-eaten melon pulp sticking to her full lips, making them look tantalizingly red. He suddenly couldn't help but think, Those two lips must taste good, right? What would it feel like to kiss Murong? But as soon as he thought that, he immediately pulled back his thoughts. She was the woman of his superior, and she already had a daughter. What was he thinking? He also felt that they had talked too much on this journey. He stood up and said, "There isn't much distance left, let's go." Xiangxiang followed behind him. The sky had darkened, and the night breeze brought a coolness to the summer air. Han Su walked ahead, no longer in a hurry, allowing Xiangxiang to keep pace. The official road had lampposts with torches, but the light was undeniably very dim. By now, there were hardly any travelers, and Han Su's shadow was stretched long and slanted. Xiangxiang looked down at the ground, sometimes stepping on the shadow's head, sometimes on its shoulder. Just as she was having fun, Han Su suddenly stopped, and Xiangxiang bumped into his solid back. She covered her nose, tears almost spilling out. Han Su turned around and wrapped his arms around her, pulling her into the bushes by the roadside. Xiangxiang still didn't know what was happening, her head already lowered. She was enveloped in Han Su's embrace, her nose filled with his scent. Her lips were even resting on his sleeve. Han Su was afraid she would make a sound, pressing down her head with his right hand while signaling for silence with his left. His palm rested on her head, the warmth seeping into her limbs. A group of soldiers slowly walked by. It turned out the prince had arranged for them to patrol the checkpoint at night. Xiangxiang buried her head, surprisingly not feeling scared. Being protected felt like this. Han Su's expression was serious, and Xiangxiang was also a bit worried for him, especially since he was alone and didn't even have a horse. It would be difficult to get out, right? The prince was puzzled too. He had instructed to keep a close watch on the horse farm and post station here. But he didn't expect Han Su to walk into the checkpoint and plan to walk out too. He sent someone to keep an eye on strangers. After all, they weren't local residents. Who could tell at a glance who was a stranger? And even now, he still didn't understand Han Su's intentions for coming and going. It was already midnight, and everything was quiet. Suddenly, fireworks lit up the night sky. Someone was forcing their way through the checkpoint. This was the moment when the checkpoint's defenses were weakest and vigilance at its lowest. The intruders quickly broke through the gate, and dozens of horses galloped in. Han Su jumped up from the bushes, and as the horses approached, he grabbed Xiangxiang and caught the reins of one of the horses, jumping onto it. In the darkness, arrows were fired, and Xiangxiang tensed up, but she remained obediently crouched on the horse, fearing she would hinder Han Su. Torches were raised one after another, their light flickering. The brilliance of the stars and moon gradually dimmed. Xiangxiang sat tightly against the horse's back, and Han Su rode with her, almost hugging her as he urged the horse forward, arrows whizzing behind them. He drew his sword and turned to block an arrow. However, there were too many arrows here. He quietly asked Xiangxiang, "If I get down, can you control the horse by yourself?" Xiangxiang's body stiffened, but she still gripped the reins and quietly replied, "I can." Han Su smiled, truly a brave girl. He said, "Crouch low, squeeze tightly against the horse's belly, run as fast as you can, until someone comes to help you." Xiangxiang bit her lip, the sound of whizzing arrows filling her ears. She nodded repeatedly, already covered in sweat. Han Su turned to block an arrow, then suddenly leaped off the horse. Xiangxiang didn't dare look back. She actually wanted to ask Han Su if he would be in danger, but she didn't dare to. She knew she was Han Su's greatest weakness, and as long as she could avoid being a burden to him, she was willing to follow his arrangements without hesitation. She had seen Murong ride and had shared the horse with him several times. Now, she simply mimicked Murong Li's style and rode off at full speed. The checkpoint felt like a monster with its mouth wide open, and Xiangxiang felt her eyes and nose filled with wind. This was her first time riding a horse, and at this speed, a slight mistake could send her tumbling off. She gripped the reins tightly, not daring to feel afraid. She just wanted to survive in return. Han Su dismounted, wielding his knife to block the arrows coming from behind. A large number of horses galloped past, and he turned to make sure Xiangxiang had already dashed through the checkpoint before he flipped over and hid beneath a horse's belly, escaping the checkpoint of the Jinji ancient road along with the horses. Xiangxiang leaned over the horse's back. Every bone in her body jostled as if shattered. Her long hair was disheveled, wildly flying in the night wind. Her heart felt like it would leap out. In the darkness, someone was blowing a strange whistle, and the galloping horses slowly changed direction. It turned out the people from the horse farm outside the checkpoint had already retreated. Except for those horses that had been shot and killed, the rest would head back upon hearing their owner's whistle. When the horses finally stopped, Xiangxiang saw a man dressed as a Hu person standing under the horse. Xiangxiang was confused, and the man skillfully controlled the horse, raising his right arm slightly. Xiangxiang felt her body lighten, and she was brought down from the horse. She was startled and looked around, not seeing Han Su, feeling a bit uneasy. The man noticed and clasped his hands in greeting, softly saying, "I am Ranyan Zhao, the second steward of the Sun Wang's residence, and I greet Lady Xiang." Xiangxiang was stunned, and Ranyan Zhao smiled. "I dare bet that Guanju hasn't introduced me to you." Xiangxiang also smiled, no longer as nervous as before. When Han Su was brought to the horse grounds by Ma, he saw that Xiangxiang had already been helped down from the horse. He breathed a sigh of relief. But Xiangxiang widened her eyes. "You're injured?" Han Su nodded. He had dismounted because he was injured. After all, it wasn't convenient to turn around to block arrows. And his hand strength was limited. Xiangxiang anxiously pulled open his clothing, wanting to see his injury. Beside them, Ranyan Zhou looked at Han Su with a strange expression. Han Su hurriedly avoided Xiangxiang's hand and said, "It's just a minor injury. Madame Xiang doesn't need to worry." Xiangxiang was taken aback, and Han Su smiled as he introduced. "This is the second steward of the Sun Wangfu, Ranyan Zhou." Only then did Ranyan Zhou smile and say, "I've already introduced myself. But the madam may have doubts in her heart, so I've been waiting here for you." Han Su nodded to Xiangxiang, indicating that this person could be trusted. Strictly speaking, Guanju, Zhao Wu, and Ranyan Zhou were all servants of Murong Li. In terms of trustworthiness, they were probably more reliable than Han Su. Moreover, Ranyan Zhou had been managing the royal estate's affairs for Murong Li for many years. Traveling far and wide as a businessman, his insight was quite sharp. Han Su dared not say anything in front of this person while with Xiangxiang. Ranyan Zhou waved his hand, and two maidservants came over to assist Xiangxiang, saying, "Please, madam, come in and change." Xiangxiang looked at Han Su with concern. Han Su comfortingly smiled at her. "Yun Zhou is also the prince's trusted aide. You can rest assured." Xiangxiang said, "Your injury should be bandaged too." Han Su was momentarily stunned. She had already followed the maidservants inside. Ranyan Zhou had thoughtfully prepared her clothes. It was a long skirt of vine green with a tassel shawl featuring butterflies playing with peonies. When Xiangxiang put it on, she could still smell a faint fragrance from the clothes. The maidservants helped her sit down in front of the dressing table, styling her hair into a bun, pinning a flower made of twisted silk and embedded with green jade at her temple, inserting a peacock's silver hairpin, and finally adorning her forehead with a string of jade flowers. With her delicate brows lightly brushed and her eyes finely outlined, the maidservant then took out lip gloss for her to dab on. Xiangxiang had never dressed herself like this since she was young, and she sat there like a puppet, letting them do as they pleased. After a long time, the maidservants were satisfied and took out fragrant dew, carefully applying it to the sides of her neck. They then put on a pair of earrings with a lotus petal pattern and a necklace inlaid with gemstones and tourmaline. When Xiangxiang came out, both Ranyan Zhou and Han Su were taken aback, and then Ranyan Zhou said, "First, the clothes fit very well." Han Su's veins were bulging on his forehead. "The prince is not here, and you dress as woman like this. Isn't it inappropriate?" Ranyan Zhou said, "Just pray that the heavens bless you, so that the prince, upon seeing such a vibrant beauty, can temporarily forget that you disobeyed military orders and acted on your own." Only then did Han Su remember the trouble he was in, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I prayed before coming out." The group began to head towards Pingdu Pass, and at this time, Xiangxiang's treatment was much better. Not only was the carriage comfortable, but there were also two maidservants attending to her along the way. Feeling uneasy, Xiangxiang lifted the carriage curtain. "Not yet, sir. Is there something you need?" Ranyan Zhou said. This time, General Han entered the camp to rescue the madam without obtaining the prince's military order. After returning, there will surely be a punishment. At that time, I hope the madam can speak a few words. Xiangxiang was stunned and asked in a low voice, "Will it be very serious? Is it a heavy punishment for saving me?" She glanced at Han Su, who had kept a distance from the carriage, perhaps to avoid suspicion. Ranyan Zhou said, You know the prince's temperament, madam. Xiangxiang bit her lip and softly said, I will do my best. But what use will my words be to him? Ran Yunzhou nodded. Thank you for your efforts, madam. The journey was uneventful, and they returned to Pingdu Pass 7 days later. There was still no news from Jinyang City, and Murong had already decided not to wait any longer and was preparing to march north to capture Jinyang. The temperature difference at Pingdu Pass was extreme. It was sunny during the day, but cold as a knife at night. Xiangxiang was helped down from the carriage, and immediately a maidservant draped a white light fur over her. The soft fur warmed her neck, but made her skin look like jade. Led by the soldiers, Xiangxiang walked forward and saw rows of spears and halberds on both sides. The soldiers wore cold iron armor, their weapons resting on the ground, exuding a fierce battle spirit. Murong and Murong stood on the general's platform in front of the army when they saw Han Su and the others coming. Murong gaze lingered on Xiangxiang for a moment before he said coldly, Han Su. Han Su stepped forward, and Murong said icily, acting without orders is a violation of military discipline. Drag him out and execute him in front of the army. As soon as this order was given, all the generals knelt down. Your Highness, please consider that General Han has fought for many years and spare him from death, allowing him to redeem himself. Murong said nothing, and soldiers dragged Han Su out, stripping off his outer robe. Han Su gritted his teeth, but said nothing. The military baton struck his back, and he let out a muffled grunt, slightly swaying but managing to stand firm again. At this moment, Xiangxiang finally understood what execution before the army meant. She was terrified. Han Su already had an unhealed arrow wound, and after a few strikes, the wound began to bleed, soaking his inner garment. Ran Yunzhou kept glancing at Xiangxiang, and finally, he even showed a pleading expression. Xiangxiang's eyes were filled with tears. She turned to face Murong and softly said, Your Highness, should those who came to save me all die? Murong expression had already darkened, and Xiangxiang's tears sparkled like pearls, falling against her pale, bloodless cheek under the cold moon at the border. Your Highness, actually people like me, even if I were to give my heart and soul, shedding blood wouldn't be worth it. Your Highness, please take a look back. Murong face was ashen, and he shouted angrily, Get lost. Xiangxiang sobbed and turned to walk out of the military camp. Murong was furious. Damn it, I told you to get lost. And you dare to walk out. He stepped forward a few paces, grasped Xiangxiang's wrist, raised his right hand, intending to slap her, but realizing she was a woman, he couldn't bring himself to do it. He shouted angrily, Get back to the tent. Xiangxiang looked up, tears streaming down her face in the cold moonlight at the border, her beauty striking. Murong then recalled how she had chased after him for a few steps that day. Roughly, he pulled her back, taking a few steps back to the big tent and throwing her inside his own tent. Before leaving, he glanced at Murong who understood. Once he left, he said, Although General Han violated military orders, he has indeed accomplished the task of saving a person. Considering his injuries, change the punishment to 50 strikes. The crime will be recorded, and if there is a repeat offense, both penalties will apply. Ran Yunzhou and Han Su exchanged glances, both relieved. Thankfully, they thought they would at least get 200 strikes, but only 50 was a relief. Chapter 27. Centrifugal outside Pingdu. There is a desert where the melting ice water from the northern snow-capped mountains flows through, creating an oasis in the desert. Over time, the oasis became a city known as My City. The fruits here are smaller than those elsewhere, but are particularly sweet. Murong softly said to Princess Su Jing, Send some fruits over. I see that the fifth brother's woman is truly heartbroken. With the fifth brother's personality, it's probably hard to comfort her. So Xiangxiang washed some fruits and brought them to Murong tent. To avoid encountering any inappropriate scenes, she had a guard announce her entry. By the time she entered, Murong had already put away his anger, and Xiangxiang still had tears in her eyes. Su Jing smiled and said, Fifth brother, your elder brother wants you to go over for a moment. Murong glanced at Xiangxiang, his face darkening, and turned to leave. Su Jing sat down beside Xiangxiang and asked, Are you still angry with him? Xiangxiang gently dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief and curtsied, Greetings to the princess. Su Jing supported her, saying, No need for such formalities at this time. The fruits here are sweeter than elsewhere. You must try this flower red. The flower red from my city is famous far and wide. As she spoke, she handed over the bright red fruit. Xiangxiang had to accept it and softly replied, "Thank you, princess." Su Jing sat down on the low table with her and sighed. "Xiangxiang, don't blame him." Xiangxiang lowered her head. "I understand. I don't blame him. But Han Su." Su Jing smiled slightly. He doesn't really want to kill Han Su, nor does he genuinely blame him. However, Han Su disobeyed his military orders and acted on his own, so he has to put on a show. As for you, you are his beloved concubine and the mother of the little princess. No matter what, you cannot speak of him like that in front of his subordinates. Xiangxiang was not good with words and remained silent, her head bowed. Su Jing gently patted her shoulder. The fifth brother is not an impulsive person. Although he has a bad temper, he knows how to control himself. You don't need to worry. Xiangxiang asked, "Han Su is fine now, right?" So he received 50 strokes. He is fine now. For them, punishment is a common occurrence, nothing serious. Xiangxiang nodded. She actually understood Su Jing's intentions. So she softly said, "Rest assured, princess, I understand my position." Su Jing smiled at her. In her heart, she somewhat liked this girl. She was different from her own family's legitimate and illegitimate sisters, and also different from the concubines of Murong in the Kongwang mansion. She smiled and said, "You also have a daughter now. If you try a little harder and have a little prince, perhaps the fifth brother can support you as a secondary wife." Xiangxiang smiled too, but replied, "No, having a daughter is just fine. I like daughters." Su Jing laughed and suddenly asked, "What does it feel like to have only one person in the mansion?" Xiangxiang was taken aback and turned to look at her. She said, "It must be wonderful, right? I heard that the fifth brother thought you had a son and immediately asked where the little heir was. He feels that your child will be his only child." Her words were unintentional but heartfelt. How nice it is to be alone without worrying about who else has given birth to his son, whose child might one day become a threat to one's own child, whose brother or father has gained favor from a king, who has caught the attention of her husband. Whose bed is he sleeping in tonight? Thinking about it this way, this woman doesn't need comfort. I'm the one who truly needs consolation. She stood up and said again, "Xiangxiang, actually you're the happy one." Then she walked out, and Xiangxiang stood up to see her off, not knowing why she suddenly felt sad. The aloof and elegant princess still smiled gently, but her eyes glimmered with tears. Xiangxiang sent her to the tent entrance and suddenly said, "At least he has you in his heart." Su Jing was stunned, and Xiangxiang's smile bowed again, and returned to Murong Li's tent. Even if there was only one person beside him, it was not because of me. Han Su lay in the tent. 50 strokes were really nothing, as Murong Li usually dealt in hundreds. Murong was actually being merciful. However, he was injured, and since Murong Li had ordered the beating, no one in the camp dared to act on personal feelings. Those 50 strokes were very real. Although he was not completely immobile at the moment, he at least dared not move freely. With the imminent battle against the crown prince, if a real fight broke out, he would be at a disadvantage with his old injuries. Suddenly, he thought of that girl, facing Murong Li, saying, "Actually, a person like me, even if I were to pour out my heart and soul, using a stream of fresh blood to warm you, would never be worth it. My lord, would you take a look back? How foolish. I hope I don't say anything stupid to anger him." Then he thought, well, actually, the outfit that Ran Yunzhao picked for her looks really good. He didn't know if it was the clothes that looked good or the person wearing them. Just as he was thinking, the tent curtain was slightly lifted. Han Su glanced over, his hair standing on end. "Xiang, madam, what are you doing here?" Then he remembered his current situation and quickly said, "Don't come in." He was injured on his back and was completely undressed, lying on the couch covered only by a thin blanket. Of course, Xiangxiang wouldn't go in. She stood at the tent entrance and softly asked, "Are you okay?" Han Su reached out to find his clothes, but that big oaf, young Master Zhou, didn't he know where he had thrown his robe. He hurriedly said, "I'm fine. I'm full of energy. Don't come in." Xiangxiang replied, "Well, I want to come in. It would be good for you or me if someone sees me going in now, right?" Han Su finally relaxed a little and asked, "Is there something?" Then he cried out in despair, "You didn't offend him again, did you?" Xiangxiang replied, "I want to offend the prince. I have a daughter. I need to go back and pick her up. I want to offend Murong Li." Han Su said, "That's good. You should go back. If he doesn't see you later, he'll get angry again. Xiangxiang nodded slightly, bent down a little, and placed a box of ointment on the ground. This is the external medicine we often use back home. It works well. You should try it. Hansu was slightly stunned, then smiled and said for a long time, "Thank you." Xiangxiang replied, "You're welcome. I should be the one to thank you." The two had nothing more to say, and she turned to leave. The tent curtain fell, and a cool breeze brushed against his cheek. Hansu felt a strange emotion sweep through his heart. She should have left by now, right? He got up, finally found his robe, put on in a rush, and walked to the door. The ointment was in a transparent small bottle, green in color. He gently sniffed it, and there was a faint fragrance. He held the small medicine bottle in his hand, lifted the curtain, and saw the clear wind and bright moon. When Murong returned, Xiangxiang was already asleep. The tiger skin blanket he used in his tent, with its fine and soft fur, made her face appear even more delicate and smooth. Murong did not have much appreciation for a woman's beauty. He never thought there was any difference in how a woman dressed or styled her hair. He only felt that the woman's face was like the softest tofu, as if it could be broken with a light touch. He embraced Xiangxiang, his whole body covering her. Xiangxiang was startled awake, the candlelight flickering dimly. Murong took off his robe, his pupils ablaze. He leaned in to kiss her, his tongue lightly tracing her lips. Her delicate skin was held in his rough palms, and Xiangxiang closed her eyes, a tear sliding down the corner of her eye into her flowing hair. Murong was usually straightforward and rough in intimate matters, often preferring to dive in without hesitation. But tonight, he was a bit gentler. He actually knew how to play, having grown up among the rich and noble. What techniques hadn't he tried? However, he gradually lost interest in these frivolous thoughts, and after being with Xiangxiang, it mostly became an expression of his own needs. Tonight, there was also a hint of regret in his actions. For someone like him, one could not expect him to bow his head and admit fault. The words "I'm sorry" were shameful to even think about. He could not bring himself to say them. Xiangxiang could not withstand his teasing and soon began to tremble gently. Murong had been away from this for a long time, but quickly regained his skill. And Xiangxiang couldn't help but let out a sound. She then panicked and covered her cherry lips. Murong pulled her hand and pressed it against her head, without any reservations. Next door is Murong Bo's tent, where he is talking to Su Jing. Listening to their voices, both of them blush. Between husband and wife. It's not too awkward. Murong Bo laughs. Old Fifth is not completely clueless about how to charm people. Su Jing covers her mouth and giggles. Murong Bo pulls her over, holds her in his arms, and says, "You've worked hard on this journey." Su Jing's cheeks gradually turn red, and the couple gazes at each other in silence before slowly kissing. The next day, Xiangxiang took the clothes out to wash. Not far from the campsite, there is a river, a stream formed by melting snow, clear enough to see the bottom. Xiangxiang untied her hairband, let her long hair fall freely, and found a good spot to wash her hair. Hansu and Joshua walked side by side, chatting. Hansu said, "If you can move, help me take that group of brats for an 80-mile run tomorrow morning. It's been so many days of idleness that they're almost growing grass." Joshua asked, "Aren't you going?" Hansu replied, "I need to rest my injury. If it really comes to a fight, being in better shape is better." Joshua frowned. "Is your injury serious?" As he spoke, he moved closer to check Hansu's wounds, but Hansu quickly pushed him away, saying, "Get lost. Only women can take off my clothes." Joshua had a mischievous grin and stretched out his hand like a claw. "Stop pretending. It was Ranyan Zhou who helped you take them off last night, right?" Hansu, my little beauty, your chastity is long gone." As they were talking, they turned around and saw Xiangxiang washing her hair. Hansu's face turned pale, and Joshua's outstretched hand immediately transformed into a gesture to pat off the dust on Hansu's shoulder. Then he said with a serious expression, "It's just morning training. We're like brothers. It's no big deal. I'll take care of it." He then turned to Xiangxiang and smiled. "Madam Xiang, what a coincidence." Xiangxiang looked embarrassed, and Joshua cleared his throat. "I just remembered there's something in the camp. I'll take my leave." He wasn't too keen on provoking Xiangxiang. After all, she was now Murong Li's favorite concubine and had even given birth to a daughter. If she suddenly remembered old grievances from that day on Ilu Mountain and stirred up trouble, he would be in for a beating. Hansu was clever, saving her with a turn of phrase, resolving past grievances while still keeping himself safe. Although he had a father, like General Zhou, Murong Li could still deliver a heavy beating when angry. He turned to leave, and Han Su stood still for a moment before saying, "The sand and stones by the river are unstable. Be careful not to slip." Xiangxiang softly responded, and Han Su felt a bit awkward, thinking, damn, why does it feel like there's something between us? He walked a couple of steps, suddenly said, "On that day, I came back to save you, because the prince indeed had that intention." Xiangxiang was washing her hair, her long hair wet and forming small strands, dark and shiny. She softly said, "I know." She knelt in the sand, slowly pouring water over her hair. Han Su suddenly walked over, scooped a large basin of water from her washing basin, and placed it aside. "Wash here." Xiangxiang was momentarily stunned and said, "Thank you." Han Su splashed water on his face by the river, listening to the pleasant sound of water as she washed her hair. In the reflection of the river, Han Su's silhouette swayed gently. Xiangxiang asked softly, "Is the medicine effective?" Han Su paused for a moment and said, "It's very effective. That's herbal medicine. It's especially good for coagulating blood and promoting tissue regeneration." Xiangxiang replied, "That's good." After washing his face, Han Su stood up and said, "Take good care of him." Xiangxiang lowered her head. "I will." Han Su turned to leave. It turns out, it wasn't easy for him either. What reasons do we have to fall in love with someone? How do we distinguish between love and mere fondness? Xiangxiang didn't know, but looking at Han Su, she felt a secret joy in her heart. Maybe it was when he added honey to her medicine bowl, his long fingers gently stirring the herbal mixture with a white porcelain spoon. Or perhaps it was that night after getting drunk, the moonlight faintly glowing, casting his pale silhouette on the thin paper behind the door. Xiangxiang couldn't articulate it. She once had a childhood sweetheart, a fiancé she played with often. She knew she would marry him one day, but he was just like her brother. Now she had a husband, someone she must follow for a lifetime. He shared her bed, shared intimate moments, and could please her body. But she knew he was a man who would never truly see her. His heart always belonged to that past, that perfect memory. Now a new shadow had emerged in her heart. This man might not even love her. Perhaps everything he did was only because of her identity. If this battle succeeded, he would rise to a prominent position, with beautiful wives and concubines to choose from. If he failed, he would be a traitor, punished for treason, with his entire family executed. Regardless of the outcome, it was a future that had nothing to do with her. But what did that matter? I only cherished that small warmth in my heart, that glimmer of joy. As for the future, how many loves in this world have ever had a future? How greedy must one be to dare speak of the future? Chapter 28. Unmatched Murong Bo and Murong Li gathered their troops. Currently, the western part of Daji City is occupied by Murong Li's army, while the eastern side still holds the prince's influence. There has been no news from King Yin and Xiangxiang, and any rash move could trigger a civil war. Murong Li trains his troops every day and has reviewed the topographical map of Xiangxiang City countless times. Murong Bo is responsible for the preparation and allocation of military rations and armaments. The two have been cooperating well. In the evenings, Murong Li, Murong Bo, and other military leaders often dine together. In the vast yellow sands of the border city, the cold moon hangs like a hook. A bonfire is lit in the camp, with generals gathered around it, drinking and roasting a whole lamb that glistens golden brown. The juices drip into the fire, making a sizzling sound. Soldiers sprinkle cumin on the lamb, and the fragrant aroma fills the camp, making mouths water. Murong Bo sits in the main seat, with Su Jing beside him. Murong Li is next to Xiangxiang, who, despite her status, is the only woman qualified to sit next to him. Knowing they would have roast meat today, Xiangxiang prepared the sauce early, cut the lamb into pieces, and evenly coated the small lamb legs with a marinade to marinate them. She enjoys cooking, as she has nothing else to do. At this moment, she brings out the marinated lamb leg, skewers it with a fork, and as she roasts it, she brushes honey on it. Murong Li and the others are too busy drinking to pay attention, cutting the cumin lamb with small silver knives. After a while of roasting, the honey gives the lamb leg a beautiful golden sheen. Han Su finds himself looking at her unexpectedly. noticing her patience and meticulousness as she brushes the sauce beside the warm fire. The exquisite clothing that Ranyan prepared for her is magnificent. However, no matter how valuable the jewels, they can't compare to the moment when she lowers her head, a strand of hair brushing against her delicate cheek. When Xiangxiang accidentally looks up, she unexpectedly meets his gaze. Han Su's heart feels like it's on fire, and he quickly looks away, taking a sip of wine and turning to talk to Zhou. Xiangxiang's heart races. Did he just look at her? She cuts the beautifully roasted, oily lamb leg into pieces and offers a portion to Murong. He doesn't pay much attention, as Han Su is right next to Xiangxiang. She cuts another plate carefully, bites her lip, and hands it to him. Han Su hurriedly reaches for it, their fingertips briefly touching. Both of them freeze for a moment before instinctively retracting their hands. The meat is perfectly roasted and cut into small chunks, not thin slices. The lamb was marinated with a bit of wine, making it non-gamey, sweet with honey, and tender. Han Su savors it slowly, giving a look of appreciation, and Xiangxiang slightly raises her head, smiling at him. Han Su can't return the smile. The sweetness in his mouth fades, and he feels a pang of bitterness in his heart. Such a woman would surely live well even if she married into a poor family, right? A true beauty doesn't need pearls to shine. Her smile cleanses the mundane, and her heart blooms with fragrance. Years ago in Jinyang City, I had always yearned for and admired a woman who wasn't in poems or verses. Years later, she appears before me, her clever smile enchanting. Xiangxiang lowers her head, using the small silver knife to fork a piece of lamb, her red lips slightly parted as she takes a bite. Murong isn't looking at her. He is engaged in conversation with his royal brother. At the tip of the flames, the world seems to twist and sway. Xiangxiang doesn't know what they are talking about, but the people around her are enjoying her cooking and praising it, which makes her happy. Being too close to the bonfire, her cheeks glow with a radiant hue. Han Su wants to reach out and touch her, wondering if just a touch would wipe away that beautiful glow. No, that's too dangerous. He can't. He thinks about getting up and leaving anywhere but here. He doesn't want to smell her milky and floral scent anymore, hear her voice, or see her smile, no longer wanting to be captivated by her stunning beauty. But he just sits there, unwilling to let go. Why does he feel such attachment to someone? Clearly, nothing has ever happened. He takes a deep breath. The aroma of wine and meat in his nose doesn't bring joy. But Xiangxiang stands up first to leave, after brushing the meat for a long time. She wants to wash her hands. The beautifully embroidered hem of her skirt brushes against the back of his hand, and he clenches his fist, struggling not to grab her. How terrifying. She has clearly left, yet her flowing hair and soft clothing linger in his mind, refusing to fade away. What draws men and women together? In this vast sea of people, he has seen countless things. Why is he so inexplicably attached to her? I was born in the marketplace, pursuing fame and fortune, seeking all that could make me wealthy and comfortable. I was joyful in gain and sorrowful in loss. My emotions were once so stark. Why can you control them with just a glance? Making me chase after you, feeling sorrow when you leave and joy when you are near? Murong doesn't glance in the direction Xiangxiang left. Perhaps he never felt there was any difference between her presence and absence. For the first time, Han Su envies him, once thinking that everything in this world could be obtained through effort. But some things you can never have. Never. Like her, Han Su feels he must be drunk. Suddenly, he wants a woman. To marry her and have her cook for him, to gaze at him with almost tearful eyes. Smiling sweetly, her brows and eyes curved. This time when he returns, if he still has his wits about him, he will marry a woman, he thinks. No, he really can't think that way anymore. He silently drinks, turning his head casually, only to see the small silver knife on her plate. He recalls her delicate hand holding the knife, gently cutting the golden meat. Heavens, why is he still thinking of her? He inexplicably reaches out and takes the small silver knife in his hand. Just like that, he is enchanted. Ranyan has been raising warhorses for Dian for many years. His father is a Hu person, and his mother is a Yen person. Yet Murong values him highly and often entrusts him with important tasks. At this moment, he sits next to Han Su and pats his shoulder. Come on, let's drink. Han Su doesn't refuse, pouring himself a drink, clinking bowls and downing it in one go. Ran Yunzhou toasts him a few more times, then wraps an arm around his shoulder. There's some nice girls in my city. Want to go take a look? Han Su, feeling a bit tipsy, replies, Sure, let's bring Zhou Zhuo and Xiangxiang along. The four of them leave the military camp. After all, they're just outside my city, and riding there takes only a little over a quarter of an hour. As Han Su rides, the wind blows, waking him up a bit. Ran Yunzhou rides alongside him, asking, Are you sober now? Han Su wipes his face and snorts. What do you mean sober? I wasn't drunk at all. Ran Yunzhou casually replies, I think you're quite drunk. Han Su pauses, turning to look at him, but he says nothing more. Han Su's relationship with Ran Yunzhou is different from that with Zhou Zhuo and the others. When Ran Yunzhou was stranded in Xiangxiang City due to the ongoing conflict between Dian and the Eastern Hu, he was easily recognizable by his high nose and deep-set eyes, clearly of Hu descent. No one was willing to hire him, and he struggled to get by. At that time, Han Su was just a personal guard under Murong Li, and seeing that he could identify horses, he introduced him to Guanju. Knowing that Murong Li loved horses, Guanju recommended him to Murong Li. After a conversation, Murong Li bought him a horse farm at Pingde Pass. When he left, he had no money, but didn't want to mention it to Guanju. Murong Li, with his character, wouldn't have noticed either. Just when he was in a tight spot, Han Su, being observant, gave him a couple of silver coins for travel expenses. Ran Yunzhou worked hard to expand the horse farm, and most of the war horses for Dian came from there. He has since become successful, and now in Pingdu Pass. Who wouldn't bow and call him Lord Ran? Yet he remains close to Han Su. The group enters Mai City, but the city gate is already closed. With Murong Li present, the gatekeeper dares not open the gate recklessly, but they can climb over the wall. The soldiers guarding the city toss down a rope, and they ascend in the blink of an eye. Mai City is a border town with heavy winds and sand. In terms of prosperity, it certainly cannot compare to Xiangxiang City. However, it has its own unique characteristics. By this time, it was getting late, and only the Ingyue Pavilion had lanterns with red rice paper hanging high. Han Su and the others walked in, and with the wealthy Ran Yunzhou present, everyone was quite unreserved. Inside, someone was playing the Kongho, and women heavily made up wore veils woven with gold threads, their delicate bodies concealed beneath thin garments. The fireplace burned brightly, filling the air with a sweet, rich fragrance. As soon as Ran Yunzhou entered, someone immediately came to greet him. A few were taken into a private room, and the proprietress quickly came over with a beaming smile and several young women. Zhou Zhuo and Xiangxiang each picked one, while Ran Yunzhou looked at Han Su, who frowned. Ran Yunzhou smiled and asked the proprietress, Don't you have any respectable ones? The proprietress immediately covered her mouth and laughed, throwing him a flirtatious glance. Before long, she really brought in a girl. The girl was fresh-faced and unadorned, her head bowed, hands clasped together, appearing quite shy. Ran Yunzhou smiled and waved, Come here, accompany Master Han. The girl was momentarily stunned, lightly moving her steps to sit beside Han Su, hesitating. Han Su turned to look at her. She kept her head down, pouring wine for him. Master Han, please enjoy. Zhou Zhuo glanced over and pointed at the girl. Xiangxiang, what's the meaning of this? Why is she so much prettier? The proprietress, named Xiangxiang, was taken aback by the remark, but quickly smiled. Master Zhou, that's just a girl who hasn't been unveiled yet. Zhou Zhuo immediately became angry. Are you afraid I can't pay? Xiangxiang knew she couldn't offend any of these men, so she had to keep smiling. Deep down, she was also puzzled. These types of people had been around for a long time, and their tastes were usually quite vulgar. The more flirtatious a woman was, the more appealing she seemed. Why did they suddenly prefer respectable women today? Zhou Zhuo was still fuming when Han Su softly said from the side, What's all the shouting about? Want to swap? Zhou Zhuo was satisfied at this, pushing the woman beside him over to Han Su. Ran Yunzhou let out a barely noticeable sigh. Han Su drank with the heavily made-up woman, one cup after another. The woman lightly rubbed against his strong body, and he slightly turned aside. No, they were not that woman. No matter how similar, they were not her. No one can clearly define what love looks like. But when love exists, that person is unparalleled in the world. Chapter 29. Brothers Zhou Zhuo and Xiangxiang have both found girls. And Ranyanzhou has also stayed behind, while Han Su does not want to stay here. Zhou Zhua and the others agree. Then you should return early and help us with a morning roll call. Han Su left the Yinghua pavilion and only realized he was a bit drunk when he got on the horse. He usually doesn't ride anymore. So he led the horse out, the cold wind cutting like a knife against his face. The alcohol's effects diminished, and he finally felt a bit clearer. He made his way to the city gate and climbed over the wall to exit the city. The guards at the city were all familiar faces, so they didn't ask any questions. When Han Su returned to the military camp, Murong had already gone to rest. Over the years, he had developed the habit of going to bed early and rising early, unlike these warriors who were all full of energy like bulls, and couldn't live without a bit of turmoil. Murong personally patrolled the camp and, coincidentally, caught the slightly tipsy Han Su returning late. In a fit of anger, he ordered Han Su to hold a spear and stand guard at his tent. Han Su had no choice but to stand outside his big tent. Thankfully, Murong didn't ask about Zhou Zhua and the others. Murong's two personal guards lowered their heads and just laughed. He shot them an angry glare, and both turned their heads away, pretending to stare at the sky seriously. Han Su held the long spear and stood straight at the entrance of the tent. His shadow was long and slanted inside the tent. Xiangxiang lay on the bed, tilting her head to look at that gray shadow, her heart feeling as if it had been dipped in honey, inexplicably sweet. Footsteps sounded outside, and Murong lifted the tent flap and entered. Xiangxiang got up to change his clothes. Murong lowered his head and noticed that her gaze did not rest on him. This woman seems different from the past few days. It was hard to pinpoint exactly what had changed. She also helped him mend his clothes, sometimes cooked for him, and even stood up to change his clothes after he returned. But something still felt off. For example, when she mended his clothes, she no longer deliberately embroidered patterns over the torn areas to cover the marks, making the seams more exquisite. When she cooked, she wouldn't arrange the food in an artistic manner, nor carve it into those strange shapes. Moreover, she used to like picking peculiar flowers when she lived in his tent. Every time he entered, he would always smell the fragrance of wildflowers of the season. However, all of this was gone now. Murong had a fiery temper, but he was not foolish. He didn't know what a woman was thinking, nor did he care. But he could easily tell when someone was distracted, thinking about the child. Besides that, what else could make her so absent-minded? Xiangxiang was momentarily taken aback, and after a long while, she murmured. Murong decided not to press her further. It would be useless to say anything, right? His child, he wondered if that little dumpling had grown a bit. Would he see her again? By then, he should be able to hold her in his arms, right? He removed his clothes and lay down, while Xiangxiang prepared hot water, removing his shoes and socks, and attended to his foot bath. Murong allowed her to gently rub his feet, and at that moment, she had changed out of her splendid dress and wore a thin bamboo green garment. Her long hair was casually tied up behind her head, with a rebellious strand falling forward, just covering half of her face. Under the green garment, her hands were white, whiter than frost and snow. Murong said, "In a few days, I need to go to Daji City with my older brother and stay there for a while. You stay here." Xiangxiang responded with a no, suddenly wondering if Han Su would go too. Of course, she didn't dare to ask. She said, "Is it going to fight the crown prince?" Murong's face darkened. "Don't concern yourself with military affairs." Xiangxiang lowered her head, and indeed, she stopped asking. Murong said, "The child will be fine, no need to worry." His limited comfort was all he could offer. Xiangxiang asked, "Does the prince really believe the child will be okay?" Murong raised an eyebrow, and she continued, "Xuanchuan's health is poor. She suffers from many ailments at home. Now that she is in a strange place, without familiar wet nurses, and no doctors who usually come check on her. Even I'm not there. Will she really be okay?" Murong was speechless, then grew angry. "Are you blaming me? I'm trying to comfort you, and you dare to push back. If she gets sick, can I control that?" Xiangxiang softly replied, "The prince believes she is absolutely safe because you trust Prince Kong. You believe he will do his utmost to protect what is yours. I worry about Xiangxiang because she is my daughter. As long as she is out of my sight, I will be concerned. No matter how safe the place is, I will still worry about whether she is accustomed to it, from dressing and eating to catching a cold. Forget it. The prince wouldn't understand. To you, she is not important. You don't love her, so how could you understand my longing? However, you don't need to understand, right? You will have a primary consort, side consorts, and many children. Even if you feel heartache, she is just one among many. She took a soft cloth and dried Murong Li's feet, then took the foot wash water outside. As she lifted the tent flap, she unexpectedly saw Han Su standing straight at the door. Han Su glanced to her, and she smiled slightly, revealing a charming grin. Then she turned around to dispose of the water. Han Su's gaze followed her. It was very cold outside, and her clothing was thin. She had to hurry back after pouring out the water, jumping back into the tent. She entered, bringing a gust of cold wind with her. Murong looked up and saw the unusual sparkle in her eyes. Those watery eyes shone brightly like stars. What had she seen? At night, Murong was used to sleeping on the outer side of the bed, and surprisingly, Xiangxiang was also somewhat restless, lying on her side, gazing outside. Han Su stood there straight, his posture tall and erect. Just seeing that shadow made Xiangxiang think of his gaze and his smile. Memories are a strange thing. If one has the heart, they can recall any word, glance, or the subtlest expression of anyone, to savor and reminisce throughout one's life. If one is indifferent, parting in life and death ultimately becomes just a fleeting cloud. Murong was also pondering who should be sent to Daji City this time, and who would guard Ping to Pass. Would the West Jing take advantage of the internal strife in the Great Yin to return? If West Jing entered Ping to Pass, the Easter who would definitely stir up trouble at Yuho Pass. It would no longer be just a matter of the two princes of Great Yin vying for the throne. Without skin, where would the fur cling? He lowered his head and found that Xiangxiang was also not asleep. Her gaze was fixed on the tent wall, lost in thought. He followed her gaze, but the tent wall was empty. He wondered what could be worth her attention like that. He hoped the war would end soon, and of course, he hoped to still be alive by then, to have a day when their family of 3 could be reunited. This war had no real winners. It was a case of fighting among one's own, and whoever was hurt or died would be severing their own limbs. The next day, Zhou and the others returned on time, taking their subordinates out from morning training. Murong also went personally, leading a group of people carrying the weapons needed for marching, with shouts and cheers as they advanced swiftly. The cooks were learning to cook from Xiangxiang. Although there were many people and few ingredients, it was best if the taste could be improved a bit. Xiangxiang had learned to make many delicious dishes from her mother and enjoyed cooking since she was young, often trying her hand at new recipes. But cooking for so many people left her dumbfounded. After being stunned for a long time, she decided to give it a try. If she mixed glutinous rice into the regular rice, added some salt and steamed it, then coated the meat with sauce, steamed it, and cut it into pieces, and finally rolled the rice into balls, wrapping the meat inside, wouldn't that be better? She didn't know, but she thought she'd give it a shot. Even if she failed, these people wouldn't dare scold her because of Murong, right? While she was cooking outside, Murong was personally leading the soldiers in a training march of 80 miles. For his troops, this was nothing serious. Everyone rushed ahead, daring not to fall behind with Murong at the back. It was the same during previous battles with West Jing and Eastern Hu. No one dared to lag behind, even a step. Murong was far more fearsome than the West Jing. The worst they could do was bite, but he could come up and tear the enemy apart. Han Su, Zhou, Xiangxiang, and others were leading their respective subordinates. Han Su hadn't slept all night, and now, during the intense morning training, he was feeling a bit strained. Murong kicked him and asked, "Haven't you eaten?" Han Su quickly kept up. In fact, he hadn't eaten much the night before. Although his wounds had scabbed over, they still hadn't fully healed. But at this moment, he couldn't dare to show any signs of illness and ran forward like a madman. Murong snorted and then noticed a small medicine bottle on the ground. The transparent bottle contained a light green, semi-transparent ointment. Murong picked it up, feeling it looked familiar. After smelling it, he confirmed it was an external injury medicine. A few days ago, when escaping from Jinyang City, Xiangxiang had used it on him in the carriage. He scoffed, thinking about Han Su's forgetful nature. After a moment's thought, he picked up the medicine bottle and tucked it into his pocket. After running for a while, Han Su felt something was off. When he thought about what was in his pocket, he realized what was wrong. On the way back, he retraced his steps and kept an eye out for what he was looking for, but he still couldn't find it. Seeing Han Su looking around suspiciously, Murong didn't ask or say anything. Han Su paid attention all the way back but still found nothing. Upon returning to the camp, Murong discovered that Xiangxiang was helping a group of cooks prepare breakfast. He immediately shouted, "Are your hands or feet broken? Can't anyone help with their own tasks? Wang ya, please spare us." The cooks were so frightened that their hair stood on end and their legs buckled, kneeling on the ground, banging their heads like garlic. It was Xiangxiang who couldn't bear it and softly said, "I'm just idle. I came to help. It's not their fault." Murong snorted coldly, thinking this woman was really foolish. They treated her like free labor, and she was still helping them count money. What a silly dough. Forget it. It's a matter of mutual consent. It has nothing to do with me. If you really think being busy can ease your worries, then do as you please. Breakfast consisted of rice balls filled with meat, 3 for each soldier. The tender, soft rice balls, when bitten into, released rich sauce, incredibly tempting. This dish was not only filling but also simple to make and could be eaten with hands without needing bowls. Murong stood in front of the pot, ate 3, and thought, "Damn, I should have 3 more. Is this thing really filling?" The cook cautiously explained, "This is made according to everyone's usual rice portion. 3 is just right for a typical meal." Murong snorted angrily, and the cook nearly wet himself. He casually grabbed another one and turned to exit the tent. After walking around, he found a transparent medicine bottle again, thinking to return it to Han Su, but he couldn't find him. About 15 minutes later, Han Su returned from outside. Murong coldly asked, "Aren't you going to explain your whereabouts?" Han Su noticed and hurriedly smiled. "I dropped something and went back to look for it, but I couldn't find it." Murong took out the small medicine bottle from his pocket and toyed with it between his fingers. "This?" Han Su's expression changed. He wanted to reach out to take it, but suddenly remembered who was in front of him and subtly pulled back. His heart raced, and he didn't dare to meet Murong's gaze. A year ago in Xiangxiang City, the roguelike Han Su, who had lost his father early and whose mother remarried, was raised by his grandparents. He spent his days stealing and doing petty things. One day, while cockfighting, he encountered the prince's guest, Shenwei, and unfortunately won. He boasted and humiliated Shenwei. Shenwei was skilled in martial arts and couldn't let it go, taking advantage of Han Su's unguarded moment. He dragged him into a dark alley and beat him up. Han Su was not someone to be trifled with. He immediately fought back and, to his shock, killed Shenwei with a single punch. With someone dead, Han Su snapped to his senses. Damn it, if the prince pursued this, he would definitely suffer. But could the prince ignore it? His guest was killed for no reason. If he turned a blind eye, who would dare to join him in the future? Han Su sat by the corpse, contemplating for a long time. At that moment, Murong was sitting on the wall of the alley, watching him think. After a while, when he saw Han Su stand up and prepare to run away, he asked, "Are you planning to live your life as a rogue?" Han Su looked up and saw a noble sun sitting on the high wall, like a deity descending from the heavens. He joined Murong's army, starting as a lowly soldier, then rising to the rank of centurion and pavilion leader, eventually becoming Murong's personal guard, gradually accumulating military achievements. It was like he was soaring to the skies. Murong only told him to fix his eyes on a goal and keep biting the bullet to get closer. Life would then be full of drive, passion, and hope. Although the prince investigated the old incident with Shenwei, who would dare touch Murong's personal guards? Unless he killed the prince, losing a guest. So what? The life-saving grace from years ago, half a lifetime of knowing each other. And how did he repay it? He coveted his woman. He lusted after the mother of his daughter. Han Su stood still, memories flooding back. Murong threw the small medicine bottle to him, saying, "Since it's something important, take good care of it. Not everything can be found again once lost." Han Su caught it, feeling a moment of embarrassment. Chapter 30, Outing After Breakfast. Han Su went to see Murong, who was discussing the troop movement routes with Murong. Upon seeing Han Su, he simply asked, "What is it?" Han Su pressed his lips together, knelt down, and resolutely said, "This subordinate wishes to volunteer to be the vanguard for this battle. I ask for the 2 princes' approval." Upon hearing this, Murong merely looked at Murong. He was capable in politics, but as the saying goes, a kind-hearted person shouldn't command troops, and he wasn't very skilled in military affairs. Thus, Most matters in the camp were handled by Murong, with him occasionally offering opinions that Murong might not adopt, which he didn't mind. Murong then said blandly, "I do not permit it. Leave." Han Su was perplexed. "Prince Sun," Murong said, "Pingdu Pass is the gateway to the west for Dian. You fought against several generals from Xiangxiang. If it comes down to it, they're your old acquaintances. You will stay at Pingdu Pass." Han Su felt bitter. He could stay at Pingdu Pass, but could you take your woman away and not leave her under my nose? He remained silent, and Murong raised an eyebrow. "Do you have any other questions?" Han Su felt bitter in his mouth, but had no choice but to clasp his hands and say, "This subordinate takes his leave." After exiting the tent, he leaned against the weapon rack and unconsciously sighed. His hand brushed against his waist and touched the small medicine bottle again. He couldn't have realized whose item this was, right? Even if he knew it was Xiangxiang's, well, it was just a bottle of external injury medicine. Murong, of course, was not a straightforward person, but he wouldn't think too much about it. Thinking this way, he truly felt like a scoundrel. The next day, Murong and Murong led the troops, appointing Zhou Zhuo as the vanguard general, heading towards Daji City. Before leaving, Su Jing prepared supplies for Murong. Xiangxiang also helped Murong pack his clothes. In fact, Murong didn't have much to take. His personal guards usually took care of him. He only needed clothes to wear and food to eat. As Murong emerged from his tent, Su Jing, dressed elegantly, reluctantly sent him to the entrance of the camp. Murong was also reluctant, holding Su Jing's hand as they whispered to each other for a long time. Murong turned to look and noticed Xiangxiang standing quite far away, showing no intention of coming over. "Huh, what does it mean that you're standing so far away?" He glared at her, and Xiangxiang had no choice but to step forward. Murong thought for a moment and realized he had nothing to say to her. He wondered what his brother had said to his sister-in-law. He should have leaned in to listen. Then he looked at Xiangxiang. "Damn it, I'm going to war. Shouldn't you at least say a few words of concern? What does it mean to just stand there glaring at me?" Xiangxiang understood and bowed slightly. "Wangya, take care." There was nothing more. Murong snorted, feeling that was sufficient. Looking over there, he saw Su Jing with tears in her eyes. Looking back at Xiangxiang, although she stood before him obediently, she showed no signs of shedding tears. Sister-in-law is really something. A man should bear a sword like Wu, but does it have to be this crying? It's not like he's definitely going to die, right? Well, there's indeed a 50% chance he might not come back. But isn't there also a 50% chance of survival? He turned around, raised his hand, signaling the army to march toward Daji City. Murong reached out to wipe Su Jing's tears, whispered a few words of comfort, and instructed those around Su Jing to take good care of her before turning to mount his horse and chase after Murong. Murong turned his head to take a look and saw Xiangxiang still standing in place, dressed in a bamboo green long dress. Her long hair simply tied back with just a jade hairpin, without heavy makeup. At this moment, she was gently gazing at the rising sun. She actually did not look at him. Murong suddenly thought, if this time he died in battle, would she still stand there, gentle and serene, leaning against the morning sun like now? If he really died, in that final moment, whose face would he think of? Murong didn't want to think about such complex and useless things. He waved his hand, marched quickly. The army exited Pingdu Pass, passed through Mai City, and headed toward Daji City. Only then did Han Su softly say to Su Jing, "The prince is blessed. The princess need not worry. Let's return to the camp." Su Jing nodded, still looking in the direction Murong had left for a long time before reluctantly turning around, supported by the servants, and returned to the tent. Han Su hesitated slightly, walked to Xiangxiang's side, and slightly bowed, showing the proper respect of a subordinate to a lady. "Madam, please return as well." Xiangxiang responded with an and Han Su stepped back slightly as she passed by him. The beads at the end of her dress brushed against the hilt of his sword, causing his heart to tremble. After Murong left, Han Su took charge in the camp. The soldiers continued with their duties, seemingly unchanged. Su Jing didn't like to go out much. She was a daughter of a noble family and a respected princess. Normally, she didn't meet many people in the royal residence. Now, in the camp, she naturally preferred not to go out. Xiangxiang was different. She was the daughter of a small household. Her family ran a tofu shop, and she helped out every day. Showing her face was the most ordinary thing. Taking advantage of the good weather, she wanted to go see my city. It was a rare opportunity. Perhaps she would only come once in this lifetime. She had 2 servant girls sent by Ranyan with her, but they were quite troubled. Madam, without General Han's orders, we cannot go out casually. Xiangxiang didn't want to find Han Su. Being close to him would bring him trouble, she knew. Moreover, Han Su had always been cautious in front of Ranyan. Now that Murong Li was not around, she didn't want to make things difficult for Han Su, so she let the servant girls go find Ranyan. When the servant girls went out, they happened to bump into Han Su and Ranyan coming side by side. Han Su naturally recognized her, as she often followed Xiangxiang, making it hard not to know her. He immediately asked, "Is there something with the madam?" The servant girl, named Xiangxiang, immediately saluted and said, "Madam Xiang wants to take a stroll in my city and specially sent me to ask Lord Ran." Ranyan did not hesitate. My city is a border town. There are many different people coming and going, and it is quite dangerous. Madam, your noble body should avoid such places. If anything happens, we servants cannot bear the responsibility. You can tell Madam that if she truly wishes to wander, let the prince take her to tour the city upon his triumphant return, and we will accompany her. Xiangxiang felt a bit disappointed, but she was a servant in Ranyan household, so she dared not go against her master's orders. She simply saluted and said, "Understood." As she took a few steps back, she unexpectedly heard Han Su say, "The weather is nice today, and there are no urgent matters in the camp. Madam has been cooped up for too long. Going out for a stroll is not a big deal. I think since Lord Kong left, the princess has been feeling down. Why not let Yanzhou take them to my city to relax?" Ranyan stared into his eyes and said, "I knew you would say that." Han Su suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. "What do you mean by that?" Ranyan replied, "Don't you understand what I mean?" Han Su felt inexplicably shy and blushed. Ranyan noticed that Xiangxiang was still waiting and said, "Did you not hear General Han's words? Why don't you go invite the princess and madam?" Xiangxiang saw that although he agreed, his expression wasn't quite right, and she was at a loss for what to do. It was still Han Su who said softly, "Go on." Only then did she salute and withdraw. Hearing that she could enter the city, Xiangxiang was in a good mood. Su Jing led the servants and tidied up before coming over. Although the 2 women were of vastly different statuses, they were now like sisters, chatting and laughing as they walked ahead. Ranyan prepared a carriage and sent some warriors from his household to accompany them. Han Su also dispatched a small team of 50 elite soldiers, disguised as ordinary passers-by, to provide protection. These 2 women, one was the Princess of Kong, and once Murong Bo ascended the throne, she could be the Queen of Dian. The other was the only woman in their household. Any mishap with either of them could cost lives. Both prominent figures in the border region did not dare to be careless in the slightest. The most famous things in my city, besides the red flowers, were the furs and East pearls. At that time, East pearls were harvested by human divers in deep waters. Usually in April, the river was still cold, and many pearl divers lost their lives in the water for this treasure. A good East pearl needed extensive searching. The price of East pearls was naturally extremely high. Many foreign traders exchanged goods here, and even many merchants from Jinyang City came here to source their products. As soon as Su Jing and Xiangxiang entered the city, they were immediately noticed by sharp-eyed merchants, not just for their attire, as Duan, the chief steward of the Ran family, took care of them like a grandson. Who couldn't tell that these 2 ladies were of extraordinary lineage? The merchants immediately surrounded them, enthusiastically selling various goods. Duan ignored them and led Su Jing and Xiangxiang into another street. For women, the best way to deal with melancholy in life is to eat and shop. Even Su Jing, seeing the bright and shiny East pearls, began to radiate joy. The shopkeeper, seizing the opportunity, immediately hung a string of East pearls around Su Jing's neck, praising her repeatedly. But he spoke in the heavy dialect of the border region, and Su Jing didn't quite understand. Duan translated for her. Han Su, leading 50 old soldiers dressed as common folk, secretly protected them. He shadowed Su Jing and Xiangxiang, watching as Xiangxiang put on a string of East pearl bracelets on her wrist. Her wrist was already delicate, and with the East pearls, it looked even more radiant. However, when she understood the price of the bracelet, she calmly took it off and put it back. Despite Duan Yi's repeated assurances that it was no problem, she still shook her head and firmly declined. 1,500 taels of silver. That string of East pearls had a total of 20 pearls, and each was several hundred taels. Could it be eaten or drunk? Xiangxiang was not a sheltered young lady. She understood all too well what 1,500 taels meant for an ordinary family. Spending it on a bracelet. Even someone like Watian, who loved his daughter dearly, would feel upset knowing about it. The furs were nice, various light furs, soft and dense, with long hair, full and fluffy. However, after asking the price a few times, Xiangxiang found that she couldn't afford the things here. Could Duan Yi take them to a place where they could buy goods? Of course, the best things should be bought from the best places. In comparison, Su Jing was not polite at all, buying 2 strings of East pearl necklaces, several light furs, and 2 pieces of Kunlun jade jewelry, along with a pair of East pearl earrings. Naturally, it was all paid for by Ranyan Zhou, but she didn't show any expression on her face, nor did she think there was anything wrong. Perhaps this princess didn't quite understand the value of money. Xiangxiang followed along, even though she didn't buy much. She truly broadened her horizons. She didn't feel disappointed at all. Looking around as she followed Su Jing, Duan Yi was also having a good time. After following them for a while, when it seemed they had almost finished browsing the shops, Hansu suddenly said to Duan, "Let's go to the Nyoma market." Duan Yi was taken aback. The Nyoma market was where miscellaneous goods were sold in Mai City. The level was just like a roadside stall, a hodgepodge. Taking the princess and madam to such a place was too inappropriate, right? But since Han Su had spoken, what could he say? When Su Jing had finished shopping, she immediately took Xiangxiang and Su Jing over. As they were leaving, Han Su recalled the string of East pearls. That thing looked beautiful on her delicate wrist, with her fair skin reflecting the luster of the pearls. He picked it up to take a look, hesitating multiple times before ultimately deciding against buying it. He wasn't the one who should be giving her jewelry, since it was hopeless. Could he just let go of this string of East pearls like that and move on? Xiangxiang initially thought they had finished shopping, but upon arriving at the Nyoma market, she realized there were so many fun things to explore. Moreover, they were plentiful and cheap. Look, this string of East pearls is only 5 taels of silver. Duan even haggled and got it for 2 taels and 8 xian. There were also furs. A fox fur was initially priced at 30 taels, but Duan Yi blushed while haggling and managed to get it for 17 taels. She was very happy, and it had been a long time since Duan Yi had done such bargaining. If it weren't for not wanting the lady to be cheated, he wouldn't have done such a thing. The Nyoma market was crowded, and the vendors had no discernment. It was better than some other places that were overly courteous. But there were indeed many things. Su Jing was also happily shopping. In fact, the joy of shopping for women often doesn't come from the price being high or low. Finding a treasure among a pile of junk can also be a source of joy. The 2 women ended up collecting a large number of items, with a martial artist carrying them behind, and time passed unknowingly. Xiangxiang looked up, holding a red, translucent stone up to the sun, and accidentally saw Han Su's figure faintly reflected on the stone behind her. Han Su was also looking at her. On that day in Mai City, the gentle breeze carried sand. She stood under the sunset like a summer flower. Some people you clearly don't want to love, and you know you can't fall in love with her. But she is just so beautiful. Without a word, she has already captivated one's will, filling the heart and eyes. It's truly hard to fathom the ways of the world. Why last May, at the blooming Ilu Mountain, did I have to give you to him? Why can't it just be you and me? I could take you home. I could tell your father that I want to marry his daughter. Whatever conditions you have, just say it. Chapter 31. The warrior upon returning to the camp. Han Su received a report from the scouts stating that Xi Jing seemed to be mobilizing troops, possibly with the intention of attacking. Han Su hurriedly sent Chan Zhao to investigate personally while he gathered soldiers to prepare for battle. Xi Jing, however, did not rush in, seemingly waiting and observing. Han Su knew without asking what they were waiting for. If Murong Bo and Murong Shen truly had an internal conflict, they would definitely want to take a share of the spoils. He felt anxious, but at this moment he could not let his own side retreat first. Could he? Whether it was Xi Jing or the Crown Prince, both were sharpening their knives. How could they expect peace after laying down their weapons? While he sent a military letter to Murong, he also strengthened the patrols. At that time, Murong was in Daji City. After receiving the military letter, Murong frowned tightly. With Xiangxiang mobilizing, he wondered if Donghu would make any moves. Should he inform the crown prince? After all, the threat of external enemies was greater than internal strife. Murong pondered for a moment and replied to Han Su, conveying that they would launch an attack on Xiangxiang in 3 days. He then turned to Murong. 3 days later, elder brother should lead a contingent to challenge Xiangxiang City. The crown prince believes we are well prepared and may not necessarily engage in battle. Murong was taken aback. Where are you going? I can govern and care for the people, but I cannot lead troops in battle. Murong said, I will leave Zhou with you. If the crown prince should appoint Zhou as the commander, you can let Zhou take his place. The old man won't take the initiative to fight if he is reluctant to part with his son. Murong laughed. You really? No wonder you brought Zhou instead of Han Su. That's quite damaging. He said, aren't you afraid Zhou will betray his father? Murong replied, he won't. He's family, so you can rest assured. Murong couldn't help but feel a little awed. The feelings of these warriors were hard for politicians to understand, weren't they? After thinking for a moment, he asked, are you going back to Pingdu Pass? Murong nodded. Since Xiangxiang wants to take a share, it seems we cannot drive them away without giving them a blow first. If we can repel Xiangxiang, the external threat will be temporarily lifted, giving us a better chance than the crown prince and others. Murong nodded and said, be careful. Murong waved his hand, said no more, and began to mobilize troops. At Pingdu Pass in Mai City, Xiangxiang and Su Jing both sensed something was off. Although the soldiers usually trained diligently, the atmosphere seemed much more serious recently. Even Han Su's shadow was rarely seen. One night, as Xiangxiang was sound asleep, she suddenly felt someone kissing her lips. She opened her eyes abruptly. There was no light in the tent, only darkness. The person in front of her had a hot and feverish breath, and Xiangxiang was taken aback. Her first thought was, could it be Han Su? She pushed him away forcefully, saying, no, it can't be like this. The person in front of her disregarded her protests and kissed her deeply. Xiangxiang felt weak all over while trying to evade his lips and tongue. She whispered in desperation, no, it can't be. Hum. Before she could finish, Murong's voice rang out. Where can it be? Xiangxiang felt as though she had been struck by lightning. A flash of insight hit her, and for a moment, her heart stopped. Then she forced herself to suppress her fear and said softly, Hanlu said I might be pregnant again. Recently, my monthly cycle hasn't come. Hanlu and Xiangwan were the 2 maidservants sent by Ranyanzhou to serve her. Murong released her, giving a soft sound. Xiangxiang was drenched in cold sweat. She almost brought disaster upon Han Su. Murong sat down at the edge of the bed, not undressing, and said, tomorrow you will accompany my sister-in-law to stay in my city. Xiangxiang responded with an as she would just follow his arrangements without questioning why. Murong lay down beside her, and she turned to her side. Murong pulled her closer and inadvertently noticed she was sweating profusely. The next day, Xiangxiang was sent to Mai City along with Su Jing to take refuge. Ranyanzhou was very attentive, dispatching over a dozen personal guards to escort them safely to the Ran residence. He knew Su Jing was more important than Xiangxiang, but in the end, she was still Murong's servant. Hence, there were distinctions made regarding closeness. When arranging accommodations and provisions, they did not follow rank. Su Jing had what she needed, and Xiangxiang lacked nothing. As soon as Xiangxiang settled down, she heard news that Xiangxiang was launching a large-scale attack on Pingdu Pass. They were already engaged in battle with the defending troops of Dian outside the city. With the battle commencing, the atmosphere became tense. The flow of merchants and travelers in Mai City significantly decreased. The streets were empty, finally revealing the desolation of the border town. The common people were also watching the situation. Xiangxiang's soldiers were attacking Yin territory, suffering heavy casualties. Thus, they harbored deep resentment towards the Yin people. Once they captured a city in Dian, there would surely be slaughter and looting. The phrase not a hair should be harmed was unknown to them. Therefore, the people of Yin spoke of Xiangxiang with both hatred and fear. The maidservants and servants were discussing the war situation, while Ranyanzhou was busy managing the war horses and supplies. often absent from the residence. Xiangxiang and Su Jing gathered together, being young women. They inevitably felt a lot of fear and unease. Injured soldiers were being carried into the city in groups. Su Jing looked at those missing arms and legs, her face pale with shock. Xiangxiang worked with the military doctor to bandage and treat the injuries. The military doctor, initially reluctant, was already very busy, wishing the noble ladies wouldn't come out to create more chaos. But later, seeing her look frightened yet relatively calm, and her hands and feet very nimble, he felt a bit more at ease. Xiangxiang had only treated minor injuries before, but in such a war, lightly wounded soldiers could not possibly be brought back. All those carried into the city were severely injured, even on the brink of death. Some had their bellies sliced open, exposing their intestines. Others had their legs chopped off, with muscles and tendons twitching at the severed ends. Some had long spears and arrows from Xiangxiang sticking into their chests. Surrounding them were soldiers moaning in pain. These were the real wounded soldiers. It was they who, with their bodies, forged the wall, firmly guarding the borders and protecting the homes of all Yan people. Xiangxiang felt a surge of nausea. The smell of blood was dizzying. The grotesque wounds were the most hideous sights in the world. She forced herself to endure cleaning, applying medicine, and bandaging them. Some had already lost consciousness. The military doctor had prepared painkillers and hemostatic medicines. At this moment, he disregarded who they were and forcefully fed them mouth to mouth. Even if they writhed in pain, screaming and crying, the onlookers could only feel respect. The so-called bloody flesh wall. Those who had never experienced it firsthand would never understand. Xiangxiang asked the military doctor beside her, "What will happen if the city falls?" The military doctor replied, "My city has been lost once before. When I came with General Zhou Yi, I found that there was no need for a military doctor. There were no living people in the city, only piles of corpses of the old and young, with houses and straw huts burning, and flies swarming around the piles of bodies. Home and country can never be separated. When the borders of a nation are trampled, the people inside become orphans." Xiangxiang suddenly felt very ashamed. Her husband was fighting bloodily to protect the country, yet she was thinking of another man. Even if the woman he desired was not herself, since she had already chosen, could she escape the label of being fickle? Her heart was a mix of emotions, and her hands unconsciously slowed down. The military doctor asked, "Madam, are you tired? If you're tired, you can take a break. As long as the war continues, the wounded will be endless." Xiangxiang quickly collected her thoughts, forced a smile, and said, "I'm not tired. If I can hold on a little longer, perhaps I can save one more person. That's a life protected by blood." She had heard that there were military doctors who had worked themselves to death in the army. Perhaps it was this kind of mindset. If she could endure a little longer, persevere a bit more, maybe someone could survive because of her temporary hardships. "Murong Li, please return safely. I will put aside all vain thoughts and become your woman." The war lasted for 11 hours. The number of wounded soldiers being carried into the city finally began to decrease, and Xiangxiang realized she hadn't rested for 10 hours, concentrating her attention on the various wounds. She hadn't even taken a sip of water along the way. Humans are strange creatures. Previously, I thought I could hold on for another 10 hours. But once I realized how long I'd been enduring, I immediately couldn't hold on anymore. The army doctor also knew she was exhausted and ordered someone to take her back to the Ran residence. Xiangxiang fell asleep in the carriage, and no one knew who brought her into the estate. After the complete defeat of the Western Jing army, the Yin state recalled its troops, and Murong Li personally went to Mai City to comfort the injured soldiers. The common people did not line the streets to welcome him, but families with medicinal supplies took them out for military use. Murong Li had fought for 11 hours, comforted the wounded, and cleared the battlefield, which took up an entire day. Ran Yinzhou said, "Sir, shall we return to my residence for a brief rest?" Murong Li responded with a sound of agreement. As Ran Yinzhou led him toward the Ran residence, he added, "Madame Xiang is also at home. Seeing you will surely make her happy." Upon hearing this, Murong Li suddenly said, "Just find a place for me to sleep for a day." Ran Yinzhou was taken aback, not understanding his meaning. However, he had already turned and entered a place which happened to be the Ingwe Pavilion. The Ingwe Pavilion was not open for business during such chaotic times. There weren't many who had the leisure to enjoy silk and wind instruments. As soon as Murong Li entered, Xiangxiang said, "We are not open today." But upon seeing him, she couldn't help but smile. Prince Sun. She felt a mix of surprise and joy. Murong Li rarely came to her place, and his appearance here indicated that the Yin state had achieved a great victory. In an instant, the dark clouds above seemed to disperse. Xiangxiang hurriedly had someone prepare wine, but Murong Li waved his hand, arrange a room. Xiangxiang quickly led him to the main room, and Murong Li didn't care about anything else. He just fell onto the couch and was asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Xiangxiang brought in the prettiest girls, all prepared to be treated like freeloaders, as Murong Li had never paid for anything here. But what was going on? The dignified Prince Sun came here just to sleep? While she was puzzled, Xiangxiang came in with a few personal guards. Upon hearing that Murong Li was asleep, they didn't dare to disturb him and had the guards stay at the Ingwe Pavilion while he returned to the estate. As he walked, he pondered over why the Sir had no objections to resting at his residence earlier, but suddenly changed his mind when Madame Xiang was mentioned. Chapter 32. Favor Murong Li really slept for a whole day and night in the Ingwe Pavilion, ignoring everyone. The next morning, Han Su had all the wounded soldiers settled and wanted to ask how to deal with the prisoners of war, but waited for an hour in the Ingwe Pavilion without seeing him. When Xiangxiang came over, he saw Han Su still standing outside. Han Su asked, "Have you been sleeping all this time? He needs to eat something." Xiangxiang glanced at him and said, "He doesn't seem right. You should take care of yourself." Han Su didn't think much of it. After all these years, when has Murong Li ever been right? Half an hour later, Murong Li finally got up. Aunt Yin personally went to serve him and noticed a wound on his side. Fortunately, it was well protected by heavy armor and wasn't very serious. Aunt Yin hurriedly said, "I'll have someone apply medicine for the prince." Murong Li casually rinsed it with wine and didn't care, just put on his clothes and walked out. Han Su quickly approached. "Your Highness, we captured 400 soldiers from Xiangxiang. How should we handle them?" Murong Li asked, "Do I have to teach you everything? What are you doing?" Han Su was taken aback. "If you don't say anything, I don't dare to make a decision." Murong Li coldly snorted, "Kill them." Han Su quickly lowered his head, "Yes." The Pingdu Pass sent a battle report to Daji City. Murong Bo learned of his great victory and was very pleased, sending a letter of encouragement. Murong Li didn't even open it. He wanted to rush back to Daji City. Now that Xiangxiang suffered a great defeat, it was estimated they wouldn't be able to wage war against Dian for a while. It was just right to concentrate their forces to deal with the Crown Prince. Aunt Yin prepared breakfast at the Ingwe Pavilion. Han Su and Xiangxiang were reluctant to eat with Murong Li, but at this moment, they had no choice but to sit down together. Murong Li hastily ate a little and immediately stood up. Han Su and Xiangxiang had to stand up as well. He said, "Prepare the horses. Let the brothers from the Xinji and Xinwu camps follow me." They all left the Ingwe Pavilion together, returned to the camp to muster the troops, and prepared to depart. Xiangxiang looked puzzled. Leaving just like this? Not even a glance at the lady? But he didn't dare to ask. That lord's temper was not something to provoke. When Murong Li left, he took Han Su with him and left Xiangxiang to guard the Pingdu Pass. Xiangxiang's temperament tended to be conservative and was good at defending. Zhou Zhua, on the other hand, was proactive in attacking. Han Su was bold and meticulous, able to advance or retreat. Now that the border issue with Xiangxiang was somewhat settled, it was indeed more appropriate to send Xiangxiang to defend. As the army marched towards Daji City, Xiangxiang heard the news and asked Xiangxiang, "Are the prince and the others okay?" Xiangxiang didn't know what to say, only saying, "The prince is fine. Don't worry, lady." By early September, as the eve of a major battle approached, when Murong Bo was sending military letters, he also sent a private letter to Su Jing. It was unknown what was written, but Su Jing held the letter, crying and laughing. Then she picked up her pen and wrote a lengthy letter of more than a dozen pages, handing it to the messenger to take back to Daji City. Before the messenger left, he asked Xiangxiang, "Does the lady have anything she needs me to bring to the prince?" The military personnel referred to Murong Li personally, without using his title. Xiangxiang handed over the clothes she had sewn for Murong Li. The messenger asked, "Did the princess write such a thick letter? Doesn't the lady want to write something for the prince?" Xiangxiang smiled and shook her head, thanking him. The messenger had no choice but to leave. What was the point of writing? He wouldn't even look at it. In Daji City, Murong Bo and Murong Li rode side by side, with over 100,000 soldiers behind them and the capital of Dian in front. On the city wall, Grand Commandant Zhou angrily said, Murong Bo, you are the eldest son of a Yin king. Just because the Yin king is seriously ill, you want to act treasonously? Murong Li wasn't good at quarreling. In his opinion, with a single command, they should directly attack the city. Why waste time talking? Murong Bo rode a few steps forward and looked up at the city tower. Grand Commandant Zhou, please tell me the truth. How is father doing? Zoe, with a serious face, replied, His Majesty is seriously ill and cannot manage state affairs for the time being. Murong Bo said, My father is seriously ill. I have visited the palace dozens of times, but have been blocked by the crown prince's people. What exactly is the illness that even the eldest son cannot visit? The crown prince is in charge of state affairs, and I do not oppose that. But why were people sent to surround my residence, not allowing me to come and go freely? Why is my fifth brother's residence also surrounded by the crown prince's spies? Zhou remained silent. Murong Bo continued. This is about the natural order of heaven and earth, which boils down to father and son, ruler and minister. But now, if the ruler is not a ruler, how can the minister be a minister? Zhou finally sighed. The Yin king suddenly fell seriously ill. It is understandable for the crown prince to be cautious. Aren't the two princes safe and sound now? Murong Bo said, One must save oneself to be safe. Zhou stroked his beard and then asked Murong Li, Prince Sun, His Majesty has always favored you the most. How can you now rebel with King Kong and betray our Dian's principles? Are you not afraid of being scorned by the people? Are you not afraid of being labeled a traitor in history? Murong Li glared angrily and said, As long as I am alive, anyone who dares to scold me, I will cut off their tongue and seal their mouth, so they cannot spit or insult. If I die, then praise and blame become meaningless. What do I care if others laugh or scold me? Zhou was so angry that his beard trembled. Damn! Wild donkey! Savage bull! Can't reason with him. Murong Li raised his hand to issue the order to attack the city, but suddenly someone came rolling and crawling towards them. Everyone looked closely and saw it was Prince Cheng, Murong Qian. Murong Qian crawled to the city wall, gasping for breath, yet still shouted loudly, Elder brother, fifth brother, father has woken up and commands you both to enter the palace immediately. The three armies fell silent, and Murong Bo hesitated. At this moment, who would dare enter the palace? Murong Li coldly snorted, On what basis? Murong Qian's eyes brimmed with tears. Fifth brother, father has just awakened from serious illness. Do you really want him to drag his sick body in this scorching heat to the city wall before you believe it? Murong Li also fell silent. Murong Bo pondered for a long time and turned to Murong Li. I will enter the city and visit the palace. Murong Li became furious. You're walking into a tiger's mouth. Murong Bo raised his hand and gently pressed his shoulder. Fifth brother, if by the hour of you I have not exited the city to meet you, it means I have encountered misfortune. You must immediately lead the troops to attack the city, without needing to worry about me. Murong Li shouted angrily, Murong Bo, are you crazy? Who knows how many ambushes are inside if you enter the city now? I can't protect you with however many men I send. Murong Bo lowered his head and after a long time said, Fifth brother, I still remember how father taught me to ride hand in hand back in the day. I still remember he lifted me onto a horse's back, saying that the descendants of the Murong family would establish their kingdom on horseback. I still remember he taught me archery, telling me not to hold onto the feathers. Murong Li was stunned. Murong Bo said, Although I'm the eldest son, I am born of a concubine. From childhood to adulthood, I have known I would be the biggest obstacle to the crown prince. I studied hard and practiced martial arts desperately, but I'm just an ordinary person, and those things have long exceeded my capabilities. I have no choice but to do this because I know there are wolves chasing behind me. He looked at Murong Li and smiled. Such days are actually very bitter, but I have the most loving father, a caring mother, and brothers who share their hearts. Fifth brother, I miss those times. If father truly awakens, even if there's just a glimmer of hope, I must go back and take a look. Murong Li met his gaze, yes. He also remembered that after he fell into the water, his father stayed up for several nights, watching over him without sleep. He also remembered his first time riding a horse, when his second brother, Murong Shun, laughed so hard he almost fell, yet managed to grab the reins as the horse rushed past him. Could there really be a time that never fades away, where old friends are all young, and warmth surrounds the knees? Murong Bo rode into the city, and Murong Li chased after him for a few steps before finally stopping. Then he raised his voice and said, "Tell the crown prince that if King Kong has any mishaps, he will pay 100-fold. Murong Bo finally entered the city, and Murong Li did not send anyone to protect him. If the crown prince really wanted to kill him, once he entered the city, no number of people could protect him. Murong Li, along with Han Su, Zhou Zhua, and the soldiers of the three armies, waited outside the city. On that scorching day, he was also worried that it was merely the crown prince's strategy, ordering the army to retreat 30 miles and set up camp to rest temporarily. As the army withdrew, suddenly the gates of Xiangxiang city swung wide open, and a team of elite soldiers charged out. Without regard for the cost, they unleashed a volley of arrows at Murong Li. Zhou Zhua and Han Su shouted in anger and rushed forward to desperately block the arrows. The shield soldiers finally came to their senses, leaping forward to raise their shields and protect the commander. For a moment, the air was filled with a chorus of furious roars. The crown prince's plan was well thought out. He hoped that it would be Murong Li entering the city. Prince Yin usually favored Murong Li the most, and with the news of the king's awakening, his chances of entering the city were indeed the greatest. Regardless, as long as Murong Li entered the city, he must be ambushed and shot dead. Even if it meant being punished by the king, they had to do it. If it were Murong Bo entering the city, they had to first kill Murong Li. Although Murong Bo was detestable, he was calm and rational enough. He was the rope that ensnared Murong Li. With someone like him restraining Murong Li, great chaos would not arise. If Murong Bo was present and Murong Li died, he would be like a toothless wolf, without weapons in hand, and those friendly civil officials would be no threat. But if Murong Li was there and Murong Bo died, there would be no one in the entire Dian who could control this unreasonable madman. He would be a tiger unleashed, amidst the rain of arrows. Neither side could see the target of their shots clearly. Murong Li retreated step by step under the cover of the generals. Han Su charged to the front, feeling guilty towards Murong Li, and could not let him suffer even the slightest harm at this moment. The rain of arrows rattled, numbing their hands. The soldiers shouted loudly, "Protect the prince! Protect the prince!" Murong Li snorted in anger and shouted, "Shut up! Stop retreating! Attack Xiangxiang city for me!" Hundreds of thousands of soldiers immediately turned around to assault the city. Zhou, he stood on the city wall, seeing this, was also filled with shock and anger. "Who allowed you to leave the city? Who the hell allowed you to shoot arrows? Bastards! Bastards!" During the siege, Han Su charged at the forefront, and no one reminded them that Murong Bo was still inside. In fact, everyone had a bit of selfishness. If Murong Bo died in Xiangxiang city, Murong Li might have a chance to ascend to the throne of Prince Yin, and at that time, Murong Li led his troops forward, stabbing to death all the soldiers who shot arrows. Han Su followed closely beside him, killing enemies while protecting him. As they attacked to the foot of the city gate, Murong Li suddenly heard a sharp whistling sound. He looked up and saw someone on the left side of the city wall, stepping on a gigantic crossbow, drawing on the strength of 6 men to fire simultaneously. The arrow from that crossbow was as thick as a javelin. Clearly, someone had already aimed at him. As soon as he raised his eyes, the giant arrow was upon him. Murong Li could have dodged, but he did not. Han Su was behind him, and, at this moment, there was no time to remind him. If he dodged, the people behind would be completely unprepared, and this shot would surely kill Han Su. In that split second, he made a choice. The time was too short. He could only slightly tilt his body to avoid the vital point, then raised his hands to catch it. The giant arrow grazed his hands, piercing through his body. He felt a sudden emptiness, as if a large hole had been dug out of him. The force of the impact knocked him off his horse, his hands covered in blood, completely unaware of the extent of his injury. "My lord!" Someone screamed beside him in panic. Murong Li could not hear anything clearly. Han Su supported him, and the person on the city wall had already prepared the second giant arrow. But that thing was too large, difficult to aim, and with everyone on guard. It wouldn't be as effective. Murong only felt a nauseating smell of blood in his mouth, just as he wanted to cough. He felt as if his lungs had vanished. Han Su dismounted to help him. He stood up, chopping off the giant crossbow arrow that was protruding from his body. Gritting his teeth, charge into the city, capture Murong Shen alive. Murong Shen had been hiding behind the city wall and saw below. The blood-soaked figure not only did not retreat, but instead stood like a fierce god, exuding a chilling battle intent. The most terrifying thing is to survive a tiger's attack. After an hour and a half, the army breached the gates of Xiangxiang City. The troops surged in like a tide. As Murong entered the city, Han Su came over to support him. "My lord, you must stop the bleeding first." Murong shook him off, sneering. "Stop what bleeding? If I die, wouldn't that be just what you wish for?" Han Su was stunned, then said, "My lord, your kindness towards Han Su, I can never forget. Murong stared into his eyes and said, "So you seduced my woman?" Han Su felt his blood freeze. His usually sharp mind suddenly felt like it was set ablaze, leaving nothing but ruins. Murong pushed forward, blood dripping onto the ground. Because the arrow had not been pulled out, it wasn't that alarming yet. Han Su blocked him. "My lord." Murong brushed aside his hand. "Get lost, kindness." Kindness." After gritting his teeth for a while, he said, "Forget it. I'll drink. You do as you please." That year in Xiangxiang City, the two of them drank for the first time. Hurtful Love, saying he had the ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, and Murong had once said the same. Now, as they recalled old words, Han Su felt as if his heart were being cut with a knife. Murong did not look at him, still stubbornly moving forward, his posture proud and upright, as if he bore no wounds, yet left a trail of blood behind. Chapter 32. The riddle in the capital of the great Yin Kingdom, Xiangxiang City, with its high walls and deep moats, was unexpectedly breached by Murong within 3 hours. The civil and military officials were indeed alarmed. Crown Prince Murong Shen realized the situation was dire. Only one person in Xiangxiang City could save him. He entered the palace, where Murong Bo had already met with King Yin Murong Xian. Murong Xian was indeed gravely ill, but fortunately, despite the discord among his sons, they were ultimately filial. Internal strife aside, they had no intention of ending their father's life. During his illness, the queen had been taking good care of him with medicine and nourishment. When Murong Bo entered, King Yin had just taken his medicine. Without saying a word, Murong Bo knelt before him. After resting his eyes for a moment, King Yin said, "Call your 5th brother back. As long as I'm alive, you dare to besiege Xiangxiang. I am a father too, and I take pride in being a father." Murong Bo had a lot to say, but upon hearing these words, he felt too ashamed to lift his head. King Yin continued, "What are you standing there for? Waiting for me to come over and apologize?" Murong Bo quickly stood up, seeing his father's sickly face, and said mournfully, "Father, I am only worried about you. I am willing to accept my punishment." King Yin sighed, noting that among his sons, Murong was the most reckless, while the most humble and respectful was his eldest son, Murong Bo. He reached out, and after a moment of hesitation, Murong Bo leaned forward. Murong Xian gently stroked his head and said, "You've grown up. Your wings have hardened." The hands were slightly cool, and Murong Bo almost shed tears. "Father," King Yin said, "go call back the 5th one. If he doesn't return, bring something for him." Murong Bo replied yes. When he noticed that King Yin had no intention of taking out anything, he asked, "What does father wish for me to bring to 5th brother?" King Yin slightly leaned forward and gently kissed his forehead. The cool lips touched his skin, and Murong Bo felt a chill run down his spine, as if all the goosebumps he had ever experienced had returned. Seeing Murong Bo's expression as if he had swallowed a fly, King Yin laughed heartily before breaking into a cough. Murong Bo hurriedly rubbed his back, and at that moment, Crown Prince Murong Shen rushed in, kneeling before King Yin without saying a word. Upon seeing his expression, King Yin said, "It seems the trouble this time is not small." His 6 sons were quite interesting. When Murong Bo made a mistake, he acknowledged and corrected it. When Murong Shen made a mistake, he refused to admit it and insisted on being wrong. If Murong Li made a mistake, it was always, how could I be wrong? I'm always right. Therefore, upon seeing the crown prince's demeanor, King Yin knew the matter was serious. He took a deep breath, steadied himself against the bedpost, and said, "Speak." Murong Shun said, "Fifth brother cursed at the city gates, and my subordinates couldn't hold back and went out to fight. He was injured. He is currently rushing towards me. But as his elder brother, I cannot hold this against my injured brother. I come to seek father's help." King Yin found it amusing, and after a long pause, said to Murong Bo, "Bring your mother here." Murong Bo was also worried about his mother. So he asked the crown prince, "Where is mother?" Murong Shun replied, "Father's consort is also my mother, although you two conspired against him. Would I still mistreat my own mother? She is still in Zhongwen Hall." Murong Bo hurried out to find consort Shu, and just as he returned, Murong Li entered the city, followed by a dozen martial generals, marching towards King Yin's palace. He stormed into the king's chamber like a fierce deity. King Yin was being served by consort Shu, drinking ginseng soup. Murong Li paused, relieved to see that both his father and mother were unharmed, and his expression softened a bit. King Yin glanced at him and noticed the blood dripping from his battle blade, asking, "Son, what do you intend to do with that weapon aimed at your parents?" Only then did Murong Li realize he had entered the palace with his sword drawn. He handed the weapon to a eunuch who had followed him and, lifting his robes, bowed, "Father, mother." Consort Shu had already put down her bowl and looked down to see the injury on Murong Li. The large arrow was still lodged in him. Her face turned pale. "Li, what have you done?" She exclaimed, "Are you all blind? Can't you see the Prince of Sun is gravely injured? Is the Imperial Medical Bureau filled with corpses?" In fact, the palace servants had already gone to summon the imperial physician, but given Murong Li's murderous aura, who would dare approach? Hearing Consort Shu shout, the physician finally came over. Murong Li insisted, "Where is the crown prince?" King Yin said, "I just woke up." "And you want to kill me with anger?" Murong Li fell silent. King Yin said, "Come here." Murong Li crawled a few steps to the bedside. King Yin raised his hand and slapped him hard across the face. Murong Li remained unyielding and asked again, "Where is the crown prince?" King Yin held him by the neck and forced him to bow his head. Murong Li caught a strong scent of medicine and a fragrant aroma of agarwood, a fragrance exclusive to the king. He was familiar with this scent. It had surrounded him since he was very small, teaching him archery and accompanying his growth. King Yin reached out and rubbed his cheek, saying, "He is your second brother, the crown prince. He governs the state on my behalf, and you, as a general, dare to rebel. You even dare to besiege the city. Don't say this injury is minor. Even if you die, it would be in vain." Murong Li glared in anger, refusing to comply. "Humph." King Yin sighed, scolding, "Get out and treat your wounds." Murong Li did not want to anger him further, so he reluctantly returned to the Prince of Sun's residence. Murong Bo went to manage the soldiers, and following King Yan's awakening, the internal conflict ended quietly. King Yin would punish the crown prince for mismanagement, and the King of Kong for not controlling his subordinates, each receiving 100 lashes. The Prince of Sun faced greater charges for privately mobilizing troops, receiving 300 military strokes. Fortunately, he had many capable generals under him. Originally intending to select 3 people for 100 strokes each, Zhou thought, "Damn it, although 100 strokes won't kill anyone, it still hurts." He asked the executioner if they could find a few more people. The executioner dared not refute him. Zhou Taiwei's son was not to be trifled with when there were no elders around, so he vaguely replied, "The emperor hasn't said. Let us just listen to General Zhou." Zhou casually pointed out 27 people, gathering 30, each receiving 10 strokes. The executioner, while counting, inwardly cursed. "Why didn't you find 300 people to each take a stroke?" After the punishment, Murong Bo submitted a memorial requesting merit for the soldiers from the battle at Pingdu Pass. King Yin then discussed rewards, and when it came to Murong Li, he said, "Don't reward the 5th one. Just take it out next time he gets punished and use it to offset it. It's probably just a matter of these few days." Thus, this internal conflict was completely resolved. The historians of the Great Yin refer to this as the incident at Shihua Gate. King Yan's health gradually improved, and he resumed his duties. However, Murong Li was severely injured. Murong both sent people to bring back Su Jing and Xiangxiang from Pingdu Pass and Mai City. Ran Yunjiao had also heard about Murong Li's serious injury and escorted the princess back to Jinyang City to visit. Xiangxiang only knew that Murong Li was injured, but she had no idea how serious it was. Hearing from others without specific details, she simply thought it was a minor injury. On the way back to Jinyang City, Xiangxiang was preoccupied with thoughts of her daughter. As the gilded copper gates of the Prince of Sun's residence appeared before her, she jumped down from the carriage before it had even come to a stop. Guanju was already waiting at the gate. Xiangxiang approached. Mr. Guan, has Xiangxiang been brought back? Guanju led her and ran Yunjiao into the residence, and their expressions turned serious. Seeing their unusual expressions, Xiangxiang became anxious. What happened? Guanju dismissed the servants and led Xiangxiang and ran Yunjiao towards Tingfeng courtyard, saying in a low voice, "The prince is seriously injured." Xiangxiang couldn't imagine how someone like that could be injured. How severe could the injury be? However, as they entered Tingfeng courtyard, she caught a strong smell of medicine. Her heart sank. This was her first time entering Tingfeng courtyard since she had come to the residence. Tingfeng courtyard was not as luxurious as she had imagined. There was a patch of green bamboo in the courtyard and even a deep well in the corner, making it a very serene place, resembling a rural homestead. The interior was not particularly exquisite and could even be described as somewhat casual. It is evident that the owner of the small courtyard does not pay much attention to aesthetics. Everything is primarily focused on practicality, with commonly used items always placed within easy reach. This is a blue glazed courtyard, and the significance of blue glaze in Murong Li's heart is well understood by Xiangxiang. She carefully approached Murong Li's bedside and noticed that in just a few days, his complexion had turned somewhat sallow. His lips were so dry they were cracked, and his cheeks had an abnormal flush. Xiangxiang reached out her hand to feel his forehead. As soon as her hand extended, Murong Li opened his eyes. Xiangxiang was startled and almost jumped up, but Murong Li said nothing and closed his eyes again. Xiangxiang turned to look at Guanju, whose face was clearly filled with worry. A person like Murong Li would never lie in bed unless he truly could not hold on any longer. Although he had avoided the vital parts from that giant arrow, he had commanded the siege for a full 3 hours and then immediately gone to the palace to see the king of Yan. During that time, the broken arrow remained in his body. While it prevented bleeding, it also tore at the wound. Guanju said, "The prince's injury cannot be known to others for now. We must trouble the lady." Xiangxiang nodded and asked, "What about the doctor?" Guanju replied, "The 2 imperial physicians are preparing medicine. It is not convenient for others to serve here. If the lady needs anything, you can ask them directly." Xiangxiang nodded, and Guanju and Ran Yunju no longer disturbed Murong Li and turned to leave. Xiangxiang sat down by Murong Li's desk and saw that his lips were extremely chapped. She turned and poured a cup of water, using a spoon to moisten his lips little by little. Murong Li turned his head away, lacking even the strength to be angry. "What are you doing?" Xiangxiang gently asked, "Are you thirsty?" Murong Li snorted coldly and ignored her. A man like him was too proud. He would never question her. "Are you having an affair with Hansu? You damn well know he is my brother, and yet you dare to flirt with him?" That night in the tent, although she had changed the topic, Murong Li was not foolish. She wanted to say, "It shouldn't be like this, Hansu." He couldn't even let her say that name because he didn't know whether to resent his brother for being ungrateful or to hate the woman for being lascivious and unfaithful. Just like when a husband and sister-in-law got involved, who should the woman hate the most? An eternal enigma. Chapter 33. Injuries and illness. Prince Sun is not someone who likes to overthink things. If he cannot understand something, he simply ignores it. Dr. Zhang Wenxian brought in the medicine and was momentarily taken aback when he saw Xiangxiang. But he quickly realized that the prince only had one concubine. He bowed to Xiangxiang and said, "Madam Xiang, the prince should take his medicine now." Xiangxiang took the medicine bowl from him, saying, "I'll do it." Dr. Zhang Wenxian certainly had no objections. Who would want to feed a Tyrannosaurus Rex medicine? He was not willing to serve a tiger. Since being assigned to Prince Sun's residence, he had been worried until now, but finally saw a glimmer of hope. He gratefully handed over the medicine bowl. Xiangxiang blew on the medicine to cool it down, took a sip herself, and found it truly bitter. Can't there be a good-tasting medicine in this world? She brought the bowl to the bedside, and when Murong Li reached out to take it, Xiangxiang was afraid he would strain his injury and said, "I'll feed the prince." Murong Li did not argue with her, directly took the bowl, and drank it all in one gulp, just like drinking wine. Then he handed the bowl back to her and said, "Get lost. I don't want to see you. You seduce my brother, hum." Xiangxiang was used to his bad attitude. But in fact, Dr. Zhang Wenxian was already moved to tears. If he had delivered the medicine, he might have had the bowl thrown at his head. The truth is, this man had always been a bit shy in front of women, so he would try to control his temper. For example, when everyone in the palace had no way to handle him, if consort Shu cried a few times, he would somewhat restrain himself. However, because of this, he remained cold and strong in front of women. Aside from Lan Yu, who had skin as thick as city walls and did not care about his foul temper. Other women probably found it hard to endure, right? Right, there was also this woman in front of him. Coming from a humble background, her personality was gentle. Dr. Zhang Wenxian glanced at Xiangxiang and thought to himself that he should be worry-free now. After Dr. Zhang Wenxian left, Xiangxiang did not leave. She fetched water for him to rinse his mouth. Murong Li also felt the bitterness in his mouth was annoying. He took a sip of water and spat it into the spittoon. Only then did Xiangxiang go out, immediately wanting to see Xianyuan. Dr. Zhang Wenxian blocked her. "Madam, the prince hasn't eaten anything yet, you see." Seeing that he was genuinely anxious, Xiangxiang felt a bit scared. "If I'm afraid, that's fine, but how can you? A dignified doctor of such age be this frightened?" She said, "Dr. Zhang, don't worry. I'll go check on the little princess and come back. I'll bring the prince's meal over shortly. If there are any dietary restrictions, please list them for me." Dr. Zhang Wenxian then sighed in relief and listed the things Murong Li needed to avoid. He had external injuries, so he should avoid food that might provoke them, like shrimp and crab. As Xiangxiang returned to the sword-washing pavilion, she carefully read the list. She could recognize quite a few characters. When she was young and had nothing to do, Tian had taught her to read. Of course, composing poetry was out of the question, but since her family ran a tofu shop, knowing a few more characters was helpful. Upon returning to the sword-washing pavilion, Guanju had already sent someone over. He was indeed a thoughtful and capable steward. Last time, when Murong Li fled from Jinyang, all the servants in the prince's residence were dismissed. This time, Murong Li had not been back for long, but Guanju had almost immediately gathered the servants, most of whom were familiar faces. When they heard that the prince needed something to eat, they quickly sent ingredients to the sword-washing pavilion like a flowing stream. As soon as Xiangxiang stepped into the small courtyard, she eagerly searched for the child's figure. The sword-washing pavilion had not changed much. The phoenix trees had started shedding leaves, and the autumn chrysanthemums were blooming brilliantly. Every flower here had been planted by her own hands, and seeing them still thriving brought an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Why do people have such a strong attachment to their hometown? It is not necessarily because the place is truly beautiful or has outstanding people. It is because there are familiar faces and objects, a small doghouse built for their pet, small stones picked up from outside, houses they watched being built, and rivers where they caught fish and crabs. In this vast world, there is no other place where one can witness one's own growth. Thus, people cling to their hometown, simply because it is the place they know best. And in the entire city of Jinyang, only this small sword-washing pavilion is the most familiar place for Xiangxiang. She used to think of it as a foreign land, but after this escape, returning here felt like coming home. Her mood suddenly improved, and she hurried into the room, only to see a sturdy peasant woman keeping watch over the child in bed, fanning her gently. Seeing Xiangxiang come in, the woman remembered having met her before and quickly stood up, saying, "Madam." Previously, she had not known Xiangxiang's identity, but now that she had entered the prince's residence, Guanju had certainly informed her. Xiangxiang nodded, not bothering with formalities, and walked a few steps to the bedside. Little Xianyuan was sleeping soundly, drooling from the corner of her mouth. One little hand was clutching at her chest, as if dreaming of something. The more Xiangxiang looked, the more she adored her. It reminded her that the peasant woman had taken care of Xianyuan for over 3 months during their escape. Xianyuan had always been in poor health, and a child of such tender age must have caused her a lot of worry. Xiangxiang bowed to the peasant woman, sincerely grateful. "Thank you for your efforts. The peasant woman was flustered and quickly replied, I dare not accept your gratitude, madam. It is my duty as a servant, and being able to care for the little princess is a blessing I have earned over several lifetimes. Madam should not be too polite. You will embarrass me. Xiangxiang stepped forward, wanting to pick up the child, but feared waking her. In the end, she gently stroked the little hand on Xuanyuan's chest. The child had grown quite a bit, now over 5 months old. Xiangxiang leaned down and softly kissed her forehead. Xuanyuan smacked her lips, her tiny face and hands melting Xiangxiang's heart. Xiangxiang playfully nibbled on her hand, catching the scent of milk on her. With the peasant woman present, she could not cry out loud. In her heart, she just kept repeating, I miss you so much. Do you miss your mama? Of course not, little rascal. No matter what, the daughter was doing well. Only then did she remember that Murong had not eaten anything yet. She quickly stood up, asking the peasant woman to look after the child while she went into the small kitchen. The previous maid, Ning Chui, had already married, but Bai Zhu was still there. As soon as she saw Xiangxiang, she rushed over, and Xiangxiang quickly caught her. The two naturally shared a moment of joy and sadness upon reuniting. Xiangxiang cooked while Bai Zhu helped. The dietary restrictions listed by Dr. Zhang Wenxian for Murong Li were quite extensive. Fish, eggs, scallions, ginger, peanuts, and so on were all off limits. Xiangxiang chose a fat, tender black chicken, soaked angelica, cooked Romania, white atractylodes, and jujubes, then simmered them over low heat to make a nourishing angelica chicken soup. While deboning the chicken, she turned to teach Bai Zhu how to grind black sesame, donkey hide gelatin, jujubes, and walnuts into a fine powder, adding goji berries and rock sugar, mixing it smoothly with rice wine. Worried that Murong Li would be waiting on an empty stomach, she sent the chicken soup over first. Murong Li was almost asleep when he saw that woman had come again. He felt a bit annoyed, but the aroma of the chicken soup in her hands was quite tempting. With nothing in his stomach, he was indeed hungry. Xiangxiang carefully helped him sit up, placing a pillow behind his back. Murong Li was impatient, while Xiangxiang sat by his bed and fed him the soup. He wanted to take it himself, but didn't he really want to move, so he just drank it. The taste was too bland. He didn't really like it. Xiangxiang knew this, but at this moment, big fish and meat were also not an option, so she pretended not to know. Murong Li said, prepare water. I want to take a bath. Xiangxiang softly replied, the doctor said the prince's wound cannot come into contact with water yet. Murong Li glared at her. Since his injury, he and T had a proper bath. Xiangxiang carefully deboned the chicken and fed it to him. I'll fetch water for you to wipe down, all right? Murong Li snorted, but did not speak. He could not let outsiders know how serious his injury was. Thus, the only people serving him were Guanju and 2 doctors. But he certainly couldn't let these people wipe him down, could he? The thought of being naked in front of them was worse than dying. Moreover, those 2 Woon T really dare to do that. Once he was well, Woon T they dig out his eyes? In front of this woman, it was still acceptable. Murong Li thought about it, feeling even more uncomfortable with the stickiness on his body, and he lost his appetite. Go fetch water. Xiangxiang saw that he hadn't eaten much at all and said, Your Highness, please eat some of this first. Murong Li angrily replied, Are you deaf? Can't you understand what I said? Seeing that he was truly angry, Xiangxiang was startled and her hands trembled slightly, but she insisted, Your Highness, just eat a little more. Murong Li was furious, almost ready to get up, but unfortunately, he pulled on his injury and immediately gasped. Xiangxiang stepped back several paces, realizing that he truly couldn't get up, which made her feel relieved. Just now, he had looked like he was going to hit her, which was quite frightening. She brought the bowl over again, and Murong Li's forehead was throbbing with veins. She scooped a piece of chicken and fed it to him. The chicken inside had already been deboned and cut into small pieces with a small silver scissors. Murong Li waved his hand, and Xiangxiang hurriedly stepped back, nearly dropping the bowl. The two stared at each other, and although Xiangxiang was scared, her stance was firm. She really didn't want to come over just to eat this little bit of food. How could his injury heal? Murong Li, feeling powerless, thought to himself, You dare to defy me? Just wait until I can move. I'll make sure to kill you, you lewd woman, you shameless one. Seeing that he didn't get up, Xiangxiang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed he was indeed seriously injured. For now she was safe. She carefully went over again and fed him more chicken. Murong Li opened his mouth to eat, and only then did Xiangxiang sit down at the edge of the bed, feeding him most of the chicken and soup from the food box. When she saw that he was almost done, she had someone clean up. She also sent someone to fetch hot water. Murong Li felt his stomach warming up. Food was indeed much better than that damned medicine. He sighed deeply. He hadn't eaten much these days and had only been full from the smell of the medicine. The servants brought in hot water, trembling in fear as they retreated. Murong Li was seriously injured and his temper was even worse. No one wanted to wade through this muddy water, fearing he might really kill them. It would be such a grievance. Who could he complain to? Once the servants had all left, Xiangxiang gently lifted his blanket. He was bare-chested, but he was wearing pants below. Xiangxiang's face turned slightly red as she unbuckled his belt and helped him take off his pants. It was broad daylight, and Murong Li felt a bit uneasy. Damn it, people really shouldn't get sick. No matter how heroic you are, once you're injured or ill, you lose all dignity. Even a woman can stand with her hands on her hips and say, "Don't even think about bathing until you finish this bowl of food." At this moment, even the last bit of modesty was gone. Xiangxiang took off his pants, soaked a white sweat towel in water, wrung it out, and gently wiped him down. The warm towel on his wet body brought a strange sense of comfort. His large wound was wrapped in medicinal gauze, and Xiangxiang carefully started wiping his face, moving down his neck, cleaning him bit by bit. When she reached his waist, Murong Li's body tensed up, and when Xiangxiang looked up, she saw that in the mist of warmth, that man, he was actually blushing. Chapter 34. Pants. The room was not scented with incense, and the lingering smell of traditional Chinese medicine was hard to shake off. Xiangxiang lowered her head. It was her first time carefully examining this body in broad daylight. The physique of an adult man, forged through countless battles, had muscles that were strong and solid. His skin was not particularly fair, being a wheat color, but it appeared more powerful. Xiangxiang was afraid of making him cold. Without waiting for the towel to cool down, she submerged him in the hot water again. When she reached between his legs, she almost closed her eyes, unable to look. Murong Li also felt a stir of emotions and wanted to tease her. Xiangxiang stepped back and whispered, "It will stretch the wound." Murong Li felt an urge to strangle her. "Damn it, you flirted with me like this, and now you care about my wound?" He pretended to get up, but Xiangxiang quickly turned and ran out of the room. Dr. Zhang Wenxian, who was about to ask Xiangxiang about Murong Li's diet, had not approached when he heard Murong Li's furious roar from inside. He shrank his neck and disappeared automatically. Xiangxiang ran back to the Jian washing pavilion, where little Xianyuan had already woken up and was being played with by the peasant woman, Mrs. Cui. She walked over, wanting to hold the child, but suddenly remembered her sticky hands, so she hurried to wash her hands and rinse her mouth. After cleaning up, she finally held little Xianyuan. The child was indeed heavier, and Xiangxiang felt sweet in her heart. This was her flesh and blood, truly amazing. Little Xianyuan did not cry and was quiet in her arms, opening her dark eyes, occasionally reaching out to grab her hair. After playing with her for a while, drowsiness finally crept in. She had rushed back from Pingdu Pass to Jinyang City without resting and immediately fed Murong Li medicine and made soup. After the earlier commotion, she was utterly exhausted. She rocked the child for a while before going to rest in her room. In the listening wind courtyard, Murong Li was furious, shouting, "Damn it! The child is born. Why are you running away? Just because you have a lover, I can't touch you anymore. Bitch, when I turn around, I'll chop your lover and feed him to the dogs. Damn it, at least put on some pants before you leave." He was livid. If he let them flirt for a few days, wouldn't she poison her husband? Xiangxiang only slept for an hour. After waking up, she had Biju lead 2 maids from the small kitchen to cut the solidified medicinal rice she had prepared for lunch into various shapes and steam them in a steamer. Then she made a clear stewed squab. Biju, seeing her, felt sorry and said, "Madam, you haven't eaten anything since you came back. You should eat something." Only then did Xiangxiang realize she was indeed a bit hungry, so she took 2 pieces of solidified medicinal rice to fill her stomach. Afraid that Murong Li would be anxious waiting, she brought the squab and the solidified rice over. Outside the courtyard, Dr. Zhang Wenxian was anxiously rubbing his hands. Xiangxiang asked, "Dr. Zhang, what is the matter?" Zhang Wenxian replied helplessly, "The Prince One T allow medicine, and he actually kicked us out." Xiangxiang understood. "I'll take it in." Zhang Wenxian felt as if he had received great grace. "Thank you, madam. You've saved our lives." Xiangxiang brought the food and medicine inside, and Murong Li was on the bed fuming. Could he let Zhang Wenxian in? Damn it, he wasn't wearing pants. Xiangxiang walked in and bumped right into him. "Bitch," he cursed through gritted teeth. Xiangxiang took a small step back and cautiously handed over 2 pieces of solidified rice. Murong Li was furious. "What are you feeding a bear for? Hurry up and put on my pants." Seeing the fire in his eyes, Xiangxiang was at a loss, not knowing what she had done wrong. The two faced off for a moment, and Murong Li snatched the solidified rice from her hand, clearly angry that she wasn't coming closer. Indeed, when Xiangxiang saw him take the food, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She hurriedly dragged a stool over and placed the solidified rice in front of his bed. Then she sat on a small stool and began to deb one the squab. Murong Li ate 2 pieces of the rice. It was mixed with donkey hide gelatin, very glutinous, melting in the mouth. It tasted good, and his mood improved somewhat. Although he couldn't bring himself to ask her to put on his pants, he felt annoyed, thinking, "Damn it, I'll just wear them myself." He thought, "I don't believe that putting on a pair of pants will kill me. But damn, it really hurts." Xiangxiang took small silver scissors and slowly deboned the meat, the aroma wafting through the air, enticing. Xiangxiang used chopsticks to feed him meat, and Murong Li ate and drank some soup. Although it was not as rich in flavor as usual, it was still edible. He said, "Heat a pot of wine." Xiangxiang "No. The doctor said you can't drink alcohol." Murong Li glared at her. "What did you say?" Xiangxiang quickly stepped back and whispered, "You can't drink alcohol." Murong Li grabbed a pillow, ready to throw it at her, but as he exerted himself, he immediately felt a sharp pain in his lung from the gunshot wound. Xiangxiang hurriedly said, I'll go get it." She turned to leave, and only then did Murong Li attempt to put on his pants. But it was indeed impossible. To wear a pair of pants, you first needed to get hold of them. Xiangxiang had hung the pants on a clothes rack, and he couldn't reach them at all. She returned to the Jian washing pavilion and dug out the plum wine she had brewed earlier from the courtyard. The wine was already quite mellow. After all, plum wine was also good for blood circulation. A little should be fine, right? She glanced at the list Dr. Zhang had compiled and saw that there were no prohibitions against it, so she finally heated a pot and brought it over. Murong Li took a sip and thought, can this even be considered wine? Sigh, but it's fine, I'll make do with it. Xiangxiang poured it for him, and then noticed the pants still hanging on the rack. She lifted the blanket and helped him put them on. Murong Li snorted and suddenly said, help me to the bathroom. If you dare say no, I'll strangle you immediately. Xiangxiang replied, no, you can't get out of bed yet. Murong Li had truly had enough of hearing no today. He had heard it more than in his entire life. He shouted angrily, get lost. Call Guanju. With the pants on, he could finally see people again. Damn it, this woman is too talkative. Guanju is obedient. Xiangxiang backed away, bracing herself against the table. Murong Li glared at her, not understanding. Xiangxiang wouldn't go. If Guanju came, he wouldn't dare disobey Murong Li's orders and would definitely help him out of bed, and then he would stretch the wound again. Murong Li was about to explode in anger. This damn woman. Do you want to solve this problem in bed? Xiangxiang didn't know what to do either. After thinking for a moment, she said, I'll go ask Dr. Zhang. Murong Li was truly defeated by her. He weakly waved his hand. There's a chamber pot under the bed. Bring it here. Chapter 35. Taking care of Xiangxiang waited until Murong Li fell asleep before leaving. But as soon as she did, he woke up. No matter how injured he was, as long as he wasn't dead, his alertness was still high. He opened his eyes and saw the sunset streaming through the window, with golden dust gently floating in the sunlight. Due to his serious injuries, the doctor had advised him to avoid the wind, so the window was only slightly ajar, preventing him from seeing the transition from late summer to early autumn outside. Murong Li suddenly felt a bit bored in his life. He had never experienced such a time with nothing to do. Lying alone in bed, unable to move, and having overslept, his mind was clear, and he inevitably thought of certain people and events. He was quite annoyed by this feeling, but he couldn't stop thinking. The body of the Prince of Yin was no longer what it used to be. He should start considering the future. If something unexpected happened to him, Would he and Murong Bo have to flee in a panic with the whole family, young and old? Had that woman really slept with Han Su? Just the thought of that gentle and delicate body trembling under his brother, moaning and finding comfort and satisfaction, filled him with rage. If Han Su were here now, he would have been chopped into pieces. Yet, even so, he never thought that he shouldn't have taken that bullet back then. He had never considered it. Xiangxiang cleaned the night pot and entered, noticing the strong smell of medicine in the air. Murong was taking several kinds of internal and external herbal remedies for his injuries. With such a strong medicinal odor, anyone lying in there would likely feel irritable, right? She brought in a handful of brightly blooming chrysanthemums. When she entered, she moved lightly, thinking Murong was asleep and not wanting to wake him. Murong didn't say anything as he watched her place the chrysanthemums in a nearby vase, trimming the leaves with small scissors and spraying some fragrant dew. Observing her profile, he found that this woman was serious in everything she did. Even in something as simple as trimming flowers, she focused as if painting a masterpiece. How could there be such a person who regarded the mundane as the greatest happiness? After Xiangxiang arranged the flowers, she carefully picked up the scattered leaves and went out. Murong assumed she went to play with their daughter. He knew that was her treasure. But not long after, she returned. Murong was surprised that she didn't want to stay by his side. He wasn't unaware of it. Xiangxiang held a plate of gourd candy. And since Murong had many dietary restrictions now, this could serve as a snack. She set the snack down and said, "I'll read to the prince." What would the prince like to hear? Murong snorted coldly. Did this king ever say he wanted you to read? The way he said it sounded like a charity. As if anyone cared. Xiangxiang paused for a moment, as if she hadn't heard, and picked up a book titled Record of Famous Generals, asking, "How about this one?" Murong glanced at it and replied, "I read that at 6. Xiangxiang stood up, saying, "Then I'll find something else in your study." "What does the prince want to read?" Murong glared at her. "Don't you know that warriors hate reading the most?" But before he could finish, he suddenly said, "There's a book called Secrets of Dian. Bring that over." Xiangxiang responded and thought, "Does this book exist? I've never heard of it. I haven't read many books. I wonder if it will be too difficult." She thought about it all the way as she brought it over. Murong gestured for her to sit at the head of his bed, and Xiangxiang complied, sitting down while he half closed his eyes, allowing her to read to him. As soon as Xiangxiang began reading, her face turned crimson. The text was filled with tales of romantic entanglements and tragic beauty. She furrowed her delicate brows, slowly reading word by word, her voice getting lower and lower, while Murong closed his eyes. The sound in his ears didn't stop, and surprisingly wasn't too distracting. He had always cherished his time and rarely had such leisurely moments. Now, unable to move, listening to these indulgent tales, he suddenly felt that lying here wasn't too bad after all. As Xiangxiang read on, she glanced down at him, seeing him gazing at the chrysanthemums in the corner of the room, not knowing what he was thinking. She had to muster her courage to continue reading. After reading half the book, Murong finally closed his eyes, seeming to fall asleep. Seeing that it was getting late, Xiangxiang decided to prepare dinner for him and quietly put down the book before sneaking out. After she left, Murong took a piece of gourd candy and chewed on it. The candy was soft and chewy, not too sweet. However, because of the walnut pieces, the rich aroma lingered between his lips and teeth. When Xiangxiang returned to the washing sword pavilion, Xiangxiang had already been fed, and at this moment, Chuishi was holding her and taking a stroll. The sun had set, and the weather was just right. She waved her little arms in the fading light, babbling away. Xiangxiang's gaze softened as she approached and kissed her tender cheek, causing the baby to turn her head and drool all over her face. Chuishi couldn't help but laugh, and hurriedly took out a handkerchief to wipe her clean. After cleaning her face, Xiangxiang went to the small kitchen, not allowing Chuishi to enter for fear of the oil smoke bothering the child. She looked at the ingredients that Guanju had sent over for dinner and figured that Murong probably couldn't handle too bland a diet. So she asked Baiju to find a few large lotus leaves. In the kitchen, she first soaked the glutinous rice, boiled the ginkgo nuts and chestnuts, and then cut the chicken into pieces. Heating the pan and adding oil, she stir-fried the meat until fragrant, added seasonings to cook it thoroughly, and then steamed the glutinous rice. At this time, she and Baiju took out the steamed glutinous rice and mixed in the fully cooked chicken, ginkgo nuts, and chestnuts, wrapping it all in lotus leaves. They tied the leaves with cotton thread and placed them in the steamer to cook until the leaves changed color. Once the glutinous rice chicken was ready, Xiangxiang noticed some nice lotus root, so she took a few pig trotters, briefly boiled them in water to remove the foam, then heated oil, added sugar, and put in the trotters. After adding a little water, she boiled it on high heat. When the trotters were nearly done, she removed them to drain, then put them in a small pot with water and seasonings to simmer slowly. Meanwhile, she peeled and cut the lotus root into pieces and added it to the small pot to cook on low heat. She seasoned it with sweet and sour sauce, salt, and so on. This pig trotter soup is nourishing and beneficial for external injuries. Xiangxiang ladled the soup into a container and took it over. Dr. Zhang still handed the medicine to her, and when she entered the listening wind courtyard, Murong had nearly finished the gourd candy. Seeing her come in, he wanted to sit up, but it was impossible. Xiangxiang hurried over to support him. Once he was sitting up, Xiangxiang arranged the glutinous rice chicken and pig trotter soup. In fact, they couldn't eat much, and this was enough. Remembering that Dr. Zhang said he should drink the medicine first, Xiangxiang blew on it to cool it down and brought it over. Murong took it and drank it all in one go. Then Xiangxiang fed him a piece of something sweet, which instantly masked the bitterness of the medicine. Murong didn't ask what it was, but Xiangxiang smiled. It's preserved fruit. Murong didn't think much of it. A little bitterness was nothing. Xiangxiang served the glutinous rice chicken and lotus root pig trotters, still picking the bones and feeding him. At this moment, Murong finally felt a bit of an appetite and ate 2 glutinous rice chickens and a bowl of pig trotter soup. Xiangxiang waited until he had eaten enough before nibbling on the remaining pig trotter. Her way of eating wasn't the elegant style of a refined lady or a noble son. She casually gnawed at it, not caring about how it looked. Just one glance made people feel quite appetized, until she had finished the pig trotter and had eaten half a glutinous rice chicken. Murong realized that he was actually watching a woman eat. TSK, how boring. Xiangxiang collected the bowls and chopsticks, heated water again, and wiped his hands and face. Dr. Zhang came in, saw the two of them, and lowered his head, not daring to look anywhere. Your Highness, it's time to change the dressing. Murong said, just put it down. Dr. Zhang was taken aback. What did that mean? Then Xiangxiang said, I don't know what medicines there are. Dr. Zhang, please guide me, and I'll change it for the prince. Dr. Zhang breathed a sigh of relief, thinking how good it was to have a wife. He hurriedly explained which medicine to use and how, and Xiangxiang listened carefully. Dr. Zhang still didn't dare to leave, standing to the side. Xiangxiang gently unwrapped the bandages from Murong's wounds. Despite knowing the injuries were serious, she was still taken aback when the wounds were revealed before her. The giant arrow almost pierced a transparent hole in Murong's body. She moved lightly, occasionally glancing at Murong's expression. Murong's eyes were slightly closed, not looking at her, and his face did not show extreme pain. Xiangxiang gently untied the medicinal gauze and applied new medicine, following the instructions of Dr. Zhang on where to apply which medicine. Xiangxiang's movements were quite nimble. After changing the medicine, Xiangxiang escorted Dr. Zhang out, and only then did Dr. Zhang dare to speak to her in a low voice. Madam, the prince's injury is extremely dangerous. You must advise him to avoid intimate matters as much as possible. His words made Xiangxiang's face flush red, and she could only nod, unable to say anything. After Dr. Zhang left, Xiangxiang went to wash her hands and then brought Xianyuan to play. When Murong saw her carrying their daughter in, he suddenly felt, this is his woman, his daughter. He reached out to touch Xuanyuan's face, but Xianyuan, who had been playing happily, cried out when she saw him. Murong retracted his hand, frowning. Children are really troublesome. Just as Xiangxiang was about to speak, he said in a deep voice, take her out. Xiangxiang's smile faded slightly, and she lowered her eyes in response, carrying Xianyuan out. Murong noticed her smile slowly dissipating and couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. It's just letting you hand her over to the wet nurse for a bit. Why do you have to look like this? Xiangxiang didn't come back that night, and Murong angrily said, do you dare to give me the cold shoulder? If you don't come, then don't come at all. Do I need you to serve me alone? Damn it, where's Guanju? This bastard also seems to not want his head anymore. How dare he not show his face for several days in a row? Just as he was fuming, there was a commotion outside. It was Xiangxiang coming in again. Seeing that he hadn't slept yet, she whispered. Xianyuan had fun playing and stayed up a bit late. Murong coldly replied, Go back to sleep. You don't need to take care of things here. Xiangxiang softly asked, Does the prince want some water? Murong remained silent, and she handed him the water again. Murong actually drank a few sips, and Xiangxiang lowered the silver hook for him. There was a bed in the outer room, and of course, there were maids on night watch in the prince's residence, but Murong disliked having anyone sleep outside his bedroom, which was why they were dismissed. However, the bed was still there, and Xiangxiang made it up and then lay down her clothes to sleep. She had been busy all day. A 1-hour break was hardly enough. At that moment, as soon as her head touched the pillow, she fell asleep. Murong, however, could not sleep. He had slept too much during the day. He lay with his eyes open, staring at the bottom of the tent, listening to her faint breathing nearby. He was somewhat dissatisfied. Since they had already had a child, why couldn't she sleep beside him? Xiangxiang truly had no intention of sleeping next to him. This was Tingfeng Courtyard, previously the residence of Lanyu. Murong should dislike her being here, right? That is why he looked so displeased when she brought their daughter in. She was very cautious, afraid to disturb any flower or leaf here. She feared it might be something Lanyu cherished, and if she accidentally messed it up or broke it, it would surely make him angry. Chapter 36. Hansu Murong opened his eyes until dawn, surprisingly hopeful that she would wake up. It was strange. He realized that lying there wasn't so bad because this woman was noisy beside him. If she fell asleep too, it would be unbearable. Xiangxiang slept soundly until the sky was dimly lit, having taken a nap during the day for an hour, so she woke up earlier than usual. She got up, washed up by herself, and brought in some water. Murong let her wipe his face and hands. After Xiangxiang cleaned him up, she asked, Your Highness, do you need a chamber pot? As soon as she said it, she blushed. Seeing her face as red as an apple made Murong feel less embarrassed. He snorted and said, Bring it here. There was really nothing to be embarrassed about. Eating, drinking, and relieving oneself were just human instincts. After serving him, Xiangxiang opened the window a little to let in some air and burned a bit of incense in the incense burner. Once the scent dissipated completely, she put away the burner. Then she replaced the old flowers in the vase with a fresh bouquet of chrysanthemums and sprayed some fragrant dew on them. The fragrant dew was made from fresh flower extracts. It scent lighter than the incense, but natural and elegant. People like fragrances, but smelling incense didn't necessarily bring joy. It's strange how humans create incense while yearning for natural scents. There were many seasonal fruits in autumn, so Xiangxiang made him a fruit and milk porridge for breakfast. Afraid he wouldn't be full, she also made a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge. Murong allowed her to feed him bite by bite, and surprisingly felt that it wasn't that shameful. After being taken care of by her for 2 days, why did it feel like his waist had thickened a circle? After Xiangxiang finished feeding him, she tidied up the bowls and chopsticks into the food box. Murong fronat. Aren't the servants doing their jobs? Why do you have to do everything? What are they here for? Xiangxiang replied, I'm just tidying up. She then took it outside for the servants to clean up. She helped Murong wipe his mouth and then said, Shall I help you comb your hair, Your Highness? To her surprise, Murong merely responded with an Xiangxiang didn't use Murong Li's jade comb. Instead, she took her own peachwood comb and gently combed his hair. Murong closed his eyes, feeling the comb's teeth gently pressing against his scalp. The sunlight entered the room, dancing and jumping on the flowers inside. It was a feeling he had never experienced before, and his mood was peaceful. He had never tried to interact with a woman like this. His previous interactions mostly ended up in bed. Lanyu was a bit better. He would accompany her to ride, shoot, and hunt, but when they disagreed, he would glare and say, You're talking nonsense. If she were around and saw him get hurt, she would probably be very worried. But at most, she would just ask a couple questions like, You won't die, will you? Why are you still not well? Thinking of that lively person, Murong couldn't help but smile slightly. Xiangxiang asked, Is there anywhere itchy? Murong didn't answer, and Xiangxiang looked down to see him lost in thought, immersed in another time. So, she stopped talking. Xiangxiang no longer brought Xianyan into Tingfeng courtyard. Since Murong Li often lay down, she would massage his body. Fearing that not exercising for a long time would be bad for him, Dr. Zhang was quite supportive, often teaching her how to apply pressure. Xiangxiang learned very seriously. She approached everything with dedication. Her small hands pressed and kneaded on his body, and Murong Li felt quite comfortable, thinking to himself that this was indeed quite pleasant. No wonder people say that a gentle place is a hero's grave. Zhou Zhua, Han Su, and Xiangxiang had long intended to visit Murong Li, but someone like him would never agree to meet guests while lying in bed disheveled. Dr. Zhang was worried about too much disturbance and blocked them several times. The few of them suspected whether something truly happened to Murong Li, and seeing their growing anxiety, Dr. Zhang finally consulted Murong Li. Murong Li didn't care, asking, "Am I under house arrest?" Dr. Zhang's face changed, fearing that this calamity would misunderstand him, and hurriedly said, No, I just worry about your highness's health." Murong Li snorted and told Xiangxiang, "Help me change clothes." Xiangxiang then helped him change his clothes, tying his hair into a bun and fixing it with a jade hairpin. Han Su, Zhou Zhua, and Xiangxiang waited until he was fully dressed before entering. Murong Li leaned back against the head of the bed, sweeping his gaze over the few people in front of him. Upon seeing Han Su, he couldn't help but glare. Han Su, already feeling uneasy, immediately lowered his head and didn't dare to look at him. Only then did Murong Li ask, "What is it?" Zhou Zhua glanced at Han Su. Usually, it was Han Su who responded. Since he remained silent today, Zhou Zhua had to say, "The brothers in the camp have been very worried since they haven't seen your highness for several days." Murong Li understood. He was essentially Murong Bo's right-hand man. If anything happened to him, the big tree that was Murong Bo would immediately collapse. Furthermore, he led the rebellion, and everyone was still worried that the Prince of Yin would deal with him privately. With such prolonged absence, it was only natural that everyone outside would be anxious. Murong Li said, "Now that you've seen me, they shouldn't have any worries anymore." Zhou Zhua understood his meaning and quickly bowed, saying, "Yes. I will reassure the various factions in the army." Murong Li nodded and turned to look at Han Su. Han Su kept his head down, not daring to glance at Xiangxiang. Murong Li was somewhat satisfied. If he dared to look around, he really needed to be careful with those eyes. He then saw Xiangxiang also standing beside him with her head down, feeling angry again. Damn, you two really have a tacit understanding. He needed to restrain himself. He couldn't get furious, or it would seem like he cared about that woman. He said, Han Su. No, he really wanted to kill this damn thing. Han Su de plead. This subordinate is here. Murong Li was indeed very restrained, asking, "How are the post-war compensations for the brothers?" Han Su de plead. All arrangements have been made for the compensation related to the battle against Xiangxiang. The silver has already been issued by the court, and Zhou Zhua and I are personally supervising the distribution by the accountant from Yinzhou. There are no issues. Murong Li nodded. Han Su was good at handling matters. He said, "Get lost. Those who should defend the border, go defend the border. Those who should station, go station. Don't come running here unless necessary." Do I have treasures here? Zhou Zhua and the others certainly had to return to their posts, but since they hadn't seen him for several days, everyone was worried. So they had been lingering in Jinyang. Now that they had his words, it was indeed time to go back. Xiangxiang said, "Your Highness, now that the Prince of Yan's health is not as good as before, we are leading troops outside, and distant water cannot save a nearby fire. In my opinion, it would be better to keep General Han in Jinyang City, visiting the mansion often to prevent the crown prince from having ulterior motives." Han Su's face changed. "Damn, are you trying to get me killed? No wonder your nickname is Headstrong. You really are, as your name suggests, not a bit off." Xiangxiang suddenly met Han Su's angry gaze, stunned, thinking, "What did I do wrong? My loyalty is as bright as the sun." Han Su felt a splitting headache, and Murong Li shot Xiangxiang a cold glance, ominously. Cold sweat broke out on Xiangxiang, and he looked at Zhou Zhua, pleading, "What did I do wrong?" Zhou Zhua didn't respond to him, and Murong Li took a deep breath again. Some people, when they don't speak, seem like mute, but when they do, you wish you could poison them into silence. Fortunately, at that moment, Dr. Zhang came in, softly saying, "Generals, His Highness is unwell. It would be better not to disturb him too much." The few of them felt as if they had received a pardon, all letting out a sigh of relief. When they were about to take their leave, Han Su turned around, his eyes glancing past Murong, only catching a glimpse of Xiangxiang's beautifully embroidered skirt corner. After leaving Tingfeng courtyard, Zhou Zhui asked, "What happened between you and His Highness? He seems extremely unwilling to see you. This is quite unusual." Xiangxiang, also puzzled, immediately asked, "Yeah, aren't you usually the best at winning the prince's favor?" Han Su walked ahead silently, not speaking. Zhou Zhui caught up to him, his expression serious. Last time at the foot of Jinyang City, when His Highness was hit by that arrow, judging by his reaction, it wasn't that he couldn't dodge it. Why didn't he dodge? You should know in your heart. Han Su, feeling ashamed and angry, shouted, "Enough." Zhou Zhui strode up to him, blocking his path, and pressed down on his shoulder, asking, "We are brothers, aren't we?" Han Su looked into his eyes and sighed softly for a long time. "Of course we are brothers. 10 years of camaraderie. How many times have we lived and died together?" Zhou Zhui applied a little more pressure on his shoulder and asked, "What happened?" Han Su replied, "Nothing happened. It's just my delusional thoughts, my most shameless and hopeless hopes." He weakly said, "I'm going back to Ping to Pass. I'll leave this afternoon." "Zhou Zhui, you stay at home for a while. With General Zhou here, the Prince of Yin won't rush you. If there's any news, you can report it to me and Xiangxiang immediately. Take care of yourselves." He turned to leave, and Zhou Zhui asked, "Han Su, you are loyal to the prince, right?" Han Su replied, "Always, forever." His words were firm and resolute. Just then, Xiangxiang suddenly said, "Madam Xiang." Xiangxiang softly replied, "General Yin, there's no need for such formality." Her voice was as gentle and delicate as ever. Han Su did not turn back, stood tall, and walked away. It was late October. The sun hung low, casting golden rays half on the phoenix trees and half on him. He walked past the painted bridge, where the misty willows had withered. It was indeed a season of sorrowful autumn grass above and rippling blue waters below. Even if you have saved the madam's life, you can't be so rude, can you? What a face! Zhou Zhui cursed silently and smiled to ease the situation. "You see the madam and don't even greet her. That is really impolite." He's heading back to the barracks this afternoon, eager to meet his parents. "If there are shortcomings in etiquette, madam, please don't hold it against us rough men." Xiangxiang forced a smile. "General Zhou, you flatter me." She turned back toward the sword-washing pavilion, and in her peripheral vision, she saw that figure gradually walking away, slowly disappearing between the autumn waters and the long sky. Do you believe that one day, even the deepest love will eventually succumb to time, becoming an illusion? Chapter 37. Birthday banquet. In the evening, Xiangxiang had just calmed down Xiangxiang and came to Tingfeng courtyard to sleep on the small bed outside. Just as she lay down, she heard Murong say, "Come in." Xiangxiang was taken aback, thinking he wanted water, and hurried into the inner room, asking, "Is there something wrong, Your Highness?" As she spoke, she prepared to pour water. Murong said, "Come over here." Xiangxiang had no choice but to walk over. Murong said, "Sleep here." Xiangxiang was slightly stunned and replied, "But isn't Tingfeng courtyard Lan Yu's place? Didn't you sleep on this bed with him? Can I sleep here?" After hesitating for a moment, Murong, impatient, said, "Did you not understand? Is that hard to comprehend?" Xiangxiang had no choice but to lie down next to him. He glared at her. "Take off your clothes. Aren't you cold sleeping like this in this freezing weather?" Xiangxiang took off her outer garment and got into bed. Murong felt much better this way. Having someone beside him made it less boring. Xiangxiang felt uneasy, fearing he might do something to embarrass her again. At this moment, could he tell who was sleeping beside him? Murong asked, "Do you have nothing to say to me?" Xiangxiang was taken aback. They had often shared the same bed before, but those days, Murong only came for physical relief, then went to sleep. He had never thought to listen to her speak. Suddenly asking this now left Xiangxiang at a loss, and she softly replied, "Your Highness, what do you want to hear? You probably wouldn't be interested in the trivial matters of family life, right?" Murong raised an eyebrow. "That's true. I rarely listen to idle chatter." Han Su and Zhou Zhui, when with him, besides reporting military affairs, occasionally drank together. It seemed that long ago, they often talked about women. However, whether it was military affairs, national matters, or women, it didn't seem appropriate to discuss with his own woman. He frowned. "What do you usually talk about with your parents, And that old lover of yours. Xiangxiang's face turned red. Brother Yuqing? We talk about the big white dog next door, the new tavern by the tofu shop, the theater troupe in the city. Oh, right, and before she could finish, Murong interrupted. Go to sleep. Damn, feeling bored and low class. Xiangxiang didn't understand why he suddenly became unhappy again, so she had to stop talking. Just as she closed her eyes, Murong Li's hand reached over, feeling around through the fabric. Xiangxiang was also dissatisfied but didn't dare to speak up. She could only think to herself, we're bored. Besides this, what else have you done in bed? Did he think this was very sophisticated in his eyes? While she was grumbling internally, Murong Li said, lean over. Xiangxiang had no choice but to move closer. Murong Li gently took her earlobe into his mouth, teasingly with his tongue like a snake. Xiangxiang felt a current by her ear, a flash of golden light before her eyes, as if her heart was also jumping and trembling. She trembled, gripping Murong Li's sleeve, and he didn't make any more vigorous movements, just kissed her softly like this. From her ear to her earlobe, slowly kissing her cheek. Xiangxiang's body trembled violently, and Murong Li supported her as she leaned on him. He didn't even unfasten her clothing, just kissing her inch by inch. Xiangxiang couldn't help but let out a soft moan, while Murong Li held her waist with both hands, supporting her body to prevent her from pressing against his injury. His lips parted her delicate teeth. Seeing her face blush like the morning clouds, he scoffed softly. Hansu, that bastard was just a street thug back then, who had better skills than him. Why did she treat him like a treasure? Xiangxiang didn't understand why he suddenly was playing with her like this. He was controlling himself, not going too far, but just as kissing left her breathless. Murong Li noticed her sweating and wondered if he had been too direct with her usually. She was still so innocent. He didn't push further, just maintaining their lip-to-lip connection, their breaths intertwining, the actions gentle. This wasn't Xiangxiang's first kiss with him, yet it felt like a first kiss, deep and prolonged warmth. He allowed her to savor his lips, tongue, and his breath enveloped her, making her feel somewhat breathless. The human body is strange, even if you love shrimp the most. There are always other foods that aren't shrimp that can bring you joy. Xiangxiang knew that her body could find pleasure with Murong Li. She didn't resist, after all. He was her husband, the only person she should follow in this life. She had always known that. With her body leaning down, she could see the light in his eyes. Murong Li wasn't a very handsome man. He lacked Han Su's refined demeanor. He was strong and muscular, a typical warrior. He rarely smiled, and his face had cold, hard lines. Whenever he spoke, it felt like he was scolding someone. It was not uncommon for him to scare a child to tears with a frown or glare. Even now, there was no trace of tenderness on his face. Xiangxiang didn't know if this was a moment of intimacy between her and him, or if it was a remnant of his past with Lanyu. Therefore, she didn't hold on a hope to avoid being hurt by disappointment. She was just a commoner's daughter, without a good background or any connections. In the prince's mansion, she would never grow her own roots, so she could only move forward step by step, carefully, as if walking on thin ice. Everything she obtained in this mansion was because of Murong Li, and losing everything would likely just be a thought away for him. He didn't need her feelings, so she kept them well. He needed her to serve, and she served him obediently and considerately. She didn't dislike Murong Li. In fact, she had a bit of respect for him, so she accepted everything he gave. She didn't dislike him, but she also didn't love him. After teasing her for a while, Murong Li finally let her go, pulling her into sleep. Seeing that he had no intention of throwing her off the bed, Xiangxiang closed her eyes and soon drifted into a dream. Murong Li's injury, according to Dr. Zhang, would take an ordinary person at least 1.5 years to heal. Of course, for an ordinary person, it would be hard to survive. This prince's son, after all, was of noble birth, yet he had the resilience of a cockroach. After more than a month of recovery, it was all thanks to Xiangxiang's care. Initially, they had to guard against the crown prince sending someone to assassinate him, but later, as his condition improved, he could have entrusted the care to the servants. More and more servants were coming and going from Tingfeng courtyard. However, Xiangxiang still preferred to do things herself. She was an extremely meticulous person, with her around. The servants didn't know what to do. From the moment Murong Li realized he could move, he forced himself to go to the toilet. Having a woman assist him with a chamber pot was, after all, too undignified. By this time, he could move again, no longer like before when he could only thrash around and yell. Xiangxiang didn't dare to argue with him and could only help him. Winter came to Jinyang, and the weather grew colder. On the cold nights without stars or moonlight, she helped him put on thick fur clothing and carefully assisted him to the toilet. The place wasn't far, but even the closest distance depended on how one moved. Given his current way of moving, it was still not considered close. Xiangxiang always held a lantern in one hand and supported him with the other. He leaned on her shoulder as they walked to the toilet. Her shoulder may not have been broad, but it had a steady strength. How ridiculous! A woman made such a man feel secure. When they arrived at the toilet, Xiangxiang couldn't care about anything else and had to go in with him. The toilet used by Prince Sun was certainly not as good as the one in the Yanwang Palace, but it was still quite clean. Xiangxiang carefully supported him, not daring to shy away, staying close. She even helped him pull up his pants and fasten his belt. At this time, he could see her profile, which had a tranquil and gentle outline. Sometimes it would rain or snow, and she would struggle to help him, avoiding the puddles on the ground. The light from a lantern was dim, reflecting off the water's surface and presenting a warm orange-red hue. After several times, Murong became more at ease. By late December, it was the birthday celebration of the Prince of Yan. Due to his serious illness before the new year, this time he inevitably paid more attention to the grandeur and held a grand banquet at the Nonghua Garden. It was both a celebration of his birthday and a way to stabilize the hearts of the officials and common people of Great Yan. At the banquet, besides the 999 highly respected old birthday stars from the common folk, civil and military officials were also present. Local governors and officials brought gifts and paid their respects. Murong had already been able to get out of bed and walk, so he instructed Guanju to prepare birthday gifts and get ready to enter the palace. Although Imperial Physician Zhang Wenxian still disapproved of him going out, there was nothing he could do as Murong wouldn't listen. That evening, the weather was quite nice. Murong brought Xiangxiang into the palace. Given her status, she wouldn't normally be able to attend the Prince of Yan's birthday banquet. However, since Murong wanted to bring her, who would dare to send her back? The eunuchs were perceptive and set up a seat beside Murong's table for her, making it convenient for her to take care of him. The banquet was organized by the Queen and the Chief of Internal Affairs, Kong Jinzhou, although Murong and the Crown Prince were at odds. The food at his table was carefully selected to avoid any forbidden items. She was not someone who would fall into gossip. Murong didn't allow Xiangxiang to support him and walked directly into the Nonghua Garden. The weather was cold, but the Nonghua Garden was adorned with silk curtains. Heated with stoves, with smoke rising from jade platforms, and the cold plum blossoms were in full bloom, creating a vibrant scene. Xiangxiang followed behind him, feeling somewhat uneasy due to her lower status and being unaccustomed to such gatherings of nobility. Her speech and manner were not as generous as those of the ladies from prominent families. Most of the people passing by were strangers to her, and Murong naturally wouldn't introduce her. No matter who it was, they would greet Murong with smiles and then gesture to her with a smile. There was no need for introduction. Although few had seen her, Murong's only concubine was quite well known. The two moved forward, and suddenly they bumped into someone ahead, dressed in a brocade robe with 5-clawed dragon patterns and a jade belt, whose features bore some resemblance to Murong. Unable to dodge in time, they collided face to face, and the person's face turned pale first. Murong's expression was frosty, and that person forced a smile and said, "Old Fifth, are you feeling better?" It was none other than Crown Prince Murong Shun. Murong coldly replied, "Thanks to my second brother's concern, I am much better." Murong Shun wanted to leave, but steeled himself to say, "That's good. Take care of yourself. Where are the guards? Are they blind?" Murong took a couple of steps forward, and Murong Shun turned to run. Although he had a few attendants with decent martial skills, they were not necessarily Murong's match. Seeing those useless guys already trembling, it was clear that the Crown Prince's dignity would suffer if he turned and ran. But getting beaten in public wouldn't be any better for his reputation either. That was just a foolish person. If he were to get beaten here, his father would only give him a scolding at most. Considering his serious injuries, he might not even be punished. He could be fined, but did he lack money? The Sun Wangfu paid its servants more than other households, so he might even be able to buy a monthly ticket or something. Only a fool wouldn't run. Murong Li was injured, but under normal circumstances, as long as he was alive, he would chase after him. He had a mad dog personality and was especially sensitive to moving targets. Once he saw something moving quickly, he would reflexively want to grab it and take a look. But this time, he didn't chase after him, which made Murong Shin curious. He turned around and saw a woman pitifully clinging to him, almost hanging off his arm. "My lord, your injury isn't healed yet," Imperial Physician Zhang said. Murong Li angrily shouted, "Let go." The woman was, of course, Xiangxiang, who had been repeatedly warned by Imperial Physician Zhang not to let the prince exert himself too much. If the wound reopened, it would take longer to heal. She was about to cry, "My lord." Murong Li forcefully pulled his hand back, and she stumbled and fell to the ground. Many people around looked over, but no one dared to step forward to mediate. Each of them had expressions that screamed, "You don't see me, you don't see me, you don't see me," repeating the important message 3 times. Some clever ones had already run off to report to the Prince of Yen. The Prince of Yen remained calm and asked Murong Bo beside him, "Son, how much of Old Fifth's military merit can offset his punishment? Can it be calculated a bit more? Now in Jinyang, there's only Zhou left. I'm afraid if he's beaten too hard, he won't be able to take it. Then Zhou, he will come to find me and nag me. You know how talkative he is." Murong Bo lowered his head. Even such a cultured and refined person thought to himself, "Damn it, the great Yin military officers haven't rebelled yet. How can this happen?" Over there, Xiangxiang had plopped down on the ground, and Murong Li was also taken aback. "Damn it, I pull my hand back. Don't you have legs? You can sit on the ground?" He glanced at Murong Shin again and finally reached out to pull Xiangxiang up from the ground. Seeing her on the verge of tears, he thought, "Forget it, the crown prince is in the palace every day. When can I beat him?" So he said, "Let's go." So troublesome. Upon hearing that he wasn't going to chase anymore, Xiangxiang sighed in relief, her head drooping like a little wife, following behind him. The two made their way to the banquet table. Murong Shan was still standing there, and, at that moment, a group of people came up to protect the crown prince. He was furious, thinking, "Why didn't you wait until I was dead to come?" Meanwhile, the Prince of Yen was preparing to see his second son with a bruised face and then use Murong Li's military merit to offset the punishment. Looking at the crown prince's table, he found that his second son's face was still fair and handsome, which made him pause. He asked Murong Bo beside him, "Has Old Fifth finally learned to hit without hitting the face?" Murong Bo tried to suppress his laughter and whispered, "It seems he was persuaded by Old Fifth's concubine." The Prince of Yin glanced at the seat beside Murong Li, which was a bit far away, and he could only see a plainly dressed woman sitting next to him. He nodded and said, "A good woman is rare. Murong bonodit." And then he heard his father say, "Put out the fire." This father, do you even know how to write the 4 characters for respect your elders? Murong Bo's face turned red. Murong Xian smiled and suddenly asked, "Zishi, how do you govern the world?" Zishi was his courtesy name, and the Prince of Yin had never called him that before. Murong Bo was taken aback and said, "Bestow kindness upon the masses, with benevolence and virtue to benefit them, so that the world may follow." Murong Xian said, "This is just one aspect. As a ruler, one must wield sharp weapons while also holding benevolence in one's heart. Zishi, a ruler has 2 wings. One wing is white, the other is black. In times of danger, the black wing shines to stop violence with violence. In times of peace, the white wing is spread to benefit the common people." Murong Bo was slightly stunned, and Murong Xian continued, "Take good care of your sharp weapons. How can a country be strong without both virtue and ability?" The shock on Murong Bo's face was evident. Did his father allow him to aim for the throne? He didn't dare to ask further, only bowing and saying, "I will remember, my son." Murong Xian waved his hand, saying, "Step back. Let the crown prince come to accompany me." Murong Shun had just seen his father speaking to his elder brother, and now he approached, inevitably feeling a bit nervous. This father had never been proper. Sometimes he would crack crude jokes during court meetings, leaving the officials in a state of laughter and tears. He never discussed strategies with his military generals. For example, when someone reported that the old prime minister had accepted a bribe of 5,000 taels of silver. He directly told Prime Minister by Xiangxiang, "You should be less greedy, lest one day I see your family's wealth and become tempted. It wouldn't matter if you ruin your own name, but sullying my reputation as a wise ruler is a crime worthy of death." Bai Xiangxiang was left speechless. But from that day on, he never did anything out of line again. He would tell Grand Commandant Zhou, "You have high prestige in the military. Help my son a bit. If my son turns out to be less capable than your son, he would definitely be scared. If he is scared, won't he kill your son? If my son kills your son, and I don't help hold him back, that would be considered benevolence. And you still expect my help?" Zhou Yi, as the Grand Tutor, would teach all the princes generously, constantly reminding his son to remember his duties as a minister. Although it seemed his son hadn't remembered it all. The Prince of Yin, Murong Xian, had 6 sons, and although they privately formed factions and contended for power, none of them disrespected him. Murong Bo and Murong Li had raised an army in rebellion and had already taken Jinyang City. Yet, with a single sentence during his illness, he said, "Come back." The 3 armies sheathed their swords and laid down their armor. Under the city wall, the clash of arms immediately turned into a farce. There are people in this world who can resolve conflicts with a single word. He lovingly patted Murong Shun's head and said, "A king primarily relies on his intellect, and only secondarily on his fists." Just as Murong Shun was about to respectfully agree, he heard him seriously say, "Only someone like your father, me, can rely on charm." Murong Shun. Damn, having such a father is really embarrassing. Xiangxiang helped Murong Li with his food, carefully picking the meat off the bones. Beside Murong Li sat his 4th brother, Murong Jian. Among the 6 brothers, the 4th prince Murong Jian was the most indifferent to worldly affairs, not aligned with any faction, and had no ambitions. This was the first time Xiangxiang saw him. He was different from the other princes of the Murong family and appeared somewhat delicate. His complexion was also excessively pale. At this moment, he was observing the people around him, and after a long while, suddenly asked, "Which number are you?" Xiangxiang's hand trembled while picking up the food, causing it to drop on the table. He doesn't know Murong Li? Is the 4th prince an idiot? He doesn't seem like it, and no one has ever said so. Murong Li shot him a glance and coldly snorted, too lazy to respond. However, Murong Jian seemed to suddenly recognize him. "Ah, it's the 5th. Long time no see. I heard you were injured. How are you now?" Murong Li coldly replied, "Does your concern matter? If I were dead, would you even recognize which brother was missing?" Useless. Xiangxiang saw his unfriendly tone and smiled apologetically at the 4th prince. Murong Jian, however, seemed unfazed and simply said, "My illness." Murong Li was too lazy to continue the conversation and lowered his head, wanting to drink, only to find that there was only milk porridge in front of him. He glared at Xiangxiang, who trembled and said, "The imperial physician said the prince can't drink alcohol yet. Once he starts, he won't stop. And Zhang Wenxian has long instructed me to keep an eye on him." Murong Li took a sip of the milk porridge, found it mediocre, and set it down. Xiangxiang quietly said, "4th prince, is there any woman?" No matter how composed a woman is, she is still gossipy. But seeing Murong Li's displeased expression, she dared not ask further. So she stopped there. Murong Li, however, spoke up. "He can't distinguish people. Those dog eyes of his don't seem to serve any purpose." "Huh?" Xiangxiang was stunned. "Is there such a thing?" She quietly asked. Can't distinguish people? What does that mean?" Murong Li said, "It means he forgets anyone he has seen. He can't remember what father looks like, can't recognize his brothers. And even the palace maids and wet nurses around him, he can't tell apart." Xiangxiang realized something new. Is there really such a flaw in the world? Seeing her continuously sizing up Murong Jian, Murong Li put down his chopsticks in annoyance. Xiangxiang hurriedly helped him with his food again. Murong Li felt that it was rare for the two to talk, so he continued. In the past, there was a palace maid in his palace who accidentally broke his head. He chased her from one room to another, but outside there were 2 palace maids. He couldn't tell which one it was. Xiangxiang couldn't help but chuckle, and when she saw Murong Jian looking at her, she quickly covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking. Such things really happen in this world. She held back her laughter and asked, "Then, can he remember other things?" Murong Li replied, "He can, he's not stupid. He just can't distinguish people's faces. At most, he can tell men from women. Xiangxiang found it very interesting and turned to see Murong Jian staring at her. Unable to stop laughing. Then he won't remember me next time? Murong said, next time? If you get up and step outside for a bit, when you come back, he won't remember you. Xiangxiang had a look of wanting to try it out, but she didn't dare without Murong Li's permission. Of course, Murong Li wouldn't let her try to play with her own brother. That would be interesting, right? Moreover, Murong Jian was actually not a bad person. Among the brothers, he was truly the most honest. But when he turned his face and saw Xiangxiang's bright eyes, he said, "Bring me some sesame sauce." Xiangxiang replied eagerly and rushed out. After a while, she returned, deliberately spinning around in front of Murong Jian. Sure enough, he showed no reaction at all. After all, he was only 17, still a child. She almost wanted to poke him and ask, Hey, you really don't recognize me? Fortunately, she didn't dare to go too far and sat back down beside Murong Li. Murong Li thought to himself that she looked pretty good when she smiled. The light in her eyes was sparkling, as if a stream was about to flow out. As for the brothers, well, if they wanted to play, then let them play. After all, no one would die. Chapter 38. Assassination. The two of them were having dinner when Xiangxiang felt a slight movement of the glass bead curtain in the inner hall of the Nonghua garden. She looked up and saw a shadow flicker behind the curtain, but there was no further movement. She didn't pay much attention, but noticed that Murong Li hardly touched his food, leaving all the bones for her to pick at. When they exited the Nonghua garden, Murong Bo accompanied them to the palace gate and said, "You're not well yet. Why are you in such a hurry to enter the palace?" Murong Li ignored him. The old men in the court were best at adapting to the wind. If he didn't recover soon, they would probably start showing their loyalty to the crown prince again. Murong Bo said, "You came out without guards. You're so careless." He then instructed a few of his personal guards behind him, escort Prince Sun back to the residence. Make sure he gets home safely. The guards bowed and said, understood. Murong Li said, if I'd brought more guards, it would seem like I was afraid. I am a martial man. If I need protection to go in and out, it would be too ridiculous. Is this worth your concern? Murong Bo, unusually assertive this time, replied, don't take this lightly. Have you not learned a lesson after lying down for so long? Murong Li didn't argue with him anymore and let Xiangxiang help him into the carriage, where she sat beside him. Outside, it was already dark, and a light rain mixed with snow fell, making the road very slippery. The coachman was extremely cautious, and Murong Bo stood behind the carriage, waiting until it had left the palace gate before returning to the Wangfu with Princess Su Jing. The carriage was very warm, but when they had just come out of the Nonghua garden, the cold wind had pierced through, and it was still very chilly. Xiangxiang noticed that Murong Li's hands were somewhat cold. After all, he was still recovering from a serious injury and wasn't as strong as before. She couldn't help but hold his hand, gently breathing out warm air on it, then rubbing it back and forth. Remembering that she had brought a hand warmer, she quickly found it in the carriage, added silver charcoal, and tucked it into his sleeve. Murong Li found it somewhat amusing, but he held onto the hand warmer and didn't say anything else. As the snow fell lightly again, the roof of the carriage was low enough to hear the sound of snow landing. Around them were only the sounds of the bearers and personal guards moving about. Murong Li beckoned Xiangxiang over and said, come here. Xiangxiang walked over, and he lifted the light cloak, wrapping her inside like wings, while also handing her the hand warmer. A big man holding this thing looked quite ridiculous. Xiangxiang looked up at him. This was the first time since they got married that he showed her such affection. Murong Li didn't look at her, closing his eyes to rest. He didn't think too much about it. It was simply, come here, I'll hold you. The carriage rolled over thin ice, making a creaking sound, and he felt very warm in her embrace. Xiangxiang, like a little bird sheltered under a wing, slowly began to feel drowsy. Not long after, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. As the carriage passed the Huron Bridge, there was a slight bump. Xiangxiang was sleeping soundly when suddenly Murong Li pressed her down, covering her with his body. She had no idea what was happening when several black arrows shot into the carriage. Outside, the personal guards left by Murong Bo shouted and had already engaged in a fight with someone. Xiangxiang felt a surge of anxiety, but the coachman remained calm, saying, my lord, there are assassins, 6 of them. Murong Li asked, "Can the people left by my brother handle it?" The guard was observing the battle situation. "The people of Prince Kong are skilled. They should have the strength." Murong Li said, "Then there must be more of them. Get off the bridge." The guard answered affirmatively and immediately prepared to drive the carriage down from Murong Bridge. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. In an instant, Murong Li pulled the thick bedding from the carriage and wrapped it around himself and Xiangxiang. Xiangxiang had no idea what was happening outside. She only felt her body suddenly lift and fly a distance like a kite. Then the bedding fell, landing perfectly on the water surface. Murong Li used the bedding to gently push himself and leap to the shore. The Murong Bridge had already broken into several sections, and the carriage sank into the water. There were likely assassins waiting in the water. Xiangxiang's face turned pale, but she remained relatively calm, not even screaming. Murong Li released her, and several of Murong Bo's personal guards who fell into the water were immediately ambushed, suffering many injuries. However, those who could stay by Prince Kang's side for years were all skilled fighters, and they quickly turned the situation around. In the darkness, a shadow quickly skimmed across the water surface. Someone groaned, a fountain of blood erupted, and their body fell weakly into the water. Murong Li wanted to go over, but Xiangxiang softly said, "My lord, be careful of your wounds when you act, okay?" She was afraid he had other plans and didn't dare to stop him. Murong Li, unusually, actually responded with an MM. He couldn't stand next to Xiangxiang. The assassin's target was him. His injuries were not fully healed, and he might not be able to protect her. Leaving her would actually allow him to be safer. He quickly stepped away from her side, and the assassins soon noticed him, rushing toward him from beneath the water. The shadow was ghost-like, hunting the prey at the bottom of the water. Xiangxiang stood under a bare willow tree, surrounded by layers of moving shadows. She was certainly scared, but no one around could pay attention to her. After thinking for a moment, she turned and ran back. The banquet for Prince Yin had just ended, and there were bound to be other people passing nearby. In the winter night of Jinyang City, the stars and moon were dim. The common people had already burrowed into their warm blankets, and the cold wind was like a knife, slicing across their faces, enough to freeze the tips of their ears. Xiangxiang ran along the official road, stepping in and out of the snow, with only the sound of falling snow around her. Her shoes were soaked in the melting snow, and her feet no longer felt cold, just numb. She didn't stop, not knowing how long she had run. Suddenly, she heard voices ahead. She suddenly remembered, not knowing which of them were the Crown Prince's people. These people she didn't recognize, so she could only watch them walk away. Another group passed by, and she was shivering from a cold. After a while, she heard someone speaking softly ahead and recognized the voices, shouting loudly, "General Zhou?" It was Zhou Zhua and the Grand Commandant Zhou Yi. Military generals were used to riding horses, and the father and son were side by side, speaking with a man who looked like an official. When Zhou Zhua heard this voice, he was startled, thinking, "Is this a hallucination?" Fearing he hadn't heard her, Xiangxiang ran out, saying, "General Zhou, the prince has encountered assassins." Both Zhou Zhua and Zhou Yi's expressions changed. Zhou Zhua asked where. Xiangxiang didn't know the name of the bridge, so she could only say, "A few miles ahead, there is a bridge." Zhou Zhua urged his horse to gallop toward Murong Bridge, and Zhou Yi naturally brought his men to follow. The crowd rushed past like the wind, and Xiangxiang was splashed all over by the snow water. When things calmed down in front of her, she found herself ignored again. But there was no time to think too much. She wanted to see if any other familiar faces would pass by. Unfortunately, the Wangfu of Prince Kong was not on the way here, and she hardly knew anyone else in the court. While she was thinking, the official who had just spoken with Zhou Zhua approached with a smile and asked, "Miss, you must be the prince's concubine, Xiangfu?" Just as Xiangxiang was about to respond, her body swayed slightly. The Grand Commandant's residence was very close to the Sun Wangfu. Zhou Yi and Zhou's route back with Murong Li was almost the same. Now, why was this person here speaking to the Zhou father and son by the roadside? Because he wanted to delay Zhou Yi and Zhou Zhua, preventing them from passing Murong Bridge to rescue Murong Li. She suddenly felt even colder, her body trembling like a quail. Although she had seen Murong Li kill with the precision of cutting through a melon, she had never imagined that one day someone would try to kill her directly. The man gradually drew closer, and Xiangxiang could hardly suppress her urge to plead with him. "No, don't kill me. I have a daughter. I want to go back." "Is Xianyan asleep now?" she suddenly said. "Can you take me back to the Wangfu, sir?" The man was momentarily taken aback, and Xiangxiang's hand, hidden in her sleeve, had already tightened. She tried to keep herself calm. No, pleading with him would be useless. She continued, "General Zhou is really impatient. The prince is already safe. It's just the carriage that fell into the river. He asked me to find General Zhou. If I don't catch up, General Zhou might have a hard time explaining." The man lowered his eyes. It would be very easy for him to kill her. She was standing right by the river, and all he had to do was push her into the water. In such cold weather, she would have no chance of survival. He was holding Zhou Yi back here. Originally, Zhou Yi couldn't clarify the situation, and who knew if he was intentionally stalling or if Zhou Yi was deliberately delaying. Therefore, Zhou Yi wouldn't mention him to Murong Li, as he couldn't clear himself of suspicion. And when this woman saw him, of course, she had to be cautious. However, Murong Li only had this one concubine who had already given birth to a daughter. If she really died, Zhou Yi was afraid of taking responsibility, and whether he would expose himself was uncertain. He was hesitating when Zhou Zhua had already remembered. Although Xiangxiang had been running in a flurry for a while, it was only about 3 or 4 kilometers. Zhou Zhua quickly recalled her and immediately sent a guard to pick her up. The guards came galloping like rain, and upon arrival, they saluted, saying, "Madame Xiang, General Zhou sent me to escort you back to the residence." Xiangxiang felt utterly drained, looking at the official standing before her. The killing intent in his eyes had faded. He was a civil official, and no matter what, he couldn't compare to the combat strength of these guards. He smiled. "Originally, I also intended to send Madame Xiang back to the residence, but since General Zhou has sent someone, I can rest assured." Xiangxiang nodded at him and was helped onto the horse by the guards. As the guards led the horse, it inevitably slowed down. Xiangxiang was so cold that her internal organs felt frozen, yet she still asked, "How is the prince?" The guard replied, in response to Madame Xiang, "I was not present at the scene and was sent by General Zhou, so I am unaware of the situation. But with General Zhou here, the prince is surely safe." Xiangxiang did not say anything further and allowed the guards to take her back to the Sun Wangfu. Although she was very worried about Murong Li, she knew that going there wouldn't help. It was better to return to the residence quietly. The Yurang bridge had collapsed, so the guards had to take a detour to send her back. When she arrived, Murong Li had not yet returned. Xiangxiang informed Guanju and then went to change her clothes. Baizhu saw that she was drenched, with thin ice forming in her hair, and was frightened, hurriedly making her ginger soup to ward off the cold. Xiangxiang took a hot shower and drank a bowl of ginger soup, but still felt a headache. She was indeed frozen, unable to sleep, still thinking about waiting for Murong Li to come back. By the time it was the 3rd watch, there was finally some commotion outside. Xiangxiang ran out and heard Guan Ju asking Murong Li, "Your Highness, to the sword-washing pavilion?" Murong Li replied, "To the listening wind courtyard." Xiangxiang did not approach and silently returned to the sword-washing pavilion, where Xiangxiang had already fallen asleep. She wrapped herself in a blanket, closed her eyes, and had a night full of nightmares. The next day, when she woke up, she indeed caught a cold. Fortunately, Dr. Zhang Wenxian was still in the residence, and Baizhu asked him to prescribe some medicine. Xiangxiang had a headache, a runny nose, and felt utterly weak. After taking the medicine, she wanted to see her daughter, but was worried about passing her illness to her, so she just lay down. She had Baizhu prepare a meal to send to Murong Li. After Baizhu delivered the meal, she returned shortly, unchanged. Xiangxiang asked, "What happened?" Baizhu replied, "The prince is in a meeting, and it seems that Lord Bai Xiaoqing personally went over." "Is Prince Kong also there?" Xiangxiang asked. Baizhu said yes. Xiangxiang inquired, "What is happening?" Baizhu casually mentioned, "Perhaps it's about discussing the marriage of the princess, since the engagement has been set for so long." Suddenly realizing something, she fell silent. Xiangxiang responded with an thinking about those ancient poems that always spoke of holding hands and growing old together. But in reality, how extravagant a wish that was. Chapter 39. The princess consort Murong Li and Murong Bo were indeed discussing the matter of the princess consort with the Duke of Pei. But Murong Li's face was ashen, while Murong was at a loss for words, and the Duke of Pei appeared helpless. Prince Sun, Murong Li, had joined the military at a young age and had always despised poetry and literature, showing no proficiency in music, chess, calligraphy, or painting. His strength lay in wielding weapons, which should have easily won a young lady's affection. When he was 18, the daughter of the Duke of Dinghua from the Wen family was kidnapped by bandits while visiting a temple. The Duke of Dinghua pleaded with him to rescue her. He tracked down the bandit carrying the young lady from the Wen family, stepped forward, and struck with his sword. The bandit left behind the lower half of his body, crawling for quite a distance before finally dying from blood loss. Upon returning to Xiangxiang, Miss Wen was traumatized and took 3 to 4 months to recover. Even after that, she would occasionally have episodes when the incident was mentioned. Such a person could hardly have a good reputation among noble young ladies. The eldest granddaughter of Xiangxiang was cherished like a pearl. She excelled in all arts, gaining fame as a talented young woman in Xiangxiang. Now, upon hearing that she was to marry such a violent man, she turned pale. After inquiring with other noble ladies, she fell ill. Seeing her weep daily, Xiangxiang found no comfort in any words. However, Prince Sun had always been accustomed to getting his way, and there was no way he would back out of an engagement he had already accepted. Not long ago, he and Murong had fled Xiangxiang, and Xiangxiang had secretly hoped that the engagement would be called off. But who knew that once the king of Yin awoke, he and Murong returned safely. Xiangxiang still wanted to rely on this powerful ally. With the crown prince supported by the queen, the Xi family had no other backing. Among the queen's circle of friends, they could only expect to be sidelined. Murong was different. If he ascended to the throne, the Xi family would have great prospects. Thus, after Murong made his stance clear, Xiangxiang was even more eager to see the marriage happen. Unfortunately, upon hearing that she still had to marry this brutish man who knew nothing but killing and fighting, his granddaughter wilted once more. Xiangxiang was distressed, and Murong was furious, thinking, "Is it true that I can't even find a princess consort in Xiangxiang?" Although he had never taken a concubine, the difference between not taking one and not having anyone willing to marry him was vast. Murong was also angry at the Wen family's daughter, thinking, "My family has 5th son, save her life. How dare she slander my reputation? My name? This is truly intolerable." He said amicably, "Duke Shi, you are well acquainted with my 5th son. Can't you persuade her? A young lady who hasn't left her room may have some misunderstandings." Xiangxiang glanced at Murong, thinking, "It's precisely because I know him that I can't persuade her." Murong stood up and left in a huff. Only then did Xiangxiang quietly say, "Prince Kong, Miss Jinping has been spoiled by me since she was young. I'm afraid she really can't handle this marriage. Earlier, when Prince Sun was here, I couldn't say this. I do have a younger granddaughter, whose character and looks are exceptional. However, she is a bit young, only 12 this year." Murong thought for a moment and said, "Being young is not a problem. She can still grow. But, is she of a concubine's birth?" Xiangxiang coughed a few times and said, "Though she is of a concubine's birth, she is still a daughter of the Xi family. It's all the same." Murong replied, "Duke Shi, my brother is Prince Sun. You want him to take a concubine's daughter as a princess consort? That takes quite a bit of courage." Xiangxiang knew that this would inevitably raise Murong's suspicions about his sincerity. He then said, "Prince Kong, could you accompany me to my humble abode for a discussion?" Murong wanted to see what he was up to, so he followed him out of the Sun prince's residence. Xiangxiang led him to the Duke of Pei's residence and, without evasion, brought him to his granddaughter's chamber. Lifting the beaded curtain to take a look, Murong was startled. Miss Xi indeed looked like she was on the brink of collapse. He sighed and said to Xiangxiang, "My 5th son cannot marry a concubine's daughter as a princess consort. Find a way to elevate her status to that of a legitimate daughter." Upon hearing this, Xiangxiang felt relieved. He immediately promoted one of his eldest grandson's favored concubines to the status of a legitimate wife. This way, his granddaughter could naturally be recognized as a legitimate daughter. Mother and daughter gained such honor and glory, but felt no joy. That brutal man had no good daughters in all of Xiangxiang willing to marry him. Wasn't it just the old man unwilling to part with his legitimate granddaughter, and instead using my daughter to fill the pit? the second daughter of the Shi family. Shi Jinping was held by her mother, who cried many tears. On an auspicious day, the Sun prince's residence was decorated with lanterns, and a flower palanquin carried the 12-year-old princess consort, Shi Jinping, back. When Murong performed the wedding rites with her, he felt something was off about the girl. She seemed a bit small, right? Even dressed in a phoenix crown and bridal robes, she looked like a little chick standing before him. Doubtful, he asked Murong, "How old is she?" "She looks a bit short." Murong hesitated. She's just a bit younger than her sister." "Just a bit younger?" He continued. "Her sister is 16. How much younger could she be?" Murong didn't think too much about it and proceeded with the wedding rites. After the guests had not yet dispersed and Xiangxiang returned to the sword-washing pavilion to remove her makeup and take off her headpiece, she was about to prepare some supplementary food for little Xianyuan when she heard a noise coming from the kitchen. Startled, she thought there was a mouse and hurried over. The small kitchen was lit by candles, and after searching for a while, she suddenly noticed a corner of black hair peeking out from beside a large water vat. Xiangxiang was taken aback and shouted, "Who is it? If you don't come out, I'm calling for help." Grabbing a fire-stirring stick in her hand, she felt like she was facing a great enemy. The owner of the hair slowly poked her head out. It was a small girl, looking no more than 11 or 12 years old. Xiangxiang sighed with relief and asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The girl, with tears in her eyes, bit her handkerchief for a long time before saying, "I'm scared and I'm hungry." Xiangxiang put down the fire stick. The prince's residence was large, and she didn't know all the maidservants. She asked, "Did you do something wrong and get scolded by the steward? Come out first." The girl indeed trembled and crawled out. It was still very cold, and she was dressed very thinly. Xiangxiang couldn't bear it and gave her own fur coat. The coat was too big. It almost dragged on the ground when she wore it. Xiangxiang said, "Which steward's girl are you? What did you do wrong?" There's no one in the prince's residence fierce enough to scare a maidservant like this. Well, except for Murong. The girl remained silent, but with the coat on, she stopped shaking as much. She just trembled and said, "I'm hungry. I haven't eaten anything since morning." Xiangxiang truly felt sorry for her in this cold weather. She found the leftover glutinous rice chicken from yesterday, steamed it in water, and handed it to the little maid, saying, "Eat this first. I'll make you some porridge." The girl greedily nibbled on the chicken, occasionally sucking her fingers. Xiangxiang thought to herself, "Which steward is so excessive? I must tell Guanju about this later." Meanwhile, Murong finished dealing with the guests and had a feast that lasted until the second watch of the night before dispersing. He entered the bridal chamber, only to find a room empty. The maidservants looked terrified, waiting for him to speak before they fainted. Murong took a deep breath and asked what happened. Two maidservants lay on the ground like mud, unable to get up. Wang Yi, Wang, Wang Fei is missing. Murong felt that the world had truly changed. Had he gotten injured, and someone had come into his residence to kidnap people? He chuckled, saying, "Interesting." He then summoned the head guard, Zhao Wu, and without a word, had him beaten with 200 strokes. Guanju was also punished for the same crime. After 200 strokes, there was hardly any good flesh left on their backs. Murong glanced at the few maidservants, who fainted as desired. He walked over and carefully examined the traces on the bridal bed. What kind of skills could the princess consort have to conceal her whereabouts? Murong quickly found the sword-washing pavilion, then entered the kitchen, where he saw a little maid squatting on the ground with a small stool in front of her. On the stool were porridge and glutinous rice chicken, and she was happily munching away. Xiangxiang was making soup for her, saying, "Eat slowly, don't choke." When she turned around and saw Murong standing outside, Xiangxiang quickly bowed. "Wang Yi, on the wedding night, why is he here?" When the girl heard her calling the prince, the glutinous rice chicken she was nibbling on fell to the ground. Murong looked at the girl, for the first time utterly confused. "This is my damn princess? She hasn't even grown any hair yet." He was furious. "You're the granddaughter of Xiangxiang," holding a knife in his hand. His appearance was intimidating even when he wasn't angry. At this moment, his tiger-like eyes widened, looking as if he wanted to eat someone. The little girl was sweating profusely, trembling so much that she could barely stand. Xiangxiang didn't understand why he was so angry, But when she heard that she was Xiaoqing's granddaughter, she finally realized that this little girl was actually the princess who had just entered the door today. Oh my God! Murong turned around and headed towards the Shui family, thinking to himself, Xiangxiang, how dare you play tricks on me? Just wait. I'm coming to deal with you. The little girl couldn't even cry, tightly gripping Xiangxiang's arm. Xiangxiang ran out and shouted, Prince! Prince! Murong ignored her and continued striding forward, only to hear a cry of ouch behind him, followed by a loud thud as Xiangxiang fell to the ground, having twisted her ankle. The ground was still icy, the path too slippery. Murong, filled with rage, turned back and saw her sitting on the ground, holding her ankle, and couldn't help but walk over, cursing. Who can tell me? What use are women anyway? And the servants, isn't anyone shoveling the snow? He roared, give Guanju another 100 lashes. Damn it. What use are the servants? Chapter 39. Hierarchy. Xiangxiang only felt a sharp pain in her right ankle, and before she could react, her body was already off the ground. Murong picked her up horizontally and strode back to the sword-washing pavilion. The young princess, Xie Jinping, was still there. Upon seeing this, she timidly retreated into the shadows, hoping to become invisible so that he wouldn't see her. Murong also didn't want to see her and lowered his head to check Xiangxiang's foot. Xie Jinping was at a loss. She was just an unimportant concubine in the Xie family. Her birth mother couldn't speak in front of the lady of the house and had to constantly watch her elder sister, Xie Jinping's expression. In terms of upbringing and temperament, she was not as generous as Xie Jinping. Moreover, she was still young, and Murong had a notorious reputation, which inevitably made her feel terrified, recalling the scene of the one family's young lady going mad from fear. It was truly horrifying, seeing her in a daze. Murong shouted, go call someone. Are you stupid? Xie Jinping trembled, tears streaming down her little face. She had just arrived and didn't know where to go or whom to call. It was Baizhu who saw Murong carrying Xiangxiang back and hurriedly went to find the imperial physician, Zhang Wenxian. Murong's rough hands rubbed Xiangxiang's ankle. She gasped in pain and said, she is still young. The prince will frighten her. Murong angrily rubbed. This king hasn't chopped her into 2 pieces and sent her to that old dog, Xie Xiaoqing. That is already giving him face. Xie Jinping felt like a cold and hungry little beast, pitiful and helpless, not knowing where to hide. Xiangxiang gently said, Xiangwan, go see where the princess's maidservants are, and quickly bring the princess back. Xiangwan agreed and bowed to Xie Jinping, saying, Princess, let me take you back to your courtyard. Xie Jinping nodded with tears in her eyes and glanced at Xiangxiang. Xiangxiang noticed there was more in that gaze, so she asked, is there anything else? Xie Jinping whispered, I'm still hungry. Can I take some porridge with me? Murong's forehead was throbbing with anger. Before he could yell, Xiangxiang quickly said, it's cold. I'll make some more and bring it to the princess's courtyard later. Only then did Xie Jinping breathe a sigh of relief, leaving as if avoiding a man-eating beast, circling around Murong in a fan shape. When Physician Zhang arrived, he first examined Xiangxiang's foot. Seeing that there was no major issue, he ordered someone to get some ice for temporary cold compress. Murong saw the physician come and was still preparing to leave. Xiangxiang was afraid he would really go to the Duke of Pei's residence to cause trouble, so she hurried to chase after him. As soon as her foot hit the ground, she gasped again. Murong said, if your foot is hurt, just rest. Why are you running around? You can't catch up with me with just 1 hoof left. Xiangxiang clutched his sleeve and softly said, Your Highness, although the princess is young, her nature is very pure and good. The Duke of Pei must have his reasons for doing this. Your marriage with the Xie family was meant to rely on each other. You can't let this create enmity. Murong angrily retorted, you talk too much. Xiangxiang was startled and immediately released his sleeve, silently lowering her head. Indeed, she was just a concubine. How could she meddle in the matters between the prince and the princess? Seeing her silent, Murong then asked, where is the daughter? Xiangxiang, seeing he no longer mentioned going to the Duke of Pei's residence, immediately said, the wet nurse has taken her. Would you like to see Xianyuan? Murong sat down by her bed and took off his shoes and socks. Xiangxiang wanted to get off the bed to serve him, but he coldly snorted, get out of the way. Xiangxiang was used to his bad temper, so she sat on the bed and watched him undress and get into bed. She understood that this meant he would be staying here tonight, although it was too cold for the princess to be left alone on their wedding night. She really couldn't bring herself to ask Murong Li to go to the bridal chamber with her. Murong Li certainly had no such intention. After all, she was still an undeveloped child with no waist and no hips. Did he want to be a pervert? During the time he was injured, he had been somewhat restrained due to the changing situation. Now that his injuries had improved and he could move freely, it was inevitable that the pent-up impulses from the past days would emerge, making him appear extremely passionate. Xiangxiang allowed him to kiss her. Although he and T touched her in these days, he always liked to kiss her deeply. Just from his lips and tongue, from his fingers, she could experience the utmost pleasure. When his tongue wandered in her mouth, she asked, "Physician Zhang said, 'Is your highness okay?'" Murong Li coldly replied, "I haven't tried it on him. Why so many questions? Since when does this king need to listen to his orders, even when being intimate with a concubine? Does he think he is that important?" Xiangxiang was speechless, fearing he might aggravate his old injury, so she could only comply. Murong Li continued to be restless throughout the night, fully demonstrating his prowess. Suddenly, someone outside softly called, "Sister, sister?" Xiangxiang broke out in a cold sweat and immediately pushed Murong Li away. The voice outside continued to say, "Sister, are you asleep? Can I come in and sleep with you? It's so dark here at night and I'm scared alone." Murong Li was so furious he felt like his liver was hurting. He bellowed, "If I chop off your head, will you not be scared anymore?" The voice outside screamed as if it had seen a ghost and fled in a hurry. Murong Li buried his head and continued, thinking it was infuriating. What was this? He married a princess, and now a concubine was coming to sleep with him at night. Grinding his teeth, he cursed, "Xiangxiang, you old dog." The next day, he had to attend court. Although Xiangxiang felt like her bones were falling apart, she still got up early. Her foot still hurt a bit, but it wasn't swollen, and she could walk with difficulty. Today was the day the servants of the residence were to pay their respects to the princess. Murong Li had already left early, and Xiangxiang didn't even know when he left, fearing he would have another dispute with the Duke of Pei. She sent a guard to find King Kong, hoping he could persuade him if there was really an issue. Xiangxiang, accompanied by Baizhu, Xiangwan, and Han Lu, arrived at the main hall of the prince's residence. Guanju had received 300 lashes yesterday and couldn't get up no matter what. His steward, Tao Yiji, temporarily took over his duties. Xiangxiang stood to the side as everyone waited for the princess to arrive. They waited until the sun was high in the sky, but the princess still hadn't come. Everyone was losing patience. It had already been 2 hours. Xiangxiang had no choice but to leave the main hall and head to the Starry Sky building where the princess resided. Upon entering, she was taken aback to see Xie Jinping still sleeping, half the pillows soaked with drool. Xiangxiang couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Disregarding etiquette, she directly pushed her awake. "Princess? Princess?" Xie Jinping opened her eyes, and upon seeing her, was overjoyed. "Sister, I came to find you last night, but the prince was inside. He was so fierce that I didn't dare to come in." Xiangxiang said, "You should get up now. The servants in the residence are waiting to congratulate you." Xie Jinping rubbed her eyes. "I just fell asleep at dawn." Then she quietly asked, "Is the prince here?" Xiangxiang replied, "The prince has gone to court. He is not in the residence." Xie Jinping then breathed a sigh of relief and started to pick up her clothes to put on. Xiangxiang noticed that the clothes were all wrinkled and couldn't be worn, so she hurried to find her some new ones. Previously, in the Xie family, her status was low, and she didn't have any close maidservants. The few who came with her were all from the original wife's quarters. They looked down on this illegitimate second daughter, and because she was young, they didn't take her seriously. Now that she had married into the Sun Wangfu, judging by the prince's attitude towards her yesterday, she was likely just an ineffective nominal princess, and they wouldn't care about her affairs. Upon learning that the prince had gone to court early, the maidservants were even less concerned, sleeping and playing without caring about her reputation. Xiangxiang sighed and opened her dowry trunk, finding her a dignified outfit. At that moment, the outside maidservants finally came in, and Baizhu couldn't stand it anymore, saying, "You really dare to let our lady do these things?" She approached softly and said, "Madam, Let me do it. Xiangxiang didn't mind and said, it's fine. You go prepare water for the princess to wash up. Bai Zhu went out, and the other maidservants, seeing that she had already gathered the clothes, suddenly didn't know what to do. Xiangxiang helped Bai Jinping get up from the bed, change her clothes, and then pulled her to the dressing table to style her hair. She found a hair accessory that matched her outfit and placed it in her hair. The maids saw her quick movements and thought she was just one of the maids from the manor, so they didn't pay much attention. Bai Zhu brought in water, and after helping Bai Jinping wash up, Xiangxiang noticed her pale face and lightly applied a bit of rice flour on her, then said, let's go. Everyone has been waiting for a while. Bai Jinping happily took her hand, and they both went to the main hall. Xiangxiang, as a concubine, first offered tea and saluted her, making the maids beside Bai Jinping realize that she was actually the only concubine, Madame Xiang, by the prince's side. Seeing her kneeling, Bai Jinping hurriedly helped her up, saying, sister, don't kneel, don't kneel. Xiangxiang urged her to drink the tea, and she quickly downed it in one go, only to choke on the tea leaves. Tao Yiji came with the servants to pay respects, catching Bai Jinping off guard. Everyone was puzzled. Aren't they supposed to give out red envelopes? The hostess should at least show some appreciation on her first visit. Xiangxiang was also taken aback. The marriage of Bai Jinping had been hastily arranged, and her dowry was taken from her sister's share, but the treatment of the servants was quite poor. Xiangxiang turned to Bai Zhu and instructed her to go to the sword-washing pavilion to fetch some silver. She didn't have much silver on her, but as a concubine of the prince, she still held a certain status. The court provided a monthly stipend, which was not much, just over 20 taels a month. Xiangxiang hadn't spent it, as all expenses in the manor were covered by Guanzhu, leaving almost no need for her to spend money. Thus, she had been saving this silver. She rewarded the servants with the silver in Bai Jinping's name, finally easing the awkward situation. After the formalities were over, Xiangxiang went to see Guanzhu. She felt very guilty towards him. If it weren't for her accidentally falling yesterday, Guanzhu wouldn't have been punished so severely. When she came over, Bai Jinping insisted on following her. Being young, she didn't think much of it. She just felt that sister Xiangxiang was really nice, completely different from her sister, aunt, and mother. Xiangxiang brought her to Guanzhu's place. Guanzhu was still lying on the bed. Murong Li was used to it. The group of brutes in the army would recover fully after a beating the next day. But Guanzhu was not a warrior and didn't have such a strong physique. If it weren't for the servants in the manor fearing he couldn't take it and showing him some leniency, he might have been severely injured or even killed from the 300 strokes. When Xiangxiang personally came over, Guanzhu was somewhat surprised, but he lay on the bed without getting up, his body exposed. Worried that Xiangxiang would actually lift the curtain, he hurriedly said, I am not properly dressed. It is quite improper. Madam, please do not come closer. The wound has been treated, and there is no major issue. I thank you for your kind intentions. Xiangxiang couldn't help much, so she said, I'll ask Dr. Zhang to take a look later. In fact, she was very grateful to Guanzhu, as he had taken care of her since she entered the prince's manor. Now, seeing him like this, she truly felt guilty. The two spoke across the curtain, which was polite, but Bai Jinping, being a child, understood nothing. She lifted the curtain and squeezed in, asking, Is your injury very serious? Before Guanzhu could respond, she lifted the thin blanket covering him, revealing his bare body beneath it. She let out a startled yelp and covered her eyes with both hands. Guanzhu felt the blanket hit his back, causing him to take a sharp breath. Xiangxiang rushed over to stop her, but caught a glimpse herself, making the situation extremely awkward. They really couldn't stay there any longer, so she hurriedly took Bai Jinping away. Bai Jinping followed her back to the sword-washing pavilion, and Xiangxiang, feeling pity for the lonely child, asked, What does the princess want to eat for breakfast? Bai Jinping, not being polite, replied, I want to eat shrimp, pork ribs, boiled fish. Xiangxiang was speechless. You can't eat like this so early in the morning. She entered the small kitchen, where little Xiangxiang had also started on solid food. Xiangxiang boiled an egg, took out the yolk, mashed it, and mixed it slowly with meat broth, adding a little salt, and cooked it in a small pot. A bowl of egg yolk soup was thus prepared. She let the wet nurse feed it to Xiangxiang and also made a simple mashed potato with milk. First, she peeled the potatoes and boiled them in water. Then she mashed them in a bowl, added milk, stirred well, boiled corn kernels, mixed them in, added a little salt, and served it. Knowing she was growing and worried she might not eat enough, she also made a colorful fried rice. Bei Jinping happily ate breakfast, almost wagging her tail. Xiangxiang shook her head at the sight and disregarded etiquette, sitting at the same table to eat with her. When Murong returned, he first went to the sword-washing pavilion and saw his princess following closely behind Xiangxiang, preparing to sneak a lunch. Upon seeing him, Bei Jinping shrank back like a mouse, hiding behind Xiangxiang. Murong glared angrily, shouting, "Get lost! If you dare come here again, I'll break your legs." Bei Jinping was frightened, her hair standing on end, and she fled quickly from the sword-washing pavilion. Murong turned to look at Xiangxiang, giving her an angry glare as well. Xiangxiang lowered her head and softly said, "I know there are distinctions in rank, but the princess is young and has just entered the manor. It must be too hard for her to be alone." Murong angrily retorted, "Shut up. What distinctions in rank? Don't say she is just a little girl. Even if she were a true princess, she would still be my woman. What distinctions in rank? In the entire Sun Wang manor, there's only one person in charge, and there is no room for a second master. What distinctions in rank? Don't say she is just a little girl. Even if she were a true princess, she would still be my woman. What distinctions in rank? The entire Sun Wang manor cannot accommodate a second master." In the evening, Murong still rested in Xiangxiang's sword-washing pavilion, and Xiangxiang brought the child over. Murong snorted coldly. Little Xiangxiang wasn't close to him, and every time he held the child, she would cry. Now didn't he hold her, just stood aside, watching Xiangxiang play with the child. Then he secretly wondered whether this was really his daughter. Why did she seem so scared of him? Could she be Hansu's? That shouldn't be possible. Could they have gotten together so early? Xiangxiang certainly didn't know what was going on in his mind and was busy making little Xiangxiang giggle. By nightfall, Bei Jinping came over twice, and seeing Murong there, she didn't dare enter the courtyard. She walked around outside, feeling gloomy. When she came the third time, Baizhu couldn't help but comment on how the princess really was. She said, "Princess, the prince is in the sword-washing pavilion at this time and will definitely stay here tonight. Isn't it inappropriate for you to peek around?" Bei Jinping felt a bit downcast and asked, "Does he have to stay here?" Baizhu laughed. "At such a young age, you already know how to be jealous. Madame Xiang is the prince's concubine, so it's only natural for him to rest here. If you grow up a bit more, the prince can rest in your courtyard." Upon hearing this, Bei Jinping's eyes sparkled as she asked, "If he rests in my courtyard, can I sleep with Sister Xiangxiang?" Baizhu fell to the ground in disbelief. Chapter 41. The family thief. In recent days, Tao Yiji has been managing the Wangfu, the prince's residence, quite well, with no major mistakes. After all, there's only one princess and one lady in the residence, making it easier to manage. The servants have been well trained by Guanju, each handling their own tasks with few errors. Xiangxiang has a quiet temperament and usually doesn't leave the Shijian pavilion unless necessary. When she does come out, it is usually while carrying little Xiangxiang for a stroll. Princess Bei Jinping, however, is more curious and often wanders around the residence. As the spring festival approaches, the festive atmosphere outside grows stronger. Bei Jinping rarely clings to Xiangxiang, instead directing the servants to hang lanterns and decorate with silk flowers. Several maids have been sent by Tao Yiji to clear the snow, and the first place they cleaned was the Shijian pavilion, making it very quiet now. Xiangxiang and Xiangxiang have made a fur coat with fox fur trim for little Xiangxiang, who has already begun to learn to walk. Xiangxiang spreads her arms like an eagle, protecting her, fearing that she might fall. Xiangxiang wobbles and sways like a little duck, which draws laughter from the two women like silver bells. Just as they are having fun, Xiangxiang turns her head and sees a tall figure at the courtyard gate. It is actually Han Su. Xiangxiang is startled. Seeing him at this moment makes her feel that he has lost a lot of weight, and she can't help but feel a bit heartbroken. She walks towards the gate, while Han Su appears somewhat dazed. He shouldn't be here. Murong is not in the residence, and Guanju is still injured and unable to move. Tao Yiji knows that he is accustomed to coming to the Wangfu, so she invites him to wait in the study. The path to the study doesn't necessarily have to pass through here, but it can, for some unknown reason. He ends up here, peering through the half-moon-shaped gate, seeing Xiangxiang dressed in a white feathered brocade coat, the fur collar highlighting her translucent skin. She looks beautiful when she smiles, like the sun breaking through after the rain. Xiangxiang walks up to him, her face reddening before she speaks. Han. Generalan. It's been a while. How have you been? Hansu bos tuhar, Madame Xiang. The two of them momentarily have no words to say. They should leave, but they want to linger for just a moment longer, even if it's just to look at each other or say one more word. Chuisher notices this and is momentarily stunned. After all, she is older and has seen many things. After a moment's hesitation, she remains silent and carries Xiangxiang back to her own quarters. Xiangxiang feels a bit awkward and takes a small step back, asking, "When did the general return?" Han Su replies, "Today, nearing the end of the year, I came back to visit my parents." Xiangxiang says, "The general is not young anymore. You should find a good wife and settle down. One cannot let temporary fantasies lead to one's own ruin." Han Su responds, "I will. It's a pity it's not you." She has ice beads melting on her cheeks, like a cold plum with dew. Han Su's right hand moves slightly and slowly clasps hers. He wishes he could wipe the dew off her cheek. Suddenly, Xiangxiang thinks, if only she had such a husband. How heartbreaking longing would be. If she had such a husband and learned that he was about to return, how ecstatic that would be. If he were her husband, she would definitely cry out in the icy snow, running and letting the snow soak her shoes and clothes, then suddenly leap into his embrace. Instead of greeting him with a simple bow and saying, "Greetings, Your Highness," as she did when Murong returned. The two of them stand there with no further words. Yet neither makes a move to leave. Affection is the most lingering emotion, without any visible trace, yet it generates an endless attraction. His breath turns into white mist in the cold air, and Xiangxiang softly says, "General, your journey back must have been arduous. Since the prince is not yet back, please go to the study and have some tea. He is a trusted general of Murong Li, and it is unlikely that anyone else would be allowed to wait in Murong Li's study alone." Upon mentioning Murong Li, Han Su's expression darkens slightly, and he says softly, "Yes." Just as he is about to leave, a maid suddenly calls out, "Princess, princess, please walk slowly." Xiangxiang is startled, and Han Su also tenses up. He has never seen the new princess married to Murong Li, and only thought she was an ordinary noblewoman. Most noble daughters are used to the intrigues of the inner court, dignified yet ruthless, with many schemes. Moreover, he has always known Murong Li's feelings towards him. If the two of them are seen together, it would surely cause a stir. His first reaction is to avoid her, so he plans to wait until the princess leaves before going to the study, not wanting to cause trouble for Xiangxiang. Therefore, he quickly slips into the Shijin pavilion, hiding behind column. He is a military general. How could Xiangxiang stop him? Before she could even speak, he had already vanished. Xiangxiang has no choice but to go fetch Bai Jinping. Although the servants have been diligent in clearing the snow recently, the paths are still slippery. She softly says, slow down. Bai Jinping holds a large bunch of plum blossoms, her face flushed. "Sister Xiangxiang, look at the plum blossoms I just picked. Aren't they beautiful?" Xiangxiang smiles, leading her into the Shijin pavilion, secretly thinking how fast Han Su left. She says, "I made ginger soup. Be careful not to catch a cold." Han Su hides behind the pillar, initially thinking that the princess and Xiangxiang would not get along, but unexpectedly, she enters the courtyard directly. With no other option, he has to hide inside. Little did he know, Bai Jinping goes straight into the room and begins trimming the plum blossoms with a small silver scissors, preparing to place them in a vase in the corner of the room. Han Su hides behind a screen, realizing now there is no way to escape. He thinks of climbing out the window, but at that moment, Bai Zhu and one arrive after finishing clearing the snow, following Bai Jinping back. Now, there are people around. Han Su internally laments. He cannot leave now and must continue to hide. He hopes Bai Jinping will leave soon, but then Xiangxiang brings in the ginger soup, asking Bai Jinping to drink a little to warm herself, fearing she might catch a cold. Bai Jinping drinks the soup and says, "Sister Xiangxiang, Can I sleep here tonight? Xiangxiang smiles. If the Prince doesn't return, then you can stay here. Bai Jinping is overjoyed and rushes over to kiss her cheek. Sister, I want to eat your crispy tofu and black fish stuffed with meat tonight. May heaven bless that the Prince doesn't come back tonight. Han Su wants to come out, but at this moment, it would be even more inappropriate. He can only hide behind the screen. The sky grows darker, and he becomes increasingly anxious. The guards of the Sun Wangfu are lax on the outside but strict on the inside. Although Zhao Wu and his gang seem indifferent most of the time, they are actually very observant of any disturbances within the residence. He doesn't even know if anyone saw him come in. They are all trusted subordinates of the prince. Zhao Wu has some acquaintance with him, but if they suspect him of being the prince's lover, it might not end well. If this were to come to light, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, Chuisher also brings little Xiangxiang over. Bai Jinping is very fond of Xiangxiang and plays with her in the room. Hearing that the baby should call her mother, she is even more delighted, continuously teaching the child to speak. With all these maids and servants around, Han Su finds it impossible to leave. Just then, Xiangxiang finishes preparing dinner. One dish is honey-glazed ribs, which involves cutting the small ribs into pieces, marinating them with egg whites, salt, minced green onions, ginger, and garlic, then steaming them until tender. The other dish is meat and tofu rolls, where she cuts tofu and lamb slices into the same size, wraps the tofu in the meat slices, marinates with sauce, and then fries them in hot oil until they turn a beautiful golden color, ready to serve. Dinner consists of light ginseng porridge, which Bai Jinping enjoys very much. Xiangxiang eats a little and then feeds the baby supplementary food. Han Su is anxious, thinking about waiting until Xiangxiang falls asleep before leaving. However, Bai Jinping refuses to leave at night. Just then, Murong has not returned either, so she settles down to rest at Xiangxiang's place. Just as Xiangxiang is about to fall asleep, the curtain suddenly lifts. She is startled and catches a whiff of alcohol. Murong seems to have drunk quite a bit. Before Xiangxiang can say anything, his strong body has already come over her. Xiangxiang panics and pushes him with both hands. Your Highness. Murong directly presses her down on the bed and begins to unfasten her clothes. Xiangxiang is on the verge of tears. Your Highness, could you please wait a moment? Before Murong can respond, a tall shadow suddenly sits up against the wall of the bed, rubbing its eyes and asking, Sister Xiangxiang? Upon suddenly seeing a tall, dark figure pressing down on Xiangxiang, the person picks up a fragrant wood pillow and fiercely strikes the dark figure on the head, followed by a deafening scream. Help! Thief! Murong was half awakened from his drunken stupor, then exploded in rage. The entire sword-washing pavilion echoed with his furious roars. Chapter 42. Broken Bonds. The sword-washing pavilion was in chaos. Zhao Wu arrived with guards and asked outside, Your Highness? After all, the sword-washing pavilion was the residence of Murong Li's beloved concubine, and Murong was inside. No matter what, Zhao Wu did not dare to barge in directly. That fragrant wooden pillow was a bit heavy. She swung it with all her might. In the darkness, Murong did not know what she was holding and did not dare to dodge, fearing the consequences of the pillow hitting Xiangxiang's head. He could only raise his hand to block it, but the corner of the pillow still struck his head. Although his head was hard, he was already burning with anger and was on the verge of exploding. Bai Yinping heard his voice and reached out to pull Xiangxiang, accidentally touching his bare chest, which was a childhood trauma. At this moment, seeing that Murong was already blinded by rage, his legs felt as weak as noodles, and he could not stand up at all. Xiangxiang held on to Murong, fearing he might impulsively eat Bai Yinping. While holding him, she shouted outside, Bijou, Hanlu, hurry and take the princess back to the Star Tower. Bijou responded and came in to carry Bai Yinping away. Murong roared, Zhao Wu, confine her to the Star Tower. If she dares to step out again, either chop off her feet or I'll take your head. Outside? Zhao Wu answered, yes, and Bai Yinping, frightened, did not dare to make a sound in Bijou's arms, seeing that his anger was indeed great. Xiangxiang quickly called for servants to fetch water for Murong to bathe. Murong was already somewhat drunk. Now, with his anger flaring, his blood was boiling, and he just held Xiangxiang and kissed her deeply. The smell of alcohol overwhelmed Xiangxiang, making it hard for her to breathe. but she did not dare to provoke him further. The servants outside heard the sounds coming from inside and did not dare to enter. Murong pressed her down on the bed, his body towering like a mountain. Xiangxiang felt weak all over. Her body was already familiar with him and did not resist. Murong was actually a bit drunk and acted recklessly in the dark. After a long while, Xiangxiang softly pleaded, "Your Highness." Murong kissed her sweaty forehead and softly replied, There was even a hint of tenderness in his tone. Murong, his voice hoarse, said, "It's really not enough. It's never enough." He was naturally energetic, and Xiangxiang was exhausted, unable to think of anything about bathing and changing clothes for him. Murong kissed her earlobe and said, "Just follow me well. Forget about Han Su, just follow me." He whispered, "I will treat you well." Xiangxiang was too tired to hear what he said and just responded vaguely. Murong's drunkenness had faded a bit. He lit a lamp and ordered the servants to prepare water. He took 2 sets of clothes to change and turn around the screen, only to meet Han Su's gaze from behind the screen. It was dead silent. Murong stared at him for a long time. That resolute man slowly revealed a moment of sorrow in his eyes. He was still coaxing her, still yearning for her. Though he was not gentle, he had already poured out his gentleness towards her. But in her room, another man was listening to these ridiculous and sad words. Han Su spoke softly, "Your Highness, I just couldn't find the opportunity to leave." But he couldn't say it, so he said, "It has nothing to do with Madame Xiang. I was hiding here, and she did not know." Murong remained silent, and it was Xiangxiang who heard someone speaking in the room and sat up. She put on her clothes and turned to the back of the screen, only to see Murong like a wolf with its fur standing on end. The murderous intent in that moment she had seen on the rainy night at Ilu Mountain. Then she saw Han Su. Xiangxiang doubted whether she had seen wrong and finally screamed, "Han Su, how could you be here? Oh my God." She realized he was actually here. Xiangxiang stepped back a few paces, her face pale. Murong turned his head and had already drawn his sword. Han Su closed his eyes, and for a moment, he truly wanted to die here. Why did I come here? Why must I come here? He had thought she was just a woman he obtained from the chaotic battles. But he loved her. No one understood better than Han Su that promise, "I will treat you well," was a commitment that Murong could express. It turned out his lack of pursuit was not entirely because he was his capable subordinate. Murong raised his sword, and Xiangxiang desperately clung to him, saying, "Your Highness, we have nothing between us, really nothing." At that moment, Murong thought, kill this pair of adulterers, one stroke, and it would be over. But when he lifted the sword and faced the woman clinging to his waist, he suddenly remembered those cold nights when she held a lantern. The orange light shining on the puddles, the rain and snow gentle. He couldn't bring himself to do it. He couldn't bring himself to strike this wretched woman. He kicked Xiangxiang away, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Han Su instinctively lunged forward, protecting Xiangxiang. "Your Highness." Han Su had always harbored affection for Madame Xiang. "But nothing happened between us. I am willing to die. I have no face to face Your Highness. Willing to die, to wash away this unjust shame." He knelt down and closed his eyes. Murong's sword came down, striking him. Xiangxiang screamed in horror. Han Su felt a chill spread through him, the blade cutting from his left shoulder to his right waist, and he almost thought he had been cleaved in two. Murong coldly said, "Get lost." Blood beads appeared, but not much. The sorrow in Murong's eyes finally slowly dissipated, and he transformed back into the man he was before meeting her at Ilu Mountain. Cold and powerful, never wavering, never weak. Han Su remained kneeling without moving. Murong said, "From today on, your military position is revoked." He sliced down with the sword, severing part of Han Su's long robe. "From now on, we sever ties and have nothing to do with each other. General Han, with your skills, you have a bright future ahead. You can easily find another camp." Han Su was stunned. Murong then looked at Xiangxiang, who was clutching her chest, her face pale. Blood was still lingering at the corner of her mouth. When Murong looked at her, it was as if he were looking at an object. He said, "It was my mistake from the beginning. A woman like you is worth bringing back to my residence." Seeing that Han Su still did not leave, he asked, "Do you want to stay here for the night?" Han Su got up, still worried that he would blame Xiangxiang, hesitating slightly. Murong stared at him, and Han Su finally walked away, turning back to look at Xiangxiang one last time. Once he left the sword-washing pavilion, Murong turned around, picked up his clothes, and left. Xiangxiang chased after him, stopping at the door. Murong walked swiftly without pausing. The cold wind howled through the courtyard, and she slid down the door frame to the ground, unable to shed a single tear. This life had already been full of twists and turns. Why must fate mock me like this? Is it that a person too humble cannot even have dreams? The next day, a major event spread through the Xiangxiang court. Murong revoked Han Su's military position and sent him back to the court for reassignment. Han Su was skilled in both warfare and strategy, a rare general capable of attacking and defending. After the court session, even Murong Bo could not help but ask, "Fifth brother, what happened?" Murong completely ignored him and did not return to the residence. He casually found a tavern and drank a meal. Zhou went over to accompany him, wanting to ask something, but he did not say a word. He could not tell them that this damned man had committed adultery with his beloved concubine. In the dead of night, after sharing affection with that wretched woman, he had blocked this damned man in the room. He could only keep drinking. The strong liquor would dull his senses and slow his thoughts. Yes, let us get drunk. He couldn't kill Han Su with one stroke. Han Su had fought alongside him for nearly 10 years. He also couldn't kill that woman because she had given birth to a daughter. He was used to stamping his possessions. My brother, my father, my woman, my daughter. Even if one day he discovered that his daughter might not be his, the stamp could never be erased. He couldn't point at that child stamped with my daughter and say it was a bastard to be thrown into the water to drown. No matter what, he could only watch this stamp, even if it meant letting it run its course. Anger and sorrow gradually faded away. In a person's life, who hasn't experienced a bit of discomfort and embarrassment? When feeling hurt and pained, the only way to cope is to endure. When Murong returned to the royal palace, Zhao Wu approached him, hesitating to speak. Last night, Han Su had left the palace with injuries. He wanted to ask Murong about it, but Murong Li's appearance at Tingfeng Garden was too frightening, so no one dared to say anything. Now, Murong Li's expression wasn't much better. He told Tao Yiji, "Take the little princess to Zhongwen Hall and leave her in the care of the Empress Mother." Tao Yiji was taken aback and quickly bowed, saying, "Yes. What about that person from the sword-washing pavilion? Is she not going to take care of the little princess anymore?" Murong continued, "From now on, she is not allowed to step out of the sword-washing pavilion." Xiangxiang noticed that all the maids in the courtyard had been cleared out, leaving only Bijou to look after her. She asked Bijou, "Did the prince say how to deal with me?" Bijou only knew that Han Su had come out of her room last night and that the prince had been very angry. Beyond that, she didn't know anything else. She hesitated and said, "The prince said, you are not allowed to leave the courtyard anymore." Xiangxiang felt bitter. If he wouldn't let her go out, he certainly wouldn't come back either. However, Bijou still hesitated, and Xiangxiang asked, "Is there more? Is it something worse?" Bijou said, "The prince ordered someone to send the little princess to the palace, saying it was for the Empress Shu to raise her." Xiangxiang felt as if she had been struck hard, and after a long time said, "No." Bijou looked at her with sympathy and softly comforted her. "You don't need to take it to heart. Perhaps in a few days when the prince's anger subsides, he might bring the little princess back." But Xiangxiang's tears were already flowing like a fountain. No, he wouldn't. He calmed down. They all knew. She turned to rush out. But Bijou held her. "Madam, madam, the prince is furious. If you go now, won't that just add fuel to the fire? Wait a few days. There will surely be a better time." Xiangxiang rushed out of the sword-washing pavilion to Tingfeng Garden. By then, it was already late, and Murong was in the courtyard, with Tao Yiji standing beside him, quietly discussing the quality horses that Ran Yinzhou had sent back. Xiangxiang ran in and knelt before him. "Prince, please return Xianyuan to me. The child is still small. I beg you, Prince." Murong looked at her with a completely unfamiliar gaze and said after a long time, "My words no longer count." "Huh? Where's Zhao Wu? Have him take her back." His tone was quite calm, but also cold. Zhao Wu dispatched guards to forcibly drag Xiangxiang out of Tingfeng Garden. Xiangxiang kept calling out to him, and Zhao Wu had to order the guards to cover her mouth. Murong glanced at Zhao Wu and said, "If there is another time, you and her head. Choose one." Zhao Wu stiffened and quietly replied, "Yes." Zhao Wu specifically stationed guards to watch over the sword-washing pavilion, so Xiangxiang really couldn't get out. The Sun Wangfu didn't actually have particularly bad people. The truly bad ones had already been dealt with by the worst. Therefore, no one deliberately belittled her because of her misfortune. But since the prince wasn't coming, naturally, there was no need to send fresh ingredients here every day. Her daily expenses were still sent over as usual by Guanju, and it was clear that Murong had no intention of cutting her off. He could support a woman, even a woman who had betrayed him. He just didn't want to see her again. His world was so vast. Sun Wangfu was just a place for him to rest, let alone a small sword-washing pavilion. He had the power to cover the sky with one hand. And as long as he wished, even under the same roof, he could go through eternity without encountering this woman. No one in the manor dared to mention that woman in front of him, but privately, everyone still whispered about it. The prince was so angry that it was impossible for there to be no speculation. Therefore, the events of that night had subtly leaked out. Unfortunately, right or wrong was merely a trivial seasoning for tea and meals. On that day, Murong Bo arrived at Sun Wangfu, and Murong was not there. He didn't care and wandered around the manor. He casually walked to the sword-washing pavilion and saw 2 guards stationed outside. When he entered the courtyard, no one dared to stop him. Xiangxiang sat by the sword-washing pool, and although it was still cold, she wore only a thin jacket. Murong Bo walked over to her and noticed that this woman had become much more haggard. However, upon seeing him, a spark reignited in Xiangxiang's eyes as she stood up and almost ran over to greet him. Prince Kong. Murong Bo sighed slightly. No need for too much formality. What happened to cause such a commotion? Xiangxiang bit her lips slightly, unable to speak. Murong Bo asked, "Is it related to Han Su?" Xiangxiang was taken aback and asked, "Han Su?" Murong Bo said, "The 5th prince has dismissed Han Su from his military position and no longer keeps him under his command. He is now idle at home." Xiangxiang felt bitterness in her heart, and Murong Bo continued. The 5th prince suddenly sent his daughter to the palace for upbringing Xiangxiang, you, and Han Su. Xiangxiang closed her eyes, tears streaming down like pearls. "I and Han Su are innocent." Murong Bo nodded. "I believe you. But you need to find a way to make him believe, too." Xiangxiang said, "Prince Kong, can you? I want to get Xianyuan back. The child is too small, and I fear that Lady Shu won't be able to take care of her." Murong Bo interrupted her. "Don't you understand? If you can get the 5th prince back by your side, the child will naturally return. If you can't, then you will forever be just a concubine imprisoned here. Xiangxiang, the child will be better off with the empress." Xiangxiang slowly stepped back, and Murong Bo said, "You still don't understand how important he is to you. His love is important to you." Xiangxiang squatted down, burying her head in her knees. When she cried, her shoulders trembled slightly, pitiful like a small animal. Murong Bo sighed. Since it was truly a matter of romantic entanglement, he really couldn't help. In such matters, the more others advised, the worse it would become. He originally wanted to visit the Sun Wangfei, but heard that Murong had also restricted by Jinping's movements, so he decided not to go. A 12-year-old girl. The 5th prince would not do anything to her. Likewise, he would take her words to heart. Xiangxiang sat dazed by the sword-washing pool for a long time. The coldness of the ground seeping into her clothes, her body going from prickling pain to numbness. It seemed she could hear little Xianyuan's cooing sounds again, and she turned her head to look around, only to see the cold and silent courtyard filled with light snow. It turned out that his love was indeed that important. Without this love, she couldn't even have her own child. A concubine is fundamentally an animal that lives on love, the one who grants you glory in the morning. Splendid brocade at noon and passionate dreams at dusk can take everything from you with just one moment of anger. Crying is useless, and pleading is also useless. Chapter 43. True Heart. Xiangxiang wanted to see Murong Li, but she couldn't go out. Recently, Murong Li had hardly returned to the royal residence, and when he did, he stayed in Tingfeng courtyard, not going anywhere else. One night, as Xiangxiang was thinking of ways to meet him, Bijou, with her head and face covered by a hood, walked in. Xiangxiang was taken aback, but when Bijou saw her, she didn't bow and mischievously winked. Xiangxiang was stunned. It was not Bijou, but clearly Bei Jinping. She was surprised, thinking that Bei Jinping had also been confined. How could she be here? Bei Jinping was small and full of spirit. Although she was afraid of Murong Li, she was not afraid of others. After all, she was the nominal little princess, and everyone still dared not provoke her. She entered the room, took Xiangxiang's hand, and saw that in just a few days, Xiangxiang had lost so much weight that she couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Sister Xiangxiang, don't worry. I will go to the palace to see Xiangxiang in a couple of days. It will be fine. Xiangxiang inhaled slightly, holding her hand and instead comforting her. I'm fine. You should go back to Fanqing building. If he sees you, you'll get angry again. Bei Jinping said, he's too bad. No wonder so many nobles in Xiangxiang City are unwilling to marry him. My elder sister was scared to illness when she heard she was to marry him. Although Xiangxiang was troubled, she couldn't help but smile at her. Then she sighed. The noble ladies and common folks each have their own helplessness. He protects the family and the country, risking his life. Bei Jinping, I know I can't compare to him. I just want to bring Xiangxiang back. Shufei Zhongwen Hall may not necessarily be a blessed place. She has experienced it herself and doesn't want anything to happen to her daughter. Seeing the tears in Xiangxiang's eyes, Bei Jinping couldn't help but cry as well. Sister Xiangxiang, don't be sad. I miss my mother too. I know what it's like to be away from her. She cried for a while, and Xiangxiang hugged her, gently patting her back. Murong Li had not even acknowledged the etiquette of returning home. Since she married over, she had never gone back to the Beijia. Bai Jiasheng knew he was in the wrong and was afraid this calamity would get angry, so he didn't dare to provoke her. Usually, he hated to see him at court. However, with this relationship, he had no grudges with Murong Bo. After Bei Jinping cried for a while and wiped her tears, she said, Sister, the guards outside are so stupid. You can disguise yourself as Bijou and use my method to sneak out. Xiangxiang was taken aback, and Bei Jinping continued, I'll go to Shu Fei's palace, sneak Xiangxiang out. And you can take her away, never to let him find you again. What do you think? Xiangxiang was both amused and helpless. Silly child, I can't leave. I have family. I can't go back. But if I leave without returning, they will worry about me for a lifetime. Bei Jinping stayed with her for a while. And Xiangxiang said, Don't come over anymore. You are a princess, and it wouldn't look good if someone saw you. Bei Jinping was also about to leave. Before she left, she bit her lip and hesitantly said, Sister Xiangxiang, he wouldn't kill a child, right? Xiangxiang replied, He won't, but you should think about your future. After all, you are his officially recognized princess. You can't always be neglected like this. Bei Jinping nodded and said, It's getting late. Sister, you should sleep first. Xiangxiang escorted her to the door, and as she turned around, she suddenly said, Sister Xiangxiang, if he kills me, let him bury me quietly. Don't tell my mother. This shocked Xiangxiang. What nonsense are you talking about? Bei Jinping stopped speaking. She left the Shijin pavilion and, seeing no one around, like a mouse, sneaked into Tingfeng courtyard. Murong Li had not yet returned, and there were only 2 servants in Tingfeng courtyard who were also not paying attention. On such a cold day, they were huddled in the servants' room drinking. Bei Jinping sneaked into Murong Li's bedroom, and behind the screen was a bathtub, which was usually where he bathed. Next to the bathtub was a multi-layered wooden rack with many white bath towels on it. Bei Jinping, being small, crawled under the bath towels and curled up. Murong Li had been coming back late recently. Han Su had been dismissed, so he needed to find someone suitable to lead the troops. However, after discussing with Zhou Yi for a long time, the only candidate was Han Su's deputy, Chen Zhao, who was honest and usable. Murong Li was obviously not very satisfied. Although Chen Zhao was reliable, he was still a step behind Han Su. But finding a capable general was not something that could be done just by asking. For the time being, he had no other ideas. The servants brought water for him to bathe, and after taking a hot bath, Murong Li was drying himself with a bath towel when he suddenly saw a dark head peeking out from under the coat rack. Damn, that was quite a shock. He almost struck with his hand, only to see the little head lift up, and upon closer inspection, it was actually his 12-year-old little princess, Bei Jinping. Bei Jinping did not mean to wait too long. She had fallen asleep. At this moment, when the bath towel was pulled away, the candlelight illuminated her, and she woke up. Upon seeing Murong Li, who was bare-chested, she let out a sharp scream and covered her eyes. Oh no, oh no! Mother said that if you see a man without clothes, you will get pregnant. Murong Li was about to explode. Damn it. He wrapped the bath towel around his important parts and said in a deep voice, "You better have a perfect reason to explain why you are here. If you're hiding here just to peek at me bathing, then you can forget about covering your eyes from now on." Bei Jinping's legs were numb, and with the sudden scare, she couldn't get up. But she still shakily said, "They said you found a man in Sister Xiangxiang's room. And you said Sister Xiangxiang is cheating." Murong Li's forehead twitched, and Bei Jinping felt the urge to pee, but she squeezed her legs together, insisting, "No, I need to finish what I have to say. I want Xiangxiang to return to Sister Xiangxiang's side." She said, "So now, if you find someone else in your room, does that mean you're cheating too?" By the end, her voice actually got louder, her little chest puffed out, looking as if she was ready to be killed, expressing that she had finished her words. Seeing her brave and self-sacrificing look, Murong Li gritted his teeth. He couldn't really beat up such a little girl who hadn't even grown up. He was even worse at reasoning with women. Bei Jinping saw that he hadn't come over and thought, "Since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well say a few more words." She said, "You know very well that Sister Xiangxiang treats Xiangxiang as her treasure, yet you still want to sever their mother-daughter bond. There were so many people in Xijin Pavilion, and I was also sleeping beside Sister Xiangxiang. Why didn't you ask for the truth? If you don't believe me, there are so many wet nurses, matriarchs, and maidservants inside. Do you not trust anyone's words? You are such a person. You don't trust your wife or concubines, nor do you trust your servants or brothers. You only trust yourself." As she spoke, she started to cry out of grievance. "Sister Xiangxiang has lost so much weight. Do you really want to drive her to death, and then you'll be happy?" Murong Li walked towards her, reaching out to pull her out. Before his hand could touch her, he saw a stream of water underneath her. It scared him to death. Murong Li was really, "Damn it, I thought you had the guts of a bear." He angrily shouted, "Are you all dead? Get her out of here." The servants had actually heard the commotion long ago, and at his shout, they hurriedly came over to drag Bei Jinping away. Bei Jinping was crying so hard that she couldn't make a sound. Murong Li was almost going mad. "Damn it, I haven't even killed you yet. And you're planning to cry yourself to death." Bei Jinping kept covering her face with her hands. It was too embarrassing, being 12 years old. She still had her pride. Why didn't I wear a pair of brown pants when I went out? Chapter 44. Breaking the ice, Tao Yiji sent a few maidservants to escort the young princess, Bei Jinping, back to the Starry Pavilion. Murong Li took a towel and slowly dried his body. The servants cleaned the water stains on the ground. Murong Li slowly. A voice in his head said that the scoundrel made some sense. Another voice angrily cursed, "What sense? You're just unwilling to let go of that woman." The two voices argued back and forth, waiting for Murong Li to make a decision. Murong Li asked Tao Yiji, who was serving at the sword-washing pavilion a couple of days ago. He added, "So what if I'm unwilling to let go of that woman?" Tao Yiji slightly bowed and replied, "Your Highness, at Lady Xiang's place, it has always been the wet nurse, Cui Shi, the maid by Zhu, the personal maid, Xiang Wan, Han Lu, and the course maid." Murong Li interrupted him, called them all over. There was nothing more for Tao Yiji to say, and he hurried to summon the people. In a short while, the maidservants gathered, and Murong Li called them into the courtyard one by one to question them. No one had seen when Han Su entered Xiangxiang's courtyard. The wet nurse, Cui Shi, only said that General Han had passed by but did not enter the garden. Murong Li asked slowly, and when the young princess, Bei Jinping, arrived at the sword-washing pavilion, everyone returned together after clearing the snow, and everything matched up. Han Su entered the estate and was received by the servants. Since he was indeed familiar with the prince, they did not send anyone to follow him. However, the servants could still remember the time when he entered the estate. Everyone also remembered when Bei Jinping went to the sword-washing pavilion. Murong Li was not foolish. Han Su returning to Jinyang City would naturally want to see him first. It was indeed suspicious that he detoured to the sword-washing pavilion. He snorted coldly. However, when he entered Xiangxiang's room, Xiangxiang was only flustered because Bei Jinping was present. After Bei Jinping left, she relaxed considerably, given her timid nature. If she really knew Han Su was in the room, she would have been too scared to move. Furthermore, when she turned behind the screen, she had no reaction at all. indicating she was unaware of the situation. Otherwise, with Bei Jinping's temperament, wouldn't it have been easy for Xiangxiang to send her away to let Han Su escape? The statement from the maidservants basically matched up. Back in the courtyard, they clearly recounted what Lady Xiang said to the young princess, what dishes Lady Xiang prepared, and when she fed the young princess. After calming down, he realized that he did not kill Han Su primarily because he firmly believed that Han Su would not touch his possessions. Murong Li came out of the room, intending to go to the sword-washing pavilion. After taking a few steps, he stopped again, feeling the cold wind, and went back to change into another garment. Tao Yiji was waiting outside, feeling nervous. When had he ever seen his master so indecisive? He hurriedly ran to find Guanju. Guanju was already able to move about, but Tao Yiji was still at ease with him handling daily affairs, so he let him manage things. Now that he knew about this matter, he said, "You go to the sword-washing pavilion and ask Lady Xiang to go to the listening wind pavilion to serve. Don't say anything else." Tao Yiji still felt a bit apprehensive, but didn't the prince forbid Lady Xiang from stepping out of the sword-washing pavilion? If he blames us, we might not be able to bear it. Guanju said, "Go. Haven't you seen the prince climbing higher and not coming down? Hurry up and lay down the stairs. Can't you see the situation? Are you itchy too?" Tao Yiji hurried to the sword-washing pavilion. Xiangxiang had not yet gone to sleep. After Xiangxiang entered the palace, she ended up sleeping even later. Tao Yiji stood outside, let Baizhu go in to invite her, and said that the prince wanted Lady Xiang to go to the listening wind pavilion to serve. Baizhu was overjoyed and hurried to find Xiangxiang. Upon hearing this, Xiangxiang did not show much joy on her face, but she quickly cooperated with Baizhu to get ready, while Baizhu helped her change a dress, saying, "Lady must go to meet the prince looking beautiful. The prince has feelings for Lady. As soon as he sees you, he'll definitely calm down." Xiangxiang did not speak. She could only dress beautifully to go, as she wanted her daughter back. Baizhu dressed her in a green lotus leaf skirt, with a white cloak made of crane feathers and other feathers over it. She styled her hair in a loose bun, inserting golden hairpins and arranging the hair exquisitely. Outside, Tao Yiji kept urging her. Xiangxiang asked, "Why did the prince suddenly want to see me?" Tao Yiji, leading the way, softly said, "The princess secretly went to the listening wind pavilion and had a quarrel with the prince. The prince was very angry, but soon after, he brought over the maidservants who had served in the lady's courtyard for questioning. It seems the prince has calmed down." Xiangxiang responded with an asking, "Is the princess all right?" Seeing that she did not appear very happy, Tao Yiji was taken aback and said, "It's fine. She was just speaking without thinking. Can the prince be angry with her?" He then gently advised, "Lady, it's hard to come by the prince's softening. You must not hold a grudge against him." Xiangxiang replied, "I know. I can't go against him. I understand. What Jinping said before leaving was actually to help me. That little child must have made a huge decision. I know." The listening wind pavilion still had lights on. Murong Li had already changed his clothes, and Tao Yiji softly said, "Prince, Lady Xiang has come." Still afraid that Murong Li would blame him, he hurriedly added, "Since the prince has already questioned the maidservants, he might as well listen to what the lady has to say." Upon hearing this, Murong Li thought the excuse was good. He said, "Come in." Tao Yiji gestured to Xiangxiang, and she slowly walked in. Murong Li did not find her appearance particularly beautiful. He usually paid attention to who had come. Xiangxiang knelt down and said, "I pay my respects to the prince." Murong Li said, "Get up." As she stood, Murong Li extended his hand and said, "Come here." Xiangxiang walked over and placed her hand in his palm. She did not need to say anything flattering. Murong Li did not require that. He just wanted her obedience. That was enough. Murong Li wanted to say something, thought for a while, but found nothing appropriate to say. He couldn't just say sorry, right? Oomph. Even thinking about it was disgusting. Besides, what did he do wrong? In that situation, any man would be furious. The damned one was clearly that dog Han Su. He was in the right. So he said, "Sleep." Xiangxiang slowly took off her cloak, removing all the golden hairpins. Murong Li embranged her. And they indeed slept on the same bed. He did not touch her, just held her like that, thinking that even though he hadn't gone over these past few days, she was still well-fed and taken care of, right? Damn it, she hadn't gained weight, and she was still so thin. Xiangxiang softly asked, If the prince is no longer angry, I want. Murong Li actually knew what she wanted to say. He replied, we'll talk about it tomorrow. It's late at night. I can't take you to the palace to fetch our daughter, can I? Xiangxiang felt relieved that he agreed and closed her eyes. But she could not fall asleep no matter what. She just lay there. Until dawn, Murong Li indeed kept his word and took her into the palace. Concubine Shu was holding little Xiangxiang, having moved to a different location. The child was not used to it and cried a lot at night. Afraid the child would cry herself sick, she stayed by her side to take care of her. After a few days, her own eyes had dark circles. The maid, Su Ru, looked at her with concern. Your Highness, let the wet nurse take care of her. If it doesn't work, we can go to the Sun Wangfu to bring the child's original wet nurse into the palace to look after her. Concubine Shu nodded. You go to Sun Wangfu and ask which wet nurse used to take care of the child. If this continues, the child might really cry herself sick. She was not a bad person. She had taken care of Murong Li since he was 4. She was the kind of person who, if the Yin Wang rewarded her with 2 pieces of good fabric, would make a garment for Murong Bo and Murong Li each. If there was only 1 piece of good fabric, she would make one for Murong Bo and give the second best to Murong Li. If both children fell into the water, she could pull one with each hand. She would risk her life to grab both children. But if she could only grab one, she could not possibly abandon her own son to save her adopted son. No one could say that such a person was a bad person. Initially, Murong Li was indecisive and did not get along with Murong Bo. She plotted against Xiangxiang, scheming for the position of the side consort of Wang's son, hoping that Murong Li would stand by Murong Bo's side and distance himself from the crown prince and the queen. Now that she knows the 2 brothers are on the same side and share the same heart, she naturally feels relieved. When Murong Li brought Xiangxiang over, Guanju was injured and didn't send the wet nurse. The child was only over 8 months old, and she had been coaxing him day and night these past few days, which took a lot of effort. Murong Li placed the child here, actually feeling at ease. He had spent 8 years beside Xu Fei, almost going through the most tender time of his early life. He understood this woman's thoughts and character very well. This was also one of the few people he could trust, right? You can't let her preference for her biological son lead you to overlook her kindness towards you and breed hatred. Can you? He also remembered that every time there was a war, Xu Fei would kneel in the small Buddhist hall for several days, copying scriptures 1 volume after another, just hoping for his safety. He also recalled that 1 year during the Little New Year, after his victorious return, he went to the small Buddhist hall in Zhongwen Palace and heard Xu Fei praying, saying, Bodhisattva, please bless my boer to inherit the throne, and bless my Lier to return safely. After a moment, she added, if the Bodhisattva is too busy and can only hear one wish, please bless Lier to return safely first. Boer is still young. It's fine if he takes a few more years. That was his foster mother. When Murong Li arrived at Zhongwen Palace, Xu Fei was very happy. While having the palace maid serve fruit tea, she also had someone bring over 2 hand warmers. With the wind and snow howling outside, she was afraid he would catch a cold. Murong Li and Xiangxiang greeted her, and she kindly helped Xiangxiang up. She certainly felt guilty towards Xiangxiang and her daughter, but as a woman from a palace background, it was already impossible for her to treat everyone with absolute purity and kindness. Xiangxiang had long seen Xiangxiang in her arms, and Xu Fei smiled as she handed the child to her. Strangely, when little Xiangxiang was in Xiangxiang's arms, she slowly whimpered as she nudged closer, her small hands gripping the fabric of Xiangxiang's chest with a very aggrieved whimper, and her cries gradually stopped. She was not a child who loved to cry. Xiangxiang's eyes turned red as she gently patted her back. The child was shy and now only recognized the wet nurse, Cui Shi, and Xiangxiang. With the child no longer crying, Xu Fei also breathed a sigh of relief and said, that's right. Such a small child cannot do without her biological mother. Seeing Xu Fei's eyes were dark circles, Xiangxiang felt guilty and once again bowed, saying, thank you for your trouble these days, Your Highness. Xu Fei helped her up, smiling, what are you saying? This is my own granddaughter. I can never get enough of her. She ordered the palace maids to bring out the small clothes made for Xiangxiang these days, knowing Murong Li's temperament of leaving as soon as he said so, and also prepared a warm baby basket, fearing the child might get cold when going out. Murong Li indeed came to take the child, with a clear purpose. Seeing Xiangxiang holding the child, he said, "Son takes his leave." Xu Fei knew she couldn't keep them, and sent them off to the entrance of Zhongwen Palace. Sighing, "Your princess, why didn't you bring her to let mother see?" It was better not to mention this. As soon as Bei Jinping was brought up, Murong Li's face turned dark. Upon seeing this, Xu Fei secretly wondered if it was another unsatisfactory one. However, she didn't ask further. Murong Li politely nodded to her and left the palace with Xiangxiang. With the child in her arms, Xiangxiang felt much better. In the carriage, Murong Li watched her warm the goat's milk she had prepared slightly on the heater before feeding it to Xiangxiang, so gentle and meticulous. He reached out and gently touched Xuanyan's small hand. Those short, delicate 5 fingers suddenly grasped his finger, and he was slightly taken aback, yet he didn't pull back. Chapter 45. The chef. Upon returning to the Wangfu, Xiangxiang took the child back to the Xijin Pavilion. Murong Li visited the Grand Commandant's residence. And when Baizhu heard that little Xiangxiang was back, she quietly ran to the Xijin Pavilion. Xiangxiang was overjoyed to see her and handed little Xiangxiang over, while she sensibly went to the kitchen. Baizhu was straightforward. "Sister Xiangxiang, I want to drink lotus seed porridge." Xiangxiang was picking ingredients and said, "All right, I'll make you egg yolk zongzi today. You've been talking about it for days. I've asked Mr. Guan to prepare bamboo leaves." Baizhu was thrilled and hurriedly handed little Xiangxiang to the wet nurse, Cui Shi, saying, "I'll help my sister make them." Xiangxiang playfully scolded, "Go wash your hands first." The two of them excitedly made zongzi, with the meat already marinated by Baizhu and the salted egg yolk steamed. The glutinous rice had also soaked long enough. Xiangxiang used the bamboo leaves to teach Baizhu how to wrap zongzi. By noon, Murong Li had not returned to the residence. Baizhu said, "There's a martial arts competition in the palace today, and the Prince of Yin asked our lord to be the judge. I'm afraid he won't be back for lunch. Do you want to send some zongzi to him, madam?" In the past, Xiangxiang always cooked for Murong Li, so she picked out a good number of zongzi for Baizhu and said, "You take these to the lord." Baizhu then agreed, relieved that Xiangxiang seemed to have no lingering resentment towards Murong Li. Baizhu didn't go into the palace, but had a eunuch deliver the food box to Murong Li, not worrying that they wouldn't be earnest since no one in the palace would dare to provoke Murong Li. Murong Li was eating with Murong Bo, Zhou Yi, and others when the eunuch brought the food box over. When Murong Li opened it, he saw the freshly made zongzi. Murong Bo chuckled first. "You two really are like fighting at the head of the bed and making up at the foot." Zhou Yi didn't dare to joke, but there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. Murong Bo said, "If you really like her, just take a side consort. What you did last time wasn't a big deal, but you silently took her child away. Don't you think that would scare her?" Murong Li raplia, "Hakemima." Murong Bo was somewhat surprised that he didn't respond with a dismissive scoff, but rather just said him. Murong Bo softly added, "Fifth brother, women are different from subordinates. You can beat subordinates 100 times, and once they heal, they forget the pain. But with women, if you slap her once, you have to coax her a few times." Murong Li coldly snorted, thinking, "Did I hit her? That idiot. If she hadn't been protecting that damned Han Su, would I hit a woman? Besides, I only kicked her lightly. Who knew she would spit blood? What's my fault? And how do you coax her? Just thinking about it makes me sick. So disgusting." Murong Li didn't want to hear it, so Murong Bo fell silent, only sighing. If he had known it would be so easy to calm down, he shouldn't have tried to console Xiangxiang. Murong Li ate the zongzi, thinking it tasted quite good. He truly didn't think his woman needed coaxing. "I'll let her out. Doesn't she understand the meaning? Besides, I haven't mistreated her. Did I make her eat less or drink less? I don't believe Guanju and that group under Tao Yiji would dare bully her. Damn it. Even if she's locked in the yard, she's still my woman. If I don't want her, she's still mine. Who would dare give her a dirty look? The child is also well taken care of by her mother. What does she have to complain about? If he raises a woman's child, that's the literal meaning. Taking care of the woman's child means good food, good clothing, good living conditions, a group of servants, and no evil servants to bully her. Isn't that taking good care of her? That woman, even when he was furious, didn't say she wouldn't be taken care of? What's there to coax? In the evening, he returned to the Wangfu. Guanju knew the little princess was in the Xijin Pavilion, and to keep Zhao Wu's favor, he specially sent a servant to notify him. Bai Zhu saw this, and, like a mouse seeing a cat, quickly shrank back and rushed back to the starry sky tower. Xiangxiang was both amused and helpless. So she had Bai Zhu send some egg yolk, meat, zongzi over since she liked eating those, and had quite a bit today. Murong Li indeed entered the Shijian pavilion and saw that little Xiangxiang was already starting to learn to walk. Chuishi had a small walking chair made for her by a craftsman based on local children's chairs. She gently pushed it to help her walk slowly, preventing her from falling. Xiangxiang and Chuishi stood on either side, guiding her to take a few steps. They didn't dare let her walk too much and soon picked her up to play. Murong Li stood at the door, and when little Xiangxiang saw him, she turned around and opened her arms towards Xiangxiang, crying out, "Wow," to say mama in a vague manner. Damn it, Murong Li was frustrated. This was the first time his daughter spoke and called her mother, and it was because he scared her. He really wanted to touch his own face, thinking, am I really that terrifying? Xiangxiang rushed over to hug the child, but Murong Li was quicker, scooping up Xiangxiang and glaring at her. I'm your father. What is there to cry about? Little Xiangxiang cried even harder, and Xiangxiang stretched out her hands, forcibly taking the child back and handing her over to Chuishi. Only then did she say, Your Highness must be tired. I'll go make dinner for you. Murong Li was displeased. My own daughter. Can't I even look at her? He turned around, signaling Chuishi to hand the child back. Chuishi dared not disobey him and hesitated before passing the child over. Xiangxiang flailed her little arms and legs, crying, while reaching out towards Xiangxiang. Xiangxiang felt heartbroken, and Murong Li took little Xiangxiang to the edge of the Shijian pool, lifting her up and saying, If you keep crying, I'll throw you in. Xiangxiang turned pale with fright and was about to rush forward, but Chuishi held her back, slightly shaking her head and softly saying, Madam, the prince is just joking. We can't let the princess not be close to the prince forever. Little Xiangxiang had been crying hard, but now being lifted high, she found it somewhat amusing, and her cries gradually subsided. Murong Li was tall, and when he lifted her up, it felt like the entire courtyard was below. Little Xiangxiang looked around curiously, and Murong Li turned her around, asking, Are you still crying? Little Xiangxiang waved her little hand, drooling from the corner of her mouth, and surprisingly smiled. Murong Li thought, Oh, little rascal, you like this, huh? That's easy. Dad will take you riding. He received his daughter's smile for the first time, and he couldn't quite express the emotions within him, only feeling that this request was very easy to fulfill. In the courtyard, he tossed the little girl around like a ball and caught her again. Little Xiangxiang's eyes sparkled with novelty, and she just laughed happily. After playing for a while, Chuishi hurriedly stepped forward, saying, Your Highness, the little princess is still small. In this cold weather, laughing too much might make her catch a cold. Let me take her down first. Murong Li nodded, turning to see Xiangxiang standing at the door with a warm glow on her face, like the winter sun. He had never had such a moment before. He felt this woman was so close to him. It was different from the passionate entanglements in the bedchamber, the tight embraces in the dark, or the deep kisses. It was a real emotion with no barrier between them. Oh, so playing with the child makes her happy? He thought. Murong Li had never considered making her a side consort. He just thought that since she was already his, what difference did it make? A side consort would only mean a bit more silver each month. Did she lack that little bit of silver? If she needed money, she could ask Wanju. However, when Murong Bo brought it up, he felt, making her a side consort could work. But the old men of Xiangxiang were stubborn. For a woman of Xiangxiang's background to become a prince's side consort would probably make them explode with rage. Murong Li wasn't afraid of their outbursts, if necessary. He would mind helping them blow up their nests. He just didn't want to listen to their nagging. If Xiangxiang could give him another little prince, those guys would have less to say. To him, whether a son or daughter, legitimate or illegitimate, there was no difference. They were all his children. What difference did it make? Xiangxiang went to the kitchen to cook for him, and Murong Li followed her in. Xiangxiang was momentarily stunned, then whispered, Prince, please go on with your work. I will have Buju invite you later. Murong Li did not leave. Instead, he stepped into the kitchen and embraced her from behind. Xiangxiang paused her chopping, lowered her gaze, and said, Should I go back to serve the prince? Murong shook his head and said, "Help me have a son, so that the old men from the Xiangxiang won't nag me." Xiangxiang lowered her head and replied, "Jinping, the princess will grow up in a few years. In the future, the prince will definitely have many." Murong grew impatient and snapped, "Shut up. I asked you to have one, not to talk so much." Xiangxiang fell silent. "But I want a daughter even more. Jinping is a good girl, and her son will be the heir of the Sun Wang. If I only have daughters, marrying someone who loves her means I won't have to worry about disputes." She didn't say these words, knowing the person behind her wouldn't understand. She said, "If the prince doesn't need me to serve now, please let go first. I can't chop vegetables." Murong didn't let go, so Xiangxiang had no choice but to continue chopping in that position. In a moment of carelessness, she cut her hand. Murong was astonished. Who knew a kitchen knife could cut a hand? Xiangxiang gasped, her delicate, fair fingertips oozing blood. Murong was furious, shouting, "How can you cut your hand like this? Are you blind? Damn it, if you're one of my soldiers, I would have kicked you out to be a sacrifice by now. Can you be more careful?" Before Xiangxiang could respond, he called for someone to bring over a hemostatic ointment. In truth, Xiangxiang felt it wasn't that serious, and Murong didn't regard such a minor injury as important either. However, that tender, fair finger suddenly losing a small piece of skin was quite jarring. The servants quickly came to help Xiangxiang bandage her hand. With a frown, she watched as Murong took the kitchen knife and swiftly sliced the potatoes into thin shreds. The thickness was even, and the knife skills were perfect. He looked at his own work in surprise, thinking, damn, who knew practicing martial arts had this use? He went for another one, finishing in just a few strokes. Then asked Xiangxiang what else. Xiangxiang was somewhat dazed and replied, "Lamb, sliced." Murong took the lamb, still feeling the knife wasn't sharp enough, thinking, damn, with this knife, even cutting with my eyes closed shouldn't result in cutting my hand. The knife moved like a gale, and in no time, a piece of lamb was transformed into evenly sliced meat, quietly lying on the cutting board. Chapter 46. Residual anger. When dinner was served, Xiangxiang said, "Shall we invite the princess to join us?" Murong replied, "Why call her? Doesn't she know how to eat on her own?" Xiangxiang said, "After all, we are family. Eating together creates a certain atmosphere." Perhaps the term family sounded pleasant to Murong, so he did not object. Xiangxiang then told Buju, "Go invite the princess to dinner." Buju agreed and left the small courtyard towards the starry building. Xiangxiang brought the dishes to the table. Since there were some egg yolk meat dumplings left from the daytime, she only made cumin lamb and sour and spicy shredded potatoes. Because she had cut her hand, even though Murong personally cut the vegetables, she did not dare to help, so this was how it was. When Xue Jinping saw Buju come to call her to dinner, she was very happy. However, when she bounced into the wash sword pavilion and saw Murong sitting majestically at the head of the table, her entire expression fell like a frostbitten eggplant. How miserable she looked. Xiangxiang was setting the chopsticks, and, seeing her enter, quickly called out, "Come sit down. Dinner is about to start." Xue Jinping made a bitter face and said, "Sister Xiangxiang, why did you call me? I was planning to sneak away while he wasn't looking." Murong, upon seeing her expression like a bitter melon, immediately glared and thought, "What the hell is this? Am I going to eat her?" Xue Jinping drooped her eyebrows and sat next to Xiangxiang, as if she were the one to be eaten this meal. Xiangxiang found it somewhat amusing and served porridge first to Murong, then handed it to Xue Jinping. The porridge was just ordinary corn porridge. Murong took a sip, while Xiangxiang peeled the egg yolk meat dumplings for him. With no servants attending, Cui Shi took little Xiangxiang downstairs, leaving only the three of them in the dining hall. The dishes were not particularly lavish, just ordinary home-cooked meals. However, Murong suddenly felt a sense of home, for the first time feeling that this place was his home. How long had it been since he felt this way? Perhaps it was when his biological mother was still alive. He was not a sentimental person, and, thinking this way, he buried his head and continued eating. Xue Jinping cautiously lowered her head to drink the porridge, not daring to take any dishes. Xiangxiang, with good intentions, thought that since she was the princess, she shouldn't always be like this. The princess seeing the prince was like a mouse seeing a cat. How embarrassing. Xue Jinping truly had no appetite at all, only finishing a bowl of porridge and not eating any dishes. Murong, however, drank 2 bowls of porridge, and ate several dumplings. Xiangxiang brought little Xiangxiang over to feed her. She had made a puree of yellow, prickly fish for her daughter. This was not very technical. It just required ensuring there was not a single bone, which needed a lot of care. At this time, Shui was holding little Xiangxiang while Xiangxiang fed her. Little Xiangxiang was not focused on eating, so Murong casually took her from Shui and let her sit on his lap. Xiangxiang half squatted down to feed her. Meanwhile, Shui Jinping quietly signaled to Xiangxiang, "I'm leaving." Xiangxiang was at a loss whether to laugh or cry and could only nod. She wanted to leave, but couldn't help glancing at the meat dumplings on the table. Xiangxiang was speechless, and after finishing feeding Xiangxiang, taking advantage of the moment when Murong was playing with the child, she had Buju prepare a bowl of milk pudding and sent it along with the dumplings to the Starry Building for Shui Jinping. Murong, holding the soft and sticky little Xiangxiang, noticed that she was giggling at him, and a strange sense of pride surged in his heart. "Hey, look, my daughter." The servants took the bowls and chopsticks away, and Xiangxiang used a fine silk handkerchief to wipe Xiangxiang's mouth. Xiangxiang struggled to stand on Murong Li's lap, raising her head to nibble at his chin. Murong Li only felt a face full of drool. Instantly, the earlier sense of pride vanished. "Damn, that's disgusting." What a feeling of being smeared all over. Just as he was about to get angry, he saw Xiangxiang next to him laughing so hard. He then thought, forget it. If the little one wants a nibble, let her nibble. It won't cost me a piece of meat. Even if he lost a piece of meat, as a big man, being nibbled by his daughter was nothing to worry about. In early spring, the wind blew away the bitter plum blossoms, melting the snow and ice, awakening the tender green buds on the branches of the wild. Han Su was massaging his mother's shoulders, and the woman in her 50s was nagging in a trivial manner. "You're not young anymore. When are you going to let me and your father hold a grandchild? So many daughters, you either find this one lacking or that one unsatisfactory. What do you want?" Han Su's father remained calm, smoking a pipe beside her. The Han family, in the past, could be described in 4 words: poverty-stricken. If I want to summarize it in one word, it could be poor. He and his wife were honest and straightforward people, always bullied by local rascals, until their son also became a local rascal. Now, the Han family had long since changed. The large courtyard with dozens of rooms was needless to mention. The servants and maids numbered over 100. In a place like Xiangxiang City, where high officials and nobles were as numerous as the clouds, when Han's old father stepped outside, many people would nod and bow, addressing him as Old Master Han. The old couple naturally felt honored, but their son was often away from home, and war was inherently dangerous. On the surface, they seemed glorious, but privately, they lived in constant fear. Now Han Su was of such an age, yet still unmarried. It was inevitable for the couple to become anxious. Han Su did not argue with them until finally, his father calmly asked, "Son, are you not having an affair in the military, are you?" He could no longer hold back, stepped out, and prepared to find a place to drink. He hadn't gone far when he encountered Zhou Zhua. Zhou Zhua had come intentionally and was not surprised, staring at him and asking, "Are you planning to idle away your life like this?" Han Su remained silent, and Zhou Zhua said, "I asked Guanju, and he said you were hiding in Madame Xiang's room at midnight. Is it true?" Han Su lowered his head, and Zhou Zhua slapped him hard. Han Su did not dodge, and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Zhou Zhua said, "That's our sister-in-law." Han Su finally spoke, "I know." Zhou Zhua pointed a finger almost poking his nose, and yet you're still bewitched. Another slap. "Are you awake now?" He was not gentle, and Han Su's face showed several red marks. Passers-by stopped to look, and Zhou Zhua angrily shouted, "What are you looking at? Never seen someone get hit? Do you want me to hit you too, so you can taste the feeling?" In the past, Zhou Taiwei's son was also a bully in Xiangxiang City. If it hadn't been for Murong Li beating him badly, he wouldn't have lost his prestige. The passerby quickly shrank back and hurriedly left. Zhou Zhua said, "Let us go." Han Su followed him, and the two went to a tavern, finding a private room. The shopkeeper didn't need them to say much and quickly arranged for the best wine. Once the waiter left, Zhou Zhua said, "What are your plans?" Han Su replied, "After the new year, I'll open a martial arts school or do some small business." Zhou Zhua fell silent, his eyes slowly showing a hint of sadness. Now the military was divided into two factions. Murong Li's influence was great, and the Queen's relatives also had a small portion of military power. Everyone knew that Han Su was Murong Li's confidant. Now that Murong Li had dismissed him, it was a signal for the court to assign someone else. He had made considerable military contributions, and the Minister of War would certainly not directly say he wouldn't use him again. They could only say politely that they would wait for a suitable position. But since Murong Li no longer needed him and the crown prince dared not use him, where else in the court was there a place for him? Zhou really wanted to give him a few more punches, but his eyes gradually turned red. He said, "Can't you just apologize to him? Han Su, we are brothers." Han Su grabbed the wine jar, opened the clay seal, and took a direct swig. The strong liquor had a biting spiciness that made one want to cry. Brother, coveting a brother's wife. The prince's mansion was so large. If I had no intention, how could I pass by the Washsore Pavilion? I have already given him a chance. How can I apologize? Zhou said, Han Su, is she really more important than our brotherhood after all these years? All those years of hunting eagles, drinking and singing, living and dying together. Does it really not compare to a woman? Han Su bowed his head, and Zhou supported his shoulder, that woman. Could she help you say a few words? Han Su was stunned and suddenly looked up. No, I can't go to her because of my matters, Zhou said. After that incident, it wasn't long before the prince forgave her. This shows that this woman holds some weight with him. If Han Su said no, his tone was firm. Zhou seized the opportunity and immediately said, if you don't come up with a solution, I'll go talk to that woman. With her kind of heart, she will definitely speak to the prince. Han Su suddenly grabbed his collar. Zhou kicked him away and angrily scolded. I'm now the son of Taiwei Zhou Yi, and you, a mere military official, dare to be disrespectful to me? One kick, and I'll kill you, you blind fool. Han Su did not retaliate, and after a long while said, promise me, don't go find her. It was almost a plea. Zhou sighed. What exactly is love? Can it make one forget honor and disgrace, and take life lightly? Ranyan Zhou made a special trip back to Xiangxiang City to invite Murong Li, Zhou, and Murong Bo to drink at the Cup Never Stops Tavern. Guanju and Zhao were also among the drinking companions. Although Ranyan Zhou did not hold an official position in the court, he provided horses and soldiers. So Murong Bo still showed him some respect. Of course, Murong Li also arrived, but as soon as he entered the private room, he saw Han Su was also there. This time, Han Su was earnest, bare-chested and carrying thorns, and upon seeing him, knelt down in front of him without saying a word. Murong Li angrily shouted, who allowed this thing to appear in front of me? Ranyan Zhou, have you had enough of your carefree days? Before Ranyan Zhou could speak, he continued, if you all think he is your brother, you'd better leave early. Don't show up in front of me. After saying this, he turned around and left. The others had anticipated he would explode, but they didn't expect there would be absolutely no room for negotiation, leaving them exchanging glances in disbelief. Chapter 47. Murong Li returned to the Wang Fu, with Guanju and Zhao Wu closely following behind him. At this time, coming back late would definitely be seen as treachery. Zhou arrived shortly after, and Ranyan came a bit later. After all, Murong Bo was also present, and as the host, he had to see off Wang Kong first, right? Everyone gathered outside the study, but Murong Li had no intention of inviting them in. A few people were outside, drinking in the wind. Xiangxiang heard from Baizhu and thought for a moment before bringing a bowl of fruit milk pudding over. Guanju saw her first and made a gesture with his eyes, clearly indicating that the prince was in a bad mood and she should avoid him. Xiangxiang did not retreat. As she brushed past, she asked, is it because of Han Su? What else could make him so angry besides Han Su? Guanju smiled wryly and nodded, then looked at Xiangxiang, whose expression slightly dimmed but quickly returned to normal. She held the milk pudding and prepared to go inside. But Zhao Wu still felt it was inappropriate and softly said, Madam, we angered the prince. You should go back first. It took a lot to calm him down. We can't let things turn sour again. Xiangxiang smiled gently at him. After all, the matter with Han Su was also related to her. She slightly pursed her lips. If Bai Jinping could do such a bold thing for her, could she just stand by and watch as he fell out with Han Su? She opened the door and walked in, just as Murong Li threw a paperweight at her. Get out. The servants in the manor were getting more and more outrageous. I didn't allow you in. Who dares to come in? The bronze paperweight came flying toward her, and Xiangxiang was taken aback. If it weren't for Zhao Wu's quick reflexes, who pressed her head down, she would have been seriously injured. Murong was also startled and immediately glared at her. What are you doing here? Are you here to plead for your lover? Slut. Damn it. I almost hit her. Xiangxiang was also frightened by the paperweight, and her reaction to his rage was much calmer. She bent down to pick up the paperweight and slowly brought the milk pudding over, placing it on the table. Murong stared at her, and she softly said, The prince still suspects that I have an affair with General Han, right? Murong was taken aback, then furiously realized that she had indeed come for that scoundrel. He sneered, You better think carefully about every word you say. Xiangxiang knelt at his feet and softly said, I am just a commoner. Life and death, honor and disgrace, can only be at the prince's mercy. If the prince suspects my innocence, then I can only be seen as guilty. If the prince suspects me of having an affair with anyone, then my defense will just be seen as a pretense. All I can hope for is that the prince is magnanimous and does not hold past grievances against me. Her eyes turned red, and tears slowly filled them. If the prince smiles at me, I should be grateful. Every day I live in fear, waiting for the day the prince remembers these baseless accusations and confines me in the courtyard, taking my daughter away to be raised by others. Murong looked down and saw her tears falling one by one, like pearls hitting the ground. He thought, why is it that I am the one being unreasonable? Damn it, why are you crying? Did I not show enough magnanimity by not killing that damned thing? He paced irritably and yelled, No crying. Xiangxiang's shoulders trembled slightly, and her tears flowed even more uncontrollably. Damn it. A woman's tears are an unsolvable poison in this world, revealing the monstrous nature of the great and violent beast in her tears. Helpless. Chapter 47. Seriousness. Xiangxiang's tears flowed continuously as Murong angrily said, You really dare to reason with me? Do you dare to say that you have no muddled thoughts about that damn thing? Xiangxiang cried. The prince said there are. So what can I differentiate? It can only be true. She knelt down, clutching the hem of Murong's clothes. Murong, furios, thought about kicking her, but remembered that the last time he lightly kicked someone, they spat blood. He reconsidered and didn't kick. He angrily said, You being by my side, still dare to speak up for your adulterer. You don't know how to die. Xiangxiang replied, If the prince says I should die, then I should die. Please, your highness, kill me right now to avoid any doubts in your heart. She stubbornly refused to reason with him. Murong was a person who could not be reasoned with. If he couldn't be argued against, he felt justified. If someone made him speechless, he would be enraged. At this moment, hearing her words, he was filled with rage, but couldn't express it. Frustrated, he shouted, Guanju, are you dead? Take her away. Upon hearing this, Guanju sent 2 guards in. Murong was infuriated. How dare you, my woman, and you dare to send 2 guards to drag her away? Guanju was filled with grievances as Murong dragged Xiangxiang up and angrily said, Get out. Xiangxiang turned and left the study. Murong glared at Guanju. While outside, Ran Yinzhou, Zhou Zhua, and others all came in and lined up in front of him. Murong let the matter go and asked about the breeding of quality horses. Everyone saw him actively change the subject and quickly reported their work, no longer daring to mention Han Su. In the end, Murong came over. Murong had to linger in his study. The 2 brothers had things to discuss. So Guanju and the others naturally did not stay and withdrew. Seeing his brother's face dark with anger, Murong smiled and said, With your temperament, you're destined to command troops. Only that group of warriors can tolerate this bad temper. Murong shot him a cold glance. What do you want? Murong was speechless. 5th brother, I am your brother. If I come to find you, it must be for something. Can't I just come to see if you calm down? Murong asked, If you come to see me, will my anger dissipate? Murong smiled dryly. I'm afraid not. Murong glared. Then what's the use of your visit? Murong laughed. 5th brother, do you really hate Hansu that much? Murong ignored him. Murong asked, Are you concerned that he loved Xiangxiang, or just suspicious that he slept with her? It was rare for him to ask such a straightforward question, and Murong was taken aback before glaring at him. Murong smiled. If you can't bear it, come over and hit me, then think about this question clearly. If you just hate someone touching your woman, then you need to clarify whether that person actually did so. If you're only angry about whether they loved each other, then you should think about how to win back your woman's heart. Murong said, "What does it have to do with you? Are you idle?" Murong said, "You are a commander. If there is a general under you who is more capable than you, should you kill him?" Fifth brother, dealing with women is different from commanding troops. Men value loyalty, but women do not reason. Murong somewhat agreed with this statement, thinking that women just cry and refuse to reason even if they die. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, there really are species in this world that are even more unreasonable than me. Murong said, "Talk to Han Su. You'll have to remove this thorn sooner or later. Then find a few subordinates with wives and have a good chat. My Xiangxiang has a gentle personality, quite different from your woman. Xiangxiang is delicate and sensitive. I doubt my elder brother has much to teach you." Murong scoffed. But when everyone had left and the study was quiet, he actually began to think about whether he cared more about them sleeping together or loving each other. Of course, it was about sleeping together. Why should he care if she loved him or not? No, that didn't seem right either. Damn it, this was much more complicated than marching into battle. After thinking for a long time, suddenly inspiration struck him. Shouldn't my woman follow me for life, rely on me, be obedient to me, and be devoted to me? Therefore, they should neither have loved each other nor slept together. Hey, actually, it's quite simple. What is there to be entangled about? The next day, Murong gathered his two military advisors, Xiangxiang and Lu Jingxi. Both had been married for many years. And after all, they had reached this position. Young and promising individuals were still a minority. If these two were to be talked about, they could be considered his strategists. Their relationship with him was different from Zhou, Han Su, etc. They were older, and Murong couldn't treat generals the same age as his father like dogs, dragging them out for punishment for a wrong word. So although these two were afraid of him, they often provided him with advice. Murong asked, as he would during every battle deployment, "How do you usually interact with women?" Xiangxiang and Lu Jingxi exchanged glances, not understanding. Murong grew impatient. "Speak." Xiangxiang cautiously asked, "Your Highness, are you asking about family matters or outside matters? You can't be asking us for romantic techniques, can you? We can't compare to you. We're old and used to sitting around discussing matters. Talking about military strategy wasn't a problem, but asking us to talk about this." Murong angrily said, "Both at home and outside. Just talk about women." Xiangxiang and Lu Jingxi immediately sat up straight. Xiangxiang, with righteous indignation, said, "Your Highness, we are serious people. We are strict with ourselves and do not approach women. You're probably asking the wrong people." Lu Jingxi resolutely refused to divulge anything about his private life with his wife. He still had some dignity left. What the hell? Murong ruarat. If you two don't want to live. He only said half of it when Lu Jingxi immediately said, "Your Highness, please calm down. I have several precious books at home. I'll get them right away and present them to you. I guarantee that your Highness will remain unbeatable and your vigor will last. No matter how skilled a woman in battle is, she will surely lose her armor and be left with nothing." Seeing his old partner abandon all modesty, Xiangxiang thought, what was he being reserved for? His head was more important. He said, "Your Highness, I don't know about others, but my eldest likes gentle and delicate ones. The second likes rough and wild ones. The third likes playful ones. Oh, the fourth has decent skills. The fifth, all the way to the ninth. You know me. I'm a cautious person and never seek flowers and willows. As for the outside, I really don't know." Murong. Damn it. You two are really serious people. But are your parents aware of how serious you are? Chapter 48. Outing Murong was quite annoyed by his two serious subordinates. Xiangxiang noticed something was off and hurriedly asked, "Your Highness, aren't you referring to this?" Murong thought to himself, well, it's not entirely wrong, is it? I usually interact with that woman like this. What's wrong with that? He frowned and asked, besides this, what else is there? Afraid they might become too serious, he added, interaction. Damn it. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't care whether you're old or young. This time, the two understood. Lu Jingxi tried hard to maintain a serious expression and said, "So your Highness is asking about the ways of interaction between husband and wife. Actually, it's quite simple. Respect each other like guests and treat each other with equal regard. Xiangxiang quickly cleared his throat and added, Your Highness, actually, women are all pretty much the same. You have to pamper and coax them. Just don't reason with them. Murong thought, It's not that I don't reason with her. It's that she doesn't reason with me at all. But at least what they said was somewhat close to the truth. He said, Be more specific. Zheng Guangshu quickly said, For example, you can take them out on dates. Xiangxiang returned to the sword-washing pavilion and washed her face first. At this point, she wasn't crying anymore. And then she asked Shui Shi to bring Xianyuan over. Ever since he took Xianyuan away last time, she had been trying hard to recall the bits and pieces of her interactions with Murong Li over the past year. How should she communicate and connect with this man's personality? She couldn't provoke him anymore. She needed even a little bit of his love to protect herself and her daughter. After much thought, she concluded that Murong Li's personality was one of strength and determination. Those who followed him only needed to obey and show weakness, never opposing him. So, she really didn't need to do anything. Being weak was enough. When he first took an interest in her at Ilu Mountain, was it because she was powerless to resist? She didn't know, but she tried it out, and it was undoubtedly quite successful. As for being misunderstood and suspected, she had long stopped feeling sad about it. She was merely an object he placed in the residence, marked with his imprint, and he wouldn't allow anyone else to covet. He could have many such objects, named as primary wife, secondary wife, and various concubines. This was never her place, and she had to learn to survive well here. She pressed her face against Xuanyuan's milk-scented cheek. She still didn't hate him. She just felt that there was nothing that would adapt to her. She could only find the right attitude to deal with him, not letting him vent his anger on her and her daughter. As much as possible, she hoped he wouldn't hold Han Su accountable anymore. If even this flawed delusion could hurt both of them, then let it be. Just forget it. Over there, 2 military officers were diligently planning the details for Murong Li. There's Puguang Temple to the north of Jinyang City. Your Highness can take her out for a stroll. The spring weather is beautiful. Everything is reviving. You can first take her to pay respects at the temple, and at noon, you can have some vegetarian meals there. Puguang Temple has the Guanyin Spring, and the scenery around it is pleasant. Your Highness can take a leisurely walk with her in the mountains. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Murong Li didn't know whether it would be wonderful or not, but having a plan was certainly better than having none. That night, Murong Li came to the sword-washing pavilion, not speaking to Xiangxiang, and played with his daughter in the yard. Xiangxiang brought over some fruit wine, and Murong Li didn't mention the events of the day anymore, only saying, Tomorrow, let's go to Puguang Temple. Xiangxiang responded and continued preparing dinner. Murong Li, of course, stayed at the sword-washing pavilion for the night. He was used to being insatiable at night. Xiangxiang tried her best to cope, and when the next morning came, as dawn broke, Murong Li called her up. Without using a carriage, they rode directly on horseback, both heading towards Puguang Temple. It was the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, early February on the solar calendar, and it was still dark, with the wind being quite cold. Xiangxiang sat on the horse, the steed galloping swiftly, and the cold wind blew into her neck. She curled up in Murong Li's embrace like a small animal that had caught a chill, although she wasn't dressed too lightly, in such weather and on a fast horse. Even the thickest clothes couldn't fend off the cold. She was tired, sleepy, and cold, and hadn't eaten breakfast. Murong Li calculated well that leaving at this time would allow them to reach Puguang Temple in about an hour, just in time for a vegetarian meal at the temple. Xiangxiang bounced on the horse for an hour, and by the time they finally arrived at Puguang Temple, she felt like she was falling apart. Murong Li lifted her off the horse, and several monks were already waiting at the temple. Murong Li tossed the reins to one of them, who took the horse to tie it up. He was familiar with Puguang Temple, so he headed straight to the Zen room. The abbot, seeing him with female companions, didn't want to linger and knew this prince was the most carefree and casual, so he didn't engage in unnecessary formalities. When Murong Li asked for vegetarian meals, he directly ordered Shunny to prepare the food. The meal consisted of peanut porridge, vegetable buns, and a few vegetarian dishes like stir-fried cabbage noodles and 4-happiness tofu. He came in a hurry and hadn't notified them in advance, so the food was just what the temple usually served. The last few vegetarian dishes were hastily prepared. Xiangxiang ate at the same table as Murong Li. Murong Li, accustomed to eating quickly, finished 2 bowls of porridge in less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Seeing that he was almost full, Xiangxiang hurried to speed up her eating as well. However, no matter how fast she tried, she couldn't catch up with him. Such a person, accustomed to marching and fighting since childhood, truly emphasized speed when it came to eating. Sure enough, he set down his bowl and immediately stood up, saying, "Let's go." He didn't understand what it meant to wait for others. Xiangxiang had no choice but to put down her chopsticks and follow him to the back mountain. The Guanyin spring behind Puwang Temple splashed water upwards, creating a spectacle. When the sun was out, a rainbow could easily be seen. Xiangxiang had heard Bai Zhu mention it before. Since coming to Jinyang City, apart from entering the palace, she hadn't been anywhere else. She was very curious about going there this time. On the way into the mountains, they couldn't ride horses anymore. Murong walked ahead, his steps quick, and Xiangxiang followed him at a small run. The mountain path was quite rugged, and by this time, the sky was almost bright, but the winter sun rose a bit later, leaving the horizon still pale and devoid of dawn's glow. It was even colder in the mountains, with dew soaking her clothes. Xiangxiang shrank her neck, keeping up with him, struggling to walk, hardly paying attention to the scenery around her. Murong also found it boring, with no sleep. Did women really like this kind of exhausting activity? Xiangxiang followed him for about 3/4 of an hour before finally reaching Guanyin Spring. By this time, the morning light had brightened, and Murong slightly raised his chin, saying, "That is Guanyin Spring." Xiangxiang only felt her feet hurting, tired, and hungry. She had sweat quite a bit, and her inner clothes stuck to her body, making her very uncomfortable. Murong asked, "Is it beautiful?" "Huh?" Xiangxiang was taken aback for a moment, then replied, "Yes, it's beautiful." Murong glanced again and thought to himself, "What's so beautiful about it? Isn't it just water? The lakes at the Wangfu are more beautiful than this." Xiangxiang wanted to rub her ankle, but was afraid he would notice her lack of stamina and find it troublesome. So she forced herself to endure it, secretly thinking, "What's so beautiful about it? It's not even as good as the sword-washing pavilion." Then she heard Murong say, "After looking, let's go back." "Huh?" Xiangxiang was speechless. Murong became impatient and asked, "Haven't you finished looking? If you haven't finished, then keep looking." Xiangxiang vaguely replied, "Eve." "I've finished looking." Murong stood up and said, "Then let's go back to the temple." Let me think about what to do next. It's time to pay respects." After that, the two walked back down the mountain for about 3/4 of an hour, returning to Puwang Temple. Xiangxiang was almost in tears, and Murong said, "Let's go, pay respects." Xiangxiang stammered, "No, no, no. I don't believe in Buddha. I won't pay respects." "Buddha, forgive me." Murong said, "Then let's go back to the residence." He then took her and directly exited the temple. The monks couldn't fathom his temper. They had just prepared vegetarian meals and other dishes, and now they were leaving? But he was a prince. If he wanted to leave, who would dare stop him? The abbot had no choice but to lead the monks to send them to the mountain gate. Murong lifted Xiangxiang onto the horse and galloped back to the Wangfu. It was soon time for another hour of jolting, and when they returned to the Wangfu, it was just noon. Xiangxiang Guanzhuo was preparing lunch. While she went back to the Shijin pavilion, took off her shoes and socks, and discovered several blisters on her feet. 2 of them had even burst. Bijou and Xiangwan came to meet her. They had heard that the prince took her out for a stroll, so they didn't prepare her lunch. Seeing her exhausted face, they thought the two had quarreled again and kept asking her questions. Xiangxiang just waved her hand and said, "I want to drink some water." Bijou quickly brought over water, and before she could add some honey, Xiangxiang had already gulped down half a bowl. Then, Shueisha took out a silver needle to prick the blisters on her delicate feet and applied medicine to them. After busying herself for a long time, Shueisha asked, "Madam, do you want to see the little princess?" Xiangxiang was too tired to even speak. "You all go down first. I want to sleep for a while." "Oh no, I should eat something first. I'm hungry." "Bijou, make the heater burn a bit hotter. I'm cold." Bijou was extremely worried. This was not returning from a trip, but clearly fleeing. She cautiously asked, "Madam, was Puwang Temple fun?" Xiangxiang weakly ate a few bites of food and after a long while said no. "I don't know. I didn't even see the entrance clearly. How would I know if it was fun?" She put down the bowl and collapsed onto the bed, sleeping until the afternoon. When she woke up, Her body was still sore, and her feet felt as if they weren't even part of her body. Meanwhile, Lu Jingxi and Zheng Guanqing were still discussing plans for the day after tomorrow when they saw him striding over. Zheng Guanqing approached and asked, "When does your highness plan to set off for Puguan Temple? We need to notify the abbot in time." "You don't know. The vegetarian meal at Puguan Temple is exceptional." He was just about to ask Madame Xiang about her preferences when Murong said, "I've already been there. Exceptional vegetarian meal? I think it's just average." Lu and Zheng were stunned. Had he really been there? But wait, the idea was only thought of last night, and it was still not even noon. How could he have gone there? Lu Jingxi cautiously asked, "How did Madame Xiang react?" Murong replied, "No reaction. She certainly didn't look as happy as you two said. Do women really enjoy going out and traveling?" He glared at the two of them. "Are you two really not messing with me?" Chapter 48. No time after Xiangxiang woke up, it was already evening. The medicine on her foot had helped a lot, but the soreness in her leg muscles wouldn't heal in a short time. She sat up, and her legs trembled a bit when they touched the ground. When Bijou saw she was awake, she hurriedly brought some hot water. Xiangxiang asked, "Is the prince at home? Why didn't Jinping come over today?" Bijou replied, "The prince went out with 2 military officers. The princess came by earlier, but seeing you asleep, she didn't disturb you. She played with the little princess for quite a while before leaving." Xiangxiang responded with a sound and said, "Make something to eat, and later send someone to call her." She supported herself with Bijou to stand up and moved her legs a bit. Bijou was puzzled. "Madam, weren't you out with the prince? How did you come back like this?" Xiangxiang thought to herself, "If I wasn't out with your prince, would I have come back like this?" Not wanting to say much, she went to the kitchen. Knowing that the little girl, Xie Jinping, liked interesting food, Xiangxiang specially made some caramelized jujubes. First, she peeled and steamed the yam until soft, mashed it, coated it with glutinous rice flour, and filled it with red bean paste. She then deep-fried it in hot oil until golden, scooped it out, added sugar to the oil, and when it started bubbling slightly, poured the jujubes back in, coating them in sugar syrup before taking them out. At this point, the jujubes were bright in color, with a rich sugar coating, soft and delicious to eat. Sure enough, before she finished preparing the food, Xie Jinping rushed into the room like a dog that smelled something tasty. "Sister Xiangxiang," she exclaimed, almost hugging Xiangxiang's leg. Xiangxiang said, "There's smoke from the oil. Don't come in. Take the food outside first." Xie Jinping didn't enter, but grabbed a jujube with a spoon, blowing on it. Just then, someone outside called, "Prince." Xie Jinping's brows dropped, and she lost all appetite for the delicious food. She followed Xiangxiang to the door and knelt to greet Murong. Murong said, "Get up." Xiangxiang stood up, while Xie Jinping raised her eyebrows at her, signaling if she could leave first. Xiangxiang smiled and ignored her. She couldn't just keep avoiding him. After all, she was the princess. Murong glanced at Xie Jinping and, seeing her making faces at Xiangxiang, angrily said, "Get lost." Xie Jinping felt as if she had received a great pardon, wishing she could sprout wheels and roll away quickly. The servants in the room were also unsure of what to do, feeling a lot of pressure with the prince watching them work. They didn't even know how to add firewood. Xiangxiang said, "Prince, a gentleman stays away from the kitchen. You should go outside." Murong looked at her and said, "Prepare. We will go to Qimbi Forest tomorrow." Xiangxiang's legs almost gave way, and trembling, she asked, "Prince, what's in Qimbi Forest?" Murong replied, "There are plum blossoms." Xiangxiang almost pleaded, "Can I just look at the plum garden in the residence? I think the plum blossoms there are blooming quite well." What on earth is he trying to do? Killing someone without a trace? But why make it so difficult for her? Murong asked, "You don't want to go?" Xiangxiang hesitated and replied, I just think it's unnecessary to go outside. Anyway, they're all ready. I don't want to go. I just don't want to go with you." But she didn't dare say it out loud. Murong asked again, "You don't want to go?" Xiangxiang had to say, I want to go." Murong said, "Then prepare." Xiangxiang was on the verge of tears. Why was this happening? Can't I just break off a couple of branches to look at in the residence? Qimbi Forest is one of the famous scenic spots in Xiangxiang. Located on the outskirts of the city, covering nearly 100 acres. In spring, there are peach blossoms, in summer, lotus flowers, in autumn, yellow flowers, and in winter, plum blossoms. It is a great place for young men and women to go out and play. Many scholars and poets also visit to compose poems, and many famous pieces have been inspired here. Of course, Xiangxiang yearned for such a place. But thinking back, she had once yearned for Murong Temple as well, and suddenly felt no hope for Qianbi Forest at all. In the morning, she woke up very early, trembling as she waited for Murong Li to call her. However, he was still asleep, and it wasn't until the sun was high that Xiangxiang had already gotten up and was dressed when two older military officers arrived. Only then did Murong Li get up. After hearing about the prince taking his wife to Murong Temple, Lu Jingxi and Zheng Guochang collapsed in shock. After thinking it over, they decided to personally step in and help the prince arrange a beautiful outing. The first thing they decided was to determine the wake-up time. When Murong Li heard this, he said, "Do as you wish." So that morning, the two of them arrived at the prince's mansion and only inquired if the lady was already up before sending Guanju to invite her. Because Murong Li had mentioned the day before that Xiangxiang had brought a fur coat, along with some food and water prepared. She had to learn to take care of herself without anyone looking after her. If she could live a little better, she shouldn't let herself be miserable. If she truly fell ill, she wouldn't be able to take care of the child. She packed her things and went out, only to see a carriage waiting outside, which surprised her. The two military officers were advising their prince, "You need to help her onto the horse." "Oh no, not carry her onto the carriage, but extend your hand for her to hold onto to get on herself." Xiangxiang's face immediately darkened. "What are you all doing?" It turned out that the previous day's commotion was the prince testing his charm. She understood now. Sure enough, Murong Li strode to the carriage and extended his hand to Xiangxiang. Heart pounding, she grasped his hand, which was quite steady. She climbed into the carriage and heard some murmurs from outside. Xiangxiang wanted to eavesdrop, but their voices were too soft for her to catch anything. She was anxious, trying to gauge his temperament, wondering what it meant for them to come out and cheat like this. "At least let me hear a few words so I can react." But they didn't, and the driver cracked the whip, causing the carriage to slowly move forward. Murong Li didn't enter. He rode a horse, with two military officers following him. Among them, Lu Jingxi had brought along his favorite concubine. The two of them rode together, and he whispered to her, his beard brushing against her delicate cheek, making her giggle. Zheng Guochang leaned close to Murong Li and said, "Your Highness, look, this is what it means to ride together." Murong Li frowned. "What's the difference?" Zheng Guochang said with a bitter face, There's a bit. It's not like you whip the horse and gallop away." Murong Li understood. "You mean to go slower?" Zheng Guochang felt relieved. Yes. At least you got one point. Also, there's body language. When talking to her, you need to look into her eyes. If she seems happy, you should gradually make casual touches. Women usually respond more to the smallest details. When Murong Li entered the carriage, Xiangxiang instinctively shrank back a bit. The feeling of complete uncertainty about what was about to happen was terrifying. Trembling, she poured tea for Murong Li and said softly, "Prince tea." Murong Li glared at her and said, Xiangxiang was already scared, and seeing Murong Li staring at her intently made her hair stand on end. "Dad, Mom, can I go back?" This frightened, quail-like appearance fell into Murong Li's eyes, and he was puzzled by her demeanor. How could she not be happy? Then how could he casually touch her when she was sitting so far from him? However, Murong Li had his ways. His weapon was beside Xiangxiang. He pretended to reach for it, letting his hand brush against her arm. Xiangxiang trembled so much she almost wanted to vomit. Did he change his mind and want to kill her? No, that didn't seem right. Everything was fine when they left in the morning. Murong Li held the weapon in his hand, but couldn't do anything else, so he had to lower his head to wipe the long spear. The weapon, accustomed to drinking blood, had a faint metallic smell. Now polished to a shine, it gleamed coldly, giving off a chilling aura that startled anyone who saw it. A battle-hardened general, a robust warrior, lowered his head to wipe his gun, and every hair on him radiated a fierce, killing intent that warned others to stay away. Xiangxiang was almost curled up under the belly of the carriage. Let alone serving him, she didn't even dare to get close. Murong Li waited for a while, but there was no response at all, and finally stepped out of the carriage. Outside, his horse was being led by someone. He mounted the horse, and as soon as the two soldiers saw him holding a weapon, their faces turned pale. Murong coldly glared at him. Damn it. What are you stuttering for? Are you waiting for me to meow at you? Lu Jingxi's concubine also came from the Guilin courtyard in Jinyang City and was quite familiar with this prince. Hearing that he was coming out together with him made her fearful. Now, seeing him holding a spear with a fierce expression, she was already trembling. She turned to Lu Jingxi and whispered near his ear, "Sir, can I go back first? I'm scared." Lu Jingxi felt heartbroken and quickly comforted her. "It's okay. It's okay. If he wants to kill someone, he'll kill me first." "Ooh, I'm scared too." Xiangxiang finally managed to say a complete sentence. "Your Highness." "What is this?" "Madam, she secretly glanced at the curtain of the carriage. "Is she still alive?" Murong angrily replied. "She's shaking inside." "What a stupid idea. Damn it, I never knew you two were so useless. Could it be that there are really people under me who are just eating without contributing?" The two soldiers were wronged, and Xiangxiang felt even more wronged. Seeing him walk away with the spear, it seemed he didn't intend to kill her after all. So she finally sat up a little. Touching her forehead, she found it was covered in cold sweat. She pressed her ear against the wall of the carriage, trying very hard to hear what the two soldiers were saying, but the wind was too strong and the carriage was too noisy. No, she couldn't just sit and wait to die. She wiped her tears, lifted the curtain of the carriage, and softly said, "Your Highness?" Murong glared back and angrily asked, "What is it?" Xiangxiang shrank back but still mustered the courage to ask, "Your Highness, can you come in and share the carriage with me? I have never felt safer than when you're by my side. I surrender. Really, I've been kneeling the whole time. So please don't go overboard." She tried to soften her words, but before she could finish, Murong bluntly retorted with two words. "No time." "Damn it. Can't you see I'm trying to learn some experience and skills? Are you blind?" The two soldiers collapsed. Chapter 50. Official business. Xiangxiang was startled and quickly retreated into the carriage after dropping the curtain. Murong turned his head to look at his two attendants, wearing an expression that said, "I am listening." Lu Jingxi embraced his beloved concubine, thinking to himself, "My lord, with your illness, what is there to treat? Just eat whatever you want." Xiangxiang had a similar thought, but dare not say it. He chuckled for a while, rubbing his hands together, and said, "Your Highness, for now, it's best to return to the carriage. The arrangements at Xiangxiang have already been made, and by then, surely." He intended to say guaranteed, but the words turned into, "Perhaps it will make the lady happy." Murong did not notice the difference in his words and turned back to the carriage. When Xiangxiang saw him come in, she thought for a moment and cautiously sat beside him. Murong had nothing much to say to her. He lifted Xiangxiang and made her sit on his lap. Xiangxiang felt a bit shy and, fearing he might act inappropriately, tried her best to remain still. The two attendants outside were present, and if anything happened, they would definitely be listening intently. Murong seemed to be lost in thought, and Xiangxiang did not disturb him. Leaning in his arms, she soon fell into a light sleep. Murong listened to her peaceful breathing, the faint scent of flowers lingering at the tip of his nose. She liked to use various flowers to make fragrant liquids and would use a little when washing her hair or bathing. The fragrance was long-lasting, natural, and refreshing. He had never thought much of it before, just feeling that spending dozens of coins on a bottle of fragrant liquid on the street was unnecessary. But now that he was close, he found it quite pleasant. He held her like this and realized that holding her felt different from holding Lanyu. Lanyu would never be so obedient as to let him hold her like this. If she were here now, she would surely be like a swift horse racing through endless springtime. A trace of melancholy crossed his eyes. That year in Murong City. If he and T let her step forward, even if Murong City fell, at least he would have been able to retreat unscathed. A lost border city could be reclaimed, and the ultimate loss would only be the lives of the citizens of Murong City. He had never thought about this over the years, but at this moment, it suddenly came to mind. If time could be turned back to 9 years ago in Murong, could the city has 60 to 70,000 citizens really compare to Lanyu? His chest felt a bit tight. Some choices, from the moment he made the decision, he knew he would regret. Yet even if he could replay it 100 times, he could only choose this way. Regret. And there was no room for regret. He lowered his head and looked at the woman sleeping in his arms. The abandonment on the Jinji ancient road was the same. Even if it could be replayed 1,000 times, it could only be like this. How could he not know it would deplete all her reliance and hope? The past was bothersome, so he decided not to think about it. He rested his chin on her head and fell asleep. When they arrived at Xiangxiang, the two attendants outside lightly coughed and said, "Your Highness, Madame Xiang, we have arrived." Murong finally opened his eyes and saw that Xiangxiang was still asleep. He gently shook her, saying, "Get off the carriage." Xiangxiang immediately woke up. It was better to stay alert beside Murong. They both got off the carriage, and Murong strode inside. The attendants were accustomed to following him and walked alongside him without effort. However, Xiangxiang and Lu Jingxi's concubine were not so lucky. Xiangxiang was fine, as she had prepared and wore very comfortable cloth shoes when going out. Her dress was simple and neat. Though not luxurious, it was suitable for walking. But that concubine was heavily dressed, her accessories jingling. With a little run, her hairpins and ornaments were about to fall off. Lu Jingxi glanced a few times and finally said, "Your Highness, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but you need to slow down. Women may not necessarily keep up." Murong turned his head to take a look and saw Xiangxiang still following behind. Wasn't she keeping up? He asked Xiangxiang, "Are you struggling to keep up?" His voice was cold, and Xiangxiang stammered, It's okay." Murong nodded and turned to continue walking. The concubine really couldn't keep up, and Lu Jingxi stepped forward to carry her and hurried on. They finally arrived at the room that had been reserved earlier, where the attendants had prepared wine. A red clay stove was set up. Outside, the remaining snow had melted, and the plum blossoms were nearing the end of their blooming period, revealing their last beauty. Petals, like broken snow, occasionally drifted down in front of the window, filling the air like jade flakes. Xiangxiang was amazed by the sight of countless trees piled with clouds and forests drifting with snow. She extended her delicate hand, and the falling blossoms danced around her palm. It was her first time seeing such a magnificent plum grove, and at that moment, the smile on her face was warm and genuine. She thought to go under the trees, but just as she moved her feet, Murong said, "Let us go into the house first." The joy in her eyes diminished somewhat as she followed a few people into the house. Inside, there was a chain platform with an ancient zither placed on it. A modestly dressed maid brought in fruits, and in the distance, someone was playing the zither and flute, the melody swirling with the falling petals. Truly a wondrous sight. Xiangxiang entered the room and half squatted to heat the wine. The two attendants exchanged glances and said, "Your Highness, Madame Xiang should rest for a moment. We'll go out and arrange for lunch." Murong said, "Not so fast." The two attendants looked at each other and hesitated, asking, "Does your Highness have any further instructions?" Murong replied, "There is still some official business to attend to. It's not too late to consider other matters after that." Lu Jingxi turned pale upon hearing this. He was from a strategist background, and to describe Murong Li's official business in 4 words, it would be bloody violence. Zhang Guocheng was somewhat better. Although he was also a strategist, at least he was well-rounded. But with just him alone, he cautiously asked, "May I ask, Your Highness, what is the official business?" Murong replied, "The princess faction will not give up easily. They're likely waiting for an opportunity. You reserved the room and food here yesterday. They surely know about it. After the last assassination attempt on me failed, they have been inactive. But this time they shouldn't miss such a good chance." Zhang Guocheng's legs felt weak. "Your Highness, but here only the 2 of us can fight. And we still need to protect Madame Xiang, I'm afraid. Moreover, you intended to bring a woman here for a date. Do you think she would find this romantic?" Murong said, if it weren't for the absolute disadvantage, would he dare to act? Over the years, the Queen has trained many of his assassins and personal guards. If we can take out a few more, it will benefit us in the future. To deal with Murong, Murong Shun truly must send trusted subordinates and assassins. His reputation as a slaughterer is not to be taken lightly. Zhang Guocheng was almost in tears. But if we are at an absolute disadvantage, how can we have a chance of winning? Murong said, "Fortune favors the bold." Zhang Guocheng thought, what is the point of standing tall? We'll end up lying down sooner or later. Xiangxiang had understood earlier, but now she realized there would be another massacre. The room was unusually quiet, and everything around seemed normal. Murong instructed Lu Jingxi, "Check if there are any poisons or traps in the room." Lu Jingxi, being well-informed, was an expert in this area. Upon hearing this, he immediately took out silver needles and began checking the wine and fruits. Murong Li glanced at Xiangxiang and said, "If things start to get violent, just fall to the ground and pretend to be dead." Xiangxiang replied with an while Lu Jingxi's concubine had already turned pale, her hands and feet weak. Murong Li said nothing and sat down by the stove, drinking with Xiangxiang as usual. Before long, Lu Jingxi said, "Your Highness, there is a problem with the incense and the censer." How insidious. They mix the sedative into the lower layer, and as the incense burns down, the sedative will slowly seep out with the fragrance. It's impossible to guard against. Murong Li replied with an and after seeing him extinguish the incense, he raised his chin. "Come over and drink." Lu Jingxi really didn't want to come over, but eventually sat down after a while. Estimating that the time was almost up, Murong Li said, "Lie down." A few people pretended to be affected by the sedative and soon fell to the ground. Outside, someone tested the waters, and suddenly the sound of fighting broke out. Lu Jingxi was somewhat surprised and looked at Murong Li, asking if there were still people on her side. No one else came along this time. Murong Li did not answer. After thinking for a long time, his eyes suddenly brightened. The coachman that Murong Li always used. Outside, there were a few more sounds. Damn it, that guy turned out to be a master. Murong Shun had indeed put in a lot of effort this time. Last time, Murong Li had lost dozens of top experts due to the Yu Rang Bridge incident. He gritted his teeth in hatred and had been looking for an opportunity all along. Originally, the trip to Puwang Temple was the best chance. But he acted too quickly and had no prior preparations. He missed a golden opportunity. And at Kyambalin, he had actually booked a room in advance, of course. The prince had time to make arrangements. He was 90% sure that Murong Li had to die, with such a big chance of winning. He had to place a heavy bet. The first unexpected event was Murong Li's coachman. This guy, although he usually looked robust, didn't seem like someone who knew martial arts. Who would have thought that when it came to fighting, he was utterly unrelenting. After a prolonged battle, he ended up taking down 5 or 6 of his own men. The prince was furious and ordered people to shoot fire arrows into the room. Murong Li grabbed Xiangxiang, and Zheng Guangqing took his beloved concubine, leaping out of the window. Although Lu Jingxi was a strategist, he was still capable of escaping on his own. The few of them, though in a sorry state, were still relatively intact. The ground outside was soaked with melting snow, littered with fallen plum blossoms. Behind them, the wooden house was engulfed in flames, and they could even hear the sound of Qin and Xiao playing together. The coachman leaped a few times and soon reached Murong Li's side, handing him a precious sword from his waist. Murong Li took the sword in hand, and something suddenly surged up from the wet earth beneath them, like a wave crashing towards him. Murong Li swung his sword down. Xiangxiang did not follow. There was a red-painted round column in the corridor, thick enough for 2 people to embrace, and she hid behind it to avoid the arrows. Lu Jingxi's little concubine was at a loss, and Xiangxiang called her over, prompting her to stumble over to hide together. The wooden house behind them was ablaze, and it was about to reach their location. Xiangxiang pulled Lu Jingxi's little concubine to escape, just as they were looking for another place to take shelter when a man in black charged in front of them. And Murong Li swiftly struck with his sword. The black-clad man split from head to chest, and blood, brain matter, and entrails flowed out before the 2 women. The black-clad man blinked his eyes, and only after a moment did he finally die. Lu Jingxi's little concubine's lips moved, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Seeing this, Xiangxiang decided to feign unconsciousness as well. Outside, there was an increasing number of people. The entire plum grove was filled with the sound of weapons clashing. Xiangxiang lay in the damp earth, which was just beginning to thaw, occasionally observing the battlefield. The split corpse of the black-clad man lay beside her. She could do nothing but try her best not to be a hindrance. Murong Li glanced back and saw her temporarily safe, so he no longer cared about her. The black-clad man's eyes were still wide open. His blood flowed in twisted streams, staining the fallen plum blossoms, creating a shocking and tragic sight. Fear felt like a slowly permeating taste on her tongue, and she had a long time to savor it. Suddenly, she yearned to go home so much. Unfortunately, she could no longer hide beneath her parents' knees like when she was a child. More and more people arrived outside. Murong Li's subordinates had come, but Xiangxiang did not open her eyes to see who they were. She didn't want to open her eyes to look at those already unfocused pupils. She didn't know how long it had been, but gradually there was no more sound around her. Xiangxiang got up and saw Lu Jingxi running over, first picking up his beloved concubine, and then saying to Xiangxiang, "Madam, please come with me." Xiangxiang whispered, "Can I go back?" Lu Jingxi hesitated, saying, "Madam Xiang, the prince wants to take you to enjoy the flowers in Kyambalin. We just arrived. If we leave right away, I'm afraid he won't be happy." Xiangxiang said, "My clothes are wet. I want to go back." Lu Jingxi replied, I dare not make that decision. Why don't you ask the prince?" Xiangxiang had no choice but to follow him. After walking a few steps, she suddenly leaned against a plum tree and vomited. She hadn't had time to eat anything, so there was nothing to vomit. She struggled to keep up with Lu Jingxi, who didn't dare to support her, though he was worried and just let her follow. When they finally reached the room, Murong was speaking with Murong Bo. Xiangxiang gathered her skirts and bowed. Murong Bo noticed her wet clothes and told her to sit by the warm stove. He also ordered someone to fetch her clothes. Xiangxiang only felt dizzy. She had been lying in the damp ground for such a long time, and after being startled, she had indeed caught a chill. Outside, someone was counting the casualties. Whatever was said, Murong Bo replied, but she did not hear clearly. After Murong, Li counted the casualties. He and Murong Bo discussed what to report to the Yin King before finally turning to Xiangxiang and saying, "Let's go. I'll take you to see the flowers." Xiangxiang had no choice but to follow him. He still walked very quickly, while Lu Jingxi was taking care of his little concubine. Zheng Guangqing stayed behind to help Murong Bo clean up the battlefield. Murong Li took Xiangxiang through the plum grove, but she only felt a cold discomfort in her stomach. Murong Li wanted to take her up Plum Mountain, which had naturally weathered plum blossom stones, one of the scenic spots in the plum grove. Xiangxiang wanted to insist, but her clothes were already wet, and after being roasted by the fire, the cold wind blew against her, chilling her to the bone. Her shoes and socks had long since gotten wet, and her toes were numb. After forcing herself to walk a few more steps, she suddenly stumbled. Murong Li turned around to catch her, only to see her eyes tightly closed. He gently shook her. "What's wrong?" Xiangxiang's lips moved slightly, as if trying to say something, but her voice was extremely low. Murong Li leaned in closer and heard her softly say, "I want to go home." Murong Li replied, "Why didn't you say so earlier? I'll take you back now." But then he heard her whisper, "Daddy, Mommy, I want to go home." He was taken aback. Chapter 51. Hometown Xiangxiang often had nightmares. Every time she closed her eyes at night, she would see that figure in black with a head split in two. It seemed as if his blood had stained her sleeves, dyeing the withered plum blossoms red, waking her in fright. In her dreams, he remained still, and she could not wake up, her breathing growing increasingly difficult, yet she could only struggle hopelessly again and again. After experiencing this many times, she began to sleep poorly at night. Not long after, she truly fell ill. The doctor she consulted said it was due to shock and catching a cold. Xiangxiang took her medicine diligently every day, but her condition did not improve. Murong Li stayed with her for 2 nights, and seeing that she could not sleep soundly at night, he said, "I will take you back to Lingji County." Xiangxiang actually did not want to go back at this time. She was seriously ill, and her complexion must have been very poor. If her parents saw her, they would surely be worried. Murong Li sneered, "If you die from your illness, then die in front of them." Xiangxiang sighed, knowing she could not win against him, and stopped speaking. So she thought again, she could not keep being ill like this. Perhaps going out for a walk would help. She also wanted to recover soon. She could not just lie here indefinitely. If she accidentally died from her illness, who would take care of her daughter? The family already had a legitimate wife, but Jean Ping was still young and lacked cunning, making it hard for her to protect herself. Would Murong Li remain loyal to her? Sooner or later, he would have many wives and concubines. By then, Xiangxiang, a concubine's daughter without a mother, how would she survive? The next day, Murong Li had a carriage prepared and asked Xiangxiang if she wanted to bring Xiangxiang along. Xiangxiang softly replied, "I have been ill. If I pass my sickness to her, it wouldn't be good. Let's not bring her." Murong Li nodded and said nothing more, ordering the departure. The carriage was spacious, with a bed inside. Xiangxiang lay down, and she actually did not want to leave Xiangxiang behind. The maid could take care of her. Her father had never seen her, and her mother had only seen her when she was just born. If she brought them back, they would surely be overjoyed. However, would he have official business this time as well? She really did not want her child to face any danger, so it was better not to bring her. Staying safely in the Wangfu was the best. The journey from Jinyang City to Lingji County took about half a month. Usually, Murong would ride alone, traveling day and night at his own pace. But now that Xiangxiang was ill, he knew there was no need to rush. They would travel by day and rest at night. Once Xiangxiang left the Wangfu, the daytime travel was tiring, but her sleep improved somewhat. After hurrying along, they finally arrived at Lingji County. Upon seeing the city gates, Xiangxiang couldn't help but feel a bit excited. I'm back. At the Guo family's tofu shop, Guotian and his wife were opening for business. The place was bustling with customers, and the shop had expanded several times. They had also hired quite a few waiters, who were all quite nimble. Just as they were busy, someone suddenly reported, Master Guo, Prince Sun has brought Lady Xiang back to visit her family. They have already entered the city. Quickly, stop what you're doing and go out to welcome them. Upon hearing this, Guotian was overjoyed and hurriedly took his wife, Guochun, to welcome them. This time, Murong Li's return was different from the last when he was on a mission to eliminate bandits. He wasn't bringing troops, but was instead using the prince's ceremonial retinue. Although there were not as many people as during the bandit suppression, the display was still imposing. Even before entering the city, half of Lingji County was already in an uproar. The common people lined the streets to watch. The prince bringing Lady Xiang back to visit her family was certainly more interesting than coming to eliminate bandits. Many people eagerly gathered to catch a glimpse of Lady Xiang. Lingji County, being remote and a small place, had not seen a noble person in 100 years. The Guo family must have struck gold, with their daughter marrying into the royal family. Now, Prince Sun was bringing her back for a family visit. Even as a princess, Prince Sun directly skipped the customary gifts for visiting her family. The local government officials, who had not been informed earlier, hurried over to welcome them at this moment. Murong looked around and noticed that Han Su was not with them. He immediately frowned. He was most impatient with dealing with these officials. Listening to their pompous talk was truly the most boring thing. He promptly said, all formalities are waived, go back. The officials dared not oppose him and knew that this prince did not like empty ceremonies. They sent someone to the Guo family tofu shop to see what needed to be prepared while they returned to report to their superiors. The carriage entered the city and didn't go far before Guotian came forward, bowing deeply. Your Highness. Murong Li, sitting atop his horse, nodded, get up. Xiangxiang heard her father's voice and immediately lifted the curtain of the carriage. Father! If it weren't for the carriage, she would have rushed out immediately. Guotian quickly signaled her to be careful, repeatedly saying, don't be rude, we can talk later. As he spoke, he followed behind the carriage. Murong was accompanied by Tao Yiji this time. He was considerate and immediately ordered people to prepare a small sedan chair to carry Master Guo back to the tofu shop. Xiangxiang, in the sedan chair, could hear the murmurs of admiration and envy from the onlookers. The richly adorned carriage stopped at the entrance of the Guo family tofu shop. Due to the recent spring rains, the ground was still wet. Tao Yiji had already arrived first and ordered a carpet to be laid out. The maid, Xiang Wan, helped Xiangxiang down from the carriage. She was wearing a long skirt made of smoke and mist brocade that trailed on the ground. Her hair styled in a cross bun, adorned with jewels, each piece showcasing royal nobility and dignity. Guo Tian, following the prince and his daughter into the shop, could hardly believe that the child before him was no longer the little girl he once held in his arms. She had grown into a dignified and beautiful young woman, and although there was a hint of unfamiliarity, there was more pride and satisfaction. The royal family's environment had gradually transformed her from a delicate girl into a poised and elegant noblewoman. Guochun was not present, and just as Xiangxiang was about to ask, Guotian smiled and said, I suddenly heard you were coming back, and your mother hurried to tidy up your room. When she heard you were coming back with the prince, she wouldn't listen. Xiangxiang's eyes glistened with tears, her makeup slightly heavy, concealing her illness. Your Highness, I want to go home first and see my mother. Murong replied, that's good. She has a mother and can see her whenever she wants. Outside the shop, many people were still gathered. Guotian went out and loudly announced, "Today, all customers at the tofu shop can eat for free as my gratitude to the neighbors for their support." A cheer arose from outside, and more people entered the shop. Guotian instructed the waiters to look after the shop while he led Murong, Li, and Xiangxiang back to their current residence. This was Xiangxiang's first time here. The residence was not large, but was very neat. It was evident that the owner must be a hard-working person. Murong Li waited in the main hall for tea, while Guotian and her daughter almost embraced each other. Then she wiped her tears and greeted Murong Li. Murong Li spoke with Guotian while Guotian pulled Xiangxiang into the inner room. "Knowing you were coming back, I hurried to tidy up your room. Can you stay here today?" Xiangxiang replied, "I need to ask the prince." Guotian held her hand and said, "Why are your hands so cold? Did you catch a cold?" Xiangxiang shook her head repeatedly. "No, I'm fine." The mother and daughter chatted as they entered the inner room. Guotian also gave her a hot water bottle to warm her hands. Just as they were talking, someone outside suddenly said, "Master Guo, there's a man outside claiming to be Ming Yuqing, asking to see you." Guotian pulled Xiangxiang, indicating for her not to pay attention. Guotian had already gone out, not allowing anyone to enter, probably handling it with a few words. One after another, more people arrived. Some were neighbors Xiangxiang recognized, while others were not so familiar. As she saw various faces, the sky gradually darkened. As dusk fell, the bright moon slowly peeked out. It seemed this was what they called returning home in glory, coming back to one's roots. The moonlight that flowed through her childhood dreams was still as clear and serene as water. Years later, if I cup it in my hands, will it still be able to shield me from fear and suffering and heal my worries? Chapter 52. Heart to heart, the local official had prepared guest house, and at this moment, they had been waiting outside for a long time. Xiangxiang was still talking to Guotian, and upon seeing the situation, she softly said, "Your Highness, can I stay at home tonight?" Murong Li then spoke to the waiting local official, Tao Yiji, lead everyone to the guest house to settle down. "This time, I came with my beloved to visit my family, so I will stay at the Guo family." It was the first time he used the term beloved, and he felt a bit nauseated, almost wanting to vomit. However, he disliked all the humble terms like my wife or my concubine, as he believed his woman was the best. Why should he use derogatory terms in front of others? Do they think they are so important? The local official didn't dare to say much more. If the prince wanted to stay at the Guo family, then so be it. This prince was not to be trifled with, so it was best to let him be happy. Guotian thought that Murong Li would definitely go to the guest house, as he didn't seem like someone who was close to the common people. But hearing this, he realized that he was also going to stay at the Guo family. As the head of the family, he couldn't leave the prince to fend for himself. He just gave Guotian a look, signaling her to hurry and prepare. Guotian was anxious. After all these years, when had they ever hosted a prince? What on earth should they prepare? She couldn't care less about chatting with Xiangxiang and pulled her aside to whisper, "I just found out you were back this afternoon, and the house is not prepared at all. Your mother has been busy for a long time and only tidied up your room." Seeing her mother was genuinely anxious, Xiangxiang quickly comforted her. "Mother, don't worry. I'll speak to the prince. If it's really not possible, I'll let him go back to the guest house." Guotian was flustered. "He won't think we were trying to chase him away, will he? This really..." Xiangxiang walked over, and Murong Li was drinking tea with Guotian. Initially, Guotian was forcing a smile and saying a few words, but eventually, he ran out of topics to discuss. Murong Li rarely spoke. Whatever Guotian said, he just responded with MM. He didn't know that the fact that this prince could respond with a simple MM was already a sign of goodwill towards him as his father-in-law. Usually, apart from the Yin Wang and Shu Fei, who could have a conversation with him where he would respond. He also knew that Xiangxiang had come back with great difficulty, and seeing that she wasn't feeling well, he didn't want to embarrass her parents. Xiangxiang stood beside him and softly said, "Your Highness, we returned in a hurry, and my parents didn't have time to prepare." Before she finished speaking, Murong Li asked, "Is it more rushed than marching in a battle?" Xiangxiang thought about it and realized it wasn't that bad, so she replied, "No, it's just that it might not be very thorough." "Your Highness, do you want to go back to the guest house instead?" Murong Li said, "Then you should tidy up and go back to the guest house." Damn it, what does this mean? This look of trying to chase me away. His expression had already darkened. He was unhappy. "Here I am, far away, putting aside a pile of matters to accompany you back to this remote little county, sitting with a tofu seller for half a day, and you all, one after another, not only are ungrateful, but also dare not let me stay. Do you think life is too long? Xiangxiang quickly said, Your Highness, as long as you don't mind it being simple. Her voice had lowered, indicating a plea. No matter what, she didn't want him to lose his temper here. Her parents are common folk and would be frightened. Murong snorted. All right, since your attitude is decent. He said, just keep it simple. Xiangxiang breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he was determined to stay, and she no longer persuaded him. She lightly bowed and said yes. Murong noticed that she seemed to have lost weight recently and couldn't help but say, If you're tired, just rest. With relatives and neighbors around, can you really greet everyone? Xiangxiang replied. And after all, she was back home, feeling happy and not particularly tired. Looking at her father, whose forehead was already sweating. She knew it wasn't easy for him, but there was nothing to be done. She couldn't just talk to her mother and leave Murong out. She went to help Guochun prepare dinner, and the two of them, being skilled, chatted and laughed as they worked together. Meanwhile, the son-in-law and father-in-law were like two silent gourds. Guotian struggled to find something to talk about and eventually ran out of things to say. Murong, however, didn't find it awkward. He just thought this man was so annoying. No, he couldn't just turn and walk away. All right, you talk. I'll see how long you can keep it up. Tao Yiji first arranged the accompanying servants at the guest house and then hurriedly brought people out. Fearing that the Guo family hadn't prepared, he ordered a banquet from the most famous restaurant in Lingji County, knowing that Xiangxiang loved home-cooked meals. He also brought a lot of ingredients. Then he sent someone to buy bedding, bed curtains, and so on, worrying that Murong might not be used to the Guo family's bedding. Although Murong was very likely to adapt as a second manager. How could you not take care of these matters? You don't want to go home to eat yourself, do you? Even if there's nothing to do. You have to keep busy. Before the banquet arrived, Xiangxiang and Guochun had already set the dinner on the table. Guochun was initially very anxious since there were no servants in the house, due to the lack of help. Guiyang had gone to the county to learn martial arts from the training instructor and rarely came back. She thought that just the two of them, her and Guotian, wouldn't need anyone to serve them. But when it came time to really get busy, there weren't enough hands. She couldn't just rely on Xiangxiang to buy things, right? Just as she was worried, Xiangxiang looked at what was in the kitchen, feeling very happy. She first took out the sausages that Guochun had made herself, sliced them, and prepared a sausage rice dish. This was very simple. The sausage was sliced, ginger was shredded, and scallions were chopped. When the rice was half cooked, the sausage, ginger, and scallions were added in. Then, they continued to steam it until cooked, poured on the seasoning, and steamed it until flavorful. Next, they took pork tenderloin, cut it into strips, marinated it well, and skewered it with small bamboo sticks. They heated the pan, added oil, and when the oil was hot, they put the skewered meat into the pan, frying it until slightly yellow before taking out to drain. Then they used the oil in the pan to saute ginger, garlic, peanuts, sesame seeds, etc., and added the meat skewers back into the pan, stir-frying everything and serving it out. Guochun watched from the side, very worried. My daughter, will these small dishes be to the prince's liking? Xiangxiang said, I made these the same way at home. Should not mind. Only then did Guochun feel a bit relieved, and the two of them made more dishes. Shredded ginger chicken and a pig's trotter with white radish and peanut stew. Guochun wanted to continue cooking, but Xiangxiang said, That's enough, mother, we can't eat too much. Guochun still cared for her daughter, saying, Make a few more. Even if the prince is magnanimous and doesn't mind, we can't let him feel we are intentionally neglecting him. If he really gets angry, it will be difficult for my daughter. When the dishes were served on the table, they were quite abundant, with both hot and cold dishes. Guotian let Murong sit at the head of the table, and Murong didn't find anything wrong with it. Sitting wherever was the same. Xiangxiang had to sit next to him, still worried that he might be unhappy, and took a plate to serve him food. Murong wasn't used to someone serving him during meals, and Guotian quickly noticed. He ate very quickly, but his posture wasn't bad. After all, he was a prince, and his inherent nobility still showed. He finished 2 bowls of rice in a few bites, placed the bowl down, and everyone felt awkward, wondering whether they should continue eating or clear the table. Murong, however, didn't care at all and said, Get water. Xiangxiang immediately stood up, and Murong frowned slightly, realizing the servants had been sent back to the guest house. He knew Xiangxiang was unwell, but said, "I'll go myself." Guotian and Guochun couldn't let him go by himself. Guochun immediately rushed to the well, saying, "Your Highness, just rest." "Wait," just as she was about to say, "I'll boil some hot water for you." Murong had already brought up a bucket of well water, asking, "Where can I bathe?" Xiangxiang had already come over and exchanged glances with Guochun, who had no choice but to lead Murong into Xiangxiang's room. At that moment, Tao Yiji finally brought all the daily necessities he had purchased. Guotian and his wife didn't know whether they should continue eating or wait for Murong to finish his bath. After all, everyone had really hardly eaten anything, and with his speed, sigh, even in the army, few people were willing to eat with him. You just picked up your chopsticks to take some dishes, and before you could even start eating, he was already finished. You followed him to do things, or continued eating. Xiangxiang entered the room with Murong and saw that everything inside was brand new. She immediately understood that the Guo family had truly been busy since they heard she was going home, and she couldn't help but feel very distressed. Murong, however, thought this was only natural. Just because Lingji County is remote, it's not like it's a wilderness. Does the prince really need to use old things? He poured water into the brand new silkworm-patterned gold-washed bath, disregarding the temperature, and directly intended to bathe. Outside, Guotian had already helped Guo Chen's family bring in a bucket of hot water, saying, "Your Highness, it's cool outside. It's better to add some hot water." Murong didn't care. The temperature in Pingdugwen at night is no colder than now, right? Which soldier hasn't poured a bucket of ice water over themselves? But Xiangxiang had already mixed in the hot water, and he didn't say anything, only looking at Guotian. Guotian understood his meaning and immediately turned to exit, conveniently closing the door behind him. Xiangxiang served Murong as he took off his clothes, and when he got into the bath, she gently scrubbed his back from behind. Murong closed his eyes, feeling the delicate hands and the warmth of the water massaging every part of his body. After a long while, Xiangxiang softly asked, "Is the water cool?" Murong suddenly said, "In these past few years, I haven't had any other women by my side." Xiangxiang was taken aback, but he continued, "So I don't know if treating you like this is good or bad. The last time I truly cared for a woman was before I turned 17. Even if I constantly think about it, it still feels like a distant memory." He said, "If you need something, whether I give it to you is my business. But you can let me know." Xiangxiang was stunned. Murong closed his mouth again, as if he hadn't said anything at all. Damn it. Sharing feelings with a woman is so embarrassing. Chapter 53. Listening to the play, it was the first time Xiangxiang heard him say such things, and she suddenly understood the purpose behind his recent, completely puzzling behavior. It turned out he was almost clumsily trying to get closer. Xiangxiang was not someone who liked to get entangled in dilemmas. Following Murong, Li was not her choice from the beginning. But being kidnapped by bandits and sold to a foreign tribe, was that her choice? Murong had no obligation to save her, and if he hadn't reached out, would her outcome have been better than it is now? Certainly not. She might have long been a pile of bones. The days after following him weren't always satisfying. But she didn't hate him. He was not lacking in integrity and righteousness. Yet he calculated contributions and gains as if they needed to be equal in status. From the start, she and he did not stand on the same line. How could it be equal? You can demand fairness, hope for justice and equity, but who will grant it when you can't see the divine 3 feet above your head? The only choice left for a person is to resist with death or to silently accept their fate. Xiangxiang had never considered resisting with death. Initially because she knew she could go back to her parents. They would continue to care for her, as before, cherish her. Later, when she followed Murong, there was a moment when she wished to die, but it was out of fear of something worse. Most of the time, she was trying to make her life better. She spent most of her time on trivial matters, planting flowers, brewing wine, and her days were neither good nor bad. Later, she had a daughter, like a pearl that finally appeared after sifting through the sands of time. She held it carefully in her palms, ignoring all grievances, as long as her daughter smiled. She felt joy. A small person's life doesn't have much integrity. Yet, striving to survive is not a mistake, right? Then came the hasty escape. She was forced to leave this little pearl behind and followed Murong away. In the end, she was abandoned on the ancient road from Jin to Ji. Watching him leave with Su Jing. Although she didn't resent him, she suddenly understood that she was still like a drifting reed with no branch to rely on. She was attached to Han Su. When she was hiding like a startled bird in the dead silence of the forest, this man appeared by her side, gently calling her name. I don't know if it counts as love, but at least the 17-year-old girl suddenly found her heart beating. Yet the illusion tore apart, and the beautiful dream was easily awakened. She returned to her daughter and discovered that this pearl, which she regarded as the light of her life, could be taken away by a single word from Murong. So she began to explore his character, trying to cope better. She hadn't expected Murong to say such words. She didn't know if it was good or bad for her. She also didn't know, but she was tactful. She was just his concubine. If one had to calculate love, contribution, and a lifetime of togetherness, wouldn't that be too pretentious and too overreaching? Now that he was being kind, she certainly had to respond with warmth and gratitude. She softly said, Xiangxiang is the daughter of a small household. Being able to accompany the prince is already the prince's favor. Xiangxiang is grateful to the prince. In this life, I only wish to nurture the little princess and accompany the prince, not daring to ask for anything else. No matter what is in your basket, I only want my daughter, just her. Murong felt that was good enough. Well, she said a lifetime. Isn't that enough? Xiangxiang helped him out of the bath, handed him a towel, and took over a change of clothes for him. Besides Xianyuan, what else could I hope for? Use my heart to exchange for your love. Your love has national righteousness above and jewels before you, and there's a legitimate wife in the hall. What am I? I don't resent it, but I don't want it either. Outside, Tao Iji requested to see him, and Murong went out. Guochen's family came in and tidied up the room for a while. Everything else was fine, but the bed was a small one arranged like a woman's boudoir. How big can a bed be? Guochen was very worried, while Xiangxiang didn't mind, pulling her to the table for a family meal. Guochen was still mumbling. The meals the Prince of Sun eats, how can he endure it for long? Xiangxiang laughed. It's always been like this. Who would dare say he can't? Guotian asked, Xiangxiang, how have you been in the palace these days? Xiangxiang was slightly taken aback and said, Father, I'm doing well. Do I look like I'm not well? Guotian nodded and said, That's good. I can finally rest assured. At first, I didn't let you enter the palace because I was afraid you wouldn't get used to the life in a deep courtyard. Now seeing my son like this, I'm glad I didn't let you. Just as he was about to mention Ma Jingshan again, Guochen quickly said, Old man, now that Xiangxiang is the prince's concubine, her reputation is of utmost importance. It wouldn't be appropriate to bring up past matters. Guotian also came back to his senses and laughed. Look at me, I'm so happy I can't control my mouth. Xiangxiang said, It's nothing. It's worth it for mother to be so careful. Guochen said, You're already someone else's wife, and with such a status, you need to be even more careful in everything to avoid giving others a handle. Xiangxiang, serve her some dishes, got it? The dishes made by my daughter can't even block your mouth. After the family finished eating, Tao Iji had already instructed the servants to arrange all the purchased items. It was still early, and Murong didn't sleep this early. He asked Xiangxiang, Shall we go for a walk? Xiangxiang softly said for the first time, Your Highness, I'm tired. Murong raised an eyebrow, about to get angry that he wanted to take her out for a walk, and she actually dared to say she was tired. But after a moment, he felt that his previous words had some effect. Moreover, she had not been well these days. Traveling and returning home was more exhausting. So it seemed reasonable that she was tired. He said, Then sleep. Xiangxiang said, If the prince is interested in a stroll, my father is very familiar with this area. Before she finished her sentence, Murong interrupted, Shut up. Who wants to go night wandering with your father, hum? He followed Xiangxiang into the room, and she went through her own washing routine. Murong lay on the bed, looking at the tassels of the canopy above, which were a light rice color. The bed was a bit small. With his tall stature, he almost occupied the entire bed. Just stretching his legs could kick the carved foot of the bed. When Xiangxiang finished bathing and came out, she saw Murong lying on a bed that was about the same size as hers, and she found it quite amusing. She took off her shoes and climbed into bed, snuggling into his arms. Murong held her tightly, Xiangxiang was indeed exhausted and, fearing he might do something inappropriate, quickly pretended to be asleep. Murong snorted coldly, thinking, is this little trick enough to fool me? He didn't expose her pretense, just stared at her. Xiangxiang gradually fell into a deep sleep, her breathing becoming heavier. Murong continued to gaze at the tassels on the canopy, thinking that holding her like this should prevent her from having nightmares, right? No matter how one dies, it's just a corpse. What is there to be so scared of? He then touched her small hand, feeling that, well, such small hands and feet, being a bit timid is normal, right? Xiangxiang slept soundly until the next morning when the sun had already risen above the windowsill. Murong had long gotten up, practiced martial arts, and then went to the inn, reportedly to search for the sea eagle with Tao Yiji and the others. For the first time, Xiangxiang felt well rested. Guichun came in, smiling. You're already a mother, yet still so greedy for sleep. Xiangxiang clung to her neck and coquettishly said, my daughter also loves to sleep. Why can't my mother's daughter sleep a little longer? Guichun smiled brightly. Get up now, wash your face. Your sister and brother are back. Xiangxiang hurriedly washed her face, and before she could go out, she heard laughter outside. The three siblings met, filled with a mix of joy and sorrow. Murong brought Xiangxiang a fortune lock and made many little clothes. Xiangxiang laughed. Where would she wear so many? Murong said, whether you wear them or not is up to you. Making them is my intention. Unfortunately, I didn't bring them back, as your aunt. I don't know when I could see you again. Guiyang was excited. Eldest sister, second sister, I learned several moves from my master. Let me show you. Saying this, he went to the courtyard and demonstrated some boxing moves. Murong remarked, at this rate, our family will produce a martial scholar. Guiyang said, once I master my skills and grow up a bit, I'll serve under the prince. He now knew to call him prince and not brother-in-law anymore, having been reprimanded by Guitian for that. Xiangxiang was taken aback and said, children shouldn't joke about such things. Can one really joke about life and death? You are the only heir of the Guo family. According to the laws of Dian, only heirs are exempt from military service and labor. Guiyang immediately protested. A man must protect his home and country. That is only natural. Can I avoid danger because it's risky? I'm not a coward. Before Xiangxiang could say more, Murong interrupted, you little chick. Talking about protecting home and country. Hurry up and wash your hand for dinner. Guiyang cheered and came over to eat. Xiangxiang sighed, really? Does he want to join the army? To serve under him? After breakfast, Guiyang mentioned a newly opened opera troupe in the county town. Murong hadn't returned yet, and they had likely gone out hunting with the sea eagle. It would be a while before they came back. Murong suggested, since there is nothing to do at home, why don't we go watch a play? Xiangxiang wanted to go, but Guochun said, we're all women. What is the point of going out to watch plays? If you really want to listen to one, we can invite someone to sing at home to avoid gossip. Guiyang argued, if we invite someone home, they need to have time. They definitely can't come today. Seeing that both of them were interested, Xiangxiang said, it's just listening to a play. It's nothing. Guochun saw that all three children wanted to go, so she said, let your father accompany you. But you must not run around. Guiyang cheered, and Murong exchanged smiles with Xiangxiang as the two sisters held hands and went out. The spring weather outside was just right, with peach blossoms subtly budding, and the earth was golden. Guitian knew that his daughter's status was different now, so he directly booked a private room on the second floor of the theater. Xiangxiang sat down, her view directly facing the stage. Before the performance started, Guitian ordered tea and fruits, letting his children wait there. He also reminded Guiyang to take good care of his two sisters. It was Xiangxiang's first time here, and she couldn't help but look around curiously. While she was watching, she suddenly noticed a gaze from the first floor directly looking at her. Xiangxiang was startled. When she focused to look back, she realized it was Yuqing. Standing next to Yuqing was a woman, presumably the girl from the Su family he married last year. That gaze was so intense that Xiangxiang felt a bit awkward and displeased, so she turned away. Yuqing was momentarily lost in thought. On that day, Xiangxiang wore a floor-length dress made of fine snow gauze, draped in a lotus-green cloak. Her hair styled in a lily bun. She had a pearl hairpin and wore gold earrings inlaid with East pearls, all specially made from the Wang family. Each piece bore the mark of the Sun Wang mansion and was not cheap. Yuqing looked up at her, feeling a sense of awe as if he were looking up at a mountain, making the Sioux girl beside him seem worthless in comparison. Chapter 54. Heaven and Earth for a man like Xiangxiang. When things are within reach and easily accessible, he doesn't find them particularly rare. Back when Xiangxiang was close to him, they were like childhood sweethearts. Although the Guo family had strict teachings, the two of them didn't dare to overstep boundaries. But he knew that this girl would eventually belong to him. Therefore, even though he often heard people talk about how beautiful and virtuous Xiangxiang was, he didn't think it was anything particularly precious. Later, when Xiangxiang was kidnapped by bandits, he felt sad. But he didn't have that kind of constant worry day and night. When Xiangxiang returned, he still felt deep down that this person was his. The old Guo family couldn't come to terms with it for a while, and in the end, they had to come to him for help. Upon learning that Xiangxiang had promised to marry Ma Jingshan, he went to Ma Jingshan and said a few sarcastic remarks. In a moment of anger, he felt that if she didn't marry him, she could only marry such a man, becoming a concubine and filling a room. The children would all belong to someone else. Why bother to gamble with him? Moreover, she had already ruined her purity. Even if he married a legitimate wife, he would still be willing to take her as a concubine, living under the scrutiny of others. Wasn't that still a kindness towards her? Thus, despite the repeated setbacks, he always believed that Xiangxiang was just sulking with him, merely something he didn't want. Whenever he wanted, with just a few sweet words, he could take her back at any time. Until Murong appeared, he discovered that this thing that originally belonged to him suddenly became a bit unfamiliar. When he first heard that the prince wanted to take Xiangxiang as a concubine, he held a sneering thought. Did you really think someone like him could look at you? Right now, it seems glorious, but in a few days, he will be sent back home. And let us see if you wouldn't come begging me. At that time, before his eyes, Xiangxiang was already being kicked out of the prince's residence, returning to the Guo family in a downtrodden state. Guotian came to him, kneeling on both knees, pleading for him to take in his daughter. Guo Xiangxiang looked at him, tears streaming down her face, crying out, "Brother Xiangxiang, I was blinded before, unable to see your true feelings for me. Now I understand, and I am willing to be your servant." Every time he dreamt like this, he would dream of her tender, onion-like little hands, and when she smiled, there would be a small dimple on her right cheek. In the end, without exception, it would turn into a spring dream. However, things seemed to not develop in the direction he anticipated. After Xiangxiang married into the prince's residence, the Guo family had one person ascend, and they enjoyed great fortune. First, when Ma Jingshan went to Jinyang City for business, he took a lot of things over at Guotian's request. Ma Jingshan was an honest man, and when he returned, he painted a grand picture of the prince's residence. For a remote county like Xiangxiang, the most impressive sights were just the residences of the provincial officials and a few gentry. However, compared to the prince's residence, or these, with his words, everyone envied the Guo family even more. He openly flattered them while secretly observing with cold eyes. The old lady of the Yu family also cursed various little courtesans and loose women. On one hand, they didn't dare to offend the Guo family, and every time they sent something to Guotian, Guotian would always return it politely, which made Xiangxiang even more furious. Not long after, news came from Jinyang City that Xiangxiang was pregnant and had gone to the palace to nurture her pregnancy. He was even more furious. Later, when Guotian went to the prince's residence to take care of her, when the prince's residence sent someone to pick her up, that carriage and the grand setup, he couldn't help but hear everywhere people talking about it, which made him seethe with anger. Such a strange person. Even though he hated it to the bone, he did not wish for Xiangxiang to be killed. He still thought about her returning in a downtrodden state, watching how well he was living with the girl from the Sioux family. After that, he heard about Murong Li and Murong Bo fleeing from Jinyang City, and at that moment, he was filled with excitement, thinking that as a concubine of a rebel prince, wouldn't she end up homeless? The prince? Losing his title and power, what use is he? He might as well be a stable commoner like me. He kept stretching his neck, eagerly waiting for a rainy night when Xiangxiang would come back, drenched and crying at their door. This time the content of the dream changed. If you dare to come back, I will hand you over to the authorities. Just when you were taken away, I naturally had to scold you in person. You unchaste woman, only knowing how to cling to the powerful. now you know to come begging me? Regretted in prison. However, Xiangxiang did not come. Although the Guo family was no longer as bustling as before, it did not show signs of decline. As long as Murong was not dead, who would dare to move against the Guo family? After waiting for some days, for some reason, news came from Jinyang City that King Kong and King Sun had returned to court, and everything was peaceful again. Yu-Qing was puzzled. Wasn't he had said that they were plotting rebellion? How could they just drop it like that? This emperor is too childish. Until this time, when Xiangxiang returned to visit her family. Yu-Qing suddenly realized that the Xiangxiang in his imagination was quite different from the Xiangxiang before his eyes. The Xiangxiang he remembered was still the delicate beauty in a linen skirt from the tofu shop. Although she was pure and lovely, she was approachable. But now Xiangxiang wore luxurious clothes, adorned with jewels, and although her appearance hadn't changed much, that aura made him feel an inexplicable mix of anger and shame. The old Xiangxiang was just a little girl, always helping out at the tofu shop, cheerfully dealing with every customer for the sake of a few coins for tofu pudding. At that time, Yu-Qing felt satisfied marrying this girl, but in a way, he felt his family was of a higher status. He always had a sense of superiority in front of her. Although he cared for her, there was also a feeling of being in control. Now, however, Xiangxiang had an indescribable nobility in her demeanor. For instance, she would naturally say to her maid, "Bijou, bring me the clothes I embroidered for my mother." Yu-Qing angrily realized that she had become that kind of elegant and graceful noblewoman as described in legends. This realization tore at his heart like a beast. Where had that tofu girl who used to run around serving dishes and cooking sauces gone? Where was the Guo Xiangxiang who would wipe his sweat and blush with joy at a silk flower he gave her? Where was the girl he had known since childhood, the one he thought he could easily pick? He was still dreaming of her returning, filled with regret and pleading. But that girl was no longer there. She had transformed into a pretentious, vain woman adorned with jewels. What flying up to the branches to become a phoenix? What feelings did she have for that prince? Could it compare to their childhood bond? He looked up again at Xiangxiang on the stage, only to find she wasn't looking at him, but was focused on the performance ahead. Guotian went out to call for fruit, and the owner of the theater personally delivered it. Upon hearing that Xiangxiang was also there, everyone became excited and insisted that Xiangxiang personally select the first play. Xiangxiang didn't know much about the theater. Although she had occasionally gone to see performances, being from a small household, she just watched for the excitement. Now, she followed the playbill handed over by the theater owner and chose a play called Four Brothers Visit Their Mother. Before long, the drums and gongs of the stage sounded. The actors stepped onto the stage. Xiangxiang took a sip of tea and turned to chat with Guorongrong. Guorongrong looked down at the stage and suddenly said, "That one down there is the Yu family boy, right?" Xiangxiang replied with an mm, and her smile faded a bit. Guorongrong angrily said, "Father, look at that Yu family boy down there, staring at Xiangxiang like that. Does he really have the face to do that?" Guotian glanced over, also angry. But being older and more mature, he said, "Ignore him. Xiangxiang will be back at the princess residence in a few days anyway. If we make a fuss now, who knows what unpleasant things will be said when it gets to other people's ears. After all, there was a prior engagement. Bringing up old matters would only embarrass their own daughter. Sometimes, being right doesn't necessarily mean being protected. There are naturally those who envy and those who are jealous." He was indifferent, but his daughter could not be entangled with these baseless people and matters anymore. The actors on stage sang to a certain point, and the audience erupted in applause. Various rewards were thrown onto the stage. Baizhu and Xiangwan stood outside to serve. After all, it was rare for the family to gather, and Guotian and the others felt uncomfortable standing in front of people. Xiangxiang smiled and said, "Singing quite well, right? Better than the one 2 years ago." Guorongrong said, "The voice is even brighter. Sister is now a noble person. Should we give a reward?" Xiangxiang said to Xiangwan, "Xiangwan, let's see what we brought and get a little reward." Xiangwan agreed, saying that since the lady wanted to reward, they couldn't be stingy, and casually threw a piece of gold onto the stage. The entire venue fell silent. This large ingot of gold was of excellent quality, looking to be no less than 50 taels. According to the exchange rate, 1 tael of gold could be exchanged for 10 taels of silver. So this 50 taels of gold was equivalent to 500 taels of silver. Xiangxiang didn't even pay attention to what was being rewarded. But the people on stage turned red with envy. 500 taels of silver. This noblewoman casually let a maid toss it onto the stage. The owner of the theater hurriedly came over, grinning and cautiously asking, "Madam Xiang, would you like to meet the leading actress?" In fact, he was secretly probing. At that time, the theater was already chaotic, and when encountering big patrons, it was not uncommon for the leading actor or actress to come out for a drink. Throwing 500 taels up like this made the owner uncertain if the lady meant that. However, since she was a concubine of the Wang family, it was inappropriate to say it directly, so he subtly mentioned the actress but didn't dare to mention the actor. Xiangxiang had no idea and had never thought in that direction. She just said, "Can we invite her to sit for a while? I think she sings quite well." The owner thought he understood and invited both the actor and actress over, thanking Xiangxiang for her generosity. Moreover, the flying golden phoenix from Lingji County was a well-known affair in the county. People often spoke of how this former tofu beauty was so stunningly beautiful, and now they had the chance to see her. So these actors were curious and couldn't help but glance at Xiangxiang from the corner of their eyes. Seeing the mixed company of men and women, Guotian felt it was inappropriate, so he didn't let them sit, and after a few polite words, he asked them to leave. Then he scolded Xiangxiang. "Although the Wang family is wealthy, as a concubine, you must keep to your duties. No matter how rich one is, one cannot squander recklessly, not knowing the value of basic necessities." Xiangxiang was taken aback, and after asking, she learned about Xiang Wan's reward of 50 taels of gold. She immediately felt quite uneasy, and Guotian, upon seeing this, comforted her a bit, saying that such actions should not be repeated in the future. On the first floor, Xiangxiang watched the father and daughter, brother and sister on the second floor laughing and chatting, completely ignoring him, leaving him feeling both ashamed and angry. He gritted his teeth in frustration, but didn't even know who he was angry with. Back then, when Guotian saw him, he would call him worthy nephew with ease. As for Guiyang, he hadn't even grown hair yet, but was already learning martial arts at the county office. Previously, he would call Xiangxiang brother more affectionately than his own brother. Now, he looked at him with disdain and ignored him completely. In a fit of anger, people often resent others without reflecting on their own faults. He conveniently ignored his own broken engagement and the fact that when his family was attacked by bandits, old Master Yu went missing, while Guotian took him in and ran around the county tirelessly searching for his father. He also forgot that at that time the Yu family had been completely robbed by bandits, and old Master Yu was missing. With countless matchmakers advising Guotian to break off the engagement and marry Xiangxiang to someone else, yet Guotian insisted on maintaining the old friendship, not letting wealth dictate relationships. He only felt a lump in his throat, but had no way to vent it. Previously, he thought his family situation had improved, having worked hard to restore old Master Yu's former assets, and the business was slowly starting to show some results. An annual income of 1,000 to 1,800 taels was secure. This income could definitely be considered wealthy in Lingji County. However, what he thought would be his boastful capital was shattered into pieces by the ingot of gold thrown onto the stage by Xiang Wan. Murong returned from hunting, and Xiangxiang felt a bit guilty, saying, "Your Highness, today I went to the theater with my father, sister, and brother to watch a show." Murong grunted, seeing her fidgeting, and impatiently said, "Speak." Xiangxiang, feeling nervous, said, "They all threw things on the stage to reward, so I'll let Xiang Wan reward a little too. But I didn't expect." Fearing Murong would blame Xiang Wan, she quickly said she accidentally threw a piece of gold. Murong didn't understand the meaning of this, and thought for a moment before he understood. He angrily said, "Tao Iji, if you can't manage things, go back to Jinyang City and let Guan Zhu send someone capable to handle it." Tao Iji's legs went weak, and before he realized it, he was already kneeling on the ground. He was kneeling, but still confused, and turned to look at Xiangxiang. Xiangxiang was equally perplexed. Murong ligledat. His woman wanted to reward the performers, yet she had only 1 ingot of gold on her. With so many performers on stage, was 1 ingot enough? Did she want to die? That night, Tao Iji hurriedly ordered the goldsmith to melt down 500 taels of gold into gold melon seeds and gold leaves. instructing Xiangwan and Bai Zhu to take some with them when they went out, to be used by Madame Xiang for rewarding people. Chapter 55. The small man, when Xiangxiang returned home, he felt uncomfortable looking at everything in the evening. Didn't he know why? But the image of the elegantly dressed Xiangxiang kept flashing before his eyes, making his wife seem increasingly unsatisfactory. Suddenly, he wondered if she had really completely forgotten about him. Of course, that was impossible. After more than a decade of feelings, how could she just forget? She was merely sulking at him all along. Then, he imagined a scene where Xiangxiang deeply cared for him, but felt constrained by the powerful prince and could not express her feelings. After tossing and turning for a while, he still couldn't fall asleep. People are always like this. When something is right in front of them, it can seem unimportant, but once it's out of reach, desire begins to surface. Unable to sleep, he got dressed and stepped outside. The spring moon hung high, and occasionally he could hear a cat calling in the night. Xiangxiang felt an itch in his heart, as if something was gnawing at him. Without realizing it, he found himself outside the Guo family mansion. It was quite late, and the lights inside had been extinguished, leaving no sounds of people. Xiangxiang paced back and forth like a dog, when suddenly a shadow appeared behind him, creeping up like a ghost. Xiangxiang turned around abruptly, almost collapsing in fear. The person wore a tight black outfit, with only their eyes visible, glinting coldly like a wolf under the half-moon. "Who are you?" Xiangxiang was so frightened that his voice trembled as he noticed a knife at the stranger's waist. The other person, seeing him as no threat, didn't even draw the knife, but merely asked. If he had encountered someone truly skilled, blood might have already been spilled. Murong didn't like to call for servants, preferring to do things his own way. But that didn't mean there were no personal guards around the dignified Su Wang. Zhao was not just eating free meals. These people usually acted like shadows, and Xiangxiang was completely unaware of their presence. She felt free returning home, as if she could go anywhere with Xiangwan and Bai Zhu. Xiangxiang's gaze flickered hesitantly, and the other party noticed. Without a word, they seized him by the throat. At that moment, Xiangxiang felt the murderous intent closing in on him. He realized he had wed himself, and after a long while of trembling, he finally stammered. "I was just passing by. I meant no harm. Please spare me, sir." Didn't he know why he couldn't even stand? His legs felt as weak as noodles. The shadow saw he was a coward and coldly spat out, "Get lost." Xiangxiang returned home in disgrace, growing angrier as he thought about it. That was just a lackey under the prince. How could he melt down? Normally, he considered himself a person of importance. Forget about Murong. He definitely couldn't provoke him. But how could one of his subordinates scare him so badly? A profound sense of humiliation fermented in his heart, and for some reason, it turned into hatred. That woman had climbed to a high branch, and yet he had to endure such humiliation from her vile servant. Xiangxiang, am also a proud man. How could I tolerate this fickle and promiscuous woman? He changed his pants and lay back down, while Su Shi was still asleep. Seeing this, she groggily asked, "Where have you been at this late hour?" Xiangxiang cursed, "Shut up." At this moment, the woman beside him suddenly seemed worthless. In a fit of rage, he thought that the prince was just born into a good family. If he had been born into the Murong family, he would probably have been more successful. Why did he have the right to humiliate him like this? Having suffered humiliation outside with no place to vent, he grabbed Su Shi and forced himself on her. He treated her as if she were Xiangxiang, biting and pinching her while tearing her clothes off, angrily saying, "Die, you lewd woman. Let us see you be promiscuous now." Su Shi didn't know what had gotten into him and resisted a few times. Xiangxiang slapped her face, his waist thrusting forward as he began to act fierce. Su Shi's cries woke up old lady Yu, who quickly got up and asked, "What is going on at this hour?" Xiangxiang, now the pillar of the family, wasn't afraid of his mother anymore. He remembered that it was she who had ruined his engagement with Xiangxiang and said impatiently, "Go back to sleep." Su Shi continued to cry, and old lady Yu, being biased towards her son, immediately began to scold her. The whole family didn't sleep well that night. Xiangxiang slept soundly, nestled against Murong Li's arm until dawn. Murong Li found the county boring and had little interest, still not having gotten up. When Xiangxiang opened her eyes, she saw him holding her in one arm while reading a book with the other. She couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Murong rarely read. Murong didn't think it was surprising. After all, he was a prince. Even if he didn't love reading, he had attended the taishue and written essays. Xiangxiang softly asked, "Are you not going out today, Your Highness?" Murong didn't answer, but asked in return, "Are you feeling any better?" Xiangxiang replied, "I'm much better. Thank you for your concern." In fact, she hadn't been seriously ill. She had just been frightened and caught a cold. After several days of poor sleep, she had appeared particularly haggard. Now that she was at home, feeling comfortable and having someone to talk to, her illness had significantly improved without medicine. She had returned home wearing rouge to cover her illness, but now her complexion had started to show some healthy color. Hearing Murong's question, she said, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your concern. I'm much better now." Murong rolled over and pressed her down, capturing her little tongue with his. Xiangxiang was both amused and exasperated. It turned out he was asking if she could. Her face turned red, and by now it was bright outside, with sounds of Guo Chunshi, Baizhu, and Xiangwan making breakfast in the background. There was no way she could do something so shameful. Xiangxiang pushed him away forcefully. No, Your Highness." In a moment of panic, she could only say, "I still feel a bit dizzy." Upon hearing this, Murong released her, but felt somewhat unfulfilled. Xiangxiang smiled and coaxed him. "Do you like fishing, Your Highness? There's a deep pond outside the county, and the weather is nice today. Would you like to go fishing?" Murong responded with an saying, "If you say we're going, then let us go. There's nothing else to do anyway." After breakfast, Guiyang led Murong excited to go fishing. As the head of the family, Guitian naturally accompanied them. Xiangxiang didn't go with Guorong. On one hand, she claimed she wasn't feeling well, and on the other, she didn't want to embarrass herself by going along. Xiangxiang wanted to stay and talk with her mother and sister. After being apart for so long, she missed them terribly. The three women basked in the sun in the courtyard, coinciding with the blooming peach blossoms. A beautiful scene of peach flowers reflecting against their faces. They chatted about trivial matters, but were quite happy. A small table was filled with sweet tea and some snacks that women loved. The sun lazily warmed them from inside out. Just as they were talking, someone suddenly delivered a lot of things, saying they were bought by Master Tao. The three women didn't think much of it. Tao, he often bought things to send over. Sometimes he would come multiple times a day, and everyone had gotten used to it. Xiangxiang asked Xiangwan to pick up the things and put them away, continuing their conversation without examining the items closely. Murong and the others didn't return until the afternoon, having caught a large haul of fish. There was no way to eat them all at home, so Guitian had to give some to the neighbors. However, when he returned, his expression seemed strange. Only when he saw Murong did his demeanor barely return to normal. Xiangxiang noticed and waited until Murong was gone before quietly asking, "Father, what is wrong?" Guitian hesitated, and after a long pause, he said, "It's just some nonsense. You don't need to know." Xiangxiang took a deep breath and smiled. "Since you know it's nonsense, why not let me know? It would save me from being caught off guard if something happens." Guitian looked at his daughter with pity, knowing how many people in Lingji County had seen her glory, but who knew how difficult it had been for her. He sighed and said, "In the end, it's all my fault. Last time, I had my Xiangxiang take something to the Wangfu for you. I don't know which scoundrel spread a rumor on the street, saying you and he have an affair, and even called you a little princess, that damned person. If I find out who it is, I'll definitely take his head." Even a man like him, who prided himself on being upright, was filled with rage. Xiangxiang, however, simply said, "I understand, Father, you don't need to worry." However, that evening, the rumors only intensified. It was even rumored that Ma Xiangxiang expressed his feelings at the theater and privately wrote love letters to Xiangxiang, wanting to meet the beauty under the moon, and so on. Chapter 56. The bad guy Guitian was certainly furious, and Xiangxiang had heard about it, so she sent Baizhu to search her room. Baizhu found it hard to believe. How could there possibly be a love letter? Clearly, since coming here, the maid had been following the lady around all day. Xiangxiang said, "If there isn't one, no one would spread such rumors. There must be something." Baizhu and Xiangxiang searched for a long time and finally found a note hidden in a small golden fan. It was indeed an invitation for a midnight meeting with Xiangxiang. Baizhu was stunned and thought to send it to the prince. She glanced at Xiangxiang, confused about what she meant, and whispered, "Madam." Beside them, Guitian was anxious, exclaiming, "What's this nonsense? How can you? How many men can truly ignore such things?" But Xiangxiang was exceptionally resolute. "Go." When Murong Li received the note, he examined it for a while and asked Baizhu, "Did the lady send you?" Baizhu recounted the rumors and the note's contents. Murong Li simply said, "Got it." Xiangxiang was quite pleased. Rumors like this are the hardest to trace back to their source. It would be best if Murong Li found this note in Xiangxiang's room and then checked whether Ma Jingshan had ever been to the Wangfu. If that were the case, let us see how that shameless woman could still have a good life. And even if it didn't work out, such rumors spreading tenfold, 100-fold, how could it implicate me? After drinking a bit, he felt relaxed all over. In truth, some people in this world do not live poorly. However, when they realize those around them are living better, they become miserable. Xiangxiang was feeling quite content, but suddenly the door was kicked open and several people rushed in, taking him away without saying a word. Xiangxiang was terrified, shouting repeatedly, "What are you doing? You are trespassing." The intruders, impatient, punched him in the stomach. Xiangxiang gasped, feeling his insides shift, unable to utter another word. The men in black did not kill him, as the prince wanted him alive. Xiangxiang's mother was horrified and screamed along. The men dragged Xiangxiang away, and she, a small woman, could not keep up, only able to beat her thighs and cry. Xiangxiang, spitting bile, found himself in front of someone when his feet hit the ground again. The guards pressed him down without much effort, and he fell to his knees with a thud. Murong Li looked him over and thought, "Oh, so this is her little childhood friend?" At this moment, Xiangxiang realized who stood before him and immediately began to bow repeatedly. "Your Highness Sun Wang." Murong Li did not waste time with small talk. He was not there to chat with this guy or ask how he was doing. How shameless. After observing him, he commanded, "Pull out his tongue." Xiangxiang was completely dumbfounded. He had long prepared a set of excuses, ready to confess everything the moment Murong Li questioned him about how Ma Jingshan had helped him in the shop and how he had secretly colluded with Xiangxiang. However, to pull out his tongue, just like that, without asking a single question, directly pulling out his tongue, he screamed, "Your Highness, please allow me to say something. This matter has nothing to do with me." Guards were already prying his mouth open, and his teeth were bleeding from the beating. Suddenly, he realized this was real. This devil really would pull out his tongue without a word. He cried out, "Your Highness, if this matter doesn't come from my mouth, what will you do?" Murong Li replied casually, "Then I guess it was a mistake." Xiangxiang was utterly speechless. "Could you not speak some sense?" Murong Li snorted coldly, "What sense? I was born into royalty, entered the military at a young age, and have led troops for nearly a decade. Just to reason with you? How big is your face?" He thought Xiangxiang was suspicious, so he captured him first and dealt with him later. What if he really wasn't involved? Well, my apologies, mistake made. My father is a wise ruler. If you're not satisfied, you can file a complaint, right? What about your tongue being pulled out and you can't speak? That's none of my business. Xiangxiang thought he had seen a lot in his life. However, when he truly encountered Murong Li, he realized what a bad person was. A guard reached into his mouth, grasped that troublesome tongue, and yanked it out forcefully. Xiangxiang felt a sharp pain in his mouth, then immediately tasted blood. He gasped, lost control, and fainted. When Murong Li returned to the Guo family, Xiangxiang had already prepared dinner. Seeing him come back, she casually helped him out of his cloak and softly said, "Mother's famous mapo tofu is known far and wide. She specially made some for you today. Your Highness, please try it." Murong Li responded with an and sat down at the table. Guitian and Guochun were both extremely anxious, while Xiangxiang sat beside him, serving him dishes. Murong Li glanced at them, wondering what they were staring at him like that for. Guitian and Guochun sat down, anxiously starting to eat. Everything was as usual. Murong Li didn't even mention the incident. What was there to mention? His woman had been wronged, and he stood up for her. As for whether Ma Jingshan truly had an affair with her, would he dare to boast about it everywhere? If he didn't dare to speak up, how could he describe it so vividly? A person can be bad and foolish, but being both bad and foolish deserves death. After dinner, Xiangxiang suggested, "The night market in Lingji County is very lively. Let me accompany you for a walk, Your Highness." Murong Li agreed. And Xiangxiang smiled reassuringly at Guitian and his wife before leaving with Murong. The spring breeze in March was like scissors, and the willows began to bud, revealing new green in the gentle morning breeze. Murong walked ahead, and Xiangxiang stepped forward, suddenly reaching out to gently grasp his sleeve. Murong instinctively slowed down. That hand was soft, with slender fingers, tentatively climbing from his sleeve to intertwine with his fingers. Murong had never experienced this before, interlocking fingers with a woman while walking on the street. Lan Yao would never do such a thing. His birth mother had probably held his hand like this many years ago, right? The palace maid said she was also a very gentle woman. He had no real impression of her, yet for the first time in his life, he cherished this soft touch, this slightly warm temperature. He did not shake off Xiangxiang's hand, and the two walked slowly along the moat of Lingji County. There was an old man selling wontons by the roadside, and the aroma of pig's trotter noodles wafted in the wind. Xiangxiang pointed to the river, laughing. When I was young, my sister and I would come here to release lanterns every year on the 14th day of the first month. Murong glanced at the water, responding with an mm. Though he had nothing to say, he did not find such trivial talk annoying. Xiangxiang softly said, "Sometimes there are people performing monkey shows on that bridge. The monkeys are smart and entertaining. Let's go see." Murong followed her, thinking to himself, what is so interesting about a monkey show? He merely thought, but did not speak. On the bridge, there truly were people performing monkey tricks. The monkey was nearly half a person tall, and Xiangxiang pulled Murong over. Murong just lengthened his stride to keep up with her, thinking, have you never seen a monkey? The monkey trainer struck a gong, encouraging the monkey to perform various stunts. Sometimes it would flip, climb poles, or ride a bicycle. Other times, it donned red clothing and pretended to be a little beauty, drawing gasps and laughter from the crowd. Xiangxiang held Murong's hand the entire time, and the monkey approached with a tray, asking for tips. Xiangxiang took out 2 gold melon seeds and placed them in the tray. The monkey, accustomed to seeing large amounts of money and not knowing what it was, stood before her, unwilling to leave. Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd, and Xiangxiang felt terribly embarrassed. The trainer came over, repeatedly thanking her for her generosity, and had the monkey perform a dress-up show. Xiangxiang was overjoyed, and Murong looked at her smile, thinking, what is so special about that? She asked, smiling like a fool. Opening the box and dressing up, anyone could do that. What is so impressive about a monkey? Boring and lowbrow. However, if it makes her happy, well, let her enjoy it. He didn't rush her at all. 2 people stood on the bridge for quite a while. The night could make one feel lonely, but it could also bring a sense of peace. The difference lay in whether the person in the dark night was alone or with someone. After watching the monkey show, Murong had no plans on where to go. In his eyes, there wasn't a single place in this entire night market worth a glance. Everything being sold was just junk, and the crowds were bustling, pushing and shoving. Xiangxiang squeezed her way to the pig's trotter stall and bought a bowl of noodles for him. There were too many people, and there was no place to sit at the small stall. Xiangxiang placed the bowl in front of the little lion head on the bridge railing, took 2 pairs of chopsticks from the stall, and handed 1 pair to Murong. Murong snorted and refused. You dare to let this prince eat this? Xiangxiang took a bite first. The noodles were quite good, chewy and firm. She picked up a strand and fed it to Murong. He reluctantly ate a bit and found it acceptable. They shared a bowl of noodles, and by accident, they both bit the same noodle. Murong stopped eating. How disgusting. How embarrassing. He was actually eating noodles with a woman on a bustling street bridge. What happened to his dignity? Murong didn't understand why Xiangxiang was so happy today. He thought to himself, you still don't know that I've dealt with your old lover, right? With someone like that, how could you even have an eye for them? What poor taste. Xiangxiang was indeed in a good mood, and Murong didn't ask her anything. He didn't doubt her words. For a woman, whether a wife or a concubine, being trusted by her husband was always something to be happy about. Moreover, this indicated that she and her daughter would likely have a peaceful life in the future, not easily scattered by a little wind. She was grateful for the trust Murong had given her, thinking about being able to raise her daughter steadily in the future, which naturally put her in a good mood. Murong was also in a good mood, but the only way he expressed his good mood towards women was Forget it. It's better not to say. The two held hands and returned home, only to hear the news that Xiangxiang's tongue had been cut out. The doctor had been to his house and said he was already half dead. He would never be able to say a word in his life again. Xiangxiang was preparing clean clothes for Murong Li when a servant brought up hot water. Xiangxiang helped him out of his clothes, ignoring the news about Xiangxiang. Had she never considered that if such rumors were believed by Murong Li, I, my daughter, my family, and brother Ma might all have no way to survive? Old feelings from childhood had long turned to ashes. You were originally a treacherous and vicious person, so why demand others to be merciful? She still wore a smile on her face, and Murong Li thought, so you would be happy to see him ruined. Had I known, I would have chopped him into minced meat. Chapter 57. Wedding night. Murong Li had been staying in Lingji County with Xiangxiang for about 10 days. He couldn't stay for long. Seeing that Xiangxiang was much better and sleeping well at night, he decided to set off back to Jinyang. Kuo Tian, Kuo Chen, Kuo Yang, and others all came to see them off at the city gate. Xiangxiang didn't look back. No matter how much she was reluctant, they had to part ways. Tears stained her handkerchief, only making her parents sadder. Bai Zhu lifted the curtain of the carriage, and she got in. The Guo couple had no other good advice to give. Though Murong Li still appeared distant, he treated Xiangxiang well, which the couple noticed. As long as their daughter was happy, what else could they say? The couple stood together, watching the horse-drawn carriage move away. The ceremonial procession of King Sun had left Lingji and headed towards Jinyang. The moment the carriage exited the city, tears finally welled up in Xiangxiang's eyes. She lifted the curtain, but her parents' figures were no longer visible. Outside, Murong Li, riding a horse, caught sight of her gaze and asked, "What is it?" Xiangxiang replied, "Nothing," and withdrew into the carriage. As they moved further away, the feeling of separation grew stronger. Throughout the journey, Murong Li maintained his normal routine, and they arrived in Jinyang City half a month later. Guanju personally led the servants to welcome them, and Xiangxiang was missing Xiangxiang, so she disregarded everything else and went directly into the mansion. Murong Li did not accompany her, instead listening to Guanju report on the situation in the mansion. In the Shijian pavilion, everything remained the same. The flowers and plants were flourishing, and the wet nurse, Cui Shi, was teaching little Xiangxiang to walk. Xiangxiang was already 11 months old and was walking quite steadily after learning early. As soon as Xiangxiang reached the courtyard, she saw the small child running towards her with open arms. Xiangxiang was almost moved to tears, rushing over to hear her mumble "mother." Xiangxiang hugged her tightly, and little Xiangxiang began to nibble on her. Saliva dribbled down from her chin. Cui Shi came over to pay her respects, and Xiangxiang warmly supported her, asking, "Is everything well in the mansion? Where's the princess?" Cui Shi replied, while leading her inside, "Everything is well. But the princess often comes to play with the little princess, saying she is quite bored." Xiangxiang laughed. With her temperament, she won't be able to stand being bored. She then asked Han Lu to invite Bei Jinping over. Han Lu obediently went, while Xiangxiang instructed Bai Zhu to take out the gifts prepared by Guo Chun and Guo Rongrong, just waiting for Bei Jinping to come and choose. Before long, they saw Bei Jinping peeking in from outside. Xiangxiang couldn't help but laugh, saying, "The prince isn't here. Come in quickly." Bei Jinping then entered. Noticing that Guo Chun had embroidered many items for her, and there were also dried fish and fruits laid out, Bei Jinping was thrilled and immediately grabbed a dried plum to put in her mouth. Before she could swallow, she heard Murong Li's voice behind her. "You've grown so big." His hand brushed over little Xuan's delicate cheek, startling Bei Jinping so much that the dried fruit got stuck in her throat. Suddenly, a loud coughing fit erupted. Murong Li grabbed her and gave her back a hard pat to dislodge it. He was quite angry, scolding, "Get lost. All you know is eating. Were you starved to death in your past life?" Xiangxiang was initially shocked, but seeing that she was okay, she felt both amused and exasperated. How could this princess be like this? As the new year approached, Bei Jinping would turn 13. In the Great Yin Kingdom, girls at 13 could have their wedding night. However, Murong Li had no intention of such a thing, and Bei Jinping was even more like a shrinking turtle. Xiangxiang sighed, thinking about the two of them. After Murong Li left, Xiangxiang asked a servant to carry the items to Bei Jinping's starry pavilion. Upon seeing that the room was a bit messy and the maidservants were not attentive, she felt displeased. Initially, things were chaotic upon arrival, so she didn't mention it. But now that the princess had been in the mansion for several months, how could she still be so lazy? She helped tidy up Beijing Ping's room and turned to Guanju, saying, "Sir, I think the maidservants in the princess's room are not very diligent. Could you select a few obedient ones to send over?" She was just casually mentioning it, but to her surprise, Guanju immediately sent those maidservants back to the residence of Duke Pei, Xiangxiang. Xiangxiang was taken aback. Sending back maidservants who came as part of the dowry was a serious matter. These maidservants might end up being sold off by the duke. Guanju dared not be lenient in punishing them. If Xiangxiang had said this in front of Murong, he would have surely received a beating. Sure enough, as soon as Xiangxiang finished speaking, he immediately replaced them with obedient ones. Beijing Ping was suddenly surrounded by new people but didn't find it strange. She only thought, have the servants suddenly become sensible recently? Xiangxiang saw that Beijing Ping couldn't continue being so naive and said to her, "Princess." Before she could finish, Beijing Ping pouted, "Sister Xiangxiang, didn't we agree not to call me princess anymore? It sounds so awkward." Xiangxiang sighed and said, "But you really are the princess of Sun, the mistress of the prince's residence." "Jin Ping, you are already 13. Beijing Ping didn't understand and asked, "Yes. I had my birthday a few days ago, but you weren't back. What is wrong?" Xiangxiang said, "Have you thought about how you should with the prince?" Her face flushed as she mentioned the wedding night. Upon hearing this, Beijing Ping's face turned beet red. Though her mother had taught her a bit before she married, the thought of Murong Li's fierce demeanor brought tears to her eyes. "Sister Xiangxiang, I'm still young. Besides, he hasn't said anything. And you are still here, I don't want to." She tugged at Xiangxiang's sleeve as she spoke. "Sister Xiangxiang." Xiangxiang softly said, "Jin Ping, actually this matter is not that scary." Her face was so red that she couldn't continue. Beijing Ping refused to listen, sulking to herself. "Why should I grow up? It would be so nice not to grow up." That night, Murong came over. Little Xiangxiang called out for mother, while father came out rather indistinctly, sometimes hard to discern. He enjoyed playing with her. Xiangxiang knew she couldn't directly urge him. With his temperament, he would surely get angry if she did. She subtly brought it up. "Prince, the princess is already 13 now." Murong responded with a nod, not thinking in that direction at all. To him, she had never been a woman. Xiangxiang dared not say more. After playing with little Xiangxiang for a while, he let Shui Shi carry her away to rest. While Xiangxiang served him as he changed clothes, he asked, "Are you better?" Xiangxiang understood his meaning and blushed as she replied, "I'm fine now." Only then did Murong embrace her. Her slender waist was delicate in his grip, and he felt somewhat impulsive, having not been intimate with her since she fell ill. Xiangxiang blushed, recalling her earlier conversation with Beijing Ping, and couldn't help but chuckle softly, saying, "Today I mentioned it to the princess, and she was scared to death." Murong kissed her tender body and asked, "What?" Xiangxiang said, "The princess and the prince, about the wedding night. Girls grow up quickly, she." Before she could finish, Murong interrupted, "What does it have to do with you whether this king has a wedding night with her?" Xiangxiang was taken aback, realizing he was angry, and quickly softened her tone. "It's just a private conversation between girls. I didn't mean to meddle in the prince's affairs." Murong coldly snorted, "In the future, mind your own business." He hadn't spoken harshly in a long time, and Xiangxiang's face turned slightly red as she quietly replied, "Yes." The next morning, as soon as Murong woke up, he heard someone outside asking to see him. It was Duke Pei, Xiangxiang. Murong went out to meet the guest, while Beijing Ping came over to play. Xiangxiang was surprised. "The Duke is here. Aren't you going to meet him?" Beijing Ping scoffed. "Ignore him. He only likes my sister and doesn't care about me." Xiangxiang saw her come over early in the morning, dressed so lightly, and hurriedly served her a bowl of meat porridge made for Xiangxiang, while watching her drink the porridge. She thought that the Duke must have come this time for the princess's matter. Last time, Guanju sent away all the maids beside Beijing Ping, and he must have felt uneasy about it. No matter what, he had to come over to take a look. If he pressured her, Murong might just consummate the marriage with Jin Ping, right? He didn't feel too sad or bitter about it. After all, it was merely accommodating, not love. There was truly no jealousy. since marrying him. When had she ever forgotten her identity? In the end, she was just living her life based on his moods. Could she really expect him to be as pure as jade? Moreover, Bei Jinping was so young when she married. She was a legitimate princess. And it couldn't go on like this forever, right? She should bless her and feel fortunate that with such a princess, her and Xiangxiang's lives shouldn't be too difficult. It would be best if they didn't have a son. Just have a few more daughters, each as lovely as Xiangxiang, who would eventually leave the royal residence and have their own homes. How wonderful! As she thought about this, a smile appeared on her lips. On the other side, Murong was displeased. That old man Bei, Xiangxiang, really dared to enter the palace to discuss consummation with him. How could he have the gall to take himself seriously? He didn't even see him off. After hearing Bei Xiangxiang's intentions, he simply got up and left, leaving the old man in the main hall. It was still Guanju who carefully saw him off. That afternoon, Murong Bo came over. Murong talked with him in the study for most of the day, and when he came out, his expression was clearly not good. Xiangxiang didn't dare to ask too much, knowing he wouldn't come back that night. Murong Bo was one of the few people who could persuade him. At night, she went to bed early. What did it feel like to know that her husband was sleeping with another woman? She didn't know. Perhaps she was too self-aware and didn't think too much about it. Yet in her heart, she quietly wondered what her feelings would be if it were Han Su who got married tonight. Imagining that scene, she slowly felt a bit of bitterness creeping in. Human emotions ultimately cannot be controlled freely. The more you try to control them, the harder they become to manage. She didn't want to think about it anymore and quickly fell asleep. When Murong arrived, for some reason, he was furious. On a night like this, how dare you fall asleep so early? This king sees that you want to die. Chapter 58. The promised Xiangxiang was in a deep sleep when she was suddenly shaken awake. Opening her eyes, she saw Murong Li's cold and angry expression. Startled, she quickly sat up. Your Highness? What's wrong at this late hour? Murong Li angrily said, Your attitude is getting bigger. Seeing this king return and